Reborn as the young vice-captain of the Wolfhead mercenary group, destined to be slain by the protagonist Xiao Yan in the future, Mu Li silently vowed to defy fate and truly live freely in this world, establishing his own legacy. Is my endeavor somewhat unethical? He mused, already oblivious to the concept of morality, as he drew his long sword and elegantly wiped off the blood, feigning a semblance of concern. Yet all that greeted him was the desolate expanse of white bones behind him. Chapter 1. The verdant mountain, in the continent of Doqi, south of Qingshan town, Mu Li opened his eyes to the unfamiliar ceiling above, lingering in silence. For reasons unknown, he had arrived in this strange yet familiar realm. In Doqi continent, in Qingshan town, Mu Li was the son of Mu Shi, the captain of the Wolfhead mercenary group, and the offspring of a minor noble family, whose daughter had been abducted by his father and subsequently married. She had passed away a decade ago, due to injuries. As Mu Shi's sole heir, Mu Li bore the title of the young vice-captain of the Wolfhead mercenary group. How intriguing, he thought, sitting upright, pouring himself a glass of water and lighting a lamp. As the surroundings came into focus, Mu Li approached the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. His chestnut hair cascaded over his shoulders, framing a lean yet handsome visage, marred only by a noticeable scar on his right cheek, a remnant of past battles. However, the most striking feature of his face was his pair of golden eyes, radiant and fierce like torches. At least in terms of appearance, this young vice-captain was indeed deserving of his title. Mu Li clenched his fists tightly, and a burst of ochre-colored Doqi emanated from him. Is this what Doqi feels like? Experiencing the profound intricacies of Doqi for the first time, Mu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued to experiment with his newfound abilities. As the novelty wore off, he began to contemplate his current predicament. This robust youth, sharing his name and identity, although holding the position of vice-captain, faced a grim fate ahead. Xiao Yan, the protagonist of the Doqi continent, was to be Mu Li's sworn enemy in his original destiny. As a humble 6-star Do practitioner, he would undoubtedly find himself trampled beneath the protagonist's feet. The plight of the minor antagonist was built upon the protagonist's most trivial existence. However, since he had traversed into this realm, the previous Mu Li was no more. As long as he refrained from provoking Xiao Yan, this calamity could be easily avoided. Yet, Mu Li's purpose in this vast Doqi continent extended beyond mere survival. A faint smile graced his lips as he recalled the green that had appeared in his mind. His golden finger was simple: treasure chests. From these chests, one could obtain anything: combat techniques, elixirs, cultivation methods, weapons, and medicinal herbs. The higher the tier of the chest, the more precious the rewards. Treasure chests were classified into 4 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, and purple gold. Mu Li possessed the ability to sense the locations where treasure chests would emerge. Once a chest materialized, he must venture forth to unlock. Only then would the next chest come into existence. The tier of each treasure chest varied, but the more perilous and significant the location, the higher the tier of the chest. Now, the first treasure chest sensed by Mu Li is the bronze chest. Its location is quite close, situated within the Wolfhead mercenary corps. Mu Li dons a black cloak before stepping outside. The moon hangs round and luminous in the sky, yet Mu Li is acutely aware that this realm is no longer Earth. Beneath the silvery moonlight, Mu Li walks quietly along the path, where a few patrolling mercenaries greet him respectfully, calling out, "Young Commander." This area belongs to the room of the 3rd Commander, Herman. Standing at the entrance, Mu Li observes the mercenaries stationed around the house. "Young Commander." Upon seeing Mu Li, a mercenary steps forward to pay his respects. It is evident that Mu Li holds a significant position within the mercenary corps. As a 6-star fighter and the son of a commander at the Dome Master level, he possesses considerable influence, second only to Mu Shi. Even the 2nd Commander, Gan Mu, and the 3rd Commander, Herman, would show him some deference. Is the 3rd Commander still occupied? Mu Li inquires with a friendly smile. Yes. The mercenary appears somewhat troubled, as the 3rd Commander is indeed engaged in delicate matters. Yet it is clear that the young commander has come for an important purpose. Caught between 2 prominent figures, the mercenary feels conflicted. Unsure whether to announce Mu Li's presence, he worries about interrupting the 3rd Commander's affairs, which could lead to his own misfortune. Perceiving the mercenary's dilemma, Mu Li chuckles lightly, choosing not to place him in an awkward position. He pats the mercenary on the shoulder and tosses him a gold coin. "Your night watch has been arduous. Take this to buy some drinks for your brothers tomorrow." With that parting remark, Mu Li turns to leave. The mercenary, momentarily taken aback by the gold coin, feels a mix of shame and gratitude. Watching Mu Li's departing figure, He silently vows to prove his loyalty to the young commander the next opportunity he gets at Emily, however, does not realize that a single gold coin has secured the loyalty of a subordinate. Even if he did, he would not be particularly concerned. A mere passerby offers him no substantial assistance. And such loyalty is often fickle. Mercenaries are known for their self-interest, frequently betraying their original benefactors for greater gains. Mu Li's father, Mu Shi, exemplifies a capable ruler. Reflecting on Mu Shi's equally handsome yet scarred visage, Mu Li becomes somber. He knows this is not a character to be trifled with. Over the course of an hour, he meticulously revisits the memories in his mind. This world of Do Pa Song Xiong does not entirely align with the narrative from his previous life. In fact, it diverges significantly. In Qingshan Town, there exists a figure known as Yao Zi, or the Little Medicine Fairy, the cherished daughter of the renowned one Yao Zhai, whose father is Yao Xianji, the master of the establishment. Yao Xianji, as the master of one Yao Zhai, possesses Do master strength, making him a notable individual in Qingshan Town. The Little Medicine Fairy, with such a prestigious background, rivals Mu Li in status. Indeed, her influence, having spread throughout Qingshan Town, far eclipses that of Mu Li, the mercenary. The original Mu Li harbored sentiments for the Little Medicine Fairy, yet regrettably, she did not reciprocate his affections. Mu Li inscribed several noteworthy matters onto paper. All seemingly mundane occurrences, yet their significance was known solely to him. Having completed this task, Mu Li did not labor excessively and promptly retired to bed. As night passed, Mu Li awoke early, and, after attending to his morning rituals, he hastened to pay a visit to his stepfather. Mushi at the tea that moment. Mushi was practicing marksmanship in the courtyard, the gust from his firearm swirling up the fallen leaves scattered across the ground. Mu Li observed silently, gaining a newfound appreciation for the martial prowess of a combat master. "Yes, father," he replied. Upon finishing his words, Mushi retreated indoors, evidently eager to enter a state of seclusion. Mu Li exhaled in relief and turned to exit the courtyard. The Blood War Mercenary Corps were no trifling adversaries. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to retrieve the bronze treasure chest. Chapter 2. The Bronze Chest. After breakfast, Mu Li arrived at Herman's residence. After notifying the mercenary, a rugged voice soon echoed from within. "What is the weather like today? Young commander is here so early to seek me out?" Aware that Mu Li had visited the previous night, Herman did not put on airs and quickly dressed before stepping outside. "Commander, I have important matters to discuss, hence my uninvited visit." "Oh, important matters?" Herman, robust and broad, emanated a solid aura of earth attribute energy. Mu Li smiled faintly. "It cannot be conveyed in just a few words. Might I not be invited in for a cup of tea?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Herman's eyes, but he soon beamed and stepped aside. Please. Without further ado, Mu Li nodded and entered. As he moved closer to his target, Mu Li feigned a light gasp and, disregarding Herman's confusion, swiftly entered a room. "Young commander, is there an issue?" Herman squinted, his tone still as amiable as ever. "Is the commander occupied?" Herman regarded Mu Li, seemingly awaiting further elaboration. However, after a brief pause, seeing Mu Li had no intention of continuing, Herman suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Well said, young commander. Whenever you are ready to depart, just call me Old He." As he spoke, Herman thumped his chest, producing a resounding echo. "I appreciate your assistance, Commander He." Mu Li clasped his hands in salute and stepped forward a couple of paces. Herman's energy involuntarily surged, his breath hastening slightly. Mu Li perceived the underlying tension, revealing a knowing smile. "Commander He, I wonder what lies beneath that has you so anxious?" Upon hearing Mu Li's inquiry, Herman's breath faltered, his pupils narrowing. "I am unaware of what you mean, young commander." Mu Li shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. "Commander He, my candor indicates goodwill, otherwise I could easily inform my father and have him investigate your secret chamber." With that, Mu Li enveloped his feet in energy and struck the ground forcefully. Boom. Shadows of figures flickered in Herman's mind. Who had betrayed him? "Commander He, it would be prudent not to overthink. In my view, individuals act in their own interest. It is only natural to conceal certain matters. However, should my father discover what you are hiding, do you think he would not regard you with suspicion? You must understand. The talents within the regiment are increasing, and your current strength can no longer serve as your sole protection." Listening to Mu Li's words, Herman's expression fluctuated between shadow and light, ultimately managing a strained smile. "Young commander has a point. However, you must know that I am a scion of the He family from Black Rock City, and the commander would not act against me for such a reason." Mu Li furrowed his brow slightly, realizing he was unaware of Herman's significant lineage. The He family of Black Rock City was indeed not to be trifled with. But if this causes a rift between you and the commander, would that not be unfortunate? Mu Li offered a concession, donning a smile. Believing Mu Li was intimidated, Herman escalated his rhetoric. As he observed the increasingly arrogant Herman, Mu Li's gaze sharpened. A withered yellow aura began to rise from Mu Li's hands, causing Herman's previously mocking expression to stiffen. What is this? Resorting to violence when negotiations falter? You refuse to heed my words, compelling me to take action. Mu Li advanced step by step towards Herman. This is your final chance. Guide me down, or I cannot guarantee that the secrets here will remain concealed. Herman's complexion darkened further. Although he possessed an 8-star fighter rank, 2 stars higher than Mu Li, it did not imply that he could easily overpower him. In fact, given Mu Li's possession of profound-level combat techniques, he might even face defeat. Very well, I consent, Herman replied grimly. But you must ensure that you do not betray me. Otherwise, I would rather engage in a life-and-death struggle with you. With that, Herman's Earth-type aura erupted. Mu Li paused, a smile returning to his face. It's a deal. After reaching an agreement, the two proceeded to the entrance of the secret chamber. Captain Herman, please, you first. Herman's face was so dark it seemed capable of shedding soil. With a cold snort, he stepped ahead, navigating through a moderately lengthy winding path. The two arrived at a hidden chamber. Inside, there were several chests brimming with gold coins, alongside some remarkably crafted weapons. Herman eyed Mu Li warily, only to see him stride directly towards an open area, whereupon Mu Li waved his hand, and his expression shifted to one of satisfaction. He had successfully claimed a treasure chest, and his smile grew more genuine. I never expected Captain Herman to possess such substantial wealth. Surely, even the savings of minor families would pale in comparison. Herman managed a strained chuckle, explaining, these are resources brought from the He family in the past. It would be impolite to refuse the family's generosity. Oh, Captain Herman possesses such a background. You must hold considerable prestige within the He family. I truly am in awe. Mu Li casually offered a salute. In the future, I must pay a visit to the He family in Black Rock City. Herman's fists gradually tightened as he gritted his teeth, addressing Mu Li. If you desire anything, please feel free to take it. Really? Truly? Mu Li replied with a mild smile, refraining from provoking Herman further. After selecting a large knife that felt comfortable in his grasp and a beautifully crafted longsword from the treasury, Mu Li surveyed his surroundings and chose nothing more. Noticing that Mu Li had only taken 2 items, Herman's expression lightened. Young captain, why not take a couple more? Herman feigned generosity. No need. I cannot carry more. Mu Li shook his head, his gaze suddenly brightening. Captain Herman, how about you provide me with a spatial ring? That way, I will have a place to store my belongings. Herman halted, his entire demeanor becoming as still as a statue. What is the matter, Captain Herman? Captain Herman? Oh, I don't have any spare spatial rings. Herman jolted from his silence, hastily clarifying. It's all right. With all this gold you have, purchasing one would be more than sufficient. I shall ask you for one the next time we meet. Do not forget. Herman felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Why does my mouth always get me into trouble? 2 individuals made their way to the entrance. Commander I come not to offend, but certain events have transpired that far exceeded my expectations. Rest assured, our agreement remains intact, and I hope you will honor your commitment as well. Meng silently regarded Mu Li, embodying the sense of a simple man on the brink of despair after being trifled with. There is no need for further farewells. Commander please stay, Mu Li said, bowing lightly before turning away and walking into the distance. Chapter 3, Profound Tier Combat Technique, Greenwood Piercing Strike. Upon returning to his quarters, Mu Li promptly secured the door, instructing his servants not to disturb him. The morning's confrontation had taken him by surprise. Originally, he intended to seize the opportunity to retrieve the treasure chest under the guise of discussing matters, but he had not anticipated the hidden complexities within Meng's room. This led to a series of coercive and enticing maneuvers. Nevertheless, his objective was ultimately achieved, and the bronze treasure chest was successfully acquired. Placing the chest upon the table, Mu Li opened it, and a flash of verdant light momentarily blinded him, causing him to instinctively squint. As the green luminescence faded, the contents of the chest became visible, a scroll and 2 jade vials. The vials contained second-tier elixirs, one for restoring fighting spirit, and the other for replenishing vitality, quite valuable to Mu Li. After carefully setting aside the jade vials, Mu Li took hold of the scroll, sensing that its contents were extraordinary. Upon loosening the sealing cord and unfurling the scroll, a series of characters came into his view. Profound Tier Intermediate Combat Technique, Greenwood Piercing Strike. Greenwood Piercing Strike. This technique allows one to imbue wooden projectiles with a unique armor-piercing attribute through wood-type fighting spirit. When thrown at a target, it explodes into a barrage of sharp wooden spikes that pierce the enemy. Prior to achieving the spirit combat stage, external objects are required. Post-spirit combat, fighting spirit can be materialized, allowing full potential of the combat technique without external aids. Profound tier intermediate combat technique. Muli exclaimed in astonishment. Within the entire Wolfhead mercenary corps, the highest combat techniques available were merely of the low-level profound tier, and only two existed. One was the Swift Wind Rain Lance possessed by Mu Shi, a low-level profound tier attack technique suitable for wind attribute cultivators. The other was Wooden Hardening, which Muli alone could cultivate, as it was tailored for those with wood-type fighting spirit. Since Wooden Hardening was unsuitable for Mu Shi, Muli was the sole practitioner of it within the mercenary corps. Now, the arrival of the attack technique Green Wood Piercing Strike perfectly addressed Mu Li's deficiency in offensive capabilities. After organizing his belongings, Mu Li entered the training chamber to commence his practice. The transaction with the Blood War Mercenary Corps was set for approximately 3 days hence. If he could master this intermediate profound tier combat technique by then, his strength would significantly increase, rendering him less fearful of their tactics. Moreover, the next treasure chest location was fortuitously linked to the Blood War Mercenary Corps. On the morning of the 3rd day, the training chamber door swung open, and a beam of sunlight fell upon Mu Li's face. Young Commander, Mu Li accepted a letter handed to him by a servant, quickly scanning its contents. He instructed his comrades to prepare for assembly, intending to depart in half an hour. After relaying his orders, Mu Li proceeded to freshen up, donning clean garments, his golden eyes glimmering with determination. In the span of 3 days, he not only mastered the fundamentals of the Qingmu explosion, but also ascended a level in strength, achieving the rank of 7 stars fighter. Such rapid enhancement in prowess was undoubtedly a testament to his superior innate talents compared to his predecessor. Now, he harbored no fear of the majority of fighters in Qingshan town. After all, in this modest town, only a select few could cultivate profound tier combat techniques. Upon arriving at the front courtyard, a dozen Wolfhead mercenaries had already assembled. Mu Li surveyed the group and spoke in a deep voice. Let us depart. Although Qingshan town was merely a settlement, its proximity to the Beast Mountain range necessitated a vast expanse for its construction. It could withstand minor beast uprisings. However, lacking the fortifications of a city, it possessed dedicated escape routes for larger-scale beast attacks. This place was devoid of familial powers, as no one would establish their family legacy in such a perilous location. Instead, it was home to mercenaries who relied on their blades for survival and some desperate souls. Consequently, Wanyao Zhai had become a rare sanctuary of tranquility within the town. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tier pagoda. Indeed, Yao Xianji was a figure deserving of admiration. Together with his team of healers, he had saved the lives of at least 1,000 mercenaries. In this world, Wanyao Zhai resembled more of a medical facility than a mere apothecary. As Mu Li and his squad passed by the establishment, they observed a long line of mercenaries awaiting treatment, their gazes landing upon a violet-haired maiden within the healer's ranks. The young healer, known as Yao Zi, had inherited her medical skills from her father. With her kind nature and gentle demeanor during treatment, she had ascended to the status of a goddess in the eyes of all mercenaries in Qingshan town. Typically, Mu Li would have approached to greet her, seeking to make his presence felt in front of the young healer. However, the current Mu Li was no longer the type to be rendered immobile by the sight of a woman. After merely admiring her elegance, he led his team toward the gathering point. Among the healers, someone alerted Yao Zi of Mu Li's arrival, causing her brow to furrow as she contemplated how to handle him. It was evident to all that Mu Li harbored feelings for her, yet his behavior was undeniably irksome. His penchant for teasing the female healer was compounded by his vulgar and unruly remarks, far removed from the ideal image of a romantic partner in Yao Zi's dreams. Nevertheless, considering his position as the deputy leader of the Wolfhead mercenary group, Yao Zi dared not offend him too severely, fearing it might bring trouble to her father. Strangely, Mu Li displayed an uncharacteristic demeanor today, refraining from his usual pursuit. What's wrong with Deputy Leader Mu today? Has he found someone else? One of the healers jested. Yao Zi chose to ignore the comment, pondering for a moment as she watched him walk away, her expression gradually relaxing. Perhaps he has given up. That would be for the best, sparing us from the daily anxieties of our little healer. Another healer echoed. Who is anxious? Nonsense. Yao Zi shot back with a glare. Though to the observing healer, her expression radiated charm, stirring his emotions. Upon reaching the trading location, Mu Li and his companions found the Blood Battle mercenary group already awaiting their arrival. Oh, today it's Deputy Leader Mu leading the team? Where's your father? A burly man with unkempt hair and a rugged appearance mocked Mu Li, clearly displaying his disdain. Vice Captain Li has exquisite taste. Is this attire an attempt to play the beggar's chief? He scoffed. You, humph, a sharp-tongued brat. Li Mu snorted coldly. then turned to jest with the mercenaries of Blood War. I hear that young Captain Mu has been persistently pursuing the renowned little medicine sage. Yet she has been utterly indifferent, consistently declining his advances. Can you calculate how long this has been going on? The members of the Blood War Mercenary Corps erupted in raucous laughter. I believe it has been several years, hasn't it? Young Captain Mu displays remarkable perseverance. Alas, he remains oblivious, as Little Medicine Sage had a delightful chat with Captain Lei yesterday, lasting a full quarter of an hour. As they listened to the taunts and provocations, Mu Li's confidants felt their anger surge, drawing their blades, which gleamed ominously. The Blood War mercenaries followed suit, brandishing their weapons in a show of readiness for combat. The enmity between the Wolf Head and Blood War was not a recent development. The intricacies of their disputes could not be unraveled in mere sentences. Had it not been for the coveted bellflower in their possession, Mushi would not have engaged in this transaction. Likewise, the Blood War mercenaries would not have consented to this deal had they not coveted the Thundermark stone in Mushi's hand. Each party sought to fulfill their own needs, forming the foundation of their trade. Nonetheless, the nature of trade did not preclude mutual provocation between Blood War and Wolf Head. Mu Li observed the unfolding spectacle with a slight smile, coldly uttering a remark. Chapter 4. Conflict, the second bronze treasure chest. Halt. Li Mu's expression abruptly shifted from laughter to fury. One utterance from Mu Li rendered his situation exceedingly awkward. The surrounding Blood War mercenaries cast doubtful glances in his direction, as if they recognized that Li Mu's deliberate provocation was indeed detrimental to Captain Fry. Should they fail to secure the Thundermark stone, Captain Frey's prospects for advancement would be jeopardized. Initially joining in the jest with Li Mu, the Blood War mercenaries now fell silent, wary of becoming embroiled in the upper echelon's conflicts. I command you to stop. Seeing Mu Li's unyielding stride, Li Mu's temper flared, and he charged forward. Mu Li halted, his fighting spirit erupting. A greenish branch fell from Mu Li's sleeve, which he deftly caught. Streams of withered yellow fighting energy surged toward the branch, coalescing into a piercing brilliance. Boom! The branch, infused with abundant fighting energy, tore through the air and swiftly reached Li Mu. Drawing his blade, a shadowy glimmer flashed as he swung his long sword, attempting to cleave the branch. Unfortunately for him, a mid-level attack martial technique of the Xian rank was beyond what his mere 8-star fighter cultivation could withstand. Vice Captain, a Blood War member cried out in despair, raising his long sword toward Mu Li. The Wolf Head members regarded him with disdain, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent, prepared to unleash chaos at Mu Li's command. Hidden among the crowd, Hemin narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of relief for not having clashed with Mu Li previously. Otherwise, he feared he too would be brought low. Such a martial technique was at least of the low-level Xian rank. From where had Mu Li acquired such skill? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Mu Li advanced step by step, his hand resting upon the long blade, exuding an air of elegance and composure. With a swift motion, the glint of the blade flashed, severing a hand that grasped the sword with an impeccable precision. The frontmost member of the Blood War mercenary group stood in terror, staring at his dismembered hand as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Mu Li spoke gently, then continued his deliberate approach until he stood before Li Mu. The man sprawled on the ground lay utterly still, his arm, which once wielded the sword, grotesquely contorted under immense force, while his body was impaled by vicious wooden spikes. He was as dead as one could be. Vice Captain Li, I truly did not intend to offend, but who could resist your adorably foolish nature? Mu Li uttered with a tone of pity before delivering a fatal blow that severed the man's head. Brothers, leave not a single one alive. Mu Li, leaning on his long blade, rose and issued his command slowly. At the entrance of the encampment, Mu Shi, who was supposed to be in seclusion, sat leisurely, sipping hot tea. Surrounding him were a dozen seasoned members of the Wolf Head mercenary group, all of intermediate fighter rank, with the most powerful among them reaching the 7-star fighter level. At that moment, Fry, the leader of the Blood War mercenary group, arrived with a throng of mercenaries, ready to storm the camp. However, upon seeing Mu Shi calmly enjoying his tea at the entrance, Fry's excitement faltered, his expression stiffening into one of displeasure. Leader Fry, it has been quite some time. I have missed you dearly, Mu Shi remarked as he closed his teacup and rose slowly, advancing step by step. Would you care to come in for a chat? Fry's face contorted into a rigid smile. Indeed, Leader Mu, you remain as shrewd as ever. The two exchanged pleasantries. Yet Fry knew that with Mu Shi, a 3-star fighter present, seizing the Wolf Head mercenary group would be an insurmountable challenge, possibly even resulting in his own injury. Recognizing that Mu Shi had not fallen into his trap, he resolved to bide his time for the next opportunity. Young Captain, we have finished the cleanup. Mu Li glanced around before striding towards He Meng. Thank you for your hard work, Captain He. He Meng wiped the blood from his gauntlets, forcing a smile that barely masked his discomfort. They were merely a rabble. It was no trouble at all. In that case, I must trouble Captain He to lead the way. I intend to pay a visit to the Blood War encampment. He Ming's facade of nonchalance crumbled instantly, and he replied sternly, "Are you jesting with me, young captain? You just killed one of their lackeys, and now you wish to charge into their stronghold? Surely, you cannot be so reckless. Do not fret, Captain He. Allow me to explain." Muli picked up the box used for transactions by the Blood War mercenary group, cleaved the lock with his blade, and opened it. Inside, there was no sign of the bellflower. He Ming's plump face registered surprise. Are the Blood War folk attempting a double cross? Muli chuckled and opened his own box, revealing nothing but an ordinary stone, clearly not a thundermark stone. He Ming, not being foolish, sensed that there was more to this situation than met the eye. Muli sighed. My father likely anticipated that the Blood War mercenary group intended to play tricks, hence he chose to remain at the camp while I ventured to test the waters. What if the warriors do not resort to trickery? If they refrain from such tactics, allow me to retreat and avoid conflict as much as possible. I possess no thunderstone. How am I to trade? What of our previous actions? Herman found himself momentarily bewildered. The commander instructed you to avoid conflict. Yet you have eliminated everyone? I had no choice. Muli waved his hand dismissively. Are you certain that Fry and the others are not in the camp? Absolutely. Herman was about to say more when Muli delivered a swift kick. Why do you have so much to say? If you do not leave now, I shall strike you. Muli and his confidants trailed swiftly behind Herman and the others. A young boy clung to the leg of a girl, innocently inquiring. The girl, named Linger, comforted the child while holding his hand. The boy, appearing somewhat homesick, wore a gloomy expression, pouting in discontent. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the camp. Linger's face brightened, and she looked up towards the entrance, only to see a red-haired youth striding confidently inside. Muli cast a glance at Linger and the boy beside her, uttering not a word as he made his way into the room. Arriving at a wall, Muli pressed his lips together, a glimmer of greed shining in his eyes. Several of his confidants soon followed him inside, and Muli commanded them to search for hidden mechanisms within the room. A scream of terror erupted from outside, causing Muli to frown as he turned to exit. There stood Herman, leering at Linger with a lascivious grin. The boy clung to the girl's leg, sobbing and calling for his father. Muli smirked, approaching Herman and patting him on the shoulder, causing the rotund man to startle. Young commander, you are well aware of my preferences. Silence, please. Muli spoke softly, his warm smile prompting Herman to immediately close his mouth and retreat hastily. Little one, tell uncle when your father departed. The child before him was merely 4 or 5 years old, a fitting age to address him as uncle. Muli, what are you plotting? Linger clearly recognized Muli and, emboldened by her usual brazen demeanor, shouted loudly. Annoyed by her piercing voice, Muli pursed his lips. Herman, she is yours. Herman laughed heartily, calling out to the little beauty as he lunged forward. No. Linger was utterly stunned, staring at the approaching mass, unable to fathom the sight of him advancing towards her. Fear not, little one. Uncle will take you to find your father. Muli gently lifted the tear-streaked boy, soothing him softly. Young commander, we have found it. One of his confidants reported. Herman, get in here. Upon hearing Muli's summons, Herman entered the room, dragging Linger along with an unhappy scowl. At that moment, Linger's face was painted with terror, tears marking her cheeks, a far cry from her earlier haughty demeanor. Muli stepped before Linger, inquiring gently. No, I refuse. Linger shook her head decisively, while Herman's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Very well. You shall lead the way, and once I procure the items, I will let you go. How does that sound? Muli gestured towards the entrance of the secret chamber, posing the question. I. Linger hesitated internally. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her neck. Muli raised his long blade, pressing it against her smooth skin, his striking golden eyes revealing a cold intent to kill. Speak quickly, Muli said nonchalantly. I'm coming. Linger stammered. Under the guidance of the young girl, Muli successfully entered the hidden chamber. Upon seeing the bronze treasure chest ahead, he effortlessly summoned it into his grasp. Muli glanced at the girl and, right before her eyes, opened the chest. A dazzling green light flashed, yet Linger remained unmoved, watching Muli with palpable fear. Can't you see? Muli pondered silently. Indeed, Linger proved to be a splendid tool. Not only could she navigate the traps of the chamber, but she could also test the visibility of his unique abilities. After utilizing her, Muli turned his attention to the treasures within the chest. Advanced martial arts technique, Xuanji body technique. By interpreting the hexagrams, one can utilize the changes of the cosmos to render their movements elusive, once mastered. It can significantly enhance one's speed for an extended duration, and under the right circumstances, even quintuple it temporarily. Third-rank drug, dream-inducing sand, possessing formidable hypnotic effects. It is effective against individuals of the great fighter level and below, while those of the fighter spirit rank and stronger can mitigate its effects using their own energy. Excellent items. Muley smiled gently, feeling a surge of delight within. He then swiftly collected the remaining treasures in the hidden chamber into the spatial ring gifted by Herman. Let us depart. Having taken his fill, Muley addressed Ling who dared not utter a word, and immediately led him out of the chamber. Outside, Herman glared fiercely at the young boy, causing the child to cower in fear, too frightened to cry. Muley, in high spirits, took the boy from Herman, patting him lightly before heading out. As the two parties crossed paths, Fry was momentarily taken aback before erupting in anger. Muley, you little brat. How did you end up here? Frey's fury was palpable. Perhaps it would be wise to calm down before we converse, Muley retorted confidently, cradling the boy in one arm while regarding Fry with a mocking gaze. What do you intend to do? Fry demanded. What I intend depends on how you choose to act, Captain Fry. Muley held the boy firmly in one arm, his other hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Release us, and I shall return both of them to you just as they are. Do you believe that to be feasible? Frey's face contorted with murderous intent, and the mercenaries behind him brandished their weapons in response. The atmosphere was tense, yet Muley displayed no signs of panic. Captain Fry, considering this is your firstborn son, I assume you hold him dear? Muley lifted the child high, his cries resonating throughout the space. Daddy, Daddy, the boy wailed, piercing Fry's heart with anguish. Muley was correct. This was his first son, a source of deep affection, and in the face of such a dilemma, there was truly little room for hesitation. I agree to your terms, Fry said with a defeated tone. Very well, then we shall take our leave. Muley immediately cradled the child in his arms, soothing him as he led his entourage away. Frey gazed at the retreating figure of his adversary, gritting his teeth and managing to utter a defiant proclamation. The Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps and I are fated to be enemies. The Wanyaozhai, as a bastion of peace in Qingshan town, was a place few dared to disrupt. Upon receiving his orders, his confidant departed with two others in tow. Captain, what are you doing? Hemin lamented, watching the enchanting young woman vanish from sight. Was it not agreed that she would bear his child? Muley paid Hemin no heed, resolutely leading the team back to camp. Bah, heartless and ungrateful, you'll pay for this. Hemin muttered begrudgingly once Mu Li had distanced himself. Previously, he had failed to perceive Mu Li's cunning nature. Indeed, like father, like son, none were a source of ease. Upon returning home, Mu Li was promptly summoned by Mu Shi. The deal fell through, did it not? Indeed, Mu Li replied. Mu Shi nodded, having anticipated this outcome. Frey, that miserly old scoundrel, would not part with the bellflower for trade. Most likely, he had resorted to using fakes, just as Mu Shi had surmised. In truth, Mu Shi was mistaken. Frey had brought an empty box, having not even bothered to fill it, save for a single ordinary stone. You performed admirably in this incident, displaying a semblance of your father's former prowess. Remember, as mercenaries, we must always think things through. We cannot allow ourselves to be ensnared in peril for the sake of a task or profit. After taking a sip of hot tea, Mu Shi spoke with a calm demeanor. Not long after his words had settled, a mercenary hastily entered, displaying a mixture of astonishment and respect upon seeing Mu Li, before taking a position behind Mu Shi. Enough, you may leave now. This has been a test for you, and you have performed commendably. Contemplate what reward you desire. With a respectful bow, Mu Li exited Mu Shi's quarters. Chapter 5, Astonishment. Why the delay? Mu Shi inquired coolly. Reporting to the captain. We were detained while dealing with the bodies of the Blood War mercenaries, came the reply. Dealing with bodies? Mu Shi queried, puzzled. Captain, you are unaware? What transpired? The mercenary hesitated, then recounted the gruesome scene he had encountered upon arrival. It seemed that the young captain had completely annihilated the Blood War mercenaries who had come for the trade. This achievement could indeed be deemed a resounding victory. Mu Shi disregarded the mercenaries' flattery, his mind reeling as if grappling with an unbelievable revelation. Lear led his men to slay over a dozen Blood War mercenaries, including the 8-star fighter, the vice-captain Li Mu. Summon all the mercenaries who accompanied this trade. I wish to interrogate them. Mu Shi commanded, his brow furrowing slightly. After a while, Hemin arrived with a contingent of mercenaries in the front courtyard. Hemin, recount the events of this transaction in detail. Without a moment's hesitation, Hemin vividly narrated Mu Li's audacious actions. At first, Mu Shi's expression shifted when he heard of Mu Li's single strike that felled Li Mu. But as Hemin continued, detailing how Mu Li had seized the opportunity to infiltrate the Blood War camp and pilfer Frey's treasures, Mu Shi could only stare at Hemin in disbelief. Are you jesting with me? Hemin understood that Mu Shi would find it difficult to believe for a moment, so he immediately called upon the other mercenaries to bear witness. Once the truth of the matter was confirmed, Mu Shi waved his hand and dismissed everyone. At that moment, Mu Shi felt both relieved and bewildered. He should be pleased that his son had achieved greatness, yet the sheer extent of that greatness left him feeling that his own authority had been undermined. The teachings he had previously imparted, which he had presented with an air of superiority, now seemed to Mu Li as the antics of a fool. Mu Xi's heart was filled with conflicting emotions, but he harbored no doubt regarding the identity of this remarkable young man as his own flesh and blood. People often tend to project their own understanding onto things they cannot comprehend. Thus, despite Mu Li's exceptional prowess, Mu Xi felt predominantly happy. After all, Mu Li was his only heir, destined to inherit the Wolf Head mercenary group and become a formidable presence in Qingshan town. While he was deep in thought, a notification came from the entrance. A trusted confidant of Mu Li presented a letter and a spatial ring to Mu Xi. "Captain, this is a letter from the young captain," the messenger stated. "Where is he?" Mu Xi was about to send someone to summon him. The young captain mentioned he has recently made some progress and has entered seclusion in the secret chamber. Seclusion? Mu Xi furrowed his brow and waved the mercenary away. After contemplating for a moment, he decided against sending anyone to call for Mu Li and instead opened the letter. "Father, the spatial ring contains the wealth I have gathered from the Fry family, which can be used to develop the Wolf Head mercenary group. Recently, the Frays will likely devise ways to deal with us, so we must remain vigilant. However, I trust you have already formulated a strategy, so there is no need for me to worry. I have become engrossed in my cultivation and will not be emerging from the secret chamber for 3 to 4 days. So please refrain from sending anyone to fetch me. By the way, I am truly in seclusion this time." Mu Li. At the conclusion of the letter, Mu Xi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This audacious young man had grown increasingly bold, believing that his recent accomplishments granted him the license to jest with him. Nevertheless, the treasures he had uncovered were plentiful. The old ghost Fry, who was usually miserly, had stashed away such valuable items in secret. It seemed that Mu Li still possessed a semblance of conscience. In high spirits, Mu Xi resolved not to seek trouble with his rebellious son. Meanwhile, Mu Li sat in the secret chamber, calming his mind and slowly recovering his internal fighting spirit. The yellow-grade techniques felt inadequate. Despite the glory of having defeated Li Mu with a single move, the consumption of fighting spirit had been terrifying. It had depleted a quarter of his reserves in an instant. With only 3 more moves at most, he would find himself in dire straits. This also underscored the significance of medicinal pills. There was a reason why alchemists were often wealthy. Indeed, medicinal pills were an indispensable asset for powerful cultivators, and no one would ever consider having too many. Regrettably, Mu Li was of the wood attribute and could not learn alchemy. However, he did not feel particularly despondent, for he possessed the treasure chest with its golden finger. As long as he utilized it wisely, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Just recently, he had opened 2 bronze chests and acquired 2 scrolls of profound-grade fighting techniques. To put it bluntly, even if Mu Xi were to come seeking trouble now, Mu Li could easily subdue him with a single medicinal concoction. A true man, existing within the vastness of heaven and earth, should never languish beneath others for long. Mu Li entrusted his possessions to Mu Xi, primarily due to his current status as a young commander, which was indeed advantageous to Mu Xi. Without this identity, it would have been exceedingly challenging for Mu Li to acquire the first 2 treasure chests. Furthermore, as Mu Xi's sole progeny, the position of wolf leader would ultimately remain his. Otherwise, Mu Li's formidable halberd would have long been poised for action. Those who traverse realms often exhibit a detached demeanor. As this place is not his homeland, he is merely a traveler in this unfamiliar land. Mu Li retrieved the advanced martial technique, the Xian Level 6 Ren body technique, and delved into its intricate details. An hour later, he closed the scroll, donning an expression of existential doubt. This technique seemed more suited for fortune tellers. He could scarcely comprehend it. With a sigh, Mu Li set aside the scroll and turned his focus to cultivating his fighting spirit. 2 hours later, the chamber door creaked open. "Young commander?" Upon witnessing his master emerge so early, the awaiting servants were taken aback. "Procure several books on divination for me, and ensure a comprehensive selection." "Yes." Mu Li approached the table and opened the previously noted chronicle of significant events. At this moment, the little medicine sage had yet to depart, and Xiao Yan had not yet arrived in Qingshan town. When would the plot commence? Mu Li felt a tinge of melancholy. His 2 primary advantages in this world were the exclusive treasure chests and the foresight of the storyline. While remaining safely hidden may be secure, it did not align with Mu Li's aspirations. Such passivity was contrary to his nature. In a world where heroes vied for dominance and territories were claimed, Mu Li harbored an enduring ambition. In a lawful society, he could only ascend within reasonable confines, hindered by numerous constraints, unable to pursue many of his desires. Yet in the realm of fighting spirit, strength reigns supreme, and the awareness of law is notably feeble. For as long as one is powerful, they may trample upon rules and reshape them at will. With strength, wealth and status are easily acquired. Conversely, if one fixates solely on wealth and status while neglecting the enhancement of their might, all ambitions become mere illusions, as fleeting as castles in the air or reflections in water. Indeed, Xiao Yan possesses many valuable treasures, yet Mu Li dared not fixate on him, not at this moment. Setting aside the issue of the elderly Yao Chun, those beneath the Do Huang rank should not even dream of confronting Xiao Yan. In the early stages, Xiao Yan is effectively invincible. The majority of dangers he encounters are mere facades, designed to temper him by Yao Chun. Should Xiao Yan ever face a genuine crisis, Yao Chun would undoubtedly intervene. Chapter 6. The Pharmacy of 10,000 Medicines. In Qingshan Town, at the Pharmacy of 10,000 Medicines, Mu Li donned a flowing black robe as he entered the renowned establishment. Although primarily a purveyor of medicinal herbs, the shop also serves as a clinic due to the numerous patrons seeking treatment daily. Young Commander Mu, what brings you here today? Upon seeing Mu Li, the shopkeeper's face blossomed into a warm smile, rushing over to greet him. I am here to purchase some herbs. Whatever you require, please let me know, and I shall select the finest for you. Thank you. As Mu Li strolled alongside the herb display, a curious silence enveloped the shop, with all the patrons inexplicably still. Everyone gazed at Mu Li with astonishment, quietly marveling at the young commander who had dealt a significant blow to the Blood Battle Mercenary Corps. Not only had he led his team to eliminate Li Mu and over a dozen mercenaries, but he had also emptied Frey's treasury. Just a few days prior, Mu Shi had organized a considerable force to assault the Blood Battle camp, creating chaos beyond imagination. It was reported that Frey had hastily fled Qingshan Town with his remaining subordinates the night before, and their current fate was uncertain. This meant that the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps had successfully absorbed the Blood Battle camp, significantly expanding their influence. Many freelance mercenaries had flocked to join them, bringing their ranks to over 200. It was clear that Qingshan Town was undergoing a transformation. The crowd engaged in a lively exchange of compliments and admiration. Mu Li maintained a serene demeanor, continuing to select herbs. Recently, Mu Shi had utilized the wind bell grass from Frey's treasury to break through to the 4-star Dome Master level, greatly enhancing his strength. Subsequently, he had attracted numerous powerful individuals with his wealth, successfully dismantling the Blood Battle camp and seizing territory to the west of Qingshan Town. Compared to Frey, Mu Shi undoubtedly possessed a greater vision and a more acute awareness of the shifting landscape. While money could be earned anew, conquering the Blood Battle camp not only expanded their territory, but also elevated the reputation of the Wolf Head, attracting more mercenaries and establishing them as the preeminent force in Qingshan Town. Mu Li couldn't help but admire Mu Shi's accomplishments over the past fortnight. Were it not for the eventual encounter with the protagonist Xiao Yan, such talent would surely not be content to remain stagnant. These herbs do not appeal to me. Where's your warehouse? Mu Li inquired as he reached the end of the display, a slight frown crossing his brow as he looked at the shopkeeper. Young Commander Mu, without the order of the master of the hall, we cannot allow outsiders in, the shopkeeper replied, his face contorted with difficulty as he forced a smile. That is of no consequence. You may inform him later, Mu Li said gently, patting the shopkeeper's shoulder. The shopkeeper stiffened, involuntarily swallowing hard. Take me inside now. I shall not make things difficult for you, Mu Li asserted, peering into the depths of the Wan Yao Zhai and confirming the resonance with the treasure he envisioned in his mind. He sighed. I have always been of good temperament, but there are those who treat my words as mere whispers in the wind. With that, Mu Li's indifferent gaze sent a shiver down the shopkeeper's spine. Please, follow me, the shopkeeper managed, attempting to steady himself. Today, Master Yao has taken the little physician elsewhere to practice medicine, so he is not in the hall, he continued. But under the weight of Mu Li's threatening aura, he felt compelled to submit. Under the shopkeeper's reluctant guidance, Mu Li reached the warehouse without incident. The shopkeeper retrieved a key and unlocked the heavy iron door. Young Commander Mu, please do not take too much. Otherwise, I shall truly be finished, he implored, his face pale with dread. Mu Li smiled at him, once more patting his shoulder. Well done. I appreciate those who recognize the times. The shopkeeper's expression grew grim, nearly brought to tears by the uncertainty of his fate. Mu Li strode directly to the point of the treasure's emergence, lifting it with a deep sigh of relief. The rules governing the treasure chests were quite stringent. If this one were not claimed, the next would not manifest. If the treasure chest is neglected or remains unattainable for too long, the path of Mu Li's advancement will undoubtedly be hindered. Upon sensing the location of the next treasure chest behind the Wan Yao Zhai, he began to devise a plan to acquire it. However, the precise location of the treasure chest lies within the confines of the Wan Yao Zhai, and given his status, there was no feasible way for him to gain entry. With Yao Xianji possessing the strength of a Do master, a direct confrontation was out of the question unless he revealed his trump card, the third-grade medicinal powder. Yet, Doing so would irreparably sour relations with the Wan Yaozhai. Considering the unfortunate and toxic constitution of Xiao Yan, Muli was instantly deterred from taking such a risk. After all, she was destined to become a formidable Dozong in the future. Making an enemy of her would be tantamount to courting death. Currently, with Yao Xianji and Xiao Yixian away, he could seize the treasure chest without inciting direct conflict, thus preserving his dignity. At worst, he might be scolded as arrogant, but the repercussions would be manageable. Upon obtaining the treasure chest, Muli feigned a casual inspection of the warehouse, taking only a single green herb before ceasing his search. The shopkeeper let out a sigh of relief, grateful for Muli's restraint. Just a single green herb. He could certainly shoulder that responsibility. Thank you, young Master Mu. For your mercy, the shopkeeper expressed. You took the risk of bringing me into the warehouse. Surely I wouldn't do anything to put you in a difficult position. Muli produced a bag of gold coins and tossed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper hurriedly caught it, instinctively weighing it in his hands. Oh dear, young Master Mu. What does this mean? This is far too much, he exclaimed, attempting to return the pouch. Don't be hasty. This is for the purchase of the green herb. Otherwise, how will you explain it to the Yaozhai? Muli replied. But this amount is excessive for merely buying a green herb. Consider the remainder as your reward. Muli stated, and without further ado, he stepped out of the shop. Spending money to avert disaster and ensuring the shopkeeper speaks favorably of him was indeed a prudent transaction. As the shopkeeper watched Muli depart, he weighed the bag of coins again, his expression brightening. Did Muli take anything else? One of the employees inquired. You rascal. Remember to address him as young Master Mu from now on. Show him the respect he deserves. A moment's carelessness could lead to his resentment. Which is not worth the trouble, the shopkeeper admonished. TCH, I'll call him that in private, the employee retorted. Although many were aware of Mu Li's current notoriety, not all viewed him with admiration. A significant portion still looked down upon him. After all, he is merely a mercenary. What is there to be proud of? The shopkeeper shook his head, choosing not to comment further. Someone who could instill cold sweat merely with a glance was no ordinary individual. He had taken only a single green herb and paid for it. They should refrain from exaggerating or speaking carelessly, lest they invite trouble upon themselves. After recording the green herb in the account and counting out the corresponding amount of gold coins into the chest, the shopkeeper rose and jingled the pouch, producing a delightful sound. There is still a substantial amount left. Tonight, I shall treat everyone to a feast. Hooray! The employees exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 7. Wood Spirit Nectar. Addicted to seclusion, this was precisely his current state. Arriving in a secretive environment, Muli eagerly opened the third bronze treasure chest. Familiar green light shimmered, and Muli beheld a transparent glass vial within the chest. Not a martial art. Muli felt a tinge of disappointment as he picked up the exquisite vessel containing the emerald liquid. The wood spirit nectar enhances the purity of wood attribute fighting energy, significantly accelerating the cultivation speed for a brief period upon consumption. After reading the description, Muli's earlier despondency vanished, and his gaze ignited with fervor. This diminutive vial of green liquid could actually enhance the purity of fighting energy. It is well known that the primary determinant of fighting energy purity is the martial art itself. The fighting energy cultivated from Xian-level martial arts is far purer than that from Huang-level techniques, thus wielding far greater power. If it could indeed elevate the purity of fighting energy, it would be a remarkable treasure. Muli formed a seal and meditated, waiting for his breath to stabilize before swallowing the wood spirit nectar in one gulp. The ceaseless surge of essence energy erupted within him, and Muli swiftly altered his hand seals, fervently refining the pure energy. Under the influence of the wood spirit nectar, the wood attribute fighting energy within him continuously condensed and compressed. The once dull yellow energy now took on a hint of emerald green, transforming from a misty form into slender strands that swirled around Mu Li at high speed. After an hour, the color of the fighting energy surrounding Mu Li had turned a vibrant green, solidifying like a shimmering ribbon. Its might increased manifold. With a breath, Mu Li opened his eyes, golden irises shimmering with light. He had ascended to the 9th star of the fighter rank. He had grown stronger and greener. Observing the new hue of his fighting energy, Mu Li's expression became peculiar, leaving aside the unusual color. The strength of such fighting energy likely surpassed that of many lower Xian-level martial arts. Though the contents of the treasure chest were few, they were undoubtedly exquisite. Mu Li exhaled deeply, savoring the joy of his newfound power. After a while, his mindset returned to normal, and he condensed his fighting energy beneath his feet. With a swift motion, Mu Li executed the profound 6-rin body technique, having made initial strides after perusing the divination texts. Yet, even at this nascent stage, the terrifying speed and enigmatic movement were incomparable to the Huang-level advanced technique, Phoenix soaring step, employed by Mu Shi. In the next moment, Mu Li abruptly appeared at the entrance of the secret chamber, pressing the mechanism to slowly open the stone door. As the passageway revealed itself, Mu Li transformed into a fleeting shadow, reappearing several meters away in an instant. He continued to vanish and re-emerge, arriving at the gates of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps within mere seconds. Who goes there? A guard at the entrance jolted, drawing his weapon toward the rear, maintaining a commendable level of vigilance. Continue to stay alert, Mu Li's voice resonated, and the guard immediately recognized the visitor. Yes, young commander. Mu Li uttered no further words, swiftly disappearing from the guard's sight. The guard stared in awe at the direction in which Mu Li had vanished, shaken by the young commander's ever-growing prowess, truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Mu Shi, with an increasingly formidable presence, sat upon a jade chair, a troubled expression etched across his face. Ah, never mind that, he sighed, not dwelling long on the alliance letter before inquiring. Now that the blood battle camp is lacking a manager, Li Heir, do you have the confidence to oversee the mercenaries there on behalf of your father? Farewell, father. At this moment, I yearn solely to cultivate my skills. Matters of management shall be entrusted to the vice leaders. You impudent lad, why do you lack ambition? Leader Lei, who is only a few years my senior, has already ascended to the position of a unit leader, wielding complete control over Beha Town's affairs. You ought to devote some attention to your career instead of languishing in the secret chamber, lost in thought. Listening to Mu Shi's words, Mu Li remained indifferent. Do as you wish. Just ensure you bring sufficient personnel and avoid venturing too deep into the mountains. Mu Li had previously undertaken numerous excursions into the mountains, so Mu Shi felt reassured. Since Mu Li showed no interest in managing the team, he decided to assign He Meng to the task. After a moment of contemplation, a dangerous glint flickered in Mu Shi's eyes. I have provided you with an opportunity, but do not let me down, my third leader. The following morning, Mu Li meticulously prepared his team and set off into the mountains. As they passed by Wanyaozhai, the accompanying mercenaries noticed that Wanyaozhai was hiring mercenaries to enter the mountains and promptly alerted Mu Li. Young leader, Wanyaozhai is recruiting mercenaries, and it seems that the little medical sage is among the group. Mu Li cast a sidelong glance at the messenger mercenary and smiled. It appeared that these individuals were quite aware of his fondness for the little medical sage. However, his purpose for entering the mountains this time was not to hunt magical beasts. Mu Li's true objective lay within the treasure chest that had materialized in the magical beast mountain range. The moment he learned of the chest's existence, Mu Li could hardly contain his excitement, nearly rushing into the mountains that very night to retrieve it. Yet, upon gauging the distance, he realized that the location was perilously close to the central region of the magical beast mountain range. Despite the inherent dangers, he quickly organized a team to venture into the mountains, driven solely by the allure of the treasure. The chest was of an extraordinarily high grade, reaching the level of purple gold. Mu Li could hardly fathom what treasures it might contain. Heavenly techniques, ninth-grade elixirs, perhaps even exotic flames or rare materials. Filled with anticipation, Mu Li was singularly focused on locating the treasure chest, showing little interest in the little medical sage. In the face of true power, women must inevitably take a back seat. Once one becomes stronger, what woman is unattainable? Moreover, the little medical sage harbored lethal toxins. Her cursed physique was not something an ordinary person could handle. One might inadvertently meet their demise while in her company. Disregarding Wanyaozhai's recruitment, Mu Li led his team away from the gates of Qingshan Town and toward the magical beast mountain range. Whoosh. Boom. By evening, after a long journey, they found a level area to set up camp and rest. Young leader, it appears that Wanyaozhai's personnel are nearby as well. Mu Li nodded, not giving it much thought. His mind was entirely consumed by the image of that purple gold treasure in his thoughts. The sensing indicated that the treasure's location was merely several kilometers ahead, and they would reach it in half an hour tomorrow. Mu Li opted against acting during the night, for the forest of magical beasts was exceedingly perilous after dark, where encounters with high-tier magical beasts were unpredictable. Though the treasure was significant, life held greater value. After a brief deliberation, Mu Li resolved to wait until the morrow to proceed. Chapter 8. The Purple Gold Treasure Chest. Brothers of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group. Do any of you require medical attention? The medical team from Wanyaozhai kindly sent someone to inquire. After expressing his gratitude, Mu Li requested the physicians of Wanyaozhai to attend to the injured mercenaries in his group. Thank you all so much. No need for thanks. It was the little medicine immortal who noticed you were nearby, and thus we came to offer our assistance. Please extend my thanks to that girl. Mu Li replied with a smile. How benevolent the little medicine immortal has become, a stark contrast to the future poison empress. No need. The little medicine immortal mentioned she ought to thank you for not troubling her these past few days. A female physician, inspired by Mu Li's warm smile, spoke more boldly. Such words are rather hurtful. Does Captain Mu not realize that commenting on a woman's lack of charm is quite impolite? Upon hearing the physician's remark, Mu Li chuckled lightly. Your little medicine immortal is indeed a hard one to please. She finds compliments tiresome, yet cannot bear any criticism. It is not a good habit for Captain Mu to speak ill of others behind their backs. Not far away, the little medicine immortal approached, her medicine box in hand. I would like to thank the physicians of Wan Yao Zhai for their efforts on behalf of the injured wolf head mercenary. Rather than accept her words, Mu Li stood solemnly and bowed, leaving the physicians feeling somewhat embarrassed. Captain Mu, you flatter us. Saving lives is our duty as physicians. Hearing Mu Li's earnest words, the little medicine immortal found it difficult to continue her teasing. Were it not for your impetuous raid on the warehouse yesterday, I might have thought you had changed. Mu Li's confidant, overhearing her boldness, felt a wave of embarrassment and anxiety, fearing Mu Li might retaliate against the little medicine immortal. Having experienced recent events, they were aware of Mu Li's increasingly ruthless demeanor, devoid of reason. His lack of interest in the little medicine immortal, evident from their previous encounters where he had refrained from approaching her, suggested a diminishing fascination. Yet Mu Li showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he smiled apologetically. Yesterday was indeed my rudeness. I shall personally seek forgiveness from Master Yao on another day. That's unnecessary. My father is not so petty. The fault lies with me. And I should apologize. It has nothing to do with Master Yao's attitude. Mu Li, it seems you have truly changed, the little medicine immortal remarked with a laugh. Previously, Mu Li would either profess his affections or steer their conversations in that direction. Today, however, he proactively acknowledged his faults, as if he were particularly eager to earn the forgiveness of both her and her father. Mu Li's face radiated sincerity and earnestness. Observing this transformation, his confidant reflected on how Captain Mu still harbored feelings for the little medicine immortal. This gentle forbearance, in stark contrast to his previous coldness and ruthlessness, highlighted an extreme dichotomy. After treating the injured, the little medicine immortal departed with the physicians of Wan Yao Zhai. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Li let out a relaxed sigh. I must keep my distance from this woman. It is best to avoid her altogether. If we do not meet, no misunderstandings will arise, and I shall not be inadvertently harmed by her poison. To be with her in the future, always on edge, is unbearable. Tomorrow morning, we shall set out. The surrounding mercenaries, puzzled by Mu Li's seemingly nonsensical statement, assumed it was a matter of urgency and returned to their tasks. The next morning dawned. Mu Li led the members of the Wolf Head Brigade towards the location of the treasure chest. Captain, we are nearing the central area of the Beast Mountain Range. One of the team members warned. I am aware, Mu Li replied gravely. Though perilous, we must secure the treasure, even if it costs us some lives. The others, witnessing Mu Li's unwavering resolve, refrained from further persuasion and heightened their vigilance, keenly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a deep, beastly roar echoed through the dense thicket. Everyone instinctively drew their weapons, directing their gaze towards the source of the sound. With a flash, a blade gleamed, slicing through the air with a verdant glow aimed at the beast concealed behind the trees. The beast roared in fury, swiping its claw at the blade. The clash resonated as Mu Li deftly dodged and struck again. The creature, caught off guard, revealed itself, a magical wolf with deep blue fur, clearly in its second tier and of a higher caliber. Mu Li took the lead, rallying the mercenaries to surround the magical wolf. Despite its ferocious roars, the beast could not overcome Mu Li's relentless assault. However, in a desperate bid, the wolf retreated, emitting a peculiar howl that summoned its kin. We must finish this swiftly. Mu Li barked, charging once more at the magical wolf. Under the full force of the Wolf Head Brigade's collective attack, the wolf ultimately fell. Yet, as the rustling of leaves nearby signaled the approach of its pack, Mu Li understood the urgency of their situation. Retreat, he ordered, weighing their options. Preserving their lives was paramount. No treasure was worth their demise. After stowing the wolf's body in his spatial ring, Mu Li and his team hurriedly withdrew. Although a few members perished under the onslaught of the wolves, once they reached a safe distance, the weary mercenaries paused to recuperate. Mu Li counted their numbers and realized they had lost 8 companions, all claimed by the wolf pack. His expression darkened, not solely for the fallen, but due to the daunting challenge of acquiring the treasure. If they were to venture into the wolf's territory, retreat was the only viable option. Observing the exhausted faces of his comrades, Mu Li recognized that he could not compel them to undertake further risks at that moment. The miscalculation of his earlier decision had led them into danger, and forcing them to advance could result in dire consequences. Standing before his team, he surveyed the crowd and spoke, his words alleviating the tension on their faces. Guided by the map's indicated safe route, Mu Li led the group forward, eventually arriving at a clearing. Gazing at the looming forest ahead, he sensed yet another perilous area. While it might not be as treacherous as the wolf-infested woods, He dared not lead his team into further danger under these circumstances. If they were to follow him into annihilation, how could he ever hold his place within the mercenary ranks? Several trusted confidants noticed Mu Li's intent to scout alone and immediately offered to accompany him. However, he resolutely declined their offers. Thus, several confidants remained behind. Chapter 9. The Hidden Treasure of the Cave, Enchanted. After ensuring everyone's safety, Mu Lian ventured alone into the dense forest, employing the six-rin body technique, moving like a shadow amidst the dappled light of the trees. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Lian successfully navigated through the thicket and arrived at the foot of a cliff. Although this forest was marked, it was far less perilous than the previous one. Reaching the birthplace of the treasure chest unharmed, Mu Lian gazed at the vast, lush forest below the cliff, marveling to himself, this must be the inner sanctum of the beast forest. Truly magnificent. After taking a moment to gather his energy, Mu Lian turned his gaze downwards. According to his senses, the treasure chest lay beneath the cliff. Extracting climbing gear from his spatial ring, Mu Lian secured the rope and began his descent down the cliff. Suddenly, a hissing sound pierced the air. An acute sense of danger surged within Mu Lian, prompting his body to instinctively adopt a defensive stance. Hard in the wood. Thud. A serpent's tail struck him forcefully, but Mu Lian managed to dig his fingers deep into the rocky surface of the cliff, producing a harsh grinding sound. Had he not reinforced his body with the harden-the-wood technique, his fingers would likely have been shattered, and his body would have sustained internal injuries from the serpent's strike. Fortunately, Mu Lian's energy was currently robust, and the attack from a first-tier rock serpent was insufficient to inflict serious harm. Indeed, this was the place. Upon witnessing the rock serpent, Mu Lian confirmed that this cliff was the very location where the little medicinal sage discovered the treasure in the original narrative. However, he had arrived first, guided by his sensing of the treasure chest. Fixating his gaze on the writhing rock serpent along the cliff, Mu Lian withdrew a branch from his spatial ring, infusing it with a continuous flow of verdant energy. Cyanwood spike. The branch shot forth like a spear, striking the rock serpent precisely at its vulnerable spot. A series of explosive piercing sounds ensued. Under the might of the penetrating wooden spikes, the rock serpent's defenses were effortlessly breached. It struggled momentarily before sliding down the rock face, lifeless. Mu Lian promptly executed the six-rin body technique, nimbly leaping along the cliff and seizing the serpent's tail, hurling it against the cave wall. At last, Mu Lian wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the weight of his accomplishment. A magical core, how delightful. After attending to the rock serpent, Mu Lian proceeded into the cave. Upon reaching the stone wall with mechanisms, he meticulously searched until he uncovered the mechanism, unlocking the stone door. With a rumble, the stone wall slowly ascended, revealing a resplendent purple-gold treasure chest. I found it, Mu Lian exclaimed joyously. At that moment, above the cliff, a young girl with violet hair navigated through the forest, arriving at the same precipice. This violet-haired girl was none other than the little medicinal sage. Following the trail of rare herbs, she had successfully gathered them along her journey. Despite traversing some treacherous areas, her exceptional wilderness knowledge allowed her to pass through the forest unscathed, arriving at the cliff. It seems someone has been here. The little medicinal sage observed the rope tied above, astonished. What lies below? The little healer cautiously peered over the edge of the cliff, gazing downwards. After a prolonged observation, she suddenly spotted a platform constructed upon the precipice. Could it be the fabled treasure of a great master? Her mouth agape in astonishment. She realized she had stumbled upon the legendary treasures of the Duki continent. Tales of finding divine manuals and rare treasures after falling off cliffs. Could this place be akin to those stories? Curiosity piqued, yet upon noticing the evident signs of human activity, she surmised that this location had likely been discovered. Driven by her inquisitiveness, the little healer decided to descend and investigate. If others had explored this site, it must be safe, and perhaps she might uncover some treasures herself. Contemplating this, she began to descend the rope slowly. Upon reaching the platform, she lightfootly ventured into the cave. Mu Li was just about to open the treasure chest when he heard footsteps approaching from outside the cave. Instantly, his alertness heightened. He swiftly concealed himself beside the stone door, preparing to strike as soon as someone entered. The little healer, observing the pile of gold coins within the cave, felt a thrill of joy. Just as she stepped over the threshold, an acute pain struck her back. Alas, she was ambushed. After rendering her unconscious, Mu Li finally recognized his assailant. The little healer? An unexpected complication arose. She had discovered this place. Was this also the moment in the original narrative? Could it be so coincidental? With a sigh, Mu Li resolved to bind the little healer and restrain her. He had acted swiftly, and she likely did not realize it was he. Once he had plundered the treasure, he could stealthily depart. Determined, Mu Li secured the little healer's hands and positioned her to face the wall in contemplation. After dealing with her, he turned his attention to the golden chest. He attempted to open it, but found the lid unbearably heavy. Despite exerting all his strength, he could only lift it slightly. Fortunately, the lid was not completely immobile, but rather rising at an excruciatingly slow pace. His initial estimate suggested that it might take several minutes to fully open. It appeared that the more exquisite the treasure chest, the more challenging it was to open, or perhaps his current strength was insufficient, making the task arduous. As Muli pondered this, gritting his teeth to elevate the chest's lid, he suddenly sensed a looming crisis with his formidable spiritual perception. He leapt sideways, clutching the chest. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a skeletal hand violently smashing into the spot where he had just stood, creating a deep indentation. It was the very skeleton that had previously occupied the throne. Shock spread across Mu Li's face. The original tale had not mentioned any additional dangers within the cave. Wasn't he the greatest threat simply himself, accompanied by his minions, attempting to intercept? Now pursued by the skeleton, Mu Li dashed left and right, narrowly evading its attacks. If he could manage to buy 2 more minutes, the golden chest would soon be opened. Fully concentrating on the chest, Mu Li had little desire to confront the bizarre skeleton, relying solely on his agility to evade its onslaught. However, to his surprise, the skeleton, realizing Mu Li was a formidable opponent, pivoted and redirected its focus towards the little healer, still confined in contemplation against the wall. At this moment, the little healer remained in a state of unconsciousness, her hands and feet bound by Mu Li, rendering her incapable of resistance. Mu Li, puzzled as to why the skeleton had ceased its pursuit, turned only to witness the eerie skeleton launch a punch towards the little healer. A sense of dread washed over him. At this juncture, it was too late to employ the 6-rin body technique. As he watched the little healer on the verge of succumbing to the skeleton's blow, an inexplicable pang of regret welled up within him. Who would have thought that by a twist of fate, the little healer would meet her end here? It was indeed a pity. However, despite the regret, Mu Li felt little sorrow. After all, the little healer was not his beloved, and thus did not weigh heavily on his heart. The purple gold treasure chest was mere moments away from opening, and Mu Li could not bear to witness the little healer's plight. He averted his gaze towards the void within the chest. Before the chest was fully opened, its interior remained an expanse of nothingness. A second later, Mu Li heard a series of bone-cracking sounds behind him and couldn't help but reflect. Though the little healer was not his, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. One could only lament that beauty often meets an untimely demise, as fate seems to conspire against the talented. Suddenly, Mu Li's powerful soul perception heightened its vigilance, causing him to kneel down, a chilling gust of wind sweeping over him. When he looked up, he was met with the sight of a bizarre and enchanting visage. The little healer. In Chapter 10, The Calamitous Poison Body, the little healer had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her once purple locks now transformed to a brilliant white, and her eyes glimmered with an unsettling green light. Mu Li dared not underestimate her, channeling all his energy to evade. Yet, astonishingly, the little healer's speed matched his own, as she manifested an ethereal white shadow in the air, relentlessly pursuing him. During his evasive maneuvers, Mu Li witnessed the skeleton creature being obliterated, lying pitifully on the ground. It was then that he realized the bone-cracking sounds he had heard previously belonged to this unfortunate soul. What a stroke of bad luck. Why would one go about attacking the little healer? Casting a glance back at the merciless girl engulfed in toxic flames, Mu Li surmised that her calamitous poison body had awakened. It appeared that in this world, the little healer had already ingested poison, awakening her powers long ago. Now, she was a relentless force, akin to a madwoman, intent on destruction. Mu Li's soul perception was exceptionally potent, particularly under the threat of death, allowing him to narrowly evade the little healer's rear assaults. Alas, the little healer's movements were otherworldly. Even with his utmost effort in executing the 6-rin body technique and refraining from counterattacks, evasion remained a challenge. A swift white shadow brushed past him, heightening his alertness as he twisted his form, only to be struck by a kick to his waist. He let out a muffled groan, propelled sideways and crashing heavily to the ground. The intense pain radiating from his waist persisted, and despite employing the wood-hardening technique, he was still injured. In her demonized state, the little healer's power surged dramatically. Mu Li had no time to rest. For the next moment, she was upon him in an instant. Under her fierce onslaught, he had no choice but to abandon the treasure chest, freeing his hands to defend himself. Seeking death, a murderous intent flared in Mu Li's eyes, his entire being ablaze with combat energy. Bang! A vibrant green stream of energy lashed out, striking the little healer fiercely. Mu Li paused momentarily, then charged forward with fervor. What of the cursed poison body? Should it dare impede my quest for treasure, it must perish. Solidify the wood. Mu Li concentrated his energy into his fist and aimed a powerful blow at the healer's head. His previous respect for her stemmed from a desire to avoid conflict. But now she stood as an obstacle in his path to strength. Thus, she must be eliminated. Boom. The fierce green energy surged towards the healer's head. And sensing the imminent danger, she instinctively retreated. Mu Li seized the moment, advancing swiftly to deliver a punishing kick to her back, producing a resounding crack. Following this, he gathered his energy and unleashed his mightiest punch into her abdomen, sending her crashing into the stone wall. Although the little healer's powers had surged post-transformation, her foundational skills remained too weak, and she fell swiftly before Mu Li's wrath. Mu Li approached her slowly, lost in contemplation. As a future member of the protagonist's team, she would undoubtedly aid Xiao Yan. The location of the treasure chest hinted at the potential unfolding of the story. Such circumstances could lead to an encounter with Xiao Yan. Should there be any conflict, the little healer would surely harbor animosity towards him later. However, to comply with the protagonist's every whim, to avoid contention, would not align with Mu Li's true nature. Therefore, it might be wiser to eliminate her now, thus eradicating the source of the cursed poison body. Delaying this decision could render him unable to contend with the poison's power later on. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Mu Li's eyes burned with intent to kill. Yet, in that moment, he suddenly coughed up a stream of dark blood, followed by a series of violent coughs. His gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at the blackened blood staining his palm. A chilling realization washed over him. He had been poisoned, and not just any poison, but an exceedingly lethal one. Mu Li's expression twisted in agony. Indeed, it was the cursed poison body. Unbeknownst to him, the toxic gas had infiltrated his system. Lacking any antidote, he could only rely on his wood attribute's resilient vitality to cling to life. It was only when faced with the brink of death that he recognized the preciousness of existence. Even as an outsider in this world, possessing a new life was a stroke of immense fortune. To live, he must survive. His mind was consumed with the will to live. But the ferocity of the poisonous affliction was overwhelming, leaving Mu Li dizzy and on the verge of collapse. In his final moments, he remembered the unopened purple gold treasure chest. Yes, the chest. What it contained could potentially save me. Suddenly invigorated, Mu Li retrieved the treasure chest he had previously acquired, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to open it. Time slipped away, and his consciousness remained hazy. He only recalled glimpsing a dazzling purple gold light before succumbing to darkness. Within the treasure chest lay nothing but a glowing orb of milky white light, purifying lotus demon body. The derived constitution of the purifying lotus demon fire boasts an exceptionally high affinity with the fire itself, endowed with its purifying capabilities, rendering all things in the world susceptible to purification. A milky white orb of light surged forth from the treasure chest, entering Mu Li's body. Suddenly, the entire cavernous chamber was illuminated by a gentle white radiance. Mu Li radiated a continuous stream of milky light, as pure energy waves emanated around him. Amidst the peculiar flow of energy, Mu Li's body gradually ascended, ultimately suspending in midair. Every inch of his skin basked in the brilliance, undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. The toxins within him were effortlessly resolved by the power of the lotus, while Mu Li remained in an unconscious state, allowing the white light to reshape his form. His fiery red hair gradually faded, eventually transforming into a pristine white akin to fresh snow. The scars upon his visage began to dissolve, and his entire countenance shifted towards an extraordinarily enchanting beauty. Numerous hidden injuries within his body were mended, and his physical structure was sculpted towards perfection. Even the emerald green energy within him began to subtly transform, reconstructing his physique, forging an extraordinary talent. From this moment forth, Mu Li truly shed his former shell and embraced rebirth. Before this breathtaking spectacle of transformation, a remnant image emerged from the skeletal ruins. A spectral soul imprint manifested from the remnants, gazing in astonishment at Mu Li suspended in the air. Is this the purifying lotus demon fire? The soul imprint circled around Mu Li, then shook its head in confusion. No, this is clearly not the purifying lotus demon fire. Yet why does it carry its essence? Such a peculiar constitution. Upon reaching this conclusion, the remnant soul turned its gaze towards the unconscious small healer embedded in the rock wall. A cursed toxic body, indeed. What a twist of fate. The remnant soul approached Mu Li, quietly observing the young man before it. What an exquisitely alluring visage. Such beauty in a man would surely attract the envy of women. The remnant soul mused faintly, reminiscent of its own former grace. The soul once bore the formidable name of the purifying lotus demon saint, having subdued the third-ranked fire on the, possessing unimaginable power, reaching the threshold of a Do Emperor, and being the closest to such a title in that era. Alas, even the mightiest have now crumbled to dust, leaving behind only a trace of a remnant soul. Moreover, this was merely one of 4 remnants. Had it not been for Mu Li's extraordinary constitution triggering the awareness of the purifying Lotus Demon Saint, it would never have awakened. Yet, even in this brief awakening, it would only last for a fleeting moment. Chapter 11. Remnant of the Demon Saint. The remnant soul of the purifying Lotus Demon Saint quietly marveled at Mu Li's transformation, its gaze soft, as if beholding a dear kin. The initial intention of leaving the remnant soul within the ancient image was to ensure that one day, someone could prevent the purifying Lotus Demon fire from wreaking havoc upon the world. Now this young man, awakening the soul with his unique constitution and embodying the essence of the purifying Lotus Demon fire, is indeed a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps the one I have awaited is you. The image of the purifying Lotus Demon Saint's remnant soul blurred momentarily, followed by a gentle smile as it entered Mu Li's forehead. Given the fragmented nature of the ancient image, relying solely on Mu Li to seek it out would be akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Now, the pure Lotus Demon Saint has left a fragment of his soul within Mu Li's spiritual sea, which can assist him in sensing the remaining ancient maps. However, it is regrettable that he is merely a wisp of a soul and cannot impart the techniques and skills he once possessed to this young man. Perhaps only when the fragments of the map are gathered will the youth truly receive his legacy. The residual soul of the pure Lotus Demon Saint soon faded away. At this moment, Mu Li's transformation was also nearing its conclusion. The little healer slowly opened her eyes, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of soreness throughout her body, particularly in her back and abdomen, where she felt sharp pangs of pain. Summoning all her strength, she crawled out from the rock wall, subsequently collapsing onto the ground. Coughing, she recalled being struck unconscious upon entering the cave. Then, the little healer noticed the claw marks and fist imprints left on the cave walls, her heart racing in alarm. What on earth happened? Struggling to rise, she beheld a beautiful figure lying quietly on the ground. Such a stunning sister. She was momentarily entranced. But as her gaze drifted downward, she was startled by the sight of a certain enormous object. Is this a man? The little healer approached in disbelief, gazing at the otherworldly beauty before her, rendered speechless. What a rogue, not wearing any clothes. Could it be that he was the one who knocked me out? How could he be unconscious? A flurry of questions flashed through her mind, and she shook her head, deciding to help the unfamiliar man, checking his injuries. Oddly enough, he seemed perfectly fine. How could he have fainted? The little healer muttered in confusion, then gathered a few herbs from the secret chamber to prepare a healing powder. Suddenly, Mu Li's eyes snapped open. The first sight he encountered was the little healer beside him, and without hesitation, he reached out to grasp her throat. Gasping, the little healer desperately beat on Mu Li's arm, her face turning increasingly red. Mu Li caught a glimpse of the herbs and grinding tools on the ground, surmising that the little healer had been awake for some time. Realizing he wore nothing but a thin, feminine garment, Mu Li's intent to harm gradually dissipated. Releasing his grip, he stood up, staring at his transformed self in momentary shock. What are you doing? The little healer coughed, indignantly pointing at Mu Li. She had kindly attempted to help him grind medicine, only to have him seize her by the throat upon awakening. Mu Li, feeling the surging energy within him, experienced a joy akin to rebirth. You nearly killed me earlier. Mu Li regarded the little healer with a calm demeanor. I killed you? The little healer stood up, her expression a mix of innocence and fury. Are you joking? Mu Li pointed at the numerous claw marks on the wall. Those were left by you. It appears your toxic body erupted, causing confusion in your memory. After speaking, Mu Li retrieved clothing from his spatial ring and donned it. I did something wrong again. Tears welled in the little healer's eyes, seemingly recalling the harrowing incident of her toxic body erupting and the massacre of her neighbors. Mu Li took a moment to gather his thoughts and said, You are a born toxic body. It is not a fault of your true self. However, it seems you no longer recognize me? Mu Li gazed at the little healer, who regarded him as if he were a stranger, and inquired with a hint of confusion. Do we know each other? The little healer wiped her tears and, perplexed, replied that she had never encountered such an exquisite-looking man before. Mu Li furrowed his brow slightly, retrieving a mirror from his spatial ring to examine himself. In the next moment, he was struck dumb. Who is this? He beheld his flowing white hair and skin as pure as snow, and he felt as though he were gazing upon the embodiment of his dreams. Is this truly me? After staring into the mirror for a considerable time, he finally emerged from his state of shock. He had not anticipated that the pure Lotus Demon body would bestow such beauty, transforming a wild mercenary into a delicate figure. Did you know me before? The little healer asked, her curiosity piqued as she regained her composure. She not only wished to inquire about the identity of the person before her, but also about how he had survived. After all, this was the first time she had seen anyone alive after the outbreak of the poison body. Could it be that he possessed a method to counteract the poison? The little healer pondered. Mu Li cast a complex gaze towards her. No wonder she could not recognize him. Even he struggled to recognize himself. With a subtle smile, he replied, "We met previously in Qingshan town. You were likely preoccupied with treating patients, so I doubt I made much of an impression. How could that be?" The little healer frowned, believing that such a beautiful man would be unforgettable after even a single encounter. "Never mind. How did you survive in my presence? I mean, how did you cope with my poison body?" Realizing her words were somewhat awkward, she quickly rephrased. "How did I survive? Naturally, I subdued you," Mu Li teased. His mood lightened as he stepped towards the treasures hidden within the cave. First, he collected the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire that had fallen from the skeleton. Then he used a key to unlock 3 treasure chests. He obtained the 7-colored poison scripture, Wings of the Eagle, and Lioness Roar. The 7-colored poison scripture was a tome on poison creation, containing various cultivation techniques for poison masters, a valuable inheritance for any poison practitioner. The Wings of the Eagle was a mid-level flight combat technique of the mysterious rank, exceedingly rare in the continent of combat energy. If auctioned, it would fetch at least 1,000,000 gold coins. The Lioness Roar was a high-level attack combat technique of the mysterious rank, suited for wind attribute cultivators, which did not align with Mu Li's own combat energy attribute. Generally, if one attempted to cultivate a technique that did not correspond to their own attributes, they could still unleash a portion of its power, but the learning curve would be steep. Nonetheless, being a high-level technique, even a fraction of its power would be formidable. Mu Li possessed exceptional mastery over combat energy and unparalleled soul strength, making the cultivation of Lioness Roar a feasible endeavor. After placing Wings of the Eagle and Lioness Roar into his spatial ring, he turned his attention to the little healer, whose face was etched with longing. "Do you desire this?" Mu Li asked, shaking the 7-colored poison scripture. Yes. The naturally unfortunate poison body craved poison, and although the little healer was inherently kind-hearted, she could not resist this instinctual response. "But I discovered this. Why should I give it to you? Moreover, you nearly killed me earlier." Mu Li, with a calm and unhurried demeanor, inquired softly. Now possessing the purifying lotus demon body, he felt no fear towards the malevolent poison body. Since he had it under control, there was no need for absolute extermination. Observing the small healer's troubled expression, a playful smile graced his face. Chapter 12, The Small Valley. Captivated by Mu Li's infectious smile, the small healer momentarily lost her focus, quickly shaking her head and saying, "I know of a valley rich in precious herbs. I can guide you there." "Herbs, you say? Very well, I shall decide upon my arrival." Mu Li nodded and continued to scour for treasures. The small healer pouted, displeased as she watched Mu Li securely seal the 7-colored poison cannon in a bag and toss it into his spatial ring. "My 7-colored poison cannon," she silently lamented. Mu Li continued to collect the herbs and gold coins, filling his spatial ring to the brim. It appeared he would need to acquire a more superior spatial ring. He touched the ring on his finger, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. A full treasury instills a sense of security. However, money is only useful when spent. Keeping it in the spatial ring is of little merit. Before departing, Mu Li kindly buried the skeletal remains underground, expressing gratitude for the favors of the ancients. "Let us go," he said, exiting the cave with the small healer closely following. "I will accompany you," she affirmed. Mu Li nodded. His purifying lotus demon body inherently suppressed the malevolent poison body, allowing the small healer to rest easy beside him. Recalling the information regarding the purifying lotus demon body that had emerged in his mind, Mu Li felt a surge of excitement. In addition to purifying all things, it could efficiently absorb the refined energy and rapidly enhance one's cultivation. This capability rivaled that of the malevolent poison body, which could also elevate one's cultivation through toxicity. However, the malevolent poison body posed the danger of self-harm, whereas the purifying lotus demon body did not. If there were a drawback, it would be the difficulty in finding suitable substances to purify. Yet, was there not an ideal candidate for purification standing right before him? Mu Li gazed at the small healer, his eyes shimmering with intent. To others, she was a terrifyingly talented poison master, but to him, she represented a walking alchemical furnace. The two ventured deeper into the dense forest, arriving at the encampment of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Observing the dozen or so mercenaries before him, Mu Li silently nodded. These individuals displayed commendable qualities as mercenaries. They had steadfastly remained at their post, even in the face of significant casualties, choosing to fulfill their orders resolutely. Mu Li produced paper and ink, documenting his acquisition of the treasure's legacy and his intention to pursue cultivation elsewhere. He then divided the gold coins in his spatial ring, transcribing a copy of the advanced Xiantir combat technique Roaring Lion's Chant, placing it all into a single bag. Veiling his face, Mu Li stealthily entered the camp, leaving the package in a location visible to a trusted confidant. before vanishing once more. The trusted mercenary quickly noticed the unexpected package and approached it, discovering a letter atop it. Young Captain, in truth, Yao Xianji is the adoptive father of the little medicine fairy, yet throughout the years, she has come to regard him as her true father. In comparison to the agony of slaying one's kin, what does separation amount to? As long as her father remains safe, what does it matter if they are never to meet again? Upon receiving the little medicine fairy, Muli noticed the sorrow reflected in her eyes and chose to remain silent as they traversed the mountains. Where are you taking me? She inquired. To a place for cultivation. Why didn't you say so earlier? The little medicine fairy rubbed her calf and retrieved a short flute from her pocket, producing enchanting melodies. Not long after the flute's notes filled the air, Muli observed a blue eagle soaring overhead, weaving through the trees and landing gracefully in a clearing ahead. Come, let little blue guide us to the valley. It is an ideal spot for your training. The little medicine fairy stepped forward, preparing to leap onto the eagle's back. However, Muli grasped her wrist. What are you doing? Just in case. I have a fear of heights, Muli replied nonchalantly. The little medicine fairy blinked, tentatively suggesting. You're not afraid I might throw you off, are you? If you were to toss me, I would take you down with me as a cushion. She pouted. If I intended to harm you, I would have acted before now. You fail to appreciate a good heart. Muli remained silent, pondering the necessity of mastering the wing of the eagle during this training session, thereby securing aerial dominance and alleviating his caution. As they soared high upon the blue eagle, Muli held tightly to the little medicine fairy's hand, keenly observing her movements. Is it really necessary to hold on so tightly? She murmured, prompting Muli to grasp her even more firmly. By the way, I still don't know your name. What is it? My surname is Mu. My given name is Li Muli. The little medicine fairy exclaimed, startled. Not the one from the wolf head mercenary group. We simply share the same name. Muli clarified calmly, noting the surprise on her face. In a certain sense, he was indeed not the son of Mu Shi, merely an impostor from afar. With his new incarnation, he intended to repay past debts, and it seemed unlikely he would have much association with the wolf head mercenary group thereafter. Ah, I see. The little medicine fairy nodded, harboring no doubts. This strikingly handsome man was clearly not the mercenary Muli. Anyone with a basic sense of aesthetics could discern that. I am Yao Zi. The name Little Medicine Fairy is a title bestowed upon me by others. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Indeed, a pleasure. This woman was extraordinary. Previously, she appeared sullen, and upon the outbreak of her poisoned body, she sank into despair. Yet, as soon as they took to the skies on the eagle, her countenance brightened once more. Muli sighed inwardly, recognizing her as another soul deserving of compassion. Despite her own afflictions, upon encountering an unconscious stranger, she instinctively chose care and healing over control. Perhaps I am too dark, Muli mused. He understood himself to be a genuine villain, only willing to exhibit a semblance of kindness when completely in command of the situation. The little medicine fairy, however, stood in stark contrast. To Muli, she was a saint, radiating benevolence in her moments of leisure. It is precisely due to the benevolence of the little healer that Muli refrained from directly enslaving her. He pondered whether this was the right course of action as he observed her serene smile directed towards the horizon. In this world, the fate of good souls seldom ends favorably, unless fortune favors them significantly. Unfortunately, the little healer's luck was not particularly bright, for she was not encountering Xiao Yan, but rather himself. The actions Mu Li was about to undertake bore little distinction from those of a beast. Chapter 13, Offering. Mu Li and the little healer arrived at a secret valley, inhaling the pure, refreshing air of the surroundings. The little healer spread her arms wide, reveling in the wind as she expressed her sentiments. It truly was a delightful place. Muli commented on the picturesque scenery around them. After the blue eagle landed, Muli released the little healer's hand and jumped down. She rubbed her reddened wrist, casting a reproachful glance at Muli, chastising him for his excessive strength. Muli approached the apothecary outside the little healer's herb garden, observing the flourishing medicinal plants. It was no surprise that she was the most skilled physician of the Wanyao Zhai, excelling not only in her medical practice, but also in her side endeavors. I cultivated all of these. What do you think? She inquired. Not bad, Muli replied, making his way toward a nearby wooden cabin, where he discovered a small room. Despite its modest size, it was well equipped with various items. Muli closed the door behind him, deliberately locking the little healer outside. Hey, what are you doing? She shouted, knocking on the door. I'm going into seclusion. You can play outside for a while. This is my room, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation as she pounded on the door. From his spatial ring, Muli retrieved the 7-colored poison manual. Open the door just long enough to toss it out, and then swiftly shut it again. Do not disturb me, or you shall regret it, he warned. The little healer ceased her shouting, instead picking up the seven-colored poison manual and eagerly settling onto a nearby staircase to read. Inside the room, Muli sat cross-legged on the bed, turning his focus inward to examine his Do-Chi. During the transformation process of the pure Lotus demon body, his Do-Chi cultivation had surpassed that of a Do-Jia, elevating him to a one-star Do-Shi. The once emerald green Do-Chi had now vanished, replaced by droplets of milky white liquid suspended in his Dantian cyclone. Notably, the transformation of his Do-Chi was not merely a change in color. Muli's current Do-Chi attributes were no longer confined to the pure wood attribute. The milky white Do-Chi radiating from his body possessed not only the enduring and resilient characteristics of wood, but also the explosive and searing qualities of fire. The pure Lotus demon body endowed Muli not only with extraordinary appearance, but also with unparalleled talent for cultivation. Now, Muli's Do-Chi attributes were a perfect amalgamation of wood and fire, endless and explosively potent. The only lamentable aspect was that his current cultivation technique was woefully inadequate, failing to match the rarity and high quality of his Do-Chi. Yet, finding a suitable technique proved challenging, even with Muli's modest wealth. However, there was no rush. After completing a cycle of Do-Chi, he took out the aerial Do skill Eagle's Wing. Though this item is indeed rare, it proves to be remarkably practical in the early stages. The flight technique crafted from the 5th-tier Purple Cloud Eagle Wings ranks among the elite in terms of speed within the realm of fighting kings. Muli took a deep breath and slowly unfurled the scroll. Outside, the little medicine fairy immersed herself in the 7-colored poison scripture, reading until dusk, only putting the book away when the light began to fade. How long must Muli cultivate? She murmured as she gazed at the tightly shut door. This is her home, now occupied by someone she has only just met. Perhaps I should prepare dinner first. The little medicine fairy sprang into action, gathering vegetables to simmer in a soup. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, and by their glow, she stirred the broth while continuing to read. Creak. The door to the room slowly opened. Muli emerged with a weary expression, his face pale. The little medicine fairy hastily abandoned her book and rushed to his side, noticing the fine beads of sweat dotting his forehead and the dampness of his clothes. Yet, the unique golden hue of his eyes radiated with joy and confidence. The steps to cultivate the wings of the eagle were straightforward, yet the process was extraordinarily arduous. The first challenge lay in confronting the residual beast soul of the 5th-tier Purple Cloud Eagle, fierce and brutal, and had it not been for Muli's formidable spiritual strength, he might not have withstood it easily. This step was manageable, but the real trial came next, as the eagle wings pierced through Muli's back, forcibly expanding 2 additional meridians. The agony he endured was evident in the sweat beading on his forehead and his pallid complexion, which spoke volumes. In the original tale, Xiao Yan succumbed to the pain and fainted, yet Muli remained fully conscious, acutely experiencing the torment of his meridians tearing apart. How are you? The little medicine fairy asked with a furrowed brow. I'm fine. It's merely a bit of pain from cultivating the fighting technique. Muli waved his hand dismissively and approached the large pot. What is that delightful aroma? It's the wild vegetable soup I made. If you're not afraid of my cooking being poisonous, you can join me, she replied with a smile, ladling a bowl for him. Then I shall pass, Muli said, gripping her hand. Let go, she protested, struggling against his hold. I seem to have forgotten to mention that my physique is unique. I am entirely resistant to poison. Muli lifted the bowl of soup and began to drink. The little medicine fairy lowered her gaze, feeling a pang of hurt at his distrust, even though she knew Muli was immune to poison. The crucial point was that she had not added any poison at all. How could she possibly do that? From now on, you can add some poison to your cooking. There's no need to worry about killing me, Muli said casually after finishing the soup. Very well, I shall do so tomorrow, she retorted, glaring at him in defiance. Muli smiled and served himself another bowl of soup. After finishing, he set the bowl down. It's quite tasty, henceforth. You shall take charge of our meals. I shall cook for myself from now on, the little medicine fairy suddenly declared. You eat my food and stay in my home. Yet you purposely try to vex me, treating me as your servant? She said with a cold expression, truly believing she had no temper. Are kind-hearted individuals meant to be bullied? Muli raised an eyebrow, remarking, let's not forget the value of that poison scripture I gave you. Is it not worth something? Certainly, but I no longer wish to serve you. I will repay you once I earn some money, the little medicine fairy exclaimed. Muli smiled gently, choosing not to engage in further debate. How about this? Tomorrow I will cook, and you will cook the day after. Does that sound agreeable? That works. But can you actually cook? Muli stood up, assuring, rest assured, you will certainly enjoy it. Upon returning to his room, Muli lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. The training of Wings of the Eagle had truly exhausted him, compounded by the myriad events of the day that left him physically and mentally drained. Nevertheless, amidst this fatigue, there lingered a glimmer of anticipation for the future. Muli was uncertain of what lay ahead, yet he understood that with his transformed physique, his achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. As long as he remained resolute, a smooth path awaited him. "How dare you occupy my bed like this?" Xiao Yan entered the room, casting a glance at the slumbering Muli, muttering under her breath. As she gazed at his peaceful visage, she found herself entranced. Alas, she sighed, settling down on the floor. Well, who could blame her kindness? Let Muli take the bed. Chapter 14. The revitalizing yet toxic kanji. Upon waking, Muli noticed Xiao Yan sleeping on the floor, but paid her no mind as he stepped outside. Bathed in the morning light, he practiced his combat energy. Feeling as ethereal as an immortal, his flowing white hair danced in the breeze as he sat in serene meditation, the milky white energy swirling around him, sparkling in the dawn's glow. Practice is foundational. Muli was able to stabilize his mental state, discerning what he should pursue and what he must relinquish. He sought a profound mastery of cultivation, necessitating diligent effort. What he rejected were entanglements and uncontrollable circumstances. I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Only the strong are entitled to utter such words. The weak would be crushed without mercy. In summary, on the path to supremacy, the strong acquire all, while the weak are mere playthings. This path is ill-suited for you. After waking, Xiao Yan discovered Muli had vacated the bed. Rubbing her eyes, she stepped outside and beheld the distant figure of the white-haired immortal. He is truly captivating. Xiao Yan found herself mesmerized once more. Shaking off her reverie, she silently reminded herself, I, Xiao Yan, am not superficial. What does looks matter? He remains an inconsiderate rogue. Rather than disturb Muli, she proceeded to the herb garden to observe the growth of the medicinal plants she had cultivated. After concluding his practice, Muli noted that the vortex of combat energy within him had grown increasingly substantial, marveling at the formidable talent of the pure lotus demon body. Achieving such efficiency solely through yellow tier techniques was remarkable. What then, if he were to employ profound, earth, or even heavenly tier methods? His speed of cultivation would be astonishing. Achieving a star in 3 days would not be mere fantasy. Muli, aren't you supposed to be cooking today? Xiao Yan called from the herb garden. Muli paused, a playful smile spreading across his face. I almost forgot. Today, I need to feed my little pet some poison to help her grow quickly. Without further ado, he hefted a large pot from the storeroom and began to prepare breakfast. 2 large scoops of rice were poured into the pot, followed by half a pot of water. Muli lit the fire with a flicker of irritation and began to simmer the concoction slowly. Observing Muli diligently preparing the meal, the little medicine master felt a wave of delight wash over her. It seemed he was not entirely useless after all. At least he kept his word. Nodding in satisfaction, she continued to tend to her herbs. Muli glanced at the little medicine master, noticing her gaze was elsewhere. He then shielded the large pot with his body and retrieved a considerable amount of poison from his storage ring, pouring it all into the pot. The acrid smell emanating from the mixture nearly caused him to retch. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he stirred the now purple concoction, occasionally turning to gasp for fresh air. Thankfully, with his pure lotus demonic body, he could withstand the noxious aroma. Otherwise, he might have fainted from the stench alone. As he deemed the concoction nearly complete, Muli retreated like a cautious rabbit. Little medicine master, the meal is ready. Do hurry and eat. He called out with a smile as he entered the herb garden. Understood, she nodded, rising to leave. Are you not joining me? I'm not hungry at the moment. You eat first. Muli struggled to suppress the pallor on his face, and as soon as the little medicine master walked away, he was seized by a wave of dry heaving. It was utterly terrifying. As the creator of the no-equal supreme poison porridge, Muli was astounded by his own ingenuity. He could never forget the taste of that dreadful concoction. After wandering the herb garden for a few minutes, Muli stepped out again, only to find the little medicine master reclining contentedly on the grass, her belly slightly swollen, and the pot of poison porridge completely emptied. Despite having anticipated this, Muli felt a profound shock within. Truly, the calamity poison body had an insatiable desire for poison, even such an unpalatable concoction. The little medicine master had managed to finish. Muli, your cooking is horrendously bad, she remarked, opening her eyes and rubbing her slightly protruding belly with a complicated expression. Although the calamity poison body craved poison intensely, even she found the amalgamation of so many toxins utterly distasteful. Yet you finished it, did you not? Muli retorted, receiving a glare from her. That was beyond my control, she exclaimed. How could the calamity poison body possibly resist poison? Naturally, I had to consume it all. The result was that the little medicine master now felt quite bloated. Perhaps next time, I should handle the cooking, she said with a hint of resignation. Muli nodded sheepishly, not daring to contest her culinary authority, and took the pot and utensils to wash them. Once settled back in his room, He began to reflect on his cooking skills. It was not merely his poor culinary abilities that had been revealed, but also his lack of proficiency in the knowledge of herbs. No, it was more than that. He was utterly inept. Even someone with a basic understanding of pharmacology would never mix so many poisons together, as it merely resulted in a revolting taste without significantly increasing the potency. Only the most rudimentary accumulation of toxins. Certainly, if the enhancement of taste can be deemed an improvement, then this indeed is a rather formidable poison. The art of nauseating is quite adept, and its subtlety is nothing short of appalling. At present, Muli has mastered both fire and wood elemental fighting energy, theoretically possessing the potential to become an alchemist. However, his current knowledge of pharmacology is genuinely worrisome. How can one aspire to be an alchemist when the concocted elixirs might very well prove fatal? Lacking any foundational knowledge, Muli has no choice but to temporarily relinquish his ambition of becoming an alchemist, redirecting his focus entirely towards enhancing his strength and opening treasure chests. Perhaps, when he reaches a larger city, he might seek out some insights on alchemy before reconsidering his aspirations. As the days pass in a monotonous rhythm, the little medical fairy is responsible for preparing meals. Muli thoughtfully pours a modicum of poison into her bowl. The little medical fairy, of course, does not refuse. Rather, she accepts it with delight. When the craving strikes, she even brings forth a few bottles of poison to mix with her meals. Muli, naturally, does not oppose this and playfully encourages her to indulge, filling her cup again and again. If one disregards Muli's nefarious intentions, their lives together seem devoid of shame or concern. The little medical fairy is quite fond of this handsome man who does not disdain her unfortunate poisonous constitution. She often imagines that if their lives were to continue like this, it would not be so bad. However, calamity is inevitably destined to arrive. On this day, the little medical fairy's unfortunate poisonous constitution erupted once more. Muli gazed upon her engulfed in a colorful miasma, slowly shedding his garments and stepping forward. On this day, the pure lotus demon body absorbed the poisonous constitution, devouring and refining the vast amounts of toxic energy accumulated within. The master of the pure lotus demon body experienced a significant surge in power, breaking through 4 stars overnight to achieve 6-star fighting master status. Thus, the unfortunate poisonous constitution was miraculously subdued. Chapter 15, You have truly distressed me. The benefits are evident. The little medical fairy no longer has to fear the complete eruption of her unfortunate poisonous constitution. The impending life and death crisis has been averted. Although the poisonous body remains uncontrollable, with Muli by her side, it poses no threat to others. There are drawbacks as well. The cultivation speed of the unfortunate poisonous constitution has been diminished by Muli, lacking the initial terror it once possessed. Nevertheless, when weighed against the specter of future death, this minor disadvantage is trivial. Moreover, as long as the little medical fairy diligently consumes poisons and practices with Muli, her efficiency may even surpass previous levels. Now, she no longer needs to worry about the backlash of her toxic constitution, allowing her to ingest medicine without limitation. In the room, the little medical fairy slowly opened her eyes, and the first sight that met her gaze was the bear man beside her. Startled, she hastily attempted to rise, only to be overcome by a wave of soreness throughout her body. Muli, sensing the commotion, also opened his eyes. He looked at the bewildered expression on the little medical fairy's face and inwardly sighed. Indeed, this was his intention. Regardless of her reluctance, Muli would compel her. It is unfortunate for the little medical fairy. As a modest woman, being treated in such a manner must leave her profoundly disappointed in Muli. He had anticipated this outcome, yet he remained unperturbed. However, just as Muli was preparing to launch a cold verbal assault on the little medical fairy, urging her to abandon her romantic fantasies, an unexpected event transpired. Are you made of iron? This is tormenting me. A hint of pain surfaced on the little medical fairy's face as she clutched her abdomen and complained. Her words stifled what Muli had intended to express. Do you know what happened yesterday? The little medical fairy glanced at Muli. What is the matter? How could I, a medical practitioner, possibly be unaware? Muli fell into silence. This was not how it should be. Why did she respond in such a manner? The little medical fairy ought to have been enraged, pointing a finger at him and exclaiming, I misjudged you. Then, he would have firmly quelled her outrage, informing her that he merely exploited her to enhance his own cultivation, advising her not to harbor delusions of affection. Ultimately, the little medical fairy would have been left despondent, a tragic figure bound by her own emotions. Yet, events unfolded beyond Muli's expectations. Unbeknownst to him, the little medical fairy had long since prepared herself to share her life with him. The fact that Muli could endure so many days, sleeping in the same room with decorum, had already astonished her, leading her to perceive him as a man of considerable resolve. After all, if her toxic body were to erupt, enveloped in a myriad of poisonous vapors. No one would dare approach her, would they? In truth, the little medical fairy had regained consciousness the previous night, and despite Mu Li's brutish behavior, she gradually found herself acquiescing. One aspect she truly did not foresee was Mu Li's peculiar nature, choosing to take advantage of her vulnerability during her toxic state. Of course, being mentally prepared did not quell the initial trepidation of the newlywed little medical fairy. Thus, upon rising, she naturally exhibited a look of bewilderment. Following a brief moment of awkwardness, Mu Li, clad in his garments with the little medical fairy's assistance, stepped outside, his expression even more peculiar. What was with her demeanor of a devoted wife? It was in stark contrast to the path he had anticipated. Observing the little medical fairy tidying up within the room, Mu Li felt an urge to speak several times, yet he restrained himself. This situation was perplexing. He certainly would not seek unnecessary troubles, especially since she had come to terms with her feelings. Given that events had spiraled into this strange circumstance, he decided to let it continue its odd course. Alas, the little medical fairy's humble wish would ultimately remain unfulfilled. She yearned to reside here with him, spending their days together in seclusion. Yet, how could he comply with her desires? When the time was right and his strength had increased, Mu Li would undoubtedly seek the next treasure chest. A mundane existence was ill-suited for him, and the little medical fairy would have no choice but to accompany him through the vicissitudes of life. In the afternoon, Mu Li and the little medical fairy sat at opposite sides of the table, quietly partaking in their lunch. With a cheerful expression, the little medical fairy served dishes to Mu Li, her demeanor reflecting a newfound intimacy. Having crossed that threshold, the two were now in a honeymoon phase. Mu Li was not devoid of sentiment. Even the hardest of men possess moments of softness. In regard to the little medical fairy, he had transitioned from respectful distance to the intention of violence, and now to a tranquil life in the valley, treating her as a beloved pet deserving of his care. In an unexpected twist of fate, the two individuals have surprisingly become a rather decent couple. However, only Mu Li is aware of the many unsavory thoughts he harbors towards Xiao Yan, thoughts that have yet to surface. It is truly unfair that Xiao Yan remains so sincere towards him. Such reflections linger in Mu Li's mind. Yet, in this world, where can one find absolute fairness? Injustice permeates every corner. If one were to dwell endlessly on such matters, the burdens of worry would be insurmountable. It is indeed poignant that a scoundrel like Mu Li can have the devoted affection of Xiao Yan by his side. The following day, Mu Li awoke to find himself beside the beautiful visage of Xiao Yan, his gaze filled with tenderness and complexity. The gentle embrace of warmth often leads to a hero's demise. It is better to seize the moment and devote oneself to cultivation. After an hour had passed, Xiao Yan finally stirred from her slumber, yawning. Naturally, she found herself alone. Mu Li, the cultivation fanatic, was unwilling to rest for even a day. After neatly arranging the bedding, she placed the soiled sheets into a basin. Having tidied up the room, Xiao Yan stepped out of the wooden cabin and beheld her beloved practicing in the morning light, her heart swelling with sweetness. He worked so hard, she thought to herself. How fortunate she felt to have won the affection of such a handsome and capable man. Free from any pretense, she felt a surge of relief. In her eyes, Mu Li embodied both dominance and gentleness. Previously, he acted with decisiveness and ruthlessness, yet now, he often wore a smile in her presence. Is this not tenderness? Xiao Yan did not consider the fact that in this valley, they were alone, and Mu Li could only smile at her. It is evident that men differ from one another. Mu Li remains oblivious to the privileges that come with being handsome. Or perhaps he does not recognize how alluring his current appearance is. Upon completing his physique training, Xiao Yan had taken him to the valley, and she was the only woman he encountered. Had he found himself amidst a crowd of women, he would have understood what it means to be surrounded by admirers. His beauty could astonish even the likes of the pure lotus demon saint. Mu Li truly underestimated himself. Of course, while Xiao Yan, like many others, is captivated by looks, she is more concerned with Mu Li's ability to remain unaffected by her poisonous body. Should Mu Li succumb to her toxins, Xiao Yan would distance herself from him, ultimately sealing her heart and becoming the future celestial poison maiden. Physical appearance is merely the initial spark of affection. What truly fortifies emotions is understanding and tolerance. Mu Li possesses the ability to genuinely comprehend and embrace her. How could the sensitive and somewhat insecure Xiao Yan resist such allure? Chapter 16, The Golden Treasure Chest. After solidifying his fighting spirit, Mu Li's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of 6-star Dome Master. The formidable poison body has indeed proven its worth, elevating his cultivation by 3 stars overnight. And his fighting spirit remains exceptionally solid, not at all superficial. Undoubtedly, the influence of the pure lotus demon body plays a role, and the consumption of toxins must be replenished. However, This valley boasts an abundance of diverse vegetation, including numerous poisonous herbs, sufficient to nourish Xiao Yan thoroughly. With his eyes closed and mind focused, Muli began to sense the specific location of the next treasure chest. A golden beacon emerged, pointing towards the depths of the Monster Mountain range. This golden glimmer signified a treasure chest of extraordinary value. Muli opened his eyes, his golden pupils shimmering faintly. Having experienced the challenges posed by previous chests, he had come to understand that as the level of the chest increased, so too did the difficulty of obtaining it, a fact he had verified. The 3 bronze chests had been effortlessly acquired, yet he had employed strategy to achieve this. Otherwise, his own strength would not have sufficed for such swift attainment. The purple gold chest, though of a significantly higher caliber, had nearly cost him his life, as he narrowly escaped the clutches of the little medical fairy. While the notion of luck may seem somewhat mystical, the correlation between difficulty and danger was undeniably evident. The quest for this golden chest would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. However, Muli was confident that enduring the impending crisis would yield rewards that would not disappoint him. He had gleaned some insights on this matter. The emergence of treasure chests was not as frequent as the proliferation of mushrooms after rain. Rather, their rarity was matched by an enhancement in quality. At the very least, the 4 previous chests had never let him down. Employing the 6-rin body technique, Muli's figure vanished from the heart of the valley, setting forth to survey the surroundings. This advanced technique, classified as a profound skill, proved more effective than most of its contemporaries. It was not limited to combat situations. It could also be utilized during travel, a notable advantage over many other body techniques. The 6-rin body technique harnessed the principles of divination to enhance speed, consuming negligible amounts of fighting energy, which accounted for its applicability in everyday circumstances. Furthermore, when employed at the opportune moment, it could elevate his peak speed 5-fold. Although Muli currently possessed the cultivation of a fighter, his speed surpassed that of many grand fighters. Not to mention, with the wings of the eagle, he commanded dominion over land, sea, and sky. With his wings unfurled, even a Do Wong would dare to tease him. Naturally, Muli was not foolish enough to seek out a confrontation with a Do Wong, but he stood atop the peaks surrounding the valley, gazing into the depths of the Monster Mountain range, with a faint sigh escaping his lips. This treasure-seeking expedition might indeed provoke the ire of a Do Wong, or even a Do Huang. Must you go? The little medical fairy inquired, her voice laced with concern as she helped Muli gather his belongings. Yes, it is imperative, Muli replied calmly. The interior of the Monster Mountain range is a place even Do Wong dare not enter lightly. Why must you take such a risk? The little medical fairy furrowed her brow, tugging at Muli's collar, her tone betraying a hint of sorrow. Is it not too soon for you to leave? Muli offered no extensive explanation. Instead, he gently embraced the little medical fairy after storing his belongings in his spatial ring. Farewell, he declared. And with a flourish of his eagle wings, he soared into the sky. The little medical fairy watched Muli recede into the distance, feeling as though a part of her heart had been hollowed out, engulfed by an inexplicable melancholy. As Muli ascended high above, he followed the resonant pull of the treasure chest. Yet, as he ventured deeper into the Monster Mountain range, he suddenly sensed several gazes fixated upon him. With a burgeoning sense of crisis, Muli had no choice but to lower his posture, concealing his form within the thicket, hesitant to reveal himself carelessly. The depths of the Beastmaster Mountains were fraught with formidable flying beasts, and if they were to fixate upon him, the consequences would be dire. Throughout his journey, Muli encountered numerous high-tier beasts. Fortunately, their numbers were not overwhelming, granting him brief moments to catch his breath. The 6-rin method had been utilized so frequently that he had mastered it to an elevated degree. It was precisely through this remarkable martial skill that Muli was able to repeatedly turn peril into safety. After all, the creatures lurking in the depths of the Beastmaster Mountains predominantly belonged to the 3rd tier or higher, with the least being advanced 2nd-tier beasts, foes not easily vanquished by Muli alone. Even if he could slay certain advanced 2nd-tier beasts, it would cause a significant commotion, forcing him to flee for his life. Muli traversed the treacherous terrain like a cautious explorer, meticulously avoiding danger in pursuit of treasure. In the heart of the Beastmaster Mountains, a youth clad in a camouflage cloak stealthily navigated through the underbrush. His golden eyes shimmered with intensity as they fixed upon the towering peaks ahead. It had been at least 2 months since Muli had embarked on his journey. During this time, he had eliminated dozens of perilous territories, traversed the myriad rivers and streams within the depths of the mountains, ultimately discovering a secure path leading to the treasure's location. Although Muli appeared disheveled and in a pitiful state, confidence and valor radiated from his eyes. Having endured numerous trials, his innate sharpness had become subdued, resembling a predator patiently stalking its prey, ready to lie in wait for days on end. He was merely biding his time. As he had pinpointed the treasure's origin, Nestled within the caverns of the mountainous terrain, the lair of the Beastmaster Mountain's sovereign, the golden-winged Lion King, a sixth-tier beast, comparable to a human battle emperor in strength. Muley's concealment in this vicinity offered him a more secure haven than elsewhere, for the oppressive presence of the sixth-tier beast deterred the nearby fifth-tier creatures from approaching. Only a few third- and fourth-tier beasts cautiously lingered in the area. In this moment, Muley was akin to one of these beasts. The aura of the eagle's wing enveloped him, while the faint essence of a fifth-tier purple cloud eagle provided a semblance of stability, allowing him to remain undisturbed. However, this was merely a fade. Should any beast launch a probing attack, he would be instantly exposed. Fortunately, no creature dared to challenge him near the lair of the golden-winged Lion King. Muley now awaited a singular opportunity, the one chance that would grant him access to the treasure chest. If this moment slipped away, it would be a long time before he could seize the golden chest again. His growth and strength would be stifled, depriving him of the foresight and control over this world, for the weak cannot voice their claims to it. He must secure it. A surge of resolve and courage welled up within Muley. He had to grasp that opportunity. Muley could never resign himself to mediocrity, enduring years of waiting and squandering the golden opportunity for ascent. In the depths of the forest, gnawing on coarse rations and sipping from his stored fresh water, Muley's gaze remained as sharp as ever, glowing like a torch. Patience, he thought, would not be required for long. At this moment, in the heart of the Beast Mountain range, a youth bearing a massive measuring stick was making his way toward the center of the mountains. Chapter 17, Yun. Teacher, should we continue? We are venturing into the core area of the Beast Mountain range, Xiao Yan remarked, his eyes reflecting concern as he examined the map. He was merely a lowly 7-star Doe fighter. Roaming the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range was one thing, but pushing into the core area seemed tantamount to seeking death. Do not fret, I will conceal your aura. As long as you remain cautious, the magical beasts will not take notice of you, Yaoshan replied calmly, hovering in midair. He had but this one treasured disciple. If he didn't T-test him, whom else would he challenge? After all, he was a Dozun strongman. Even if he could presently only exert the strength of a Do Huang, how could he not traverse the Beast Mountain range with ease? Moreover, most of the precious herbs and spiritual materials resided in the core area. Lingering around the outskirts would yield little reward. If you wish to defeat that young girl, you must cultivate with a reckless determination. Otherwise, I fear you will not stand a chance against her. These words shattered the last vestige of fear within Xiao Yan. Clenching his fists, he declared, "Very well, teacher, let us venture into the core area and seize the opportunity." Muley had long since forgotten the passage of time, vaguely recalling that it had been over 3 months since their departure. He selectively chose to forget the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, the mysterious valley, and the little healer waiting there. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to wait for the arrival of that Do Huang powerhouse. With distractions cast aside, Muley dedicated himself to his training, his Do Chi cultivation reaching the pinnacle of 8-star Do Master, mere inches from the peak. One day, a subtle vibration of energy rippled through the air. Abruptly opening his eyes, Muley gazed up at a slender azure figure appearing in the sky. At last, she has arrived. Taking a deep breath, Muley transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his spot. In an instant, as the Do Huang powerhouse arrived, the purple gold-winged Lion King emerged from its cave, casting a hostile glare at Yun. "Human warrior, you have crossed the boundary. I come here solely to exchange for a piece of purple spirit crystal. I hope the Lion King will grant my request," Yun replied coldly, sword in hand, exuding an air of superiority. Seeing her demeanor, the purple gold-winged Lion King felt a surge of anger rise within. "Exchange, you say? Very well. I require a transformation pill. Bring it to me, and I shall grant you the purple spirit crystal. How does that sound?" The transformation pill, a 7th-grade elixir, was worth far more than the mere purple spirit crystal. The purple gold-winged Lion King spoke thus with a hint of derision towards the human Do Huang. "Then you may depart," he said, shaking his massive head in dismissal. However, the human Do Huang did not appear to be the type easily subdued. "Very well, then I shall have to take it by force. Indeed, you humans are perpetually thus, though you present a facade of courtesy before conflict. What lurks within is often tyranny and brutality." Two formidable combatants of the Do Huang ranks swiftly engaged in battle. The reverberations of their energy waves sent tremors through the air, instilling fear and unrest in the magical beasts within several miles. This, however, paved a smooth path for Muley, who, under the oppressive aura of the clash, seamlessly infiltrated the lair of the purple gold-winged Lion King. The entrance to the lair was vast, winding and twisting before revealing a soft, lavender glow emanating from within. As Muley ventured deeper, he beheld the ground carpeted with purple crystals, rich with fiery energy, a rare treasure for those who wield the fire element. Although these crystals held value for Mu Li, he dared not squander time on such lesser treasures. Had they been purple spirit crystals, he might have claimed them, yet these were merely condensed forms of fire energy. Vastly inferior in comparison, his gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, following the intuitive pull of the treasure within his mind, until he finally spotted a golden treasure chest nestled in a cavern where the purple light was most concentrated. Yet, a small purple gold-winged lion lay between him and the chest, lazily dozing as if indifferent to the commotion outside. Mu Li had anticipated this, producing a vial containing a third-tier hypnotic powder known as dream sand. This substance proved effective even against third-tier magical beasts, and the small purple gold-winged lion fit that description perfectly. Unbeknownst to the creature, Mu Li subtly sprinkled the dream sand at the cave's entrance, directing it inward with his do qi. The powder was colorless and odorless, and as the lion snored, it inhaled a considerable amount. To ensure success, Mu Li waited a full 5 minutes outside the cave before employing the 6-rin body technique to enter. The golden chest was easily identifiable, encased within a massive purple sphere. Upon closer inspection, Mu Li discovered that the sphere radiated an unsettling heat, with a viscous purple liquid swirling inside. It must be the origin of the accompanying purple crystal. His tools could not breach this sphere. Rather, they would be incinerated upon contact. Thus, Mu Li resumed his search for purple spirit crystals within the cave. Fortunately, the pure lotus demon body possessed an acute sensitivity to fire-type treasures, allowing Mu Li to quickly locate the purple spirit crystal concealed beneath the slumbering lion. Gently lifting the sleeping cub, Mu Li grasped the purple spirit crystal, feeling a surge of intense heat energy flow into him. The mere aura emanating from the crystal imparted a sensation of enhanced cultivation. Truly, it was a high-grade spiritual material beneficial for breakthroughs. Without further ado, Mu Li clutched the crystal and shattered the purple sphere containing the origin of the accompanying purple crystal, collecting the precious liquid in a jade vial. Once he had gathered everything, Mu Li hesitated not, seizing the golden chest from within the sphere and making his way toward the cave entrance. As he neared the exit, the sounds of battle echoed from above, bringing a sigh of relief to his heart. The conflict was still ongoing, providing him with the perfect opportunity to escape. However, an unexpected turn of events soon unfolded. The moment Mu Li stepped out of the cave, the amethyst-winged Lion King turned its gaze towards him. In that fleeting instant of being observed, Mu Li felt as though an unseen weight bore down upon him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Although the reason eluded him, it seemed he had been detected. A human. The amethyst-winged Lion King erupted in fury. The human exuded a potent aura of companion amethyst energy, and with Mu Li lacking any means to conceal his presence, the lion sensed him the moment he appeared. Despicable. The lion's eyes, now filled with unmasked rage directed at Yun Yun, naturally concluded that these two humans were allies, one distracting it while the other sought to steal. The thought of the child still within the cave ignited the amethyst-winged Lion King's fury. Amethyst seal. Yun Yun, too, noticed Mu Li's opportunistic nature. However, before she could offer an explanation, the lion unleashed a powerful attack towards her. In a moment of urgency, Yun Yun could only respond. Wind's ultimate descent. The two forces intertwined, and the amethyst-winged Lion King lost a horn to the azure sword light, while Yun Yun was struck by the amethyst seal, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 18. Life and Death Speed, Amethyst Armor. Seizing the moment while the amethyst-winged Lion King and Yun Yun exchanged their formidable blows, Mu Li hesitated not a moment, unfurling his eagle wings and soaring towards the horizon. Only by fleeing with all his might could he grasp a sliver of hope. After being struck by the amethyst seal, Yun Yun felt her blood energy surge within her. Fortunately, she was protected by the 6th grade C hard armor, sustaining minimal external injury. However, she soon sensed something amiss. The fighting spirit within her was gradually dissipating. As a true emperor-level warrior, she possessed an acute intuition, compelling her to abandon the battle and retreat into the distance. Having lost a horn and sustained significant injury, the amethyst-winged Lion King, consumed by rage, let out a furious roar and pursued Mu Li. The companion amethyst source was an exceedingly precious substance. If consumed by a 4th grade beast, it could propel them directly into 5th grade. There was no way it would allow a human to abscond with it. Naturally, the speed of a 6th grade beast surpassed that of a 5th grade purple cloud eagle. Not long after Mu Li took flight, he felt the formidable presence behind him drawing ever closer. Damn it, this was a genuine life and death race. While attempting to open the golden chest, Mu Li exerted all his energy to fly. Yet, the process of unlocking the chest was as agonizingly slow as he had anticipated, requiring at least 2 minutes to open. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he channeled his fighting spirit into his eagle wings. Unfortunately, Even with all his efforts, his speed remained stagnant. To make matters worse, his 8-star fighter cultivation could no longer support the full activation of the 5th-grade Eagle Wings. With no surplus elixirs remaining, Mu Li's mind raced as he retrieved a vial of companion amethyst source from his spatial ring. Without hesitation, he consumed the entire vial in one gulp. The scorching liquid cascaded down his throat, and a surge of powerful energy erupted from within him. The thin fighting spirit swiftly revitalized, and Mu Li's entire meridian system became infused with violet energy, unleashing a power that even kings of combat would regard with trepidation. A resounding cry erupted as the violet flames enveloped Mu Li, propelling him beyond his limits, racing forth into the distance. The violet crystal-winged Lion King, witnessing this mere human ant attempting to struggle even in its final moments, felt a surge of fury. Despite Mu Li's speed surpassing its limits, it remained insignificant in the relentless pursuit of the 6th-tier magical beast. It was merely a matter of time before capture. Realizing this, Mu Li began to contemplate his next course of action. Why, he pondered, was the violet crystal-winged Lion King pursuing him instead of Yun Yun? Logically, it was Yun Yun, a Do Huang, who ought to be the target of the Lion King's wrath. The decision to abandon the chase of Yun Yun in favor of him could not be fueled solely by rage. It must be due to the accompanying purple crystal source he possessed. With this realization, Mu Li cursed under his breath and withdrew a portion of the accompanying purple crystal source from his storage ring. He then flew toward the river within the depths of the Beast Mountain range, following the direction etched in his memory. Do you covet the accompanying purple crystal source I hold? He thought as he reached the riverbank, raising his arm to reveal the jade vial containing the precious source. If you desire it, come and take it. With that, Mu Li hurled the accompanying purple crystal source into the river, allowing the current to carry it further away. Upon witnessing Mu Li's action, the violet crystal-winged Lion King erupted in rage, lunging toward him with ferocity. Anticipating this move, Mu Li deftly evaded, forming a remarkable seal with his hands. The 6-rin body technique. With the advantage of time, place, and circumstance, Mu Li had located a rare spot within the Beast Mountain range that aligned harmoniously with the principles of the cosmos. Harnessing this celestial power, his speed surged 5-fold, propelling him away into the distance. The violet crystal-winged Lion King could only howl in fury at the sight. If it were to pursue Mu Li with full force, it might eventually catch him, for the speed of a Do Huang far surpassed that of a Do Wang. Even if that human ant had some explosive secret technique, it could not sustain itself for long. Ultimately, Mu Li would fall into its grasp. However, considering the fate of its progeny hinged on the accompanying purple crystal source, the Lion King had to suppress its murderous intent toward humanity and flew downstream along the river. The requirements of the celestial power regarding location were somewhat stringent, rendering it less advantageous for a swift escape. Should Mu Li engage in battle at that location, the true terror of the 6-rin body technique would manifest. Nevertheless, facing the violet crystal-winged Lion King, Mu Li would likely be reduced to mere pulp within moments. The might of a Do Huang was not something that everyone could withstand. Having evaded his pursuer, Mu Li exhaled in relief, retrieving the golden treasure chest to commence opening it. The immediate danger had not yet dissipated, for he remained deep within the Beast Mountain range. The contents of the golden chest might prove beneficial to Mu Li in his current predicament. He diligently searched for a concealed location while simultaneously opening the treasure chest, ensuring neither task was neglected. Fortunately, the topographical survey conducted over the past 2 months proved invaluable. Mu Li was quite familiar with the Beast Mountain range and swiftly located a suitable concealed spot along the stream. However, before he could revel in his success, a thunderous roar erupted from the riverbank. A thunderfang tiger, its body adorned with dark stripes, appeared before Mu Li with silent, stealthy steps. A formidable 4th-tier beast. The overwhelming aura emanating from the creature sent Mu Li's heart racing. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter a 4th-tier magical beast. Mu Li unfurled the wings of his 5th-tier purple cloud eagle, radiating a powerful aura infused with the essence of amethyst crystals, in an attempt to intimidate the beast. Yet, the thunderfang tiger, as a sovereign of its kind, was not easily daunted by mere presence. The man and beast locked eyes, each emitting low growls of defiance. Suddenly, a cerulean figure descended from the heavens, startling both parties. Yun Yun plunged into the creek, sending a spray of water into the air. Momentarily taken aback, both Mu Li and the tiger directed their attention to the woman. Clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness, Yun Yun unleashed a faint aura of a battle emperor, hoping to instill fear in the magical beast. However, before she could utter a word, her awareness faded, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, but fortuitously. This delay allowed Mu Li to finally unlock the golden treasure chest. A burst of golden light illuminated the contents within. 6th tier magic core weapon, Amethyst armor. This armor is embedded with a 6th tier magic core from the Amethyst Winged Lion King, crafted by ancient artisans. It can summon the armor to envelop the wearer, with the initial form possessing the combat prowess of a peak battle spirit. Upon upgrading, the armor can attain the strength of a peak battle king and features a core ultimate technique, the Amethyst Seal, capable of threatening a battle emperor. Upgrade conditions. The summoner must advance to battle spirit and overcome the mental pressure of the 6th tier magical beast. The Amethyst Winged Lion King. Rare treasure, divine embryo. An embryo that can be nurtured by soul power to cultivate the most suitable weapon. The stronger the soul power, the more potent the weapon becomes, and to some extent, the divine embryo can also serve to protect the soul. Muli retrieved the 2 treasures, with the divine embryo instantly integrating into his mind, while the amethyst armor transformed into a deep purple pattern, resembling flowing nanomaterials, imprinting itself upon his palm. As the corresponding information about the treasures settled in Muli's consciousness, his gaze gradually grew composed. Observing the restless Thunderfang tiger before him, Muli activated the mark on his palm. Deep purple patterns began to snake up his arm until he was enveloped in a radiant purple light. Amethyst armor merge. Chapter 19, Purple Flame. The rich purple light surrounded Muli, and in the next moment, an imposing and majestic suit of armor materialized in place. The deep purple edges flared at his shoulders, while sturdy crystalline armor adorned his body. At the center of his chest gleamed a purple core, pulsating with terrifying energy. Muli clenched his fists, feeling a surge of formidable power coursing through him, relentless and invigorating. Boom. In the next instant, Muli engaged in combat with the Thunderfang tiger. After summoning the armor, Muli had reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier. The sturdy armor enveloping him showed no fear of the Thunderfang tiger's razor-sharp claws. With fists and palms in concert, after several exchanges, the Thunderfang tiger finally realized it had encountered a formidable opponent. Violent electric energy coalesced in its mouth, the crackling arcs rendering the air parched. Muli formed intricate seals with his hands, and a complex pattern materialized before him, soon followed by a colossal purple light emanating from behind him. The purple flame of devastation. The clash of lightning and violet fire unleashed a torrent of destructive energy, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings. Yun was propelled several meters by the shockwave, crashing against a rock and subsequently spitting out a mouthful of blood. As the blinding radiance faded, a fierce tiger, its body reeking of charred flesh, lay defeated on the ground, its chest pierced, yet no blood flowed from the wound. In that fleeting moment of being pierced by the purple sun, the blood had been seared dry by the intense heat. This was the beast fire of the purple crystal wing lion king. How could a mere 4th tier magical beast withstand it? Inside the armor, Muli did not appear well. Panting heavily, his mind clouded. Although the crystal armor elevated his prowess to the peak of the spirit combat stage, it exacted a tremendous toll on his body, particularly on his soul power. The recent exchange of powerful attacks had begun to take its toll on him. Fortunately, the armor had proven its worth, delivering a single strike that vanquished the 4th tier Thunderfang tiger. Muli approached to harvest the spoils from the fallen beast, and then turned his gaze towards Yun, who lay incapacitated amidst the ruins. How did she end up here? Muli pondered in confusion. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and Yao Chun, witnessing the purple gold wing lion king rushing out to pursue enemies, suddenly conceived a bold idea. Teacher, shall we explore the lair of the purple gold wing lion king? There may be treasures within. Indeed, that is a sound notion. Yao Chun nodded, channeling his spirit energy into Xiao Yan's body, allowing him to take control. Upon entering the lair, they ventured deeper and were greeted with a plethora of purple crystals, their hearts swelling with joy. Truly, it was the den of the purple gold wing lion king, abundant with materials beneficial for cultivation. These items hold modest value. Let us search further, Yao Chun advised, knowing that the lair of the purple gold wing lion king must harbor other treasures. Xiao Yan nodded, meticulously scouring the depths of the lair. Teacher, I see a small purple gold wing lion. Xiao Yan exclaimed with delight. I see it too. That is a concomitant purple crystal source. Yao Chun gasped, sensing the aura emanating from the orb. This is an exceedingly rare treasure. Even the 6th tier purple gold wing lion king may not be able to produce such a thing. Alas, it is unfortunate. The concomitant purple crystal source has already been claimed. Xiao Yan, we have arrived too late. Xiao Yan's expression soured, but he quickly regained his composure. All right. Yao Chun scanned the surroundings and could only nod in agreement. While collecting some purple crystals may not yield significant value, securing a few more would still prove beneficial. Muli hoisted Yun and sought refuge in a concealed cave. After making simple arrangements at the cave entrance to obscure their presence further, Muli finally could not hold on any longer and removed his armor. Huff, huff. Muli gasped for breath, his mind swirling in a haze. The exertion had indeed taken its toll. After a brief respite, he managed to rise from the ground and approached Yun Yun, the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect. At that moment, he found himself with the leisure to admire her. Though her complexion was pale, it could not conceal her ethereal grace. Such a woman could only be described as breathtakingly exquisite. Muli smiled gently, intending to act, but his expression suddenly shifted. A surge of potent energy erupted from within him once more. He quickly settled into a cross-legged position, striving to assimilate the unrelenting flow of pure energy coursing through him. This was the accompanying purple crystal source. He had thought it depleted, yet it proved to possess remarkable resilience. In the original tale, Xiao Yan had merely tasted a few drops and was overwhelmed by the energy of the purple crystal source. In his haste to evade the pursuit of the golden-winged Lion King, Muli had consumed an entire bottle. Such recklessness. Desperately, Muli endeavored to absorb the energy within him, but the efficiency of the yellow-tier cultivation technique was woefully inadequate. He relied solely on his pure lotus demon body to barely manage the absorption. However, the residual potency of the accompanying purple crystal source was increasingly formidable, and the continuous influx of energy was nearing critical levels. Muli found himself in a predicament. What a waste. Yet, at that moment, he could afford no further considerations. Although the energy from the purple crystal source had indeed diminished, Muli had overlooked a crucial detail. The energy was intensely volatile. While the pure lotus demon body could purify harmful surges, it could not quell Muli's inherent wild desires. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had turned a deep shade of purple, and the breath escaping his mouth and nose had grown searingly hot. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards another woman within the cave, and the primal lust in his eyes became increasingly difficult to suppress. It was not until the following night that Muli slowly regained consciousness. To his dismay, he discovered that his hands and feet were firmly restrained. His brows furrowed instinctively as he scanned the cave, only to find it empty. Where was Yun Yun, clad in armor? He summoned his innate beast flame to incinerate the special ropes that bound him to ash before rising to exit the cave. It seemed he had been oblivious, laboring through to the end in a daze. Upon introspecting his cultivation, he realized he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th star of the Dome Master realm, mere moments away from breaking through to the Great Dome Master stage. It appeared that most of the energy had been absorbed by Yun Yun. Otherwise, how could a single bottle of the accompanying purple crystal source yield such a paltry increase? As he stepped outside the cave, he contemplated simply taking flight. The reason for Yun Yun's decision not to kill him remained unclear. Perhaps her fighting spirit was sealed, rendering her weak, or there could be other motives at play. Nevertheless, he was certain she would not let him off easily. As the leader of the Yunlan sect, her reputation had been pristine for years, and to have it shattered in an instant, allowing him to escape, would be nothing short of absurd. Muli spread his wings and soared towards the heavens. Yet, as fate would have it, when he flew over a nearby lake, he chanced upon the sight of that woman, clad in a thin garment, wielding a long sword, engaged in combat with several second-tier wind demon foxes. Chapter 20, The Scoundrel's Downfall. The purple crystal seal was indeed a remarkably rare sealing technique, capable of reducing the power of a dignified Do Huang to that of a mere Great Dome Master. As Muli observed Yun Yun embroiled in a bitter struggle, he briefly contemplated his next move before deciding to intervene. The formidable power of a 9-star battle master, combined with the 6 Rin body technique, allowed Muli to effortlessly suppress the entire scene with a single punch directed at a small fox. With a resounding thud, he swatted Yun Yun's long sword aside, easily binding her. "Why do you gaze upon me in such a manner, Sect Master Yun?" Muli inquired, feigning ignorance. Yun Yun's eyes brimmed with indignation as she pointed at him, yet words failed to escape her lips. In her view, he was nothing short of a beast. Countless times, she had yearned to pierce this man before her with her sword, but the existence of the amethyst seal had diminished her fighting spirit to a level inferior even to that of a great battle master. At long last, the nightmare reached its end, and Yun Yun hastily bound Muli. However, as she grasped her long sword, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the white-haired youth, hesitation gripped her. Had she truly lost her purity to someone whose identity remained a mystery? The recollection of his previous actions, devoid of rational thought, suggested he had been influenced by some external force. Additionally, he had been the one to rescue her earlier. In the tumult of her thoughts, Yun Yun found herself captivated by his strikingly handsome face, gradually lowering her sword. "Very well, I shall ponder the matter of his fate once he regains consciousness." After all, the ropes binding him were crafted from exceptional material, rendering him unable to escape as a mere battle master. Resolving this, Yun Yun staggered towards the cave's entrance, seeking a place to cleanse her sullied form. Soon after, Muli soared over the lake. Drawn by the commotion, and rendered assistance. Who are you? Yin Yan finally managed to voice. What a jest. Such a resentful affair should not warrant the revelation of my name. Yin Shan. I am called Yin Shan. Mu Li replied casually. You share my surname. Yun Yun instinctively murmured, only to realize the peculiarity of the situation as she turned to face Mu Li's playful smile. Scoundrel. Her countenance momentarily froze before flushing crimson, and she seized an object to hurl at Mu Li. He effortlessly caught it and tossed it aside. Sectmaster Yun, though fate led us to those circumstances, we are ill-suited for one another. You are the battle emperor of the Yunlan sect, while I am but a solitary cultivator. Mu Li met Yun Yun's striking gaze, speaking calmly. Perhaps it would be best for us to part ways and forget each other amidst the rivers and lakes. Yun Yun's expression grew increasingly frosty. Mu Li remained silent, awaiting her response. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Yun Yun. Her foremost concern was undoubtedly the Yunlan sect, and personal entanglements would not take precedence. He had encountered many such women, strong and ambitious, placing their careers above all else. Yet, this particular sect master had yet to endure the heartbreak inflicted by a scoundrel, leaving her somewhat fragile amidst the worldly chaos. Once she overcame this vulnerability, she would undoubtedly prove to be an excellent sect leader. Thus, Mu Li was quite willing to embody this role in her narrative. After all necessary actions have been taken, it is best to sever ties completely. The unfeeling Mu Li possesses a heart as hard as iron, viewing the sentiments of love and kinship as nothing more than trifles. Indeed, after a minute of profound silence, Yun Yun acquiesced. Let us forget each other in the rivers and lakes. They were merely strangers, and the absurd events that transpired in the cave would be forever consigned to oblivion. Mu Li nodded, then turned and departed. I have isolated your aura once more. Do not venture outside until the seal is lifted, lest you perish and hold me accountable, he declared, vanishing into the depths of the cave. Yun Yun gazed at the cave entrance, her expression gradually hardening into one of indifference and resolve. No man is to be trusted, she thought bitterly. I should have slain him with a single stroke. Alone and without support, she leaned against the wall to gather herself, commencing her cultivation in hopes of breaking the seal at the earliest opportunity. Thus, the fateful bond between Mu Li and Yun Yun was forged, unbeknownst to both. As a new life quietly began to emerge, as someone who has only recently experienced the complexities of human emotions and is wholly devoted to her path of cultivation, Yun Yun remained utterly oblivious to this development. Furthermore, with her mind in turmoil and her heart consumed by rage, their hasty parting left behind an inextricable connection. Upon acquiring the amethyst armor, Mu Li's power could potentially reach the pinnacle of spirit combat, rendering him unafraid as he soared towards the small valley. Although he had engaged in unmentionable liaisons with other women during his absence, he felt no remorse. After all, for a man of his prowess, it was perfectly natural to have multiple partners. Even in his previous life, he had adhered to such principles, and in this world, where individual strength reigns supreme, such norms were even more pronounced. The laws of his former existence had constrained him from marrying at will, but this realm imposed no such restrictions. As for the little healer, she would surely come to understand. Moreover, he had no intention of revealing the truth. Having decided to forget Yun Yun in the rivers and lakes, he presumed there would be no complications. A sense of unease stirred within Mu Li, yet he brushed it aside, resolving to avoid encounters with the members of the Yunlan sect in the future. However, his current appearance was undeniably conspicuous. Should Yun Yun have a change of heart and seek to confront him, it would not bode well. Thus, Mu Li resolved to master a technique of disguise to alter his visage before venturing into the bustling city. In the small valley, the little healer was on the verge of erecting a monument for Mu Li. Months had passed without a word from him. It wouldn't be surprising if he had perished. She felt a deep sorrow. With her cursed toxic body, it seemed no one would dare approach her henceforth. Her only kin was her father, Yao Xinji. Yet she could not bring herself to draw near him, fearing that an uncontrolled outburst of her venom could lead to his demise, which would surely drive her to madness. Thus, she resigned herself to a solitary existence in the valley. Previously, Mu Li had managed to subdue her toxic condition, but who could have foreseen his prolonged disappearance? Just days ago, having indulged in excessive medication, the little healer's toxicity flared once more. Upon awakening, she found all the herbs around her wilted, and even Xiao Yan dared not approach. One day, as she meticulously tended to the newly planted herbs, she suddenly heard a sharp gust of wind overhead. Mu Li folded his wings and swiftly descended into the valley, his aura of combat energy radiating as he mitigated the impact of his arrival. At first glance, he was captivated by the violet-haired maiden in the medicinal garden, who approached him with a gentle smile. The little healer cast aside her flower basket and hurried towards Mu Li. He opened his arms and embraced the girl who had dashed into his embrace. Oh, The girl inhaled the familiar scent emanating from him, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Yet, was there a hint of femininity in the air? Chapter 21. The Next Treasure Chest, the Eve of Departure. Muli could not fathom how the little healer detected a trace of femininity. Hadn't she already changed her clothes? However, as he hesitated for a moment, the little healer had already perceived everything. Scoundrel! Scum! She raged silently within, but remained nestled in Muli's arms. Speak. What on earth transpired? Muli calmly recounted the events. What is the fuss? Why is he so flustered? Upon hearing his tale, the little healer's expression turned pitiful. Had she known, she would have refrained from asking. Now she felt utterly distressed. After their meal, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, with Muli narrating the thrilling adventures within the Beast Mountain range. The little healer's heart raced as she learned of Muli's numerous brushes with death. When she discovered that he was pursued by a 6th-tier magical beast, her jaw dropped in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Muli initiated a passionate encounter before retreating into a quaint wooden cabin. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow throughout the room. The little healer, clearly swept away by emotion, exuded a kaleidoscope of toxic mist from her snow-like skin at the peak of their intimacy. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed to the poison. Yet, Muli, possessing the pure lotus demon body, remained unperturbed, converting the potent toxins into energy to enhance his cultivation. After a night of heartfelt connection, Muli successfully earned the little healer's forgiveness through his actions. In a world fundamentally rooted in individual prowess, polygamous households were not uncommon. Given the little healer's narrow worldview, she did not dwell on her grievances. Certainly, the rarity lay not in the act of forgiveness, but in her continued affection for Muli. Though she hurled insults, their bond remained intact. Muli considered himself indifferent to romantic entanglements, yet the sincerity of the beauty beside him stirred emotions within. For a fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of guilt towards the little healer, not due to the matter of Yun, but because he could not provide her with the tranquil life she desired. Fortunately, his ambition was unwavering, and he soon freed himself from the tender confines. Affection was permissible, but becoming too emotionally invested could become a hindrance. On his path to strength, Muli remained resolute. The following day, Muli rose early to practice, while the little healer continued to indulge in slumber. After months of accumulating toxic energy, along with his already peak Dome Master level aura, Muli began his ascent to the Grand Dome Master tier. Utilizing a yellow tier technique to challenge this new realm, he felt on the brink of breaking records. According to age standards, it was virtually impossible for someone at the age of 20 to achieve such a feat with a yellow tier technique. Those prodigies at 20 would not languish in training with basic techniques. Ripples of energy cascaded around Muli as the milky-hued aura enveloping him deepened in color. Intricate patterns wove together on his aura garb, creating a magnificent tapestry of designs. At this moment, the sun rises, casting a cool, crystalline light that intertwines beautifully with the milky white aura enveloping Muli, creating an ethereal and exquisite tableau. The figures in the distance resemble jade, while the young gentleman is as graceful as a celestial being. The little medical fairy has long since risen, perched at the window, silently observing the transformative moment of Muli. With both hands holding seals, Muli commands the rapid rotation of the milky white cyclone within him. The liquid suspended within the vortex is murky and dense, clearly having reached the pinnacle of the Dome Master level. As the cyclone spins, the liquid energy is continuously compressed, drawn into the vacuum at the cyclone's center. Muli, composed and unruffled, alters his hand seals, condensing the liquid into a moderately sized white crystal. All excess Do Qi is infused into it, with the brilliance of his Do Qi entirely restrained, leaving only the natural morning light of the world to illuminate Muli's enchanting and serene visage. The Do crystal is formed, marking his successful ascension to the Great Dome Master. Unlike the frenzied actions of Xiao Yan in the original tale, Muli's breakthrough is remarkably tranquil. He has not resorted to any elixirs. Everything unfolds naturally and effortlessly. After his advancement to Great Dome Master, Muli genuinely senses the inadequacy of his cultivation method. It feels as though further training is significantly hindered. The yellow tier technique is indeed too elementary. Moreover, now endowed with 2 Do Qi attributes, a mid-tier yellow tier technique of the wood attribute is simply insufficient. He must seek at least a low-tier Xian tier technique, preferably of the fire attribute, as his pure lotus demon body is inherently a fire type, with the wood attribute Do Qi merely having absorbed his previous energy. Muli exhales deeply and gazes at the little medical fairy who is resting at the window of the wooden cabin. Her delighted eyes crinkle into a smile, and Muli nods slightly before resuming his practice. Muli's breakthrough brings the little medical fairy even greater joy than it does to him, as she bounces around in excitement before eventually calming down. Observing Muley still immersed in his training, she chuckles softly and begins to prepare breakfast. Muley, with his eyes closed in meditation, does not focus on cultivating Do Chi, but instead senses the location of a newly birthed treasure chest. The next treasure chest is not nearby. Its distance exceeds the bounds of the monster beast mountain range. After initially sensing its location, he follows the treasure chest's guidance and locates a general area on the map, Black Rock City. How intriguing that the treasure chest appears in such a place. Muley is momentarily taken aback. He recalls that Black Rock City is where Xiao Yan first traveled after departing the monster beast mountain range. It seems he is treading the same path as Xiao Yan, yet Xiao Yan's whereabouts remain unknown. Muley is certain that he entered the monster beast mountain range earlier than depicted in the original narrative. However, logically, Yun Yun's arrival at the monster beast mountain range should not differ from the original tale. Yet, Xiao Yan has not managed to arrive before him to rescue the injured Yun Yun. After pondering for a while, Muley decides not to dwell on it further. The narrative has already diverged significantly, and fixating on those matters is futile. He need only follow the treasure chest's guidance to grow stronger. Of course, the most pressing task at hand is to procure a low-tier Xian-tier fire attribute technique. Over the next 2 days, Muley and the little medical fairy wander through the valley, savoring the final moments before their departure. As night fell, on the eve of departure, two souls embraced after a moment of tender affection. There are matters I must attend to, thus I must leave tomorrow, Muley explained while cradling the little healer in his arms. He was acutely aware of her fondness for residing in the valley, yet he found himself compelled to part ways. Though it dashed her hopes, she remained undeterred, exclaiming, "It's quite all right. I've longed to venture out as well." A silence enveloped Muley. For the intricacies of a woman's heart are as elusive as needles in the depths of the sea. He resolved never to speculate on the little healer's feelings again, for he had never succeeded in deciphering her thoughts. "Wherever you go, I shall follow. I will never leave your side," she professed, her words laced with affection. Leaving Muley momentarily lost in thought. The future remained a mystery, and in the vast expanse of the Do Chi continent, who could predict what lay ahead? The path ahead was fraught with peril, and even Muley himself could not guarantee his survival. Yet he held steadfast to the belief that as long as he lived, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the Do Chi realm. Though answers eluded him, Muley grasped the little healer's sentiments in that moment. "All right, wherever we go, I shall take you along. You mustn't abandon me as you did last time." "Agreed. You must procure any poison I desire." "Agreed. You mustn't allow others to bully me." "Agreed. There shall be no other women. Now sleep." "Muley, you scoundrel." With a playful pout, the little healer clawed at Muley's body like a kitten. Yet she could not rouse one who feigned slumber. "Just you wait," she declared defiantly before burrowing beneath the covers beside him, drifting into dreams. Chapter 22. The Alchemist Guild in Haiyan City. Muley and the little healer ventured together, seeking refuge in a nearby inn upon their arrival. Though Muley appeared quite handsome at that moment, he still fell short of his former self before his disguise. The little healer, adept in the art of disguise herself, had been the one to transform Muley's appearance. In truth, even if Muley had not mentioned it, she would have willingly adorned him. After all, such a striking visage could easily attract unwanted attention. Having spent numerous days together, the little healer had grown accustomed to Muley's looks and was no longer overly enamored. However, aware of Muley's flirtatious nature, she resolved to render him less appealing to avoid attracting other admirers. Muley had no objections. He had little interest in the ordinary women of the world, and moreover, he had no leisure to pursue romance at present. Strength was the foundation of everything. As Muley sensed the presence of a treasure chest within the Alchemist Guild of Haiyan City, he contemplated investigating it the following day. This treasure chest was classified as silver grade, unlikely to pose the life-threatening challenges of a golden chest. However, he steeled himself for the inevitable difficulties. Regardless of the odds, Muley was determined to obtain it. He calculated that both the president and vice president of the Alchemist Guild were cultivators at the Do Ling level. Should the silver treasure chest prove elusive, he was prepared to seize it by force if necessary. After donning the armor, he possesses the prowess of a peak battle spirit. Although he cannot sustain the summoning for long, acquiring a certain item should not pose a significant challenge. However, this maneuver is far from elegant. Once employed, he would find himself at odds with the entire Alchemist Guild of the Jamei Empire, rendering his movements exceedingly precarious. Offending a fourth-tier alchemist could lead to dire consequences. What is more concerning is the potential calamity befalling the Alchemist Guild, attracting unwanted attention, particularly from the formidable Do Wang of the He family in Haiyan City, which would spell trouble. Muley stood before the window of the inn, observing the bustling pedestrians below while contemplating deeply. It was indeed time for him to learn some entry-level alchemical techniques. Over the past few months, apart from his cultivation, he had devoted considerable effort to pharmacology. with the little medical fairy as his mentor. Muli approached his studies with diligence and fervor, often earning praise from her. Of course, the little medical fairy relished the role of a teacher, and Muli was not one to simply comply. He often played the role of a mischievous disciple. He excelled in this playful dynamic. The only regret he harbored was that, although he could concoct some basic elixirs, none were of entry-level quality. While suitable for ordinary individuals, they fell short for practitioners. Muli required a more sophisticated inheritance of alchemical techniques to progress further. Reflecting on the considerable wealth stored within his spatial ring, Muli planned to visit the auction house in a few days, hoping to procure advanced techniques and insights into alchemy. Muli, it's time for bed. The little medical fairy, having washed up and nestled beneath the covers, called out to Muli with a knowing smile. Are you feeling sleepy? Muli teased. Indeed. She nodded. Then you should rest, Muli replied, moving towards the washstand. After completing his own ablutions, Muli caught sight of the little medical fairy. Her eyes gently closed in slumber. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he approached the bedside, crouching down to gaze at her. Nearly able to hear her soft breaths, the little medical fairy's breathing quickened involuntarily, but she soon regained her composure. Still pretending to be asleep, huh? Without hesitation, Muli lifted the covers and enveloped her in a warm embrace from above. The following day, Muli rose early, first conducting a thorough inspection of the inn to ensure that the vibrant toxic light unleashed by the little medical fairy the previous night would not harm any subsequent guests. After rousing the slumbering little medical fairy, he compelled her to wash up before they descended together to settle their accommodation fees and enjoy a breakfast next door. When the time was right, Muli and the little medical fairy finally arrived at the Alchemist Guild in Hyan City. As they walked side by side, they attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. The little medical fairy appeared anxious. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I woke up in such a daze today. I forgot to disguise Muli. Muli also sensed something amiss. However, it was too late to rectify the situation. If he must attract attention, then so be it. Given the distance from the imperial capital, news would not travel swiftly. He was determined to swiftly collect his treasures and depart. Standing tall with hands clasped behind his back, his snow-white hair danced in the breeze, and his ethereal beauty radiated a divine aura in the sunlight, causing nearby women to stifle their gasps in admiration. The little healer pouted, entwining her arm with Muli's as if to assert her claim. Muli cast a silent glance her way, questioning the necessity of such theatrics. Upon reaching the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, the guards instinctively regarded the pair as nobles, their demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. Esteemed young lords and ladies, may I request the presentation of your mentor's recommendation letter? Muli maintained his composure. He had inquired the previous day and learned that entry to all alchemist guilds in the Gamma Empire required such a letter. Unless one were a distinguished noble or donned the attire of an alchemist, adherence to this rule was mandatory. Prepared for this, Muli extended his hand, summoning a plume of violet flames. This fire was derived from the companion crystal source, easily tamed under the influence of the pure lotus demon body. True fire. The guards' expressions transformed dramatically, their attitude shifting from respect to reverence. Please, come inside, my lord. Muli nodded slightly and led the little healer into the Alchemist Guild. The interior was spacious yet sparsely populated. Given the stringent regulations, those permitted entry were indeed few. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the guild from being the most influential force in the entire Blackrock City, even intimidating the He family. At that moment, a well-dressed woman emerged from backstage, approaching the little healer and Muli. Upon seeing Muli's countenance, she momentarily froze. It was inevitable. Encountering Muli for the first time, no matter her composure, her reaction mirrored that of others. Even the pure Lotus Demon Saint could not remain unaffected. So how could anyone else maintain their tranquility unless their aesthetic sense was fundamentally flawed? Greetings, sir. You must be a newcomer to our Alchemist Guild in Blackrock City, she remarked. Indeed, Muli replied with a smile. Is there anything I can assist you with? Observing her amiable demeanor, Muli felt for the first time that his appearance, beyond mere beauty, served a purpose. Previously, he had relied on intimidation to achieve his ends at the 10,000 Medicine Hall. Now, the woman's infatuated gaze left him feeling somewhat bashful. I wish to engage in discourse with the other alchemists regarding alchemical techniques. Would that be permissible? Are you also an alchemist? The woman inquired, her surprise deepening her delight. I am but a novice in the field of alchemy, yet I have had the fortune to condense true fire, which I consider a small blessing. With a flourish, Muli displayed the violet flames, indulging in a moment of modest bravado. True fire. The woman gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. However, it seems that this young gentleman has only just embarked on his alchemical journey. The alchemist exchange meetings are typically held at noon. You may wait in one of our rooms until it begins. I will notify you when the time arrives. I appreciate your assistance. Mu Li responded with a nod and a smile. Under the woman's ardent gaze, he proceeded to an individual room. The Alchemist Guild was immensely affluent, boasting numerous vacant rooms, allowing for such indulgence. Even visiting guests were afforded private accommodations. Chapter 23. The Temptation of Beauty, the Silver Treasure Chest. The little healer observed Mu Li engaging in lively conversation with other women, feeling a twinge of discomfort within her. However, there is little that can be done, after all. Who could resist the allure of a handsome man? For the first time, the little medicine fairy felt a tinge of inadequacy. Possessing a body imbued with the toxic body of misfortune, she ought to have effortlessly progressed to the rank of a Do Huang, thereby keeping Mu Li by her side. Yes, it has been decided. Tomorrow, she shall commence her diligent training, determined to surpass Mu Li and claim him as her personal companion. Unbeknownst to Mu Li, who remains blissfully unaware of the little medicine fairy's ulterior motives, he is currently elated. Within the confines of the room, he discovers a plethora of alchemical literature. He is astonished by the abundance of resources provided by the Alchemist Guild, with such a vast collection of precious books available for guests to peruse. However, considering the stringent conditions required for entry, this abundance is not overly surprising. The average person seldom gains access to the Alchemist Guild, and among those who do, how many would truly appreciate such treasures? After all, even a teacher would impart knowledge with care. Yet Mu Li is different. He has not been formally trained in the arts of alchemy, and thus his joy is palpable. In the following hours, he ravenously absorbed the wisdom contained within the tomes. Feeling his alchemical prowess ascend rapidly, observing his intense focus, the little medicine fairy chose not to disturb him and instead took out a herbal book to read. It was not until a woman came to remind Mu Li that he set aside his reading to join her for the alchemist exchange meeting. Since the little medicine fairy lacked knowledge of alchemy and specialized in poisons, Mu Li decided not to bring her along. Accompanying the woman to the second floor of the Alchemist Guild, they arrived at a spacious area bustling with individuals clad in alchemist attire, engaged in discourse. It appeared that most of the guild members had gathered. After expressing his gratitude to the woman, Mu Li joined the exchange meeting. Upon his entrance, his striking appearance captivated all present, leaving no one unaffected. This was particularly true for the female alchemists, several of whom were visibly entranced. Even the male alchemists were taken aback, with some mistaking Mu Li for a woman. At that moment, Mu Li experienced the sensation of being the focal point of attention. While it was not entirely pleasant, he was relieved that the attendees were seasoned individuals, quickly regaining their composure. As fellow alchemists, they were of noble status and maintained their poise. The discussions resumed, yet each participant's gaze lingered on Mu Li to some extent. Just then, two women entered from outside. One donned a snug purple alchemist robe, her petite frame accentuating her well-endowed features, drawing the gaze of many. The other possessed clear eyes, hair as white as snow, a tall and slender figure, and a delicate face that emanated an ethereal beauty. However, her icy demeanor rendered her unapproachable, leaving onlookers to admire her from afar. The reception toward these two women was notably warm, with friendly greetings exchanged. Lin Fei and Xuan Mei, they were indeed striking. Yet Mu Li mused that they paled in comparison to himself. Unconsciously, he made a comparison. Perhaps, the matter of the treasure chest could depend on these two. Contemplating the location of the silver treasure chest, Mu Li formulated a plan. The chest was situated on the highest level of the Alchemist Guild. Only the president and vice president are permitted entry. Given Mu Li's current standing, his alchemical skills are barely at the first tier, rendering him unable to ascend. However, if he were to employ his charm, perish the thought, to entice Lin Fei and Xuan Mei, thereby gaining their assistance to reach the upper levels, would that not be splendid? With this thought in mind, Mu Li shamelessly resolved to exploit his physical allure. He feigned indifference as he strolled past the two women, predictably capturing their attention. Both the icy Xuan Mei and the vivacious Lin Fei found themselves captivated by Mu Li's presence. "Hello, might you be a new alchemist?" Lin Fei inquired, promptly abandoning her friend to approach him amicably. "May I ask your name?" Mu Li responded with a respectful gesture. "I am Lin Fei, a disciple of Otto, the vice president of the Alchemist Guild." "Ah, I see. My apologies," he replied. "I am Xuan Mei, a disciple of Frank, the president of the Alchemist Guild." Before long, the usually aloof Xuan Mei had approached Mu Li, unexpectedly initiating conversation. Lin Fei's brow furrowed slightly. This was the first crack in her friendship with her companion. Was Xuan Mei attempting to steal a march on her? She had never before been this forward. Mu Li, maintaining his humility, greeted Xuan Mei once more. "My apologies." To his astonishment, both women were disciples of the esteemed Otto and Frank. "I am Mu Li, a novice in alchemy, here for the first time to learn at this exchange." "Not at all, Mu Li, Jr. Let us retire to the adjacent chamber to discuss alchemical techniques. I shall share everything I know," Lin Fei offered warmly. Onlookers observed their conversation with curiosity, taken aback by Lin Fei's sudden eagerness to forge a closer connection, addressing him as Junior. This brazen girl had never displayed such compliance before, save for in the presence of her mentor, Otto. Would it be all right for me to join as well, Mu Li Jr.? Shuemei inquired with a smile. Gasps filled the air. The icy beauty had smiled. The alchemical apprentices present exchanged bewildered glances, as though witnessing a marvel. Mu Li, undisturbed internally, feigned astonishment on his face. Really? Then I shall be in the company of 2 esteemed seniors. With that, he followed the 2 beautiful seniors into the private chamber. A collective sigh of envy resonated throughout the exchange. Esteemed seniors, allow me to showcase a treasure, Mu Li declared, extending a finger that blossomed with a violet flame. Real fire. In a mere half-day, this marked the 3rd occasion Mu Li had astonished others with his purple flame. The 2 women, taken aback, revealed expressions of delight. Weave struck gold. He is not only remarkably handsome, but also possesses extraordinary talent. This is real fire. A mere novice in alchemy has mastered real fire. My heavens. Lin Fei could no longer contain her excitement. I must inform my mentor. He simply must take you as his disciple. I shall seek my mentor as well. Shuemei echoed eagerly, trailing closely behind. Mu Li silently followed the 2, and Lin Fei waved her hand dismissively. You may come along. Just in time to meet my mentor. Thus, Mu Li seamlessly integrated himself into the upper echelons of the Alchemist Guild. With the assistance of Lin Fei and Shuemei, the path ahead was clear and unobstructed. Mu Li sensed that the treasure chest was drawing nearer, and at last, he beheld a glimmer of silver light at the very center of the topmost floor. Utilizing the 6-Rin body technique and leveraging his prowess as a great dome master, Mu Li swiftly secured the silver treasure chest, unnoticed by Lin Fei and Shuemei, who proceeded to knock on the door of the president's office. Here they come. A resigned voice emanated from within. At this moment, the only one bold enough to seek him out was his beloved disciple. Master, I have found a disciple with exceptional talent for you, Lin Fei announced as Otto opened the door, his expression one of bewilderment. What is this? My disciple introducing another disciple to me? Chapter 24. The inheritance of a 4th-rank alchemist. Na Ling. Otto's gaze fell upon Mu Li, initially taken aback by his appearance, but quickly regaining composure. And who might this young man be? He is Mu Li, currently an alchemist apprentice. Yet he has already mastered the practical use of real fire. Lin Fei explained eagerly. Oh, Otto replied, slightly astonished. Mu Li, in a show of cooperation, extended his middle finger and ignited a purple flame. Fortunately, in this world, the middle finger bore no offensive connotation. Otherwise, Otto might have changed his demeanor instantly. This is a high-tier beast fire. Otto gasped, marveling at the sight. It was worth noting that even he, a 4th-rank alchemist, found it exceedingly challenging to acquire a high-tier beast fire. The violet flame before him likely surpassed a 6th rank. President Otto, I am Mu Li. I have come to Black Rock City to study alchemy. I hope you will excuse my boldness, he stated, his demeanor now considerably more composed with the treasure secured. Oh, so it is young friend Mu Li. May I inquire where you honed your skills? I have only studied pharmacology through self-education, Mu Li replied modestly. Ah, I see. Otto nodded slowly. My little disciple can be quite unruly and reckless. I apologize for any trouble caused to you. Not at all. It was I who intruded upon your affairs, Mu Li responded courteously. If it pleases you, I shall wait downstairs until you have concluded your business, and then we can engage in a proper conversation. After Mu Li offered a humble bow, he turned and descended the stairs with poise. Seeing this, Lin Fei grew anxious. Yet she dared not speak when Otto cast her a stern glance. Once Mu Li had departed, Lin Fei clung to her teacher's arm, playfully pouting, Master. With Mu Li's remarkable talent, why not accept him directly? If President Frank beats you to it, won't that be a boon for Shuemei? Otto, exasperated, tapped Lin Fei lightly on the forehead. You little rascal, don't think I am unaware of your intentions. Is it a little junior brother you desire? Or perhaps a young suitor? Master. Lin Fei's face flushed, as she focused solely on her playful demeanor. Otto shook his head and sighed. Taking on a disciple is not a matter to be treated lightly. Even if he possesses great talent, I cannot simply accept him on a whim. Otto thought to himself. Bemused. Possessing real fire does not necessarily indicate that one is a genius alchemist. It may well be that he is merely a fire attribute practitioner. If he were to recklessly accept someone without due consideration, would he not jeopardize his reputation as vice president? It is crucial to understand that the inheritance of alchemy is an exceedingly precious matter, and one must not impart knowledge carelessly. Snow Charm, why are you also acting recklessly? Don't you know to stop fair? Otto chided while observing Snow Charm beside him. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. She couldn't very well admit that she was equally entranced by Mu Li's appearance, having developed an immediate fondness after just one encounter. The two young girls had just begun to grasp the concept of love at first sight, only to be swiftly subdued by Otto, the rather oily middle-aged man. Muli, in a splendid mood, felt no remorse after charming the innocent girls. Let us open the treasure chest. The time required to unlock the silver chest was minimal. Muli quickly got it open, and a gentle silver light poured forth, revealing the treasures within. Fourth rank alchemist inheritance, complete alchemical compendium. Supreme spirit infuser. Before Muli could fully express his astonishment, a stream of silver light surged into his body. Instantly, a wealth of information flooded his mind. The path of alchemy was vast and profound. For beginners, practical experience was paramount. First rank, second rank, third rank, fourth rank. Muli's soul greedily absorbed the knowledge of the alchemist's inheritance, akin to a sponge soaking up water, accommodating the legacy of a fourth-rank alchemist. After a considerable time, Muli opened his eyes, his golden pupils shimmering with a faint light. In a mere few minutes, he had ascended from an unranked apprentice to the pinnacle of a fourth-rank alchemist. The myriad of alchemical formulas, the intricate techniques of refining elixirs, and the exquisite methods of pill creation were all encapsulated within the treasure chest's inheritance, truly a gem among gems, a nurturing level of instruction. Feeling immensely satisfied, Muli snapped his fingers to draw the supreme spirit infuser into his body, effortlessly suppressing it within the soul crystal. Simultaneously, the divine embryo within his soul began to tremble subtly, indicating that it was nearing completion. However, Muli refrained from hastily breaking open the divine embryo, choosing instead to continue nurturing it with his soul power. He was eager to refine a batch of elixirs to validate the authenticity of his newfound inheritance. Though he was certain it was genuine, the abrupt elevation left him with an ethereal sense of unreality. Practical experience was essential for verification. Muli summoned a female guild member, requesting her to guide him to an alchemy chamber. The little healer, filled with curiosity, followed suit. Typically, alchemists should not have onlookers while concocting elixirs. Nonetheless, seeing Muli's apparent indifference, the female member inquired and received permission to remain, joining the little healer. After all, witnessing a handsome man refining elixirs was a delight not to be missed. Having received the inheritance of a fourth-rank alchemist, Muli sat before the alchemical furnace. Becoming utterly focused, with both hands, he summoned purple flames, extracting various herbs from his spatial ring and commencing the refining process according to the formulas etched in his mind. His alchemical techniques flowed with an innate grace, as if they were second nature. The flames before him danced like lively figures, pulsating with vigor. The formidable power of sixth-rank beast fire was terrifying. Within merely half a minute, the herbs had been distilled into their essence. Such efficiency in alchemy was far from that of a novice. The gaze of the guild member had already turned dreamy. Little medical sage was utterly astonished. When had Muli become so formidable? He had secretly mastered the art of alchemy. Yet, this was puzzling, for he had not possessed such skills before. After a quarter of an hour, Muli thoroughly purified the essence of the medicinal materials and commenced the process of forming the elixir. This final stage of alchemy was the most crucial. A moment's carelessness could lead to total failure. However, Muli's movements were remarkably casual. With a hand gesture, he separated the alchemical essence into 3 delicate streams, slowly coalescing a minuscule point of light at the center of the alchemical furnace. The embryonic form of the elixir. Condense. Muli uttered softly, as if his words held an incantation's power, and the elixir took shape. A second-tier elixir, the Ice Heart Pill. It could maintain the soul in a state of clarity, free from the interference of base desires. Had Muli possessed this pill during his time in the cave of the Beast Mountain, he would likely not have succumbed to his primal instincts. But let the past remain unspoken. Muli gazed at the pale blue elixir radiating a chilling aura, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed the inheritance was indeed not a mere illusion. He had now attained the level of a fourth-tier alchemist. However, to concoct higher-tier elixirs would require an increase in both materials and time, making the production of third- and fourth-tier elixirs here somewhat impractical. Muli carefully placed the elixir into a jade vial and turned to face the still astonished women. He had succeeded. Little medical sage gaped in disbelief. A second-tier alchemist at such a young age, exuding an ethereal demeanor. The guild woman thought she might never encounter another individual as radiant as the man before her in her lifetime. Chapter 25. Advanced Profound Technique. 3-Yang Gathering Spirit Technique. A second-tier alchemist. Upon hearing the report from the woman, Otto leaped to his feet. You say he is a second-tier alchemist, and you witnessed it with your own eyes? The guild woman nodded emphatically. There is no mistake. I personally observed him produce a second-tier Ice Heart Pill, and his alchemical technique was remarkably adept, completing the process in under an hour. Otto inhaled sharply. Could it be that he truly was a genius? Otto felt a sense of urgency and immediately followed the guild woman downstairs. Upon finding Mu Li and little medical sage still in the room, Otto approached with a beaming smile. Young friend Mu Li? President Otto, Mu Li replied, rising calmly and offering a slight bow. I hear you have just concocted a second-tier elixir? Indeed, Mu Li confirmed, producing the 2 vials of ice heart pill he had just created and offering them to Otto for inspection. Otto uncorked 1 vial, inhaling its fragrance, and his expression grew serious. Young friend, are you truly self-taught in pharmacology? His tone shifted to one of gravity. I cannot conceal the truth. I came solely to exchange knowledge of alchemy. I apologize. Of late, there have been frequent infiltrations by individuals from other empires, compounded by the upcoming alchemist convention, which has necessitated a stricter verification of identities. I understand, Mu Li replied with a cool demeanor, his previous cordiality evaporating as he prepared to take his leave. Although Mu Li's appearance is unparalleled and adored by all, when he grows cold, he emanates a chilling aura that sends shivers deep within one's heart. Otto, a distinguished 4th-tier alchemist, momentarily faltered, forgetting his intended words. The petite healer followed closely behind Mu Li, decisively preparing to depart. At that moment, Otto exclaimed, urgently calling out to Mu Li. Young friend Mu Li, you have misunderstood. Otto insisted. At such a young age, being a second-tier alchemist. How could you possibly be a spy? I was indeed foolish just now. Mu Li, maintaining his composure, simply took the healer's hand and strode toward the exit. Lin Fei and Shui Mei had been eavesdropping outside the door, and upon hearing the term wife, they felt as if struck by lightning. Wife. He is already married. Upon entering the hall, Mu Li and the healer encountered Lin Fei and Shui Mei. In dealing with these two, Mu Li endeavored to maintain an air of elegance. Esteemed seniors, it seems we are fated to meet again, he said gently, leaving Lin Fei and Shui Mei in a state of lingering contemplation. He is truly admirable, and so gentle. I have decided that even if he has a wife, I can still be a little something, Lin Fei declared, clenching her fist. Moments later, Otto delivered a sharp reprimand to her head. You foolish girl. What nonsense are you spouting? You are my disciple, the esteemed vice president's disciple. Contemplating being a mere side character for another was indeed absurd. Yet, Mu Li's striking good looks had even captivated Shui Mei. Teacher, Lin Fei pouted, visibly displeased. That Mu Li appears graceful, but he is rather proud. However, considering his ability to refine second-tier elixirs at such a young age, he does possess some merit. I shall speak with the president tomorrow and see if our Black Rock City Alchemist Guild can secure this genius. Unbeknownst to Mu Li, he had caught Otto's attention, while he himself felt at ease and carefree. The next treasure chest was preliminarily sensed to be outside of Black Rock City, allowing him the freedom to depart without concern. However, he needed to purchase a scroll of fire attribute techniques of the mysterious tier, thus deciding to remain for the time being. Mu Li, when did you learn alchemy? Just recently. Impossible. Some individuals are inherently gifted, you know? Mu Li turned to the petite healer, pulling her close. Her face flushed a delicate shade of red, and she shyly lowered her gaze. How could such individuals exist? The healer's tone was faint. Mu Li, truly, why be so intimate in public? Indeed, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible. The following day, at the Black Rock City auction house, Mu Li offered a deposit of 100,000 gold coins. Requesting assistance in locating fire attribute techniques of the mysterious tier, the higher the better. Regrettably, due to the rarity of such techniques, the auction house had no inventory and could only assist to the best of their ability. For those possessing mysterious tier techniques, elixirs might prove more valuable than gold coins. Once Mu Li successfully refines some 3rd-tier and 4th-tier elixirs, it is likely that he will capture the attention of formidable individuals from whom he could acquire the desired techniques. However, in a fortunate turn of events, Otto, in an effort to win over the prodigious Muley, dispatched someone to investigate Muley's whereabouts. Consequently, he learned of Muley's quest for a fire attribute profound-level technique. Without delay, Otto instructed the auction house to inform Muley that an individual was willing to sell him a fire attribute profound-level technique. Upon receiving the news, Muley was taken aback. The efficiency of their response was astonishing. At the Black Rock City auction house, Muley, guided by the staff, entered a private room. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a familiar laughter. Muley, my young friend, we meet again. It was none other than President Otto. Muley's eyes sparkled with understanding. As a 4th-grade alchemist, Otto naturally possessed profound-level fire attribute techniques. I heard that you were in search of a profound-level fire attribute technique, and as soon as I caught wind of it, I rushed over, Otto explained. Muley's expression turned serious as he inquired, what does President Otto require? Whatever I possess, I shall gladly provide. Oh, there's no rush. I heard that you submitted a 3rd-grade advanced elixir for auction yesterday. Did you concoct it yourself? Muley replied with a nonchalant "oh," acknowledging his modest success in creating it. Otto inhaled deeply and remarked, "Your talent is truly extraordinary. Perhaps only a few in the imperial capital could rival you. I apologize for my earlier presumptions. I hope you can forgive me." Otto suddenly rose and bowed to Muley. "Such gestures are entirely unnecessary," Muley responded, assisting Otto to his feet. He realized that his current status as a third-grade alchemist might have startled Otto. A talent like him was indeed enough to humble a fourth-grade alchemist. It was worth noting that Muley was barely in his early 20s, with a future that far surpassed that of Otto, a middle-aged man. "Muley, my young friend, this is the profound-level advanced fire attribute technique I practice, the Three Suns Gathering Spirit technique. I hope it meets your standards," Otto said as he handed over the technique. Muley accepted it without hesitation, for that was his intention from the outset. "President Otto, please feel free to express any request you may have," Muley prompted after stowing away the technique. A hint of awkwardness crossed Otto's face, as he indeed had a favor to ask. Initially, he had hoped to take Muley as a disciple or have Frank do so, but now, with Muley's status as a third-grade alchemist, he felt inadequate to teach him. "I do have a request," Otto nodded. "In approximately 8 months, the Alchemist Conference will be held in the Imperial capital. I hope you can represent our Black Rock City Guild and compete, bringing honor to our alchemist community." "President Otto, to be candid, I must inform you that upon acquiring this technique, I plan to travel elsewhere for training. If I am available 8 months from now, I shall certainly make my way to the Imperial capital. However, should circumstances prevent my attendance, I may have to decline your kind invitation." Given that Otto was a fourth-grade alchemist and had shown him some favor, Muley felt it necessary to be gracious. Accepting benefits and departing without acknowledgement was not in his character. To make a promise without the intent to fulfill it would be beneath him. A man of integrity honors his word. If he could fulfill it, he would certainly do so. If not, he would not leave Otto in suspense. This is sufficient. Should you choose to engage in battle, our Black Rock City Guild is poised to secure at least a place among the top 3. At that time, our gratitude shall be extended to you. Otto, a man of straightforward disposition, departed the auction house in spirited conversation with Muley. Thus, Muley acquired a scroll of advanced fire attribute techniques at the cost of merely 100,000 gold coins. The expedition to Black Rock City was successfully accomplished. Chapter 26, Desert City, Dongguo. In a guest room, Muley gradually focused his energy. His entire fighting spirit had been transformed into the Three Yang Gathering Spirit technique. This advanced technique indeed proved remarkable, as the quality of Muley's fighting spirit significantly improved post-transformation. Previously, Muley's fighting spirit, enhanced by the dual effects of Wood Spirit Nectar and the pure Lotus Demon Body, was already on par with typical advanced techniques. However, upon truly converting his yellow tier technique into an advanced one, Muley realized how much the yellow tier technique had hindered his progress. The quality of Muley's fighting spirit now stood in stark contrast to what it once was. The fighting spirit birthed from the advanced technique, combined with the refined wood essence from the Wood Spirit Nectar and the milky white flame fighting spirit from the pure Lotus Demon Body, now enabled Muley to effortlessly surpass his former self. Nevertheless, the most treasured acquisition from this journey to Black Rock City was undoubtedly the inheritance of a fourth-tier alchemist obtained from the silver treasure chest. This leap elevated Muley from an elementary level to that of a graduate student. The next stage would be 5th tier, a rank currently held by the leaders of the Alchemist Guild. As for the 6th-tier alchemist, in the eyes of the common folk, such an existence is akin to a celestial being, utterly unattainable and requiring exceptional talent to achieve. Over the years in the Jamar Empire, only a singular figure, Gu He, has managed to attain such a status. Does this not illustrate the rarity of 6th-tier alchemists? Even in the central continent, a 6th-tier alchemist could join a major faction, becoming a core member. Advancing further into the 7th and 8th tiers presents an even more substantial gap, while the 9th tier remains a legend. Therefore, Muley's current alchemical prowess can be regarded as a modest achievement within the Jamar Empire. The little medical fairy reclined on the bed, engrossed in both her studies and the consumption of medicine. One might commend her diligence, as she had already consumed over a dozen bottles within a mere half-hour. Yet, to say she lacked seriousness would be misleading. When absorbed in her reading, she displayed a commendable commitment to surpass Muley. The enhancement of her poison body primarily hinges on the potency of the toxins consumed. The more toxic the substance, the greater the benefit to her cultivation. Once the little medical fairy attains the ranks of Do Huang or Do Zong, accelerating her progress through poisons may become challenging. This is due to the ineffectiveness of common toxins against Do Zong, while rare toxins that do affect Do Zong are not easily accessible to her. However, this is of little consequence. As long as Muley continues to grow stronger and remains ahead of her, he can procure rarer poisons for her benefit. After all, Muley is not concerned about the little medical fairy succumbing to poisoning. A brief encounter would suffice, and a slight delay is inconsequential. This world has never been short of formidable toxins. Even a Dou D is merely of middling rank in the grand tapestry of existence. The myriad poisons within the vast universe are as abundant as the stars, and with sufficient power, nothing is beyond reach. Muley rose and stepped outside, where the fierce winds swept in. Here, in the skies above, he stood. Mu Li and Xiao Yan embarked on a journey aboard the Imperial Flying Beast, setting their sights on the vast expanse of the Tegel Desert. Indeed, the location of the next treasure chest lay within that region. Upon sensing the emergence of a new treasure chest, Mu Li abandoned his plans to rest and refine medicine in Black Rock City. After a hasty preparation, he and Xiao Yan commenced their expedition. There was no choice. They had to be diligent in the early stages. With no strength beyond that of a Do Huang, how could he afford to rest? Mu Li had not forgotten the grand ambitions of the Soul Emperor. While his current worries seemed futile, gaining strength sooner would undoubtedly enhance his chances of self-preservation. As for the protagonist, Xiao Yan, he had yet to make an appearance. It appeared that Mu Li was ahead of him. Days later, Mu Li and Xiao Yan arrived in Mo City. This city, while situated near the desert, was not overly close to it. Further still was the true wilderness town, Stone Desert City, home to the protagonist's two loyal brothers and a pitiable young girl named Xiao Qing. However, Mu Li's destination was not Stone Desert City, but rather a map shop located just outside Mo City. Adhering to local customs, Mu Li and Xiao Yan donned masks to shield themselves from the swirling sands. This concealed their exquisite features and spared them some unnecessary trouble. Yet, it left Mu Li with a sense of disorientation. Typically, it was the husbands who adorned their wives with veils to prevent the covetous gazes of powerful men. How had the roles reversed? With Xiao Yan urging him to wear a veil? Unwilling to be outdone, Mu Li procured a veil for Xiao Yan, and thus, the two masked foreigners began their explorations. The air here was notably arid, tinged with a hint of heat, prompting the local women to wear more revealing attire. This, unfortunately, led to various skin issues, such as roughness and dryness. Most newcomers to Mo City tended to purchase sun protection items and moisturizing ointments. However, as a fourth-tier alchemist, Mu Li was well prepared. On their journey, he had concocted several cooling pills, jade skin pills, hydration pills, and waterlocking pills, ensuring they need not fear the sun during their desert venture. Mu Li first guided Xiao Yan to the map shop rumored to harbor the treasure chest. As they approached, Mu Li suddenly sensed an unusual awareness in his mind, seemingly unrelated to the treasure chest, but rather hinting at something of great significance to himself. However, he could not draw any conclusions at that moment. Upon entering the map shop, he was unsurprised to find the familiar, sprightly figure of Dong Ge. Yet, Dong Ge now sported a mane of white hair and a face adorned with wrinkles. His former vitality seemingly evaporated, replaced by an air of impending desiccation. The seal of Medusa was indeed terrifying, reducing a Do Huang powerhouse to such a state. Maintaining his composure, Mu Li, alongside Xiao Yan, began selecting maps, careful not to alert the other party. After all, this was Hai Bo Dong, once one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Jiamai Empire. Who wouldn't he offer a cigarette to a figure of such stature? Even if he had now regressed to the pinnacle of Do Ling, he could still contend with the Do Wang. Although Mu Li possessed the ability to merge with armor, rivaling the pinnacle of combat spirits, he refrained from taking unnecessary risks. Hai Bo Dong, once a ruthless assassin known for his taciturn nature, lacked the protective backing of the revered Yao Lao, and thus could not afford recklessness. After circling the map store, he found no treasure chests, a situation reminiscent of the initial bronze chest, likely concealed underground. It seemed Hai Bo Dong had constructed a basement beneath the map shop, posing a considerable dilemma for Mu Li. Unlike his audacious threats to He Meng, he could not intimidate Dong Ge and needed to devise a more cautious strategy. However, he did discover an object that evoked a peculiar sense within him, a fragment of a map related to the pure lotus demon fire. It was prudent to avoid alarming any potential adversaries. He would address this matter in due course. "Boss, I would like to purchase a map of the Tagore Desert," he requested. After acquiring the map and paying, Mu Li departed with Xiao Yan, appearing no different from any ordinary customer. Hai Bo Dong, without suspicion, continued his cartographic endeavors after accepting the payment. Noticing Mu Li's troubled demeanor, Xiao Yan inquired about his unease. "It's nothing. I simply refuse to believe that old Coot will remain in the map store indefinitely," Mu Li asserted with conviction. Chapter 27. Dong Ge, my apologies. Mu Li could hardly fathom that the elderly Hai Bo Dong was so reclusive, capable of remaining within his shop for 5 consecutive days without stepping outside. Xiao Yan, growing weary, regarded Mu Li with a look filled with skepticism. Mu Li found this intolerable, yet felt powerless to argue. As fate would have it, that afternoon, he spotted a red-haired maiden entering the map store, carrying a basket of fruits. witnessing someone deliver food to Haibo Dong. Mu Li was assured that the hermetic elder would not make an appearance anytime soon. Fresh provisions were being brought in, and it was likely that he had stocked up on daily necessities within his dimensional storage. The prospect of waiting for his emergence seemed a far-off endeavor. Desperation struck. He needed a plan. Haibo Dong yearned to break the seal and restore his powers. Mu Li resolved to offer him a glimmer of hope. He decided to hire individuals within Mo City to widely advertise a divine elixir that could supposedly break any seal. Simultaneously, he would disguise himself as a Do Wang, disseminating rumors of possessing the Sand Mandrake. Undoubtedly, Haibo Dong would be unable to resist, and even if he harbored doubts about the veracity of the news, he would not overlook any potential opportunity. Mu Li's eyes sparkled with determination as he continued to refine his scheme, making the entire affair appear increasingly credible. The following day, clad in a cloak, he made his way onto the bustling streets, where amidst the crowd, he unfurled his wings like an eagle. Do Wang. The collective astonishment in the onlookers' gazes was palpable. This was indeed a Do Wang, a figure rarely seen in everyday life. In the ensuing days, rumors began to circulate throughout Mo City regarding a fourth-grade divine elixir claimed to possess the ability to dismantle any seal. Although the potion was rated only fourth grade, its efficacy in breaking seals rivaled that of fifth-grade elixirs. Concurrently, whispers of a Do Wang emerged, becoming a frequent topic of casual conversation among the populace. It was said that this Do Wang had burst forth from the Serpent clan, seizing a plethora of treasures, including the serpent spirit fruit, sand mandrake, and various serpent-shaped herbs. These items are indeed rare treasures, exclusive to the royal city of the serpent people, and no one in the desert city has ever acquired them. The preciousness of these artifacts seems to have rendered it impossible for anyone to exchange for such rare materials from the hands of the Duel King. The news spread rapidly, and the young lady in red, the daughter of the desert city lord, naturally heard about it. During her next visit to the map shop, she shared this intriguing tale with the former Ice Emperor. Upon hearing the news, Haibo Dong immediately halted his drawing, his piercing gaze fixated on the young woman in red. Clearly taken aback by the Ice Emperor's sudden intensity, she dropped the fruit basket she was holding, scattering vegetables and fruits across the floor. Realizing his loss of composure, Haibo Dong's aura surged, overwhelming even the most formidable dual spirits, leaving the mere duelist before him utterly disoriented. Once she regained her composure, the girl stammered. There is a Duel King in the city, and he possesses some rare medicinal herbs. Did you just mention the Sand Mandala? Haibo Dong reiterated, his voice involuntarily laced with excitement. Yes, I believe so, the girl replied, her body instinctively trembling, speaking in a timid manner. Haibo Dong ceased to press her further, tossing her a scroll. This contains some profound techniques and combat skills. You need not return, I shall not take you as my apprentice. With that, he dismissed her and soon exited himself. Waiting eagerly nearby, Mu Li was aflame with anticipation, exclaiming, he has finally emerged. After Haibo Dong departed, Mu Li wasted no time and dashed into the map shop. He circled the shop a few times before summoning a ring of milky, white fighting energy, subtly taking the form of a lioness head. Raging Lion's Roar. This advanced wind attribute technique boasts a vast attack range, making it ideal for detecting concealed mechanisms. With a powerful punch, the lion's head crashed to the ground, unleashing a wave of fierce, fighting energy. The earth cracked beneath him, and Mu Li, with his keen perception, located the entrance to the basement. Activating the six-rin body technique, Mu Li swiftly appeared in the underground chamber. Before him stood a massive stone door, and he immediately merged with his amethyst armor. Once clad, his strength surged to the 9th star of the dual spirit realm. With a single strike of his purple flame fist, the specially crafted stone door was obliterated. Inside, a chilling aura permeated the air, yet Mu Li remained unaffected within his armor. His gaze fixated on the silver treasure chest at the center of the secret chamber, and he approached to claim it. Finally in my grasp. Upon reaching the surface, he remembered to retrieve the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire. Additionally, through his unique sensitivity, he discerned that apart from the one on the shelf, another small fragment was hidden away by Haibo Dong in a secret box. Without a shred of guilt, Mu Li stowed both fragments into his storage ring. After surveying the area once more, he grinned mischievously and vanished from sight. With the treasure secured and the fragments acquired, Mu Li returned triumphantly, ready to embark on yet another treasure-hunting adventure alongside the little medical fairy. He could not guarantee that Haibo Dong would not become enraged and pursue him, so it was wise to leave first. After all, there was nothing particularly worthy of attachment in this desolate city. Upon seeing Mu Li's mischievous grin, Xiao Yan understood that his plan had likely succeeded, and could not help but remark, "Why are you so wicked? What if that old man gets upset?" Mu Li, recalling Haibo Dong's expression upon discovering his lair had been plundered, couldn't help but chuckle unkindly. My apologies, Dong Gu. Haiba Dong circled around the desolate city, yet found no clues. The formidable Do Wang was absent, and the so-called divine pill, a fourth-grade elixir, was merely a fade. Then, he came upon a dilapidated entrance. He froze in place, his expression solidified in that instant. Gradually, frost began to form on the ground as Haiba Dong, with heavy steps, entered the map shop. Inside, the floor bore a significant dent, and the entrance to the basement had clearly been tampered with. The map shelves were overturned, and the secret box he had hidden was nowhere to be found. Haiba Dong's breath quickened, his white beard trembling. He had only stepped out for an hour, and his home had been robbed. When Haiba Dong was angry, the surroundings turned frigid. Passers-by instinctively shivered and hurried away, fearing to be caught in the fallout. Though his countenance was dark, he remained composed. Even though the fragmentary map had been stolen, that little thief surely did not realize he still had a backup plan. Haiba Dong approached the four corners of the room, extracting 4 blocks of crystalline ice. These 4 blocks were remarkably unique, as they bore moving images upon their surfaces. Observing the young man depicted in the images and his swift movements, Haiba Dong surmised that the thief had been premeditated. Shameless little thief, your end is near. Haiba Dong's voice was chilling, igniting a heart that had lain dormant for decades. The intent to kill could not be concealed, and a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Chapter 28. The Ancestor Symbol of Ice. The Child Symbol and Spirit Symbol Master. Mu Li and Xiao Yan soared through the desert skies on their cherished beast, the Blue Eagle. Over the past few months, Little Blue had matured into a mid-level second-tier magical beast. Mu Li occasionally fed it elixirs, significantly accelerating its evolution. Before long, Little Blue would reach the status of a high-level second-tier beast. A fourth-grade alchemist was no trifling matter. One could cultivate a formidable being through elixirs. Xiao Yan, while stroking Little Blue's increasingly plump wings, chided Mu Li for fattening it up. Little Blue is a girl. Her figure is important. Mu Li remained unperturbed, asserting that losing weight could be resolved with a single weight loss elixir. One should be broad-minded and robust. Magical beasts should be the same. What harm is there in letting Little Blue be a joyful little bluebird? Eating well promotes growth. Mu Li was counting on it to ascend to the 3rd tier, becoming a swifter means of transportation. Little Blue, with its somewhat rotund head, let out a call towards the sky before descending outside a grand city. They had finally arrived at Shimo City. Mu Li embraced the little medicine sage and leaped down from midair. Little Blue, accustomed to such occurrences, continued soaring upwards midway through the descent, seeking a suitable dwelling in the vicinity. Whenever the little medicine sage summoned her with the sound of a flute, she would arrive without delay. This remarkable method of communication was an application of the Gu flute, a signature skill of the little medicine sage. The essence of Gu poison was intertwined with her being, as she possessed traits characteristic of Miao ethnic girls. The customs and culture of Shimo City were quite similar to those of Mo City. The men exhibited a rugged boldness, while the women were fiery and passionate, much like Mu Li's restless heart at that moment. He had become addicted to opening treasure chests. After renting a private courtyard, Mu Li took a bath and donned casual attire, humbly bowing before the silver treasure chest. The little medicine sage had long since grown accustomed to such rituals. After spending considerable time together, she had developed a certain resistance to Mu Li's stunning good looks. Moreover, he occasionally acted erratically, making fervent pleas as if making wishes. Once she had finished her bath, the little medicine sage lay on the bed, consuming medicinal pills while watching Mu Li perform. Open, silver treasure chest. After completing a series of prayer rituals, Mu Li silently urged the treasure chest to fully unveil its contents. A gentle silver light cascaded upon his face, revealing the treasures within. Ice Ancestor Talisman, Sub-Talisman, a world-class treasure from a miniature world. This is a derivative of the Ancestor Talisman, possessing some of its formidable powers. Talisman Master Inheritance. Beginner Talisman Master. A Talisman Master can wield spiritual fire to attack enemies on a mental level, forge spiritual treasures, and their life talismans possess sentience. Rivaling peak dueling experts. Mu Li momentarily paused, memories of the sister series, Wu Dong Qian Kuan, flashing through his mind. However, before he could ponder further, 2 streams of blue light surged into his body, one being the Ice Ancestor's sub-talisman and the other the inheritance of the Talisman Master. As the light entered him, Mu Li felt a tremor throughout his being, followed by a powerful surge of spiritual energy radiating from the center of his brain. The vial of medicine in the little medicine sage's hand clattered to the ground, spilling several purple elixirs. Before she could react, another wave of formidable spiritual pressure struck. Now, as a mere dome master, the little medicine sage was unable to withstand it and fainted onto the bed. Mu Li's eyes shimmered with a faint blue light. The ice sub-talisman actively became his life talisman, claiming a place within his Niwen palace. The inheritance of the Talisman Master was not as straightforward as that of an alchemist. At this moment, Mu Li's soul force continually solidified and increased. Ordinarily, this would require extensive training. However, aided by the Ice Ancestor's sub-talisman, these arduous processes unfolded effortlessly. Thus, the inheritance of the Talisman Master concluded successfully. The treasures opened from the treasure chest resonated with each other, had any one of them been absent. Mu Li's understanding today would likely have faltered. After a considerable time, the spiritual pressure emanating from Mu Li gradually subsided. Exhaling a breath of cold air, he felt the ice sub-talisman residing within his Niwen palace, and a wave of excitement surged within him. This time, the silver treasure chest had yielded something extraordinary, the Ice Ancestor Talisman. Though merely a derivative, the ability to condense one's life symbol using it elevates the life talismans endowed with special capabilities to a remarkable status. In the realm of martial movement, life symbols are categorized into 3 tiers: the most ordinary life symbols, those with special abilities, and the legendary life celestial symbols. Alchemy and runic arts stand as 2 invaluable treasures of the Duki continent and the Tianxian continent. Alchemy leans more towards support, significantly aiding practitioners in enhancing their cultivation and healing injuries. In contrast, runic arts are more combat-oriented, proving equally formidable when wielded adeptly. Mu Li closed his eyes, deeply immersing himself in the inheritance of the Talisman Master that had manifested in his mind. Although his current proficiency in runic arts was merely at the entry level of a Talisman Master, he gleaned the foundational cultivation methods of a Talisman Master from this knowledge. If he continued to practice diligently, he was confident he could advance further, potentially reaching the advanced level of a Talisman Master, equivalent to the rank of Do Huang. However, the path beyond that would likely require fortuitous opportunities. According to the information pertaining to the Ice Child Talisman, it currently harbored an energy potent enough to unleash a strike comparable to the full might of a 9-star Do Huang. Yet, it must not be activated unless in dire circumstances. Once employed, the Ice Child Talisman would fall into a slumber, and the Life Talisman would temporarily lose its icy powers. Nevertheless, with the replenishment of rare treasures infused with the essence of ice, the Ice Child Talisman would awaken anew. Having comprehended the inheritance's details, Mu Li rose. Turning around, he discovered Xiao Yan collapsed on the bed, with medicinal pills scattered across the floor. Mu Li was slightly taken aback, uncertain of the cause. Upon examining Xiao Yan's condition, he realized she had merely fainted from shock, alleviating his concerns. He gathered the scattered pills and quietly exited the room. Mu Li proceeded to the garden in front of the courtyard, where drought-resistant plants were cultivated. He raised his sword-like finger, summoning his life talisman. Tendrils of cold air surged from his soul, weaving a veil of icy mist in the air. The previously warm courtyard gradually transformed into a refreshing haven, ideal for escaping the heat. Maintaining the icy mist consumed little of his mental energy. At his current level of mental prowess, he had likely reached the latter stage of the mundane realm in the Duki continent. However, the spiritual realms of the Duki continent were rather vague and primarily tailored for the powerful. To attain the spirit realm was to reach the level of refining 8th-tier elixirs, while the heavenly realm could rival semi-saints and dose saints. The imperial realm of the soul represented yet another echelon. Mu Li's soul force was already considerable, and now, with his enhancement, the focus shifted to how to effectively utilize it. At this moment, he was enveloped in a searing aura of Duki. And within his mind's mud pill palace, a territory of ice began to take form, merging water and fire, leaving him in contemplative awe. If the master of Haiba were to cultivate fire-based techniques, would it not be possible for him to acquire the sub-symbol of the flame ancestral talisman? Such a boon would indeed be magnificent. Just as this thought crossed Mu Li's mind, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. After sneezing, he dismissed it as a mere adjustment to the Ice Child Talisman's power and resumed his focus on sensing the location of the next treasure chest within his mind. Chapter 29. The Alliance of Xiao Ding in the desolate city of Shimo, amidst the ranks of the Mo Tai mercenary corps. Mu Li donned the robe of a second-tier alchemist as he approached the grand entrance. This attire was bestowed upon him by the Alchemist Guild in Haiyan City. Originally, he merely needed to partake in the third-tier alchemist examination at the guild to attain a higher rank, yet due to time constraints, he chose to forego that endeavor. As a second-tier alchemist, he possessed sufficient prestige to navigate the majority of cities with ease. Consequently, upon recognizing his status, the members of the Mo Tai mercenary corps welcomed Mu Li with utmost courtesy, foregoing any formal announcements. For it would indeed be folly to keep a second-tier alchemist waiting at the threshold without the approval of Captain Xiao Ding. Once within the territory of the Mo Tai mercenary corps, Mu Li leisurely took in his surroundings. At that moment, Xiao Ding was present in the camp and, upon receiving notice of a visitor, hastened to greet him. The arrival of such a distinguished guest left Xiao Ding somewhat flabbergasted. As the sound of footsteps approached, a tall, striking figure entered. Xiao Ding took a seat beside Mu Li and, with an air of directness, encouraged him to state his purpose, asserting that in Shimo City, few would dare refuse a transaction with a second-tier alchemist. Very well, I shall be forthright, Mu Li responded with a nod. I can provide you with a batch of cultivation elixirs to enhance your strength, in exchange for which the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps must act as a pawn in my grand scheme, executing 3 tasks. Xiao Ding maintained a composed demeanor, inquiring further. Might I ask what it is that you see in us? While the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps possesses some strength, it is the Sha Mercenary Corps that reigns supreme within the city. What prompts you to seek us instead? This matter is intrinsically linked. Mu Li's tone grew increasingly grave. Are you familiar with the Mo family? Of course, the Mo family of Yinqing, Xiao Ding acknowledged. They are the most prominent in the northeastern region of the Jaimar Empire, with their patriarch, Mo Cheng, serving as an outer steward of the Yunlan sect. Their affiliation with the Yunlan sect renders them untouchable in this domain. Indeed, Mu Li confirmed, and it is the Mo family that backs the Sha Mercenary Corps. The Mo family has set its sights on Shimo City, clandestinely supporting the Sha Mercenary Corps and poised to dispatch formidable fighters to assist at any moment. Mr. Xiao Ding, while your Mo Tai Mercenary Corps has swiftly grown, I imagine facing the Mo family would present quite a challenge. Upon hearing Mu Li's words, Xiao Ding offered a bitter smile and candidly remarked, if what you say is true, it transcends mere challenges. It would be nothing short of a calamity. After such revelations, Xiao Ding shifted the conversation, inquiring about Mu Li's name. Mu Li took a tranquil sip of tea and replied, I am Mu Li, representing the Alchemist Guild of Haiyan City. The Mo family's expansion has severely impacted the interests of the Alchemist Guild in the northeastern region. Furthermore, our investigations have uncovered that the Mo family is conducting inhumane experiments on living subjects. As their ancestors were alchemists, this fundamentally contravenes the code of conduct of our profession. Thus, we must retaliate. Stunned by the deluge of information, Xiao Ding found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, this can be perceived as a war among the elite of the Gamma Empire. The headquarters of the Alchemist Guild corresponds to the Yunlan sect, while the Blackrock City Alchemist branch aligns with the Salt City Mo family. Subsequently, Mu Li is dispatched to Shimo City, representing the Mo family's doling. Meanwhile, the Modi Iron Mercenary Corps parallels the Sand Mercenary Corps. Such is the elaborate struggle for power that extends from the highest echelons to the grassroots. Xiao Ding, possessing remarkable intelligence, has deduced everything from Mu Li's words. However, he would never suspect that a second-tier alchemist could resort to deceit. In truth, Mu Li's statements are a blend of truth and half-truth, predominantly factual. This cannot be deemed deception. Rather, it is an enticement that lured Xiao Ding into his scheme. Given that this matter pertains to the life and death of the Modi Iron Mercenary Corps, I shall not refuse the gentleman's goodwill. After much contemplation, Xiao Ding resolved to accept, allowing Mu Li to become a significant asset for the Modi Iron Mercenary Corps. Simultaneously, he has entangled himself in the struggle for power within the imperial capital. What motivates Mu Li to undertake such actions? The reasons are undoubtedly well considered. Firstly, establishing a good rapport with Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, the 2 elder brothers of the protagonist, proves advantageous. Although Mu Li has appropriated many things from Xiao Yan, he still desires to foster a cordial relationship with him. After all, Xiao Yan is oblivious to what rightfully belongs to him, so why should Mu Li be concerned? Cultivating a good relationship with the protagonist is the key, subtly encroaching upon his interests, seizing his benefits, and ultimately eliciting profound gratitude. At this moment, Mu Li is not thinking too far ahead. He simply understands that offending the protagonist is a thankless endeavor. Moreover, when encountering Xiao Yan in the future, it is essential to have a topic of conversation, is it not? And now, he has one. Xiao Yan, I am a good friend of your 2 elder brothers. What an excellent point of entry. Mu Li's intentions in joining the Modi Iron Mercenary Corps boil down to 2 objectives, the treasure chest and the Qinglen. Frankly, Mu Li's perception in Xiao Ding's eyes is of little consequence. He merely requires such a resume. When the time comes to meet Xiao Yan, how he presents himself will be entirely at his discretion. He does not believe that Xiao Ding and Xiao Li would reject a friend of a 4th-tier alchemist. Having settled the business at hand, Mu Li enjoyed a lavish lunch with the principal members of the Modi Iron Mercenary Corps. Beside him sat Xiao Ding, and across from him was the beauty of the Mercenary Corps, Shui Lan. This enchanting maiden embodies the charm of Shimo City. Clad in revealing attire that accentuates her slender waist, a bold style rarely seen in the inland regions, Mu Li cheerfully savored his meal and drink, even presenting a dozen second-tier pills as a token of goodwill. Observing Mu Li's increasingly amicable demeanor, Shui Lan could not help but sway her waist, exuding allure. Yet, despite her beauty, Mu Li's resolve remained unshaken, and no impure thoughts arose within him. Mediocre. After a satisfying meal, Mu Li was assigned by Xiao Ding to a meticulously decorated room to rest. Expressing his gratitude, he reclined on the bed for a brief respite. Upon reopening his eyes, clarity enveloped him. The effects of the Ice Child talisman were extraordinary, enabling him to maintain a lucid state, always alert and aware of his surroundings. Drunkenness holds no fear for him. Stepping out of the room, he followed the mental map leading to a secluded corner of the mercenary group. There stood a dilapidated tent, barely sheltered by a mound of dried grass, serving as a makeshift dwelling. Surprised that a silver treasure chest could manifest in such a place, Mu Li felt a twinge of astonishment. The difficulty of acquiring this treasure was not insurmountable. He lifted a corner of the tent and stepped inside. The interior was devoid of occupants, yet astonishingly clean and orderly. Approaching, Mu Li stowed away the silver chest and then seated himself on the ground. Curiosity piqued about the resident of this humble abode. Could it be Qinglin? Such a simple and isolated place seemed fit only for someone ostracized like her. Chapter 30. Qinglin whisked away. In the kitchen, under the disdainful gaze of the chef, Qinglin finally relinquished her desire for just one more morsel. Though the members of the mercenary group tolerated her presence, their demeanor left much to be desired. Every mealtime, Qinglin found herself unsated. At 14 years of age, she should have blossomed into youthful beauty, yet she donned tattered rags, her face veiled in a layer of dust. In truth, Qinglin was quite mindful of her hygiene. She had just finished cleaning the entire mercenary camp, and thus, a bit of dirt was inevitable. On her way home, Qinglin kept her head bowed. Yet, despite this, she could easily sense the piercing, fearful gazes directed at her, as if they could penetrate her very soul. Nevertheless, she had grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Compared to her days of wandering, the Mo Time mercenary group had become her haven. Upon reaching the remote corner of the camp, she breathed a sigh of relief as the stairs faded away. However, as she approached the tent, she spotted a tall figure with snow-white hair standing there silently. "Sir." Without a second thought, Qinglin called out. Dressed in resplendent attire and exuding an air of nobility, he must surely belong to the upper echelons of society. For someone of such stature, mere dress would not suffice. One must bow in reverence. She set down the basin of water and was about to kneel when she felt a hand, warm as jade, gently resting on her arm. Mu Li lifted Qinglin effortlessly, gazing into her eyes, where 3 emerald specks sparkled. "Indeed, it was you, my future right hand." "Sir." Qinglin was momentarily taken aback. Mu Li smiled gently, disregarding the dazed girl, and carried her into the tent. The timid Qinglin dared not resist, surrendering to his whim. "Sir, please put me down." The beautiful man wiping her cheek made her feel utterly uncomfortable. She had never been attended to in such a manner before. It felt exceedingly strange. "Do you not like it?" Mu Li inquired softly. I. Qinglin could not bring herself to say she disliked it. Instead, she lowered her head, at a loss for words. "Come, open your mouth." With a gentle smile, Mu Li produced a pill and held it to Qinglin's lips. Instinctively, she complied and swallowed the pill whole. "Ah, is that an elixir?" Qinglin inquired hastily after consuming it. "Indeed, it is a pure body pill, which will cleanse you entirely. But such elixirs are quite costly," Qinglin exclaimed in distress. Mu Li merely smiled faintly, indifferent to the girl's frugality. What was, in her eyes, an extravagant item, appeared to him as insignificant as dust, hardly worth a second thought. "What is your name?" Mu Li continued to hold the girl gently, posing the question softly. Although Qinglin felt exceedingly shy, she gradually acclimated to the warmth of this man's embrace and cautiously replied, "Sir, my name is Qinglin." "Qinglin, what do you enjoy?" "Huh. Is there something you like to do or someone you are fond of?" Qinglin stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Mu Li tenderly caressed the girl's back, not rushing her in any way. When suddenly embraced by a stranger, a typical person's instinct would be to push away. Those with a more discerning nature would gauge the other's intentions before deciding their next move, sensing either goodwill or malice. A more reactive individual might resort to physical confrontation. However, Qinglin did not fall within the realm of typical responses. She was far too timid. Having endured bullying throughout her childhood, the essence of her timidity was ingrained in her very being. When held by a stranger, her first impulse was to flee, leaving no room for retaliation. She buried her feelings deep within, unable to express herself. Just as now, Qinglin was uncertain even of her own preferences. Mu Li, of course, was in no hurry, for the sensation of holding a girl in her blossoming youth was quite delightful. Qinglin exuded a subtle fragrance, an enchanting aroma that radiated from within. Moreover, her skin felt unusually cool, as if she were perpetually at a temperature of merely a few degrees above freezing, an intriguing trait of the hybrid offspring of serpent folk and humans. Most of her kin did not survive their early years, so to have reached this stage was a testament to Qinglin's fortune. As Mu Li continued his intimate gestures, Qinglin's cheeks flushed crimson. This was her first experience of such close contact, yet it felt tender and warm. Unbeknownst to her, she began to resist the embrace less fervently. This sensation was surprisingly pleasant. However, just as Qinglin was relishing the comfort of Mu Li's hold, he released her. Startled, she nearly lost her balance. But a supportive hand quickly steadied her. Qinglin, come with me, Mu Li stated plainly. Huh. Confusion filled Qinglin's large eyes. Mr. Mu, what is this? Xiao Ding observed Mu Li holding the hand of a girl and, astonished, inquired. Isn't this girl Qinglin, the serpent folk hybrid we kindly took in? Xiao Ding found himself momentarily speechless. Could this second-tier alchemist be a man swayed by feminine charms? No. During the previous toast, he had shown no interest. Could it be a preference for younger girls? Xiao Ding's thoughts raced, and he quickly nodded with a smile. Mr. Mu, if you are interested, feel free to take her. However, you may not be aware of her true identity. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, Qinglin felt a cold sweat break out on her small hands, anxiously attempting to withdraw from Mu Li's grasp. Witnessing Mu Li's audacious actions, Xiao Ding felt a twinge of embarrassment, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. Was he implying that she was of mixed blood with the serpent people? Indeed. Yet, I harbor no significant disdain for the serpent people. Those who invade our lands are to be vanquished, but I bear no ill will toward innocent souls like Qinglin. Having reached this point in the conversation, Xiao Ding chose to say no more. Thus, he hoped that Mr. Mu would take good care of Qinglin. Hailing from Wutan City, Mu Li possessed a relatively mild prejudice against the serpent people. Otherwise, he would not have taken pity on Qinglin and offered her refuge. The residents of Shimo City despised the serpent people due to generations of animosity, with many ancestors having fallen victim to their hands, which is not surprising. However, much of the inland population did not share such sentiments. Some nobles even went so far as to purchase serpent women for their amusement. Xiao Ding had witnessed this phenomenon frequently and bore no suspicion regarding Mu Li's intentions, merely attributing it to personal preference. Third-grade elixirs? Mr. Mu is capable of concocting third-grade elixirs. Xiao Ding was utterly astonished. The individual before him was, in fact, a third-grade alchemist cloaked in the attire of a second-grade one. Recently, he had made some progress but had yet to undergo assessment. With Mr. Mu's assistance, the MO-Tai mercenary corps would no longer fear any force within Shimo City. A third-grade alchemist was a figure of considerable significance, even to those of the spirit-fighting realm. Now, the MO-Tai mercenary corps truly had no reason to fear the Sha mercenary corps. Chapter 31. Submission. I find it quite agreeable. Halfway through their journey, Qinglin spoke up unexpectedly. Mu Li nodded in acquiescence, making no objections. As they returned to the tent, the mercenaries regarded Qinglin with eyes that differed from their usual disdain. Alongside the lingering contempt, there now flickered a hint of jealousy and envy. The news of Qinglin being favored by a second-grade alchemist spread rapidly, thanks to Mu Li's lack of discretion. To these mercenaries, Qinglin was meant to toil in the most arduous and thankless tasks, for she bore the bloodline of the serpent people, whom the people of Shimo City loathed most. How could this lowly woman, in the span of a single day, have latched onto the leg of a second-grade alchemist without invoking envy and jealousy? Nonetheless, it must be said that Qinglin possessed remarkable beauty. Even in a state of malnutrition, her smooth, fair skin was enough to incite envy among the women of Shimo City. Over the years, there had been men who harbored ulterior motives. However, without exception, those mercenary men who attempted to approach Qinglin privately met with failure. The aftermath of their failures left them with lingering issues of sanity. What they endured remains a mystery to all, perhaps even to Qinglin herself. Mu Li assisted Qinglin in storing her belongings within a spatial ring, then took her soft hand in his, departing under the peculiar gazes of the mercenaries. As they strolled through the streets, they noticed the surrounding people casting unkind looks in their direction. Several glares were filled with more venom than those of the mercenaries, dressed in an appropriately tailored alchemist's robe. With waist-length flowing hair and a face that had undergone some disguise, yet still remained strikingly handsome, Mu Li was an imposing figure. Qinglin was clad in a simple cloth shirt, draped in a gray cloak that enveloped her delicate figure, her emerald green hair cascading gracefully. This striking pair of handsome youth and charming maiden ought to have been cherished, yet fate conspired against them, for Qinglin was notorious. The title of half-blood serpentkin was firmly affixed to her name. What should have been a vibrant and enchanting visage had now morphed into a symbol of disdain. Nervously, Qinglin tightened her grip on Mu Li's hand, her gaze cast downward, unwilling to meet the eyes of the crowd. It had been quite some time since she last ventured into the streets, ever since joining the MO-Tai mercenary corps. Her life had revolved around the confines of the group. Though considerable time had elapsed, the contempt from these people lingered. prepared for their scorn. She bore the weight of their hostility in silent endurance. Muley, however, maintained his composure amidst the hushed whispers of insults that surrounded them. Some among the crowd, driven by a deep-seated hatred for the serpent kin, unjustly vented their frustrations upon Qinglin, their ancestors burdened by ancestral enmity. Muley could scarcely blame them. As long as they refrained from violent actions, he had no desire to intervene forcefully in the escalating tension. Alas, Muley's intention to be a good Samaritan was thwarted by the audience's fervor. A man donning a sunshade hat lost control, hurling an object towards Qinglin. The girl instinctively flinched, poised to flee, only to be firmly restrained by Muley. In that moment, a mental barrier emerged, isolating the projectile from its target, and a chill swept through Muley's gaze. Nevertheless, the man's actions acted as a spark, igniting the simmering ire of the crowd. Qinglin stood frozen, bewildered by the seething anger around her. In the past, even when faced with disdain, such chaos had never ensued. What had transpired today? Why was this individual still alive? Had the serpent kin launched another attack against them yesterday? Surely, she could not be a spy sent by the serpent tribe. They must believe she was the one who leaked the information. A torrent of unrelated accusations spilled from their lips as they sought to vent their frustrations upon Qinglin. Muley began to grasp the fervor of the crowd. To be candid, the situation was rather unfortunate, and he pondered why these individuals were so irrational. Did they not notice the second-tier alchemist standing before them? They offered him no semblance of respect. Gently lifting the frightened girl in his arms, he whispered, "Qinglin, you have done nothing wrong, nor have you harmed them. Why do they treat you thus?" Qinglin shook her head in confusion, then nodded slightly. "Because I am of mixed blood, a serpent kin and a human." It was a reason, yet it felt profoundly unjust, did it not? With her head bowed, she fell silent. The question of fairness had long lost its significance. Muley smiled softly and continued, "Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. In this world, there is never an inherent fairness without cause. For everything is dictated by the strong." At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, overwhelming all present with an intense pressure that compelled their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. "Kneel," Muley commanded, his voice calm, yet authoritative. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed through the air, as if words commanded the very laws of nature. A multitude fell to their knees, their eyes brimming with terror. When I decreed their submission, they complied. Such is the essence of fairness, my fairness. Muley, cradling the young girl, gradually distanced himself from the fearful and hateful gazes of the crowd. The man in the conical hat, who had been the first to strike, was now firmly pressed into the ground, his entire being chilled to the bone, and the effort required to extricate himself would be considerable. Muley remained indifferent to the animosity between them and the serpent folk. His actions were merely a reflection of his disdain. If they possessed any courage, they would confront the serpent folk on the battlefield rather than vent their frustrations upon an innocent child, cloaked in the guise of deep-seated enmity. Such behavior was merely a manifestation of their cowardice. Had that man in the hat displayed valor on the battlefield, Muley might have regarded him with more esteem. What sort of person was he? Even Muley, the notorious villain, found it intolerable, leaving the crowd with an indelible impression of fear. The image of the white-haired king of the underworld swiftly disseminated. He was labeled as tyrannical and unreasonable, accused of bullying passers-by, and was rumored to be colluding with the serpent folk, among other slanders. Yet, Muley remained unconcerned by such trivialities. In his embrace, Qinglin was profoundly astonished by the scene of submission she had just witnessed. The adult was exceedingly domineering, yet undeniably handsome. The towering image of Muley, who had decisively commanded respect, lingered in her mind, leaving her enraptured. A sense of unparalleled security enveloped her heart. Qinglin mused that had she encountered such a remarkable individual earlier, perhaps her sufferings would have been greatly diminished. "My lord, why are you so kind to me?" On a secluded path, Qinglin finally mustered the courage to voice her thoughts. Why would such a powerful and handsome man show such tenderness to a lowly half-breed like her? Was it all merely an illusion? Muley gently set Qinglin down, straightening the disheveled fabric she had gripped, and replied, "Because you are exceptionally beautiful and possess a gentle nature, I hold you in high regard." After uttering these words, he continued on his way. Qinglin stood frozen, her cheeks flushed as if under the influence of wine. "Wait, is my lord confessing to me? No. It must mean something else." Remaining in place, her mind raced with thoughts. "Don't dawdle, hurry along," came Muley's voice from afar, startling Qinglin into lowering her head and hastening forward. Chapter 32. Does my lord favor me? What on earth? Muley, you. The little healer regarded Muley, seemingly awaiting an explanation. "This is the little healer, my wife. This is Qinglin, my sister." With a crimson face, Qinglin greeted the little healer and softly addressed her as madam. The little healer offered no leniency to Muley, returning the greeting with a simple "Hello, sister." before leading Qing Lin into the house. After settling Qing Lin into a vacant room, the little healer pulled Mu Li into the bedroom. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the little healer, Mu Li remained unfazed. Was he, Mu Li, afraid of women? So who is she? If Qing Lin had white hair, the little healer might still have been inclined to believe she was Mu Li's sister. Yet how could this rare green hair possibly indicate any familial connection? Mu Li cleared his throat lightly and proceeded to explain. That is hardly the case. With a gentle smile, Mu Li settled at the foot of the bed. Little medical fairy, now that Qing Lin has come to our home, as the lady of the house, you must treat her with utmost hospitality. Who knows? You might become sisters in the future, understand? Mu Li, you scoundrel. Little medical fairy could no longer restrain herself, leaping onto Mu Li in a frenzy, seeking a spot to bite. Stop, calm down. Despite Mu Li's attempts at persuasion proving futile, he retaliated with a gentle squeeze, pinning her beneath him. Listen to me. Little medical fairy, blushing, glared at Mu Li, awaiting his next words. This is a decision I have pondered deeply. Your thoughts on the matter are irrelevant. Instead, you should contemplate how to assert your authority as an elder sister. Mu Li, you are doomed. Little medical fairy pinched him with considerable force, expressing her extreme dissatisfaction. However, as Mu Li had articulated, it was indeed commonplace for men in this world to have multiple wives. If a woman possessed formidable skills or held a dominant role within the household, there was often room for negotiation. Yet Mu Li surpassed Little Medical Fairy in strength, wealth, and beauty, rendering her at a disadvantage in every aspect. Thus, when Mu Li proposed the idea of expanding their family, Little Medical Fairy found herself devoid of valid reasons to refuse. Her sole trump card lay in Mu Li's affections for her. Nevertheless, after discerning Mu Li's stance, she realized the matter was settled, and further rejection would be futile. Consequently, she could only vent her frustrations by denouncing Mu Li as a scoundrel. Fortunately, after a night of soothing, Little Medical Fairy's emotions eventually stabilized, at least for the time being. Upon rising the next day, she began to contemplate how to interact with Qing Lin. It simply wouldn't do to unleash her anger upon a frail and malnourished girl. Deep down, Little Medical Fairy harbored a kind heart. Having spent a night in her new home, listening to the tender exchanges between the master and his lady next door, Qing Lin had not slept well. The master now had a wife. Should he choose to marry her, it would undoubtedly provoke the lady's displeasure. What should she do? No. Qing Lin, what are you thinking? The master favors you merely because you are suited to be a maid. He simply pities you. The master would never marry you. Qing Lin incessantly suppressed and negated her own thoughts, her timid nature unmistakably evident. At that moment, Little Medical Fairy opened the door and spotted Qing Lin diligently cleaning the living room, momentarily taken aback. Up so early to work? With a smile, Little Medical Fairy approached Qing Lin. Little sister Qing Lin, you are already up and about? Madam, good morning. Qing Lin replied respectfully with a bow. There is no need for such formality in our household. Just call me sister. Qing Lin hastily explained, her voice dwindling. Sienner, Qing Lin is quite sensitive at heart. Over the years, she has been bullied by the people of Shimo City, cultivating her timid disposition. However, she can discern who treats her well and who does not with remarkable clarity. If you treat her kindly, she will undoubtedly hold you in great respect. With a gentle smile, Little Medical Fairy took Qing Lin's hand. Yesterday, that scoundrel confided in me, expressing his fondness for you and requesting that I refer to him as elder sister henceforth. An adult harbors affection for me? Qing Lin's lips parted slightly, only to quickly bow her head, her face a canvas of confusion and sweetness. The little physician pulled Qing Lin onto the sofa, chuckling softly as she remarked, that fellow is quite mischievous, drawn to youthful and radiant maidens like yourself. Yet, the adult is genuinely kind, Qing Lin retorted softly. This marked her first act of defiance. Previously, she would have silently endured. Unbeknownst to her, she was gradually evolving. You have known him for but a brief moment, and already you defend him, the little physician teased, gently tapping Qing Lin's forehead before regaling her with amusing anecdotes from Mu Li's past. In truth, the little physician had only been with Mu Li for a year, yet she seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of stories. Qing Lin listened with rapt attention, eager to learn more about the adult. As their conversation unfolded, their bond deepened. Being inherently kind-hearted, the little physician's demeanor was clear to Qing Lin, who, with her azure snake-like eyes, could easily discern the other's sentiments. Although initially displeased, the little physician did not harbor disdain for Qing Lin as others might. Instead, she endeavored to communicate with her. She is indeed a gentle elder sister, Qing Lin mused, gradually coming to appreciate the little physician. Though timid by nature, she seldom acknowledged others, as few had shown her kindness. Xiao Ding had merely provided her with a meager shelter, for which she felt gratitude. Mu Li's domineering yet unadulterated care introduced Qing Lin to the sensation of safety for the first time, engendering feelings toward him that she believed were unwarranted. Now, the lady exuded warmth. A wave of inferiority washed over Qinglin once more. Could such a small and humble being truly be worthy of an adult's affection? Unaware of her own worth, Qinglin still perceived herself as a mere servant. Little did she know, in Mu Li's eyes, she was a formidable being destined for greatness. Such an opportunity was not to be overlooked, especially with someone so easily swayed. Mu Li declared that he could not afford to miss out on this. As for the devoted and good men, let them remain as they are. After all, Mu Li was not one of them. In the room, Mu Li sat cross-legged on the floor, a silver treasure chest positioned before him. Heavenly spirits, grant me something extraordinary, he silently wished, though he lacked for nothing. A fine treasure would still be appreciated. Upon completing his mental incantation, he opened the chest with a click. A cascade of silver light enveloped him, revealing the name of the treasure within. Chapter 33, Illusory Spirit, the Forbidden Seed. Earth rank advanced soul skill, Illusory Spirit. Soul skill. Mu Li's spirit surged. He had indeed unlocked a soul skill. It was likely that the entire Gamma Empire lacked such treasures. In comparison to the bronze chest that yielded an advanced combat technique, which he would have to learn, the silver chest offered something far superior. The methods of cultivation were etched into Mu Li's soul, and he comprehended the intricate soul techniques within mere seconds. However, this was not a true inheritance. Thus, Mu Li did not learn them, but merely grasped the principles of cultivation. The illusory spirit god, a soul technique capable of honing the spirit and launching illusionary attacks, not only fortifies the soul's resilience, but also enhances the efficiency of soul power utilization. Should this combat technique be divulged, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the masses, even attracting the envy of those at the Dozong and Dozun levels. As practitioners advance, their soul power becomes increasingly formidable, yet they remain unaware of how to wield it effectively. If they were to master this mental combat technique, their strength would undoubtedly surge to a new echelon. Only a colossal entity like the Dan Tower would possess the legacy of such soul techniques. Currently, Mu Li, through his practice of runic arts, is capable of efficiently unleashing soul power via his life spirit talisman. However, this method employs runes as a medium, whereas the illusory spirit eye utilizes the eyes as its conduit. Given the differing cultivation methods, the effects naturally vary. To cultivate the illusory spirit god, Mu Li must adhere to the techniques associated with soul arts. As he contemplated the illusory arts prevalent in the Dopa world, he realized that there was someone nearby who was adept in them. The green serpent's three-flower eye could induce illusions, effortlessly commanding the majority of serpentine magical beasts, and could even create a spatial anomaly within the eye to ensnare beasts or individuals. Remarkable. Mu Li felt a twinge of jealousy. Was this not the embodiment of a kaleidoscope, the fusion of divine beings and divine might? To think that Qinglin would start off so impressively, a natural practitioner of eye techniques. Contemplating that Qinglin seemed well suited to cultivate this soul technique, Mu Li resolved to master it himself before imparting it to her. However, first, he needed to enlist Qinglin's assistance in his training. The exchange between Qinglin and the little medical fairy went smoothly, and when Mu Li emerged from the room, he was greeted by the sight of their beaming faces. "What brings you such joy?" Mu Li inquired, causing Qinglin's face to flush instantly. The little medical fairy, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled and remained silent. Moments ago, she had been recounting Mu Li's past embarrassing anecdotes to Qinglin, including his culinary disasters and his penchant for teasing others, along with various fabrications the little medical fairy had concocted. To ensure Qinglin perceived Mu Li as a mischievous character, the little medical fairy had exerted considerable effort. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Mu Li pondered what had transpired. "I shall prepare the meal," the little medical fairy announced suddenly, patting Qinglin on the head as she entered the kitchen. "Madam, allow me." Qinglin promptly rose. "No need, you sit tight," Mu Li insisted, leaning closer. Qinglin gazed at Mu Li, who had unexpectedly drawn near, her face growing even more flushed. Mu Li focused on Qinglin's green serpent's three-flower eye, channeling a sliver of soul power to entice those enchanting green orbs. Qinglin's cheeks burned, nearing the point of combustion. "You wouldn't want to engage in something inappropriate, would you?" What to do? The lady has just left. I cannot be so hasty." Qinglin's emotions surged to their zenith, and her green serpent's three-flower eye began to spin unconsciously. Mu Li's lips moved slightly as he was about to speak, but suddenly, his vision was enveloped by a green light, and his consciousness gradually faded. Before he could utter a word, he collapsed into the embrace of the young girl. Qinglin paused for a moment, then hurriedly assisted Mu Li onto the sofa. My lord, what has happened to you?" Mu Li lay still, his eyes vacant. Yet fortunately, his breathing remained steady. After checking, Qinglin breathed a sigh of relief. "I have caused my lord to faint." She touched her brow. recalling that her eyes had emitted a strange glow again just moments ago. Over the years, many had sought to harm her, but it was her luminous eyes that had saved her. Anyone caught in the green light would instantly lose consciousness. To her surprise, her lord had also fallen victim. Gazing at Mu Li's handsome visage and his delicate, supple lips, Qing Lin's mind involuntarily conjured forbidden images she had glimpsed while stealing in the past. Later, she learned that these were acts shared between couples, and just yesterday, her lord and lady had engaged in such activities. Now, with the lady absent from the parlor, Qing Lin felt her breath quicken. The three-colored pupils of the green serpent in her eyes began to swirl at an accelerated pace, exuding an irresistible allure. Almost instinctively, she swayed her supple waist like a water snake, leaning closer to Mu Li's face. The faint fragrance of her breath caressed Mu Li's skin, and an unusual emotion surged within her. My lord has said he likes me, she mused, realizing that she too held deep affection for this man who provided her with a sense of security. Yet, she had previously felt unworthy, too timid to reach for him, fearing to tarnish his grace. Now, however, the prospect of mischief seemed to hold no consequence. A peculiar yet exquisite smile graced Qing Lin's face as she cast aside her hesitation, pressing her lips against Mu Li's. As time ticked by, while she greedily inhaled his essence, the kitchen door suddenly swung open. Qing Lin jolted, her mind instantly clearing. The swirling of her three-colored pupils ceased, and the enchanting aura around her vanished. Blushing, she stood up, striving to calm her rapid breathing. Just moments ago, she had dared to commit such audacious acts. It was unforgivable. The memory of her boldness compelled her to raise a hand to slap herself. Her lord had been so protective of her, yet she had taken advantage of his momentary distraction. How shameful she felt as a mere servant. And the lady, who had just been so considerate and caring, had been wronged by her as well. A whirlwind of guilt, regret, and self-reproach brewed within her. Qing Lin, what's wrong? Why are you in a daze? The little healer asked, puzzled. My lady, my lord has fainted, Qing Lin stammered, her thoughts muddled. Oh, it's nothing. Don't mind him, he often acts strangely. You'll get used to it, the healer replied casually. Oh, Qing Lin nodded, already aware that Mu Li was fine, as she was led to the table for breakfast by the little healer. Observing the healer's enthusiasm only intensified the weight of her guilt. However, the previous events went unnoticed by the lady, which brought a wave of relief to Qing Lin. Alongside this relief was a subtle thrill, akin to a forbidden seed quietly nestled in her heart. Chapter 34, Serpent Demon, I seek your guidance in cultivation. Upon awakening, Mu Li felt a disorienting fog enveloping his mind. The Ice Child talisman emanated a refreshing chill, soothing Mu Li's wounded spirit. Unbelievably, after the little healer, he had once again fallen prey to Qing Lin's grasp. Fortunately, Qing Lin was a well-behaved girl, otherwise he would have been in peril. Mu Li pressed his lips together, sensing a peculiar sweetness that was somewhat unfamiliar. He dismissed it from his thoughts, took a sip of water, and rose from the bed. It appeared he had been moved to the bedroom after fainting, thanks to the two women. The power of the three flower eyes of the green serpent was indeed formidable. Wrinkling his brow in contemplation, Mu Li pondered how, despite being a formidable grand duelist with the cultivation of a spirit talisman master, and possessing treasures like the Ice Child talisman and the divine embryo, he had succumbed to Qing Lin's charms. It had felt like being lost in a distant realm, encountering an enchanting demoness, her flowing green hair and sinuous waist alluring like a beautiful serpent. Initially, his resolve had been steadfast and unyielding. No matter how the demoness tempted him, he stood proud and unashamed. Yet, unexpectedly, in a moment of negligence, he had fallen into her trap, ultimately losing consciousness. Alas, despite being protected by numerous treasures, he had succumbed to the allure of desire. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he recognized that the primary cause of his downfall was his direct confrontation with the three flower eyes of the green serpent. Had he evaded her gaze before she unleashed her hypnotic power or activated his soul technique for defense early on, he might have avoided the illusion entirely. As long as he did not fall into the demoness snare, he was confident in his ability to maintain his resolve. However, the memory of that enchanting demoness, who bore some resemblance to Qing Lin yet exuded an entirely different aura, filled Mu Li with a quiet melancholy. If only my little Qing Lin could one day transform into something like that. Mu Li shook his head, dismissing the thought. What a ridiculous notion. Qing Lin is so obedient. How could she ever become like that? Surely, he was overthinking. As he stepped out of the room, Mu Li spotted Qing Lin tending to the flowers in the courtyard. Master, you're awake. Qing Lin exclaimed joyfully. Mu Li smiled and nodded, gently ruffling her hair. Master, the lady said breakfast is on the stove. I shall fetch it for you. There's no rush. What about the little healer? The lady mentioned she would go buy clothes for me. She initially intended to take me along, but I was afraid of the people on the street, so I stayed behind. Mu Li acknowledged with a sound, and then led Qinglin back into the room. Qinglin, are you aware that your eyes are quite special? Qinglin raised her hand to touch the area around her eyes, and nodded. Yes, Qinglin's eyes are somewhat unique. In truth, this is a gift. Qinglin, your talent is remarkable. Remarkable talent? Qinglin struggled to grasp Mu Li's words. Never mind, it would be futile to explain. Mu Li lifted the young girl and gently placed her on the bed. As Qinglin sat on the bed, her cheeks flushed once more. However, today's frequency of blushes had rendered her somewhat more resilient, resulting in a lesser degree of embarrassment. Qinglin, I require your assistance in my cultivation. Qinglin's petite lips parted slightly, perplexed by Mu Li's request. It is the eye technique you employed earlier. I wish for you to demonstrate it upon me once more. But, Qinglin had never taken the initiative to use it before. Let us attempt it, Mu Li decided, positioning himself beside Qinglin, secretly invoking the training method of the illusory spirit god, bracing himself for the impact of the illusion. Qinglin widened her eyes, her emerald pupils radiating a serious aura. Cultivation. I must aid my master in his practice. The two sat in a silent standoff, their gazes intertwining as if sparks might ignite from their tension. To an outsider, one might easily misconstrue that they harbored grievances against one another. This silent exchange persisted for several minutes until Mu Li's expression began to falter. Qinglin, too, felt an increasing sense of shame. Master, Qinglin is unable to perform. Mu Li sighed in resignation. It cannot be forced. Perhaps it is due to your previous exertion. We shall try again tomorrow. Qinglin exclaimed, dashing out of the room to tend to the flowers and plants. Meanwhile, Mu Li resumed his study of the illusory spirit god. The progress in mastering this soul skill was painfully slow. Absent any extraordinary means of cultivation, Mu Li feared he would struggle to achieve mastery in a brief span of time. The treasures unearthed from the chest could not be utilized immediately. Pausing his training, Mu Li began to sense the next treasure chest. A silvery point of light emerged. Another silver chest awaited him. However, it was situated a considerable distance away. In the Tagore Desert, Mu Li opened his eyes and approached the table, retrieving a map to pinpoint the exact location. The Tagore Desert harbored dangers at every turn, with patrolling serpent folk potentially lurking nearby. Without the cultivation of a battle master, venturing alone would be ill-advised. Traveling in pairs was a far more prudent choice. Overall, even encountering a weaker battle king would be manageable. Such combat prowess would render one a captain among the serpent folk, with only the leaders of the major tribes capable of exerting authority over Mu Li. The serpent folk possessed a formidable strength, armed with many secret techniques unknown to humans, and their beastly forms endowed them with superior physical power. Only true masters among humanity could hope to triumph over them. After marking the general location on the map, Mu Li folded it away, preparing to seek out the treasure chest in a few days. Time was of the essence. The locations of treasures often coincided with unfolding narratives. Since they were intertwined with the plot, one could scarcely avoid the events in the imperial capital. With less than 8 months remaining until the 3-year agreement, Mu Li aimed to seize as many opportunities as possible before the protagonist, Xiao Yan, entered the imperial city. Should they encounter each other early on, many treasures would slip from his grasp. Only by securing the upper hand could Mu Li hope for a chance at victory. Of course, he could forego those opportunities. But why should he cede them to Xiao Yan instead of claiming them for himself? If the treasure chest could bypass those fortuitous moments, Mu Li would not be so troubled, of course prioritizing the treasure chest itself. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan's journey to seize opportunities was fraught with peril, and he succeeded only with the guidance of Yao Lao by his side. The average person truly lacks the ability to attain such chances. Mu Li himself is no exception. Countless attempts to seize opportunities have placed him in life-threatening situations. Yet, compelled by the allure of the treasure chest, he found himself taking risks, inadvertently triggering Xiao Yan's successive fortunes. Given this, Mu Li was determined to claim them all. However, this lifestyle felt excessively hurried. In just over 10 days, he had traversed most of the northeastern region with Xiao Yan, without time to truly appreciate the scenery along the way or enjoy a stable life. Everything was consumed by the ambition to pursue power. In truth, Mu Li had pondered whether he should pause for a moment. After all, the treasure chest would remain there. It would not vanish. Yet, whenever he recalled Xiao Yan's rapid ascent, a sense of urgency washed over him. Xiao Yan, this prodigy, had ascended to Do Huang around the age of 20. In 2 years, he became a 9-star Do Zone, followed by 4 years to reach the pinnacle of 9-turn Do Zone. Ultimately, he advanced from 1-star Do Sheng to Do Di in merely 8 years. He was even more formidable than Mu Li, the one opening the chests. If he did not exert himself, he might find himself left behind in the dust. At the very least, he needed to cultivate to Do Huang to earn the right to rest in the Jiamai Empire. Mu Li resolved to take a few days to recuperate, prepare his supplies, and then lead the two women to the Taggart Desert in search of treasure chests. Chapter 35. A return to the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. That night, Xiao Yan and Mu Li conversed in the bedroom. Mu Li, Qing Lin is only 14. You absolutely must not. What kind of joke is this? Do you take me for such a person? Mu Li shot a composed glance at Xiao Yan, maintaining a serious demeanor. As long as you understand. Xiao Yan's tone was somewhat pleading. Mu Li smacked his lips and replied slowly, it's hard to say. I'm not talking to you anymore. Xiao Yan exclaimed in frustration, becoming displeased once again. Mu Li was well aware, as a modern individual, that no one wishes to share their partner with another. However, the world was as it was. Many rules were devised for the strong. In the Dopa world, men are inherently stronger than women, a fact that cannot be contested. In the entire Jiaomai Empire, Yun stands as the sole woman of power. The rest of the Do Huang and Do Wang are men. What more proof is needed? In this world, for a woman to grow strong, she must first possess exceptional talent, followed by the right opportunities. For instance, Nalan Yin Rant's acceptance as Yun's disciple ensured her future would differ greatly from that of other women. Yet, in the entirety of the Jiaomai Empire, she is the only one who has the privilege of being Yun's apprentice. Where would the other women find such an opportunity? In contrast, Xiao Yan and Qing Lin, both possessing extraordinary talents, could smoothly evolve into Dozun, surpassing 99% of women in the world. Meanwhile, Mu Li shamelessly accepted both of them, with two stunning Dozun beauties at his side. Aside from the ancient 8 clans, perhaps only the revered Yao Chun of the past could boast of such treatment. The figures of Yao Shen, Fengxian, Zhuangkongzi, and Yao Dianhu, the body of Yunshan, are all exceptionally handsome men, exhibiting formidable strength. There exists a clandestine affection between Yao Shen and the elder of the Flower Clan, Hua Qing, as well as the prominent figure of the Dan Tower, Xianyi. Originally, Yao Shen's master, Han Shanshan, also harbored feelings for him, and the holy maiden of the Fox clan, Hu Jujiu, was enamored with him as well. Additionally, the pinnacle of the 9 transformation dual sovereign, Hua Yu, who imparted his lifelong combat spirit to Yun, also once longed for Yao Shen. Titles such as Rebellious Disciple, Fox Demon Romance, and Innocent Sect Leader could have been rightfully claimed by Yao Shen, yet alas, he squandered these opportunities. Mu Li expressed his perplexity regarding Yao Shen's sentiments. Perhaps he is simply a good man. Good individuals often find themselves enveloped in a sense of regret throughout their lives. Of course, the wicked may feel similarly, yet they do not evoke pity, and thus, no one mourns for their misfortunes. To others, Mu Li is perceived as the villain. That evening, the little medical sage truly chose to ignore Mu Li. Her affection for him was genuine. When one sincerely loves another, one cannot wish for them to be with someone of the opposite sex. Her heart brimmed with disappointment and melancholy. Nevertheless, the little medical sage understood that she could never part from Mu Li. In this lifetime, he was the only man she could ever have, for no one else could withstand her poison. Burdened by sorrow, the little medical sage found herself unable to sleep for an extended period. Suddenly, Mu Li embraced her from behind, drawing her into his warm embrace. Sleep now, cast aside your wandering thoughts. Feeling the warmth of Mu Li's body, she was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion and nearly wept. She turned to face him, her cheek resting against his chest. Mu Li, you won't leave me, will you? Of course not, he replied, playfully patting her backside. How could I possibly abandon such a splendid furnace? Be clear, I want to hear you say it. The little medical sage, however, persisted, wriggling in his arms. This movement ignited Mu Li's desires, and he rolled over to pin her beneath him. It seems that if I do not satisfy you, sleep will elude you tonight. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, who is unsatisfied? Is it not your own insecurity that compels you to seek my fulfillment? I merely inquired. After a night filled with wall-splitting intimacy, Qing Lin had not rested well, but maintained her spirited demeanor. Rising early, she busied herself with cooking and cleaning. By the time the little medical sage arose, Qing Lin had already prepared the herbs. The little medical sage marveled at Qing Lin's efficiency, only to be reminded that she was merely a 14-year-old girl. Her maternal instincts surged, prompting her to engage Qing Lin in conversation. Qing Lin, well prepared, brightened her eyes and filled her heart with determination, resolved to please her master today. As the Bai Shi San Hua Tong slowly rotated, Mu Li concentrated, gathering a significant amount of soul power, remaining vigilant. However, the radiance emitted from the Bai Shi San Hua Tong was considerably weaker than the previous morning, and the 3 jade-like points turned languidly. After observing for some time, Mu Li began to feel a slight pull into an illusion. He employed the methods within the illusionary spirit technique, nurturing his eyes with soul power, attuning himself to the sensation of being drawn into the enchantment. The auxiliary methods recorded in the soul technique proved to be remarkably effective. When Mu Li broke through the illusion and reopened his eyes, he could sense a hint of spirituality within them. With daily practice, he believed that in less than half a month, he would master the illusory spirit eyes. The first time Qing Lin actively activated the green serpent triflower eyes, she visibly struggled, stifling yawns with a look of fatigue. Mu Li embraced her, removed his outer garment, and laid her on the bed. The little girl was utterly exhausted. As soon as her body touched the bed, she fell into a deep slumber. Mu Li exited the room, entrusting the little healer to watch over the household, and proceeded to the MO Time Mercenary Corps with the refined pills in hand. Upon hearing of Mu Li's arrival, Xiao Ding promptly emerged with his younger brother, Xiao Li, to greet him. Mr. Mu Li, Xiao Ding respectfully acknowledged. It was Xiao Li's first encounter with Mu Li, and upon seeing his striking handsomeness, he couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Mu Li is truly a paragon of talent. This meeting certainly lives up to the rumors. Word had spread that a second-tier alchemist had joined their ranks. Not only young, but also extraordinarily handsome. Although some unfavorable rumors circulated outside, labeling Mu Li as the white-haired king of hell and condemning his supposed atrocities. In the Duki continent, strength was revered above all. Who cared for the sentiments of the weak, especially within a mercenary organization that admired power? Brother Xiao Li, you flatter me, Mu Li replied graciously. Upon entering the conversation room, Mu Li wasted no time and directly presented an array of first and second-tier pills, including several third-tier ones, placing them all on the table. The side of the table brimming with pills, numbering no less than 100, left Xiao Ding and Xiao Li in awe. The worth of such a collection surely exceeded 100,000 gold coins. For an alchemist, this wealth could be easily crafted, but for mercenaries, it represented a substantial fortune. Furthermore, high-tier pills were often scarce, sometimes unattainable even with abundant gold. Xiao Ding, who had never used third-tier pills, was now presented with a bounty of them. Collaborating with an alchemist proved to be exceedingly beneficial. However, Xiao Ding, with a discerning mind, understood that the MO Time Mercenary Corps could not accept this treasure without a price. Mr. Mu Li, what are your requirements? The MO Time Mercenary Corps will certainly do its utmost to accommodate. There are no specific demands. This is merely a token of sincerity for our collaboration, Mu Li replied, sipping his tea nonchalantly. All I ask of Captain Xiao Ding is to withstand the pressure from the Sand Mercenary Corps, which would not be an unworthy use of my goodwill. Indeed, we at the MO Time Mercenary Corps will never yield, replied Xiao Ding, embodying the spirit of the Xiao family, having ventured out early to hone their skills with unwavering courage. Well then, I wish Mr. Mu Li a successful endeavor and a swift return. Xiao Ding offered his blessings, with Xiao Li mimicking his elder brother's sentiment. In the following days, Mu Li diligently refined the illusory spirit divine technique while steadily advancing his cultivation to the pinnacle of a 3-star Great Dome Master. Just one step away from breaking through to a 4-star Great Dome Master. However, he knew that this step required patience and accumulation. One morning, Mu Li set out on a treasure-seeking journey accompanied by the little healer and Qing Lin. Given the absence of significant cover in the desert, flying would easily attract the attention of the serpent people. Thus Mu Li and his companions opted for travel on foot. 3 individuals, shrouded in headscarves to shield themselves from the biting sands and draped in sun-protective cloaks, leisurely traversed the vast, desolate expanse of the Ochre Desert. Contrary to the perception of lifelessness, the trio encounters a myriad of desert creatures along their journey, including a formidable third-tier desert troll lizard. Yet, before Mu Li, it pales in comparison. Without the need to summon his violet crystal armor, he effortlessly encases it in ice using the Child of Ice talisman, reducing it to mere shards. Witnessing Mu Li's acquisition of yet another peculiar ability, the small healer expresses mild astonishment, though soon finds solace in the familiarity of it all. The aura emanating from the Child of Ice talisman grants a refreshing coolness amidst the desert's heat, and Qing Lin, possessing the bloodline of the serpent people, feels little discomfort, exhibiting a resilience to the sweltering temperatures that surpasses that of Mu Li and the small healer. With intermittent stops, the trio finally reaches their destination. Mu Li senses the treasure chest lies beneath the sands, summoning forth his battle chi. Raging lioness roar. A milky white battle chi coalesces into the form of a colossal lion, and with a powerful punch, Mu Li strikes the desert floor, unleashing a torrent of energy that instantly carves a depression into the sandy surface below. Step back. Noticing the underground passage's depth, Mu Li calls forth his violet crystal armor. Once clad in the armor, fierce violet flames blaze around him, warping the surrounding air. The small healer retreats with Qing Lin to a safe distance, only to witness a massive violet sun manifest above Mu Li, its majesty overwhelming. As it pierces through the desert, the intense violet flames incinerate the long-baked sands into ashes, and with this formidable strike, the subterranean passage is completely breached, revealing its hidden path. Mu Li cools the scorched earth with the Child of Ice talisman before dispelling his armor, allowing the small healer to escort Qinglin forward. The trio descends into the cavern, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The further they delve, the more intricate the passage becomes, yet Mu Li, guided by the treasure's aura, adeptly navigates to the cavern's deepest recess, the Sea of Magma. Mu Li leads the two women to this concealed layer beneath the desert. Here, the sweltering heat is intolerable for most, yet the ice runes he conjures shield them from the brunt of the temperature. Before they can marvel at the breathtaking sights, a colossal crimson serpent erupts from the magma below, charging towards them. Ice prison. Mu Li extends his hand, casting the runes without mercy upon the fiery spirit snake, ensnaring it within an icy confinement. The ice, born from his concentrated mental energy, proves as unyielding as stone, no matter how fiercely the fiery serpent thrashes. It cannot shatter its frosty prison. With a firm grip, Mu Li compresses the ice prison, transforming it into frost chains that bind the two-headed fiery serpent tightly. With a resounding crash, he effortlessly subdues the fourth-tier beast, showcasing the prowess of a rune master. Qinglin, use your eye technique to control it, Mu Li instructs. Turning to her, Qinglin nods, fear flickering in her eyes as she approaches the two-headed fiery serpent hesitantly. This creature, a fourth-tier monster of the spirit battle level, looms large and intimidating, far beyond what Qinglin, at her current level of battle chi, could hope to confront. Yet, if she cannot match its strength, perhaps she can rely on her unique abilities. Qinglin gazed intently at the two-headed fire spirit serpent, her emerald-hued eyes beginning to swirl. After several days of training with Mu Li, she had acquired a preliminary ability to harness her innate talents. A radiant green luminescence emanated from her, and the serpent roared wildly, yet gradually the sound diminished. As a verdant pattern burst forth from Qinglin's pupils and imprinted itself onto the body of the two-headed fire spirit serpent, this formidable fourth-tier magical beast fell into an instant silence. When it reopened its eyes, the gaze directed at Qinglin was now imbued with docility and loyalty. Witnessing this transformation, Mu Li untied the icy restraints, his mouth agape in astonishment. The petite healer beside him also stared at Qinglin in shock, her expression one of disbelief. This seemingly frail girl possessed such extraordinary prowess. To tame a spirit with her fighting energy was a talent so fearsome that it was no wonder Mu Li had brought her into his home. Simultaneously, a sense of embarrassment welled up within the healer. Her own cultivation stood at a mere 9 stars of fighter. And although she had advanced from 2 stars to 9 in a year, a commendable feat, it paled in comparison to Qinglin's immediate command over the fire spirit serpent. An unfair advantage indeed. The disparity in their physiques was utterly unreasonable, akin to how ingesting poison could enhance one's cultivation. After a moment of reflection, Mu Li shifted his focus to the magma below. The treasure was not located in this open space. It required further descent. I need to investigate beneath the magma. You two remain here and ensure your safety. Beneath the magma. The two women gasped in surprise, yet before they could fully comprehend, Mu Li leapt into the sea of molten rock. Qinglin's face drained of color. Sir, the healer's expression morphed into one of confusion, but having spent considerable time with Mu Li, she understood that he was not one to engage in reckless self-endangerment, and thus she grasped Qinglin's arm. Do not worry. He would not undertake such a perilous act without assurance, she reassured. Is that truly the case? Qinglin's gaze remained fixated on the surface of the magma. The healer nodded. Let us wait quietly for him. Mu Li plunged into the magma, enveloping himself in the protective power of the Ice Child talisman, emerging unscathed. Moreover, his unique physique, that of the pure lotus demon, granted him an extraordinary affinity for flames, rendering him comfortable within the magma. Channeling his soul energy, he swiftly descended in response to the sensations he felt. The ice talisman paved his path, freezing the area ahead, allowing him to glide effortlessly across the icy surface, enhancing his speed. However, the path he traversed soon lost the talisman's support and was quickly consumed by the surrounding molten rock. Thus, Mu Li constructed a cerulean pathway through the magma realm until he finally discovered the treasure chest. Chapter 37. The Azure Lotus Base, the Silver Chest. Ahead lay a sea of azure flames, entirely distinct from the previous torrents of molten rock. Here, the flow of stone had vanished, entirely devoured by the cerulean fire. Even with the Ice Child talisman at his disposal, Mu Li found himself straining against the intensity of the azure flames. He was unable to fully unleash the power of the talisman. His status as a low-level talisman master was still insufficient. After all, the object before him was an extraordinary flame that even the Emperor of Fighters would hesitate to approach. Although the ice released by the Ice Sun's talisman was melted away by the azure fire, Mu Li did not feel any warmth. The pure lotus demon body seemed to resonate remarkably with the azure lotus heart fire. Mu Li cautiously drew nearer, and after traversing a sea of blue flames, he found himself before a magnificent azure lotus. The azure lotus heart fire, nurtured for a decade to gain spirit, a century to take form, and a millennium to blossom, ultimately giving rise to the azure lotus flame, which possessed the formidable power to commune with the natural fires. Muli whispered softly. Regrettably, the extraordinary flame within had already been seized by Medusa. Muli stepped into the depths of the lotus, standing at the center of its stalk. This place was particularly cool, and the abundance of fiery invigorated him. Merely being within this environment caused his cultivation to gradually rise. At the heart of the azure lotus, 11 tiny luminous lotus seed-shaped points flickered subtly, the fire attribute essence within stirring Muli, who bore the pure lotus demon body. However, he refrained from hastily collecting them, and instead turned his gaze to the silver treasure chest placed before him. At long last, he had found it. Muli exhaled softly. Searching in the boundless sea of magma had initially felt intriguing, but soon became rather numbing. The relentless expanse of red surrounded him, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Were it not for the Ice Sun's talisman, locating this treasure chest would have proven exceedingly difficult. The turbulent currents of magma alone could severely injure even a grand fighter. Fortunately, Muli had successfully found it. Without the aid of a A-level powerhouse like Xiao Yan, he had managed to secure the opportunity here all by himself. After stowing away the silver treasure chest, Muli began to extract the azure lotus base. A slender jade flew out from his spatial ring, and he manipulated it to sever the roots of the lotus seat. Once all the roots were cut, the massive azure lotus seemed to wither, slowly retracting until it shrank to the size of a palm. Although the azure lotus base could receive the best nourishment here, Muli could not possibly remain to cultivate in this place. Hence, taking it with him was the most advantageous course of action. Nevertheless, he did not completely sever all the roots. He left some behind as a small gesture of conscience after reaping the benefits. The cut azure lotus roots greedily absorbed the earth fire from the sea of magma, visibly repairing themselves at the broken sections. In another 1,000 years, this place should be able to give birth to another extraordinary flame. Muli cast a final glance at the surroundings before resolutely turning to leave. With the ice talisman leading the way, he ascended step by step along the icy staircase through the sea of magma, soon breaking through the surface. As Muli surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was not at the same spot where he had entered the sea, prompting him to search around. After a quarter of an hour, he finally spotted Qing Lin and the little doctor amidst the vast magma cavern. Master! Qing Lin exclaimed in excitement as he saw Muli flying towards him. At that moment, the little doctor also felt the weight on her heart lift. Although she had maintained a calm facade before Qing Lin, she had been equally anxious inside. After all, the longer the wait, the greater the peril for Muli. With their limited cultivation, they were utterly incapable of venturing into the magma to search for him, leaving them to anxiously await his return, praying for his safety. Fortunately, that rascal finally emerged. Why are you drenched in sweat, little medical fairy? Muli jested. Isn't it because I've been waiting for you? She retorted, her tone laced with irritation. Without the protection of the Ice Child's talisman, they found themselves in the sweltering sea of magma. Had it not been for the refreshing presence of Qing Lin, she would have long since reached her limit. Yet, even with that solace, the heat had still managed to draw beads of sweat from her brow. It's high time for a wash, Muli feigned disdain, pinching his nose. Muli! Upon witnessing his antics, the little medical fairy instantly bristled, abandoning her usual poise in front of Qing Lin, and rushed forward to deliver a flurry of playful punches. Qing Lin, observing the playful bickering between the two, stifled a laugh behind her hand. Madam was correct. The master simply delights in provoking her. However, devoid of any treasure chest to guide them, Muli had no choice but to consult the map meticulously. The desert's terrain shifted incessantly, and after a considerable trek, the trio had yet to glimpse a city. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two women, Muli cleared his throat lightly. Just as he was about to assert that he was not lost, a procession appeared in the distance. Clad in grayish-yellow cloaks, their figures blended seamlessly with the desert. Let us investigate, Muli thought to himself, his intended explanation now forgotten as he strode confidently towards the gathering. Halt! As they drew near, the leader of the crowd spoke before Muli could utter a word. After exchanging a few remarks with his companions, someone approached them. Are you from the Tagore Desert? Indeed, Muli replied. What a bold little fighter you are, came the scornful remark, as if a mere ant were defiantly challenging a human, who would only mockingly observe. Contemplating whether to squash it underfoot. Did you hear the tremendous commotion from an hour ago? Muli and the little medical fairy exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. No, remove your headscarves, the leader commanded, raising an eyebrow. Muli dismissed any notion of playful banter and unleashed a punch. You dare, the leader bellowed, his battle aura coalescing, revealing that he had transcended the fighter level and achieved the rank of master. Nevertheless, Muli's punch shattered the battle aura effortlessly, sending the leader careening several meters away. Captain, The crowd erupted into chaos. Their master, despite his rank, rendered unconscious by a single blow. We encountered a formidable opponent. Now, it is my turn to inquire, Mu Li declared, disregarding the onlookers' gazes as he approached, forcefully pinning one of the team members to the ground. Speak, who are you? The individual beneath his foot, seemingly resolute, remained stubbornly silent. Applying more pressure, a pained cry escaped the captive's lips. I'll tell you. Faced with the specter of death, the team member could no longer maintain his defiance. I am from the Yunlon sect. You cannot kill me. Yunlon sect? Mu Li's surprise was palpable. How did the disciples of Yunlon sect arrive at this place? Mu Li scanned the surroundings. Did they come one by one, or all together? The crowd fell into silence. Fight! What a ridiculous notion. A single punch from the one who had felled the Dome Master was far beyond the capabilities of this group of fighters. It was all the captain's fault for provoking these three individuals. With no inclination to resist, and following the earlier incident where a team member revealed his identity, they opted to lay low. After all, they were disciples of Yunlon's sect. Surely, the opponents would not resort to killing them. Chapter 38. The Legacy of the Azure Lotus Sword Saint. I mentioned he must have lost his way, didn't I? The little physician quietly remarked to Qing Lin behind her. Mu Li's expression stiffened momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. It is rare for first-time visitors to the desert not to lose their way. Venturing deep into the desert without a professional guide can be exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, while the disciples of Yunlon's sect may lack combat prowess, their knowledge remains commendable. After all, it is a major sect, and they provide a comprehensive education, including geography. In this regard, Haibuodong is undoubtedly an expert. He has spent decades crafting maps, though he tends to stay reclusive. Upon returning to Shimo City, Mu Li led a group of dispirited Yunlon sect disciples to the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. After instructing the mercenaries to keep a close watch on them, Mu Li and Xiao Ding settled into a room for a discussion. Brother Mu Li, who are these people? As their collaboration deepened, Xiao Ding began to grow closer to him, even addressing him more intimately. They are disciples of Yunlon's sect. Oh, Yunlon's sect. Xiao Ding nearly spat out his tea. Brother Mu Li, you jest, do you not? You have actually imprisoned disciples of Yunlon's sect. If they discover this, won't your little mercenary corps be doomed? Remain calm, Brother Xiao. Mu Li wore a knowing expression, quietly reveling in the irony of the situation. In truth, there has long been discord between Ling Di and Yunlon's sect, has there not? It appears Brother Mu has been aware all along. Xiao Ding shook his head with a wry smile. The matter concerning Xiao Yan seems to have spread quite widely. I had thought few were privy to it. A genius? Huh. Xiao Ding smiled bitterly, acknowledging that Xiao Yan had indeed once been a prodigy. The two brothers had strived to establish a future for him, hoping to create a sanctuary amidst the hostility and coldness directed at him by many within the Xiao family. Upon reflecting on this, Xiao Ding felt a tinge of animosity towards Yunlon's sect. Despite being aware that Xiao Yan's talent had waned, that Nalin Yanran continued to press him was utterly intolerable. Brother Xiao, are you still unaware? Mu Li was taken aback by the despondency and self-mockery on Xiao Ding's face. What matter? Xiao Ding turned to Mu Li. What? He slammed the table and stood up. Is this true? How did Brother Mu come to know? Such news was common knowledge in Wutan City. It seemed that the remoteness of Shimo City had resulted in a significant delay in information. Alas, why did my father not write to me? This is monumental news. At this moment, Xiao Ding, disregarding his usual calm and composed demeanor, began to pace excitedly within the room. All right, Brother Xiao Ding, enjoy your happiness at your own pace. I shall take my leave with my wife now, Mu Li announced as he stood to take his leave. By the way, it would be wise to confine those members of the Yunlon sect for the time being. I still have use for them. Just ensure they do not starve. Understood. Mu brother. Take care. Xiao Ding nodded, the joy on his face unmistakable. It seemed that the bond among the three brothers was indeed quite profound. Mu Li felt a tinge of sentimentality as he stepped outside, reflecting on how distant the notion of brotherhood was from his own experience. Such loneliness. Only a woman could offer him companionship. Entering his bedroom, Mu Li whispered a prayer before unlocking the treasure chest. As usual, a radiant silver light shimmered, revealing the treasures within. Among them was a manual, floating in the air. Inheritance of the Qinglian Sword Saints, Sword Techniques. 36 Styles of Qinglian, Basic Sword Technique. Upon mastering the 36 styles of Qinglian, one could unleash the Qinglian Sword Qi, coupled with a signature move known as Qinglian Bloom, possessing power comparable to mid-tier Earth-ranked combat skills. The manual opened automatically, adorned with whimsical illustrations of sword-wielding figures, evoking a sense of amusement. Suddenly, as the last style was executed, a flash of sword light twisted, and a streak of azure sword energy darted with unfathomable speed into Mu Li's forehead. Were it not for the treasure emerging from the chest, Mu Li might have mistaken it for an assassination attempt. After the sword energy penetrated his mind, the inheritance of the basic sword techniques began. Similar to the previous experience of receiving the inheritance of the Spirit Talisman Master, Muli now closed his eyes tightly, feeling surges of combat energy swirling around him. After a while, he slightly parted his eyelids, and a strand of azure sword light burst forth from within. The inheritance of the Sword Saint's basic techniques concluded. Muli raised his finger like a sword, allowing the combat energy to naturally coalesce at its tip, sharpening into a piercing azure sword chi. Elated, Muli flicked his hand, and the sword chi instantly slashed through the wall of the room, leaving behind a slender cut that glimmered with azure light, lingering in the air. This was the Qinglian sword chi, both formidable in power and capable of inflicting continuous damage upon foes, akin to a parasite. Indeed, the inheritance of the Sword Saint was extraordinary. The term saint here was not mere flattery. It referred to a true combat saint. The Qinglian Sword Saint was a peerless figure, renowned for his swordsmanship, having reached the pinnacle of mastery. Alas, what Muli had obtained was merely the foundation of his sword techniques, with the most powerful move being the mid-tier earth-rank skill, Qinglian Bloom. The treasure chest contained no further advanced sword techniques. However, considering it was a silver-grade chest and not of golden or purple-golden caliber, the contents were already quite impressive. Moreover, the essence of swordsmanship lies in its foundations. Having grasped the basics, Muli could continually refine his skills, potentially crafting an even more formidable Qinglian sword technique. One day, he might even rival or surpass the Qinglian Sword Saint. Such dreams were not entirely out of reach. Now merely a small great fighter, Muli had already begun to dream of standing shoulder to shoulder with a combat saint. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the door jolted him from his daydream. Muli need not ponder for long. It was undoubtedly the little medical immortal. The thought of Qing Lin knocking on the door was simply inconceivable. Upon opening the door, he was met with the familiar visage of the little medical immortal. "What brings you here?" she inquired, her expression one of quiet interrogation. "What else could it be? What were you doing in your room just now?" she pressed. "I was practicing," Muli replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly regaining his composure. "Could you perhaps exercise a bit more caution while training? Your antics are wreaking havoc." The little medical immortal gestured towards the fissure in the wall, a direct result of Mu Li's recently unleashed green lotus sword chi, which had penetrated through the bedroom wall, cleaving another wall in the process. Observing the damage, Muli erupted into hearty laughter. "Indeed, the green lotus sword chi is formidable. Are you still able to laugh?" The little medical immortal scolded, hands on her hips. "Hurry and repair the house." Chapter 39, Instructions and Preparations for Departure. In the courtyard, Muli donned a grayish-blue robe, his figure darting about with remarkable agility. With each light touch of his toes upon the ground, a blue lotus would spring forth, slowly unfurling. As Mu Li's movements quickened, the blue lotuses in the courtyard flourished with increasing abundance. The accumulation of blue sword chi grew more pronounced, prompting the little medical immortal and Qing Lin to cautiously peek from within the house, acutely aware of the palpable shift in the air wrought by the fierce and dense sword chi. "This man truly is reckless, always wielding blades and weapons within the confines of our home. Thankfully, this is merely a rented property," the little medical immortal lamented softly. "My lady, will we need to compensate for the damage caused by the master?" Qing Lin innocently inquired, as if to remind her. "Of course," the little medical immortal affirmed with a nod. "However, it matters not. This fellow is wealthy enough." While the two conversed, the blue sword chi in the courtyard had already entwined to form a colossal blue lotus. "Blossom blue lotus," Muli declared, his aura erupting as hundreds of strands of blue lotus sword chi surged forth simultaneously. Boom! The lotus fully blossomed, and within its encompassing range, everything was utterly cleaved. Only Mu Li, situated at the heart of the lotus, remained unscathed. The little medical immortal and Qing Lin shrank back against the wall, holding their breath as they listened to the terrifying commotion. After a prolonged silence, the two women cautiously emerged to survey the courtyard. They beheld what had once been a sturdy earthen wall, now entirely obliterated. Fortunately, it had merely been a single wall. Otherwise, the losses would have been considerable. Mu Li was no fool. He would not wantonly destroy the courtyard in his training. Were it not for the lack of suitable premises at present, he would certainly have constructed a grand training arena for his martial practice. As for the wall reduced to rubble by the sword chi, Mu Li effortlessly erected an ice wall rune to restore it. Having completed his sword technique, Mu Li quietly reflected upon the sensations experienced while executing his ultimate move. As a mid-tier earth-grade offensive fighting technique, the prowess of Blossom Blue Lotus was beyond question. However, the lengthy incantation process rendered it ill-suited for real combat, as an opponent would never grant Mu Li the opportunity to arrange hundreds of strands of Blue Lotus sword chi around him. Thus, The Earth-grade fighting technique he had just employed had ultimately failed. Although he was able to employ the technique based on the foundational principles of the Azure Lotus Sword Chi, his proficiency was evidently insufficient. Muli had initially presumed that the Azure Lotus inheritance encompassed a flawless teaching of this ultimate skill. However, he soon discovered that it merely served as a formal guide. Had he not attempted it today, he would have faced significant setbacks in actual combat. After all, it was an Earth-tier combat skill, not something that could be wielded casually. Diligent practice was imperative. After admiring Mu Li's swordplay, the little medical sage and Qing Lin exited the room. Qing Lin clapped enthusiastically, her face radiating admiration for Mu Li. "You are truly remarkable." Mu Li gently ruffled her hair and then led the little medical sage into the bedroom. "I shall depart tomorrow in search of opportunities. You must remain vigilant at home." "Another expedition?" The little medical sage furrowed her brows upon hearing this. She had not forgotten that the last time Mu Li set out to seek fortune, he had been absent for several months. By the time he returned, the flowers in the small valley had withered, almost necessitating a monument in his honor. "This time, I shall endeavor to be swifter," Mu Li reassured her, patting her hand and pulling her into an embrace. "There are a few matters I must address during my absence. You and Qing Lin should refrain from venturing outside, especially Qing Lin. This is crucial." The little medical sage nodded softly in Mu Li's embrace. "I will set up a concealed aura talisman array in the courtyard. As long as you remain indoors, you shall be safe." "Is something amiss?" the little medical sage inquired. "Indeed, a certain danger is encroaching, much like the Mo family from Yen City, which has now extended its reach to Stone Desert City. The Mo family has a particular affinity for unique physiques such as yours. Should they capture you, the consequences would be dire." Mu Li's slender fingers glided gently along the delicate curve of the little medical sage's neck, and he then made a fearful expression. "Understood," Mu Li nodded, placing a soft kiss on her forehead. "I have a few instructions for Qing Lin. Please summon her." The little medical sage exited the bedroom and called Qing Lin, who was frolicking with the fire spirit serpent in the courtyard. Qing Lin, with the little fire snake coiled around her hand, gracefully bounded into the bedroom. "Master." Qing Lin's melodious voice was delightful to hear. Compared to her earlier demeanor, she had grown increasingly natural and bold, her personality blossoming into that of a typical young girl. "Qing Lin, how has your training progressed recently?" Mu Li inquired. "Quite well," she responded. Mu Li took her hand, examining it closely. "Truly, the azure snake's triflower eyes. This type of physique allows practitioners to cultivate alongside their tamed spirit beasts. With a four-tiered magical beast, the two-headed fire spirit serpent, in her possession, Qing Lin's cultivation was surging impressively. Once she breaks through to the fighter level, her training speed will become astonishing. As long as she continues to capture higher-tier serpentine magical beasts, her advancement will be unparalleled." Originally, the little medical sage's poison body was quite formidable. However, she required Mu Li to absorb her toxic essence regularly, which considerably hindered her cultivation speed. Recently, this situation had even led her to contemplate abstinence. A glint of golden light flickered in Mu Li's eyes as potent spiritual energy surged from his golden pupils, flowing into Qing Lin's own eyes. The three-flowered eyes of the jade serpent involuntarily began to swirl, attempting to resist Mu Li's illusionary assault. "Do not resist," Mu Li cautioned, and in an instant, Qing Lin complied, ceasing the motion of the jade serpent's three-flowered eyes. The next moment, she was drawn into the realm of illusions by Mu Li. The illusory spirit eyes. This ability allows one to unleash illusionary attacks through their gaze. Although its function overlaps somewhat with Qing Lin's jade serpent three-flowered eyes, it is far from trivial. Firstly, it can enhance one's spiritual strength, and secondly, it amplifies the power of illusions. Once the lesson was concluded, Mu Li severed the illusion. "You must study diligently and not become lax, understand?" "Yes, I will master it swiftly, my lord," Qing Lin vowed earnestly. "Good, there is one more matter. Tomorrow, I shall venture forth to procure an item. You and Sister Xiao Yan must remain at home. Do not wander about, especially outside the courtyard, understood?" "Understood," Qing Lin nodded. "Go then." "I will," Mu Li replied with a smile. After Qing Lin departed, his expression grew somewhat grave. The Serpent Man Royal City, yet another perilous den. Chapter 40. The Assistance of the Yunlan Sect Disciples. The Serpent Man Royal City is situated deep within the Tagore Desert, a place where the defenses of the Serpent Man tribe are most formidable. Among its ranks are numerous fighters, with both great fighters and spirit fighters in abundance. The Fighting King, as the captain, meticulously patrols the periphery of the city, not to mention the presence of the Serpent Man Queen, Medusa, whose prowess reaches the peak of the Fighting Emperor. Any encounter with these formidable obstacles would spell doom for Mu Li, as the Serpent Men operate in coordinated groups, if he cannot silently eliminate them in an instant. his exposure would lead to dire consequences. Thus, disguise becomes paramount. Among the alchemical recipes Mu Li possesses, there exists a third-tier elixir capable of temporarily altering one's form. He intends to use it as a basis for his disguise, infiltrating the royal city as a Serpent Man. A few days prior, upon sensing that the next treasure chest lay within the Serpent Man royal city, he began formulating his plan. That very day, he ventured to the local slave market, procuring several Serpent Man soldiers, from whom he extracted knowledge regarding the customs, lifestyles, and significant traditions of the Serpent Man tribe. Notably, members of various tribes regularly journey to the sacred city of the Serpent Men, which is the royal city, to partake in traditional sacrificial ceremonies. Mu Li inquired about the timing, and soon after, he learned that a sacrificial ceremony would soon take place in the royal city. This presented an opportune moment for him to enter the city alongside the other Serpent Men. Once he established himself in the Serpent Man royal city, he would have the chance to investigate the precise location of the treasure chest. However, given the high level of this treasure chest, Mu Li had already prepared for a life-and-death situation. Therefore, his contingency plan extended beyond mere disguise. He would also need to, as before, enlist the aid of other powerful individuals to draw the attention of the Serpent Man forces away from him. Only then could he stealthily seek out the treasure chest. Recalling the information gleaned from the disciples of the Yunlan sect, a glint of determination sparked in Mu Li's eyes as he made his way toward the Mo Tai mercenary group. He exchanged simple greetings with the guards. Mu Li had become quite the regular here. The mercenaries of the Mo Tai mercenary corps held a profound respect for Mu Li, second only to their leader, Xiao Ding. As Mu Li entered the chamber where the disciples of the Yunlan sect were confined, he observed a group of individuals whose eyes had lost their former brilliance. The once mighty had fallen, and in any other circumstance, who would dare treat the disciples of the Yunlan sect in such a manner? Even if disregarded, it was inconceivable to imprison them. Now, due to the quest for the within their sect, they found themselves in the remote Shimo city, captured by a mere mercenary group from a small locale, a disgrace to their sect's reputation. The prideful individuals, who had once held their heads high, now despaired of any hope that the Mo Tai mercenary corps would release them. They could only pray that their sect would soon realize the anomaly and send someone to rescue them. Mu Li glanced at the group, uttered no further words, and turned to leave. The glimmer of hope that had just flickered in the eyes of the Yunlan disciples was abruptly extinguished. Did Mu Li intend to release them? Upon hearing Mu Li's words, Xiao Ding's expression brightened. To be candid, he had been deeply concerned about the disciples' confinement. Despite the animosity between the Xiao family and the Yunlan sect, it was merely a matter concerning the younger generation. If the Yunlan sect were to learn that their disciples had been captured, it would tarnish their sect's reputation. And Xiao Ding feared that a mere disagreement could lead to the annihilation of his mercenary group. The only thread of hope he could rely on was Mu Li, leveraging the influence of the Alchemist Guild to deter any retaliation from the Yunlan sect. Indeed, it was time to release them. Prolonging their confinement could lead to psychological issues. That makes sense, but Mu Li, should they speak of this to the Yunlan sect upon their release? The consequences could be dire, Xiao Ding cautiously probed. Fear not. With the Alchemist Guild backing us, the Yunlan sect will not act against you, Mu Li assured him, maintaining an unwavering demeanor. Xiao Ding, reassured, felt the weight upon his heart lift. Xiao brother, please instruct your men to convey this to them. Mu Li began outlining his directives to Xiao Ding. After listening intently, Xiao Ding summoned a mercenary and initiated Mu Li's instructions. Esteemed guests, this incident is a mistake on the part of our Mo Tai mercenary corps. We sincerely apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality over these days. A mercenary announced kindly as he opened the door to their confinement. The disciples of the Yunlan sect exchanged glances, their eyes now reflecting surprise. Were they truly being set free? Had their sect's rescue finally arrived? They collectively turned their gaze toward their captain, who lay on a cot recovering from injuries, previously knocked unconscious by a single blow from Mu Li. Ahem, now that we are aware, please allow us to depart, the captain of the fighters said, coughing as he spoke. Through the passage of these days, the once arrogant fighter had become markedly more composed. In truth, he had never been a haughty individual. His earlier attempt to unveil Mu Li and his companions' headscarves was merely a desire to discern if they were concealing anything. As for his tone, being an inner disciple of the Yunlan sect, what was wrong with speaking loudly? Should he still exhibit deference to the provincial folk of Shimo City? Although his reasoning was sound, he had not anticipated encountering the formidable Mu Li. After days of recuperation, the fighter no longer dared to boast. In the presence of the mercenary group that had detained him for an extended period, he refrained from uttering threats, instead contemplating an early departure from this place. At that moment, a member of the mercenary group spoke again. As an apology, our mercenary group will provide information regarding an exotic fire, aiding a few in completing their sect missions. What? You possess news about the exotic fire? The fighter's composure dissipated. The pursuit of the exotic fire was their mission. Initially, he had anticipated failure, yet unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged, presenting a solution. "Please, do tell," he urged, nodding in inquiry. "There exists an exotic fire in the Tagore Desert, which has recently come into existence but has been seized by the Medusa Queen of the Serpent race and is currently located in their royal city." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "How do you know this?" "That is classified information, but rest assured, the news is indeed accurate. You may leave now." As the disciples of Yunlan's sect departed from the mercenary group, the oppressive emotions within them began to lift. "It feels wonderful to see the light of day again," one exclaimed. "Captain, is their information reliable?" "Well, it should be. After all, we cannot locate it ourselves, can we?" Right. The two exchanged a knowing smile, both understanding the implications. Having obtained information about the exotic fire, its veracity mattered little. They would report it first and foremost. As for whether the higher-ups would venture to the Serpent race's royal city to confront the notorious Medusa Queen, that was entirely up to them. After all, such matters were far beyond the concerns of their lower ranks. Why burden themselves with unnecessary worry? Chapter 41. The Serpent King's City, the Ritual. Beneath the clear sky, the sun soared to its zenith, its poisonous rays casting a corrosive heat that seeped into the very essence of all beings in the desert. The distant horizon shimmered under the relentless heat waves, and a figure cloaked in black emerged into view. Several serpent guards from the royal city, noticing the figure, grasped their spears and approached the robed figure. "Halt!" the serpent guard commanded. Muli halted his advance in compliance, then removed his hood, revealing his human form intertwined with a serpent's tail. The demeanor of the two guards softened immediately. "Which tribe do you hail from?" "The charming serpent tribe." "The ritual token." "Here." In a seamless exchange, Muli presented the ritual token he had meticulously prepared, following the protocols gleaned from interrogating the serpent soldiers. "Proceed." After verifying the necessary credentials, the serpent guard waved him through. Muli expressed his gratitude with a nod and, with a graceful sway of his well-practiced serpent tail, made his way towards the serpent race's royal city. After enduring a 10-day journey across the desert, he had grown accustomed to the serpentine gait, to avoid revealing any flaws. He had been walking with his serpent tail these past days, to the point where he now viewed himself as a true serpent being. Upon entering the royal city, Muli observed a multitude of serpents, their attire and appearances reflecting subtle variations, indicative of their diverse tribal origins. As Muli meandered through the serpentine flow of visitors in the royal city, he attuned himself to the precise location of the treasure chest. Upon passing a towering, majestic edifice, his senses sharpened. Here, the treasure lay within this grand tower, the very heart of the Snake People's kingdom and the abode of Queen Medusa. Heavily guarded by numerous soldiers both inside and out, Muli cast a few furtive glances from a distance before departing. A brazen assault on this tower would be tantamount to courting death. Patience was his only recourse. He fervently hoped that Guhi would arrive swiftly, for he wished not to depart the city after the sacrificial ceremony had concluded without him. Days turned into weeks, and the sacrificial rites unfolded gradually. Muli dutifully queued each day, entering the Serpentine Tower to pay homage to the ancestors of the Snake People while presenting his offerings. Ordinary Snake People would typically partake in the ritual just once before departing, which rendered Muli's daily attendance a testament to his loyalty, marking him as a model devotee. However, as the rituals progressed, the culmination of the event drew near. Though Muli stood in line with apparent composure, urgency gnawed at him from within. "Guhi! Oh Guhi, hasten your arrival. As a sixth-tier alchemist, how could you be so negligent regarding the strange fire? Were I in your position, I would have already summoned assistance." When it was finally his turn, Muli stepped forward to present his offering to the waiting snake person, then lowered his serpentine tail onto the mat, bowing before the towering statue of the snake deity. "Heavenly spirits, may you ensure Guhi's swift arrival," he earnestly implored before the stone effigy. Just as he prepared to rise and leave, a sudden alert from the soldiers outside pierced the air. "A human powerhouse has invaded." Muli swiftly glided to the door, peering skyward. A massive flying beast loomed above the royal city, with several figures stationed upon it. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, flanked by a lithe figure draped in a black cloak. "He has arrived." Muli's heart leapt with joy, and he feigned fear, retreating into the tower alongside the other worshippers. "Stay here and do not venture out," commanded the deputy captain of the Snake People's Guard, his voice resonant and authoritative, instilling a palpable sense of security among the snake folk. Concealed among the serpents, Muli donned a headscarf, rendering himself inconspicuous. Outside, the voices of the powerful reverberated, amplified by their battle aura. "Humans, how dare you intrude upon our royal city without permission?" A thunderous voice emanated from the serpent ranks. The sky fell silent for a moment, before a calm and mature voice broke the stillness. Commander Mobus, I am Guhi, here specifically to seek an audience with Queen Medusa. Guhi furrowed his brow, about to speak, but was halted by his steadfast companion, Yan Shi. Old He, why do you fear them? Let us demolish this tower and see if that Medusa dares to emerge. Impudent. An ancient voice echoed from the horizon as yet another serpent warrior arrived on the scene. Humans, I offer you a piece of advice. If you wish to avoid rekindling hostilities with the serpent folk, it would be wise to withdraw swiftly. Otherwise, when our 8 leaders convene, the outcome will be one of inevitable demise and irreparable consequences. Guhi remained contemplative, casting a glance at the figure clad in black beside him. The cloaked individual nodded gently, signaling that there was no need for concern. Queen Medusa, I implore you to reveal yourself. Guhi, shedding all reservations, amplified his voice with his fighting spirit, allowing his words to resonate throughout the royal city. The thunderous call echoed, reverberating through the streets until it gradually subsided. Suddenly, the air warped, a menacing aura seeping forth from the distortion. The once boisterous Do Wang Yan Shi fell silent, daunted into submission. Above, the twilight sun cast its golden rays, yet where the space twisted, it absorbed all light. In that instant, a graceful figure emerged from the void, appearing before the human warriors. The unexpected arrival was a woman draped in a purple silken robe, adorned with a golden crown. Her long, silky hair cascaded down her shoulders, dancing in the breeze. Most astonishing was her ethereal purple serpent tail, exuding an enchanting allure with its every undulation. Muli observed the scene among the serpent folk, noting the admiration glimmering in the eyes of those around him. He could not remain unaffected. Soon, he too succumbed to the atmosphere, openly admiring Queen Medusa's figure. However, in his gaze, reverence was eclipsed by fervor. What a mesmerizing enchantress. Yet, he thought, let the battle commence soon. His impatience grew. Muli discreetly activated the energy runes concealed around the royal city, waiting for the opportune moment to ignite them. Chapter 42, The Uprising. Your Majesty. Upon the appearance of Medusa, all serpent folk bowed their heads in unison, creating a striking spectacle. To mask his identity, Muli also bent low, calling out fervently, Your Majesty. Medusa regarded the humans before her with a cool, alluring voice that resonated like a haunting melody in a secluded valley. The combination of her enchanting beauty and her voice stirred even Guhi, who struggled to quell the emotions rising within him. Taking a deep breath to suppress his unusual feelings, Guhi solemnly clasped his hands together, stating, Queen Medusa, it is an honor to meet you. I am Guhi from the Gamma Empire. Ah, the famed Pill King Guhi. I have heard of you. Securing the assistance of a Do Huang speaks volumes of your prowess as a 6th-tier alchemist, Medusa replied with a smile, her gaze drifting to the mysterious figure in black beside Guhi. Speak, what is it that you seek from me? As the matter turned serious, Guhi's expression grew grave. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled slowly and declared, I have come primarily concerning the strange fire acquired by your majesty. At his words, Medusa's expression dimmed slightly, and she turned her gaze back to Guhi, inquiring, strange fire? I possess no such thing. Have you perhaps made an error? Ancient River chuckled softly. Previously, I indeed harbored some doubts, believing that the disciples within the sect had fabricated the news. However, as we approached the royal city, I sensed a distinct aura belonging to the exotic flame. It must be the azure lotus earth fire, correct? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Medusa's eyes. She was certain that the essence of the exotic flame had been sealed away by her. Yet, upon a cursory examination, it appeared that the aura of the azure lotus earth fire truly lingered within the royal city. Having just emerged from the tower, Medusa had not had the opportunity to pay heed to these matters, but now it seemed this affair was far from simple. Among the serpentine crowd, Muli wore a triumphant smile. He had previously inscribed the essence of the azure lotus base in a remote area surrounding the Serpent King's city. The azure lotus base continuously nurtured the azure lotus earth fire, and their essences were strikingly similar. Without close observation, one could hardly discern the difference. Capitalizing on this, he led Ancient River to confirm the existence of the exotic flame. Naturally, the essence of the azure lotus base served a greater purpose beyond merely affirming the exotic flame for Ancient River. Medusa realized she could no longer conceal the truth and decided to be forthright. Indeed, I possess the exotic flame, but as an alchemist, you should comprehend its true value. Listening to the conversation between the two above, Muli grew somewhat impatient. He never anticipated that Queen Medusa would exhibit such a tempered demeanor, engaging in prolonged discourse with Ancient River. This was quite at odds with the image of a ruthless and decisive queen he held in his mind. Furthermore, Ancient River's politeness was perplexing. What was the need for such courtesy in the territory of an adversary? He mused silently about the man's gallantry. To be candid, Ancient River was not unpleasant. Befriending him would likely be quite agreeable. Alas, he was a sixth-grade alchemist of noble standing, renowned throughout the Xinjiang Empire. Muli, a mere small-scale dome master, presumed he lacked the fortune to befriend someone of such stature. In the sky, Medusa predictably declined. Ancient River displayed a look of helplessness, glancing at his companions and shaking his head. He was no fool. Medusa's combat prowess among the Do Emperor ranks was formidable, and merely relying on Yun Yun would not suffice to defeat her. To forcefully contend would undoubtedly be a disastrous choice, one that could lead to his demise. While the exotic flame was desirable, one's life held greater importance. As Ancient River prepared to retreat, an ominous expression crept across Mu Li's face. Should Ancient River withdraw, he would immediately detonate the energy runes, unleashing the fiery essence of the Azure Lotus base. In that chaos, Ancient River and his companions would be compelled to bear the blame. Fortunately, his sect leader, Yun, was quite capable, including the incident in the Monster Beast Mountain range. This marked the second flawless assist. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the figure in black robes moved slightly, wind attribute Do Chi swirling beneath his feet, propelling him swiftly to Medusa's side. I once read in ancient texts that the Serpent People's Queen Medusa could elevate her realm through the exotic flame. A detailed explanation elucidated Medusa's intentions to those present. Moreover, this current form of yours is merely an energy body, is it not? As the last words fell, Yun Yun extended her snow-white arm, unleashing a fierce wind attribute Do Chi that shattered Medusa's energy form. Your Majesty, the Serpentman's warriors were engulfed in a surge of fury. Upon witnessing Yun Yun's flawless start, Muli could not suppress a smirk of triumph. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, bang, boom, 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 sending the city into a state of chaos. Scream after scream echoed through the air, while tremors lingered long after the blasts had subsided. Humans, you seek your own demise. Yun Yun and her companions exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the unfolding chaos. This destruction is not of our doing, is it? Could there be a third party at play within this royal city? Before they could ponder further, the formidable serpent men surged toward them. In a hasty response, everyone grasped their weapons to prepare for confrontation. Amidst the throng, Muli was jostled by the panicked crowd. Yet the direction of their escape aligned perfectly with his target, the royal tower, allowing him to be swept along by the tide of fleeing serpent men. In the midst of the pandemonium, no one paid him any heed. A glimmer of intent flashed in Muli's eyes as he swiftly incapacitated the serpent man guards striving to maintain order. Several guards were swiftly overwhelmed by the terrifying surge of humanity, making not the slightest ripple. Seizing the opportunity, Muli stealthily infiltrated the inner sanctum of the royal tower. Racing deeper within, the proximity to the treasure chest heightened his pulse. However, as he turned a corner, a striking female serpent man with fiery red hair emerged. Halt! What brings you here? Hua Shi'er inquired sternly, regarding Mu Li with suspicion. I sought refuge inside. It feels safer here, he stammered in a flustered tone. Hua Shi'er furrowed her brow and pressed. What is happening outside? Tasked by the queen to guard this entrance and prevent unwanted intrusions, she had refrained from venturing out. After listening to his explanation, Hua Shi'er nodded. I understand. You may leave. This is not a place for you. Although the situation outside was perilous, the queen's orders took precedence, and she could not abandon her post. As Muli observed Hua Shi'er turn away, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Chapter 43, Hua Shi'er, the Battle King. Whoosh. A vibrant emerald sword gleam shot forth from Mu Li's fingertips, aimed directly at the nape of Hua Shi'er's neck. Unfortunately for him, her combat instincts were remarkably acute, allowing her to evade the strike with ease. In the next instant, four icy walls materialized around her, obstructing her escape route. Green Lotus Sword Chi. Muli unleashed another four sword energies toward Hua Shi'er. Restricted by her surroundings, she struggled to dodge. But one of the sword energies grazed her shoulder. With a sharp hiss, the battle aura armor enveloping her was effortlessly pierced, and a spray of crimson erupted from her wound. You. Hua Shi'er glared at Muli, only to notice that he had donned a suit of purple armor. A human. The realization that her adversary was a detestable human unraveled the confusion within her, igniting her wrath. The Battle King-level aura radiated from her, shattering the surrounding ice walls. Hua Shi'er's remarkably contoured breastplate rose and fell as she pressed a hand to her injured shoulder, her wine-red hair billowing in the wake of her unleashed battle aura. Without uttering a word, Muli conjured a long sword of violet fire, channeling the Qinglian sword technique, where waves of azure sword energy intertwined with the purple flames, surging forth towards the flower serpent. The clash of their techniques resonated throughout the Wang Tower, unleashing fierce energy fluctuations. The Serpent Spirit Technique, a unique secret art of the Serpent Clan, boasted formidable power, especially considering that the flower serpent was a combat king whose realm far surpassed Mu Li. who merely relied on his armor to elevate his fighting spirit to its zenith. Even though the Qinglian sword energy was astonishingly destructive, it was ultimately obliterated by the serpent spirit due to the inherent disparity in strength, and Mu Li was forcefully struck in the chest by the patterned giant python. Sent hurtling through the air. Gasping in agony, Mu Li felt a violent convulsion within his armored form, unable to suppress a retch as the violet crystal armor nearly faltered. Truly, the might of a combat king was formidable. The prospect of directly vanquishing the flower serpent now seemed insurmountable. Had it not been for the defensive enhancement of the violet crystal armor, he would have likely sustained severe injuries from that single blow, though the treasure lay tantalizingly close. He found himself obstructed. A glimmer of madness flickered in Mu Li's eyes. He must defeat her. Within the Wang Tower, Medusa sensed the tumultuous aftermath of the battle outside and slowly closed her eyes. Initially, she had intended to wait until the ritual concluded before making her move. However, with the humans having discerned her intentions, there was no turning back. Should the news reach those few individuals, humanity would undoubtedly devise means to thwart her evolution. It would be wiser to commence immediately, embracing the challenge in the most formidable manner. If successful, the Serpent Clan would no longer cower before humankind. At the very least, in this Gamma Empire, she could certainly lead her people towards prosperity. Medusa ascended to a colossal stone platform suspended in midair, where a hollow pit brimmed with icy blue liquid, a small pool of the ice spirit's cold spring. Medusa had gone to great lengths to enhance her chances of successful evolution. Yet, regardless of her preparations, the probability of success remained uncertain. Once again, fierce combat reverberated from outside. Without hesitation, Medusa shed her garments and gracefully approached the heart of Qinglian flame. Ice chains. From the void emerged several chains of ice, imbued with a chilling essence. The flower serpent wielded a spear for defense, simultaneously lashing out with her tail. Mu Li concentrated violet fire in his right hand and struck the flower serpent's tail with a punch. Boom. In the next instant, he was sent flying once more. Surrender willingly. You are no match for me. The flower serpent twirled her spear, gliding towards Mu Li, rising from the rubble. Mu Li found that his violet crystal armor could no longer sustain itself and had automatically disengaged. The rudimentary violet crystal armor could not withstand excessive damage. It had already expended most of its energy absorbing the previous assaults. Now, his chances appeared even bleaker. With a gash on his forehead, blood trickled down, staining half his face. Ah, still a rather handsome young man, she mused. The flower serpent's tone took on a teasing quality, as if she were convinced of her inevitable victory. If you willingly surrender, I might spare your life. The exquisite visage of Mu Li stirred a flicker of intrigue within her heart. Although she harbored a disdain for humanity, the presence of such an exceptionally handsome individual rendered her sentiments somewhat more favorable. The thought of directly eliminating him seemed rather regrettable. As Mu Li perceived that the adversary had encroached upon the range of attack, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a cerulean sword aura ignited at his fingertips. Azure Lotus sword formation bloomed forth. With a swift motion, the desolate terrain was suddenly illuminated by blossoming azure lights, causing the flower serpent to momentarily halt, only to soon sense an impending danger. Astonishingly, she detected a threat emanating from a great dome master. A surge of murderous intent welled up within her, prompting the flower serpent to resolve to execute a swift kill. However, in the next instant, hundreds of azure sword lights soared into the air, weaving together to form a colossal azure lotus that gradually unfurled. The azure lotus sword energy, previously concealed within the flower serpent, erupted violently, harmonizing with the myriad sword energies surrounding her. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Li unleashed a runic technique. Icebind. The slate floor was engulfed by ice blue runes, which subsequently gave rise to a layer of ice several centimeters thick. Mu Li directed the icy runic force toward the flower serpent, yet it was hindered by the Do Qi enveloping her body, preventing effective infiltration. Nevertheless, it was not without effect. The flower serpent's movements were constrained, resulting in her being struck by a dozen or so azure lotus sword energies in a fleeting moment. The azure sword energies were extraordinarily sharp, capable of tearing through even the defenses of a Do Wang. Blood blossoms erupted from the flower serpent's body, and she was taken aback, desperately attempting to flee from the azure lotus sword formation. Ice-sealing mirror domain. Mu Li's soul power continuously poured into the life rune. As the ice-blue spiritual flames enveloped the surroundings, coalescing into a closed crystalline space against the walls of the tower. Thud. The flower serpent collided against the ice mirror, but did not shatter it immediately. With gritted teeth, a hint of madness flickered in Mu Li's eyes. Phantomite. A colossal phantom pupil materialized behind him and was swiftly reflected by the ice mirror, appearing before the flower serpent in the blink of an eye. Clearly unprepared for the massive phantom pupil before her, the flower serpent was still gathering dough chi to strike the ice mirror. Freeze. The illusory attack of the phantom eye was unleashed. Despite her prowess as a Do Wong, the flower serpent's soul power was no match for Mu Li's. Golden light radiated from the pupil, and the flower serpent's body was instantaneously immobilized. Chapter 44. The Azure Small Sword, Shattering the Serpent Spirit. Mu Li's spiritual flame blazed fiercely, exuding formidable power. However, the bloodshot veins in his eyes indicated that his condition was far from optimal. This was his inaugural attempt at conjuring a phantom with the phantom eye, rendering the endeavor exceedingly challenging. With no alternative, the battle prowess of a Do Wong was overwhelmingly powerful, capable of initiating communication with the forces of heaven and earth. Each encounter left Mu Li sent flying, thwarting his chances to meet the flower serpent's gaze. Even if he managed to ensnare her momentarily with his illusion, her strength would soon enable her to break free. If he could not deliver a devastating blow, he dared not reveal his hidden trump card. Now, with the flower serpent in a state of disarray, it was the perfect opportunity. Mu Li commanded the remaining Azure Lotus sword energies in the air to fly toward the flower serpent. However, at that very moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within the tower. Boom! A tremendous surge of energy swept over everyone near the King Tower, rousing the flower serpent from her slumber. She gazed at the azure sword chi hurtling towards her and hastily summoned her fighting spirit to defend herself. Witnessing this, Mu Li inwardly cursed, realizing that his strike could not vanquish a vigilant Do Wong. Moreover, he lacked the energy and time to unleash his incomplete Qinglian blooms again. However, he did not necessarily need to slay her. With a shift in thought, Mu Li raised his sword finger, concentrating immense force at the tip of the azure chi, propelling the flower serpent through the ceiling of the King Tower. After sending her flying, Mu Li wasted no time, retracting his life talisman and sprinting towards the treasure chest. Damn those humans. Outside the King Tower, the flower serpent unfurled her wings of fighting spirit, appearing battered and bruised, particularly her serpent tail, which had been mercilessly struck by a barrage of azure sword chi, now a gruesome mess. It is worth noting that this is the most resilient part of a serpent's body. The previous sword formation was indeed perilous. Had it not been for her profound strength and extensive experience within the Do Wong realm, she might have been slain by that young man despite the two-tier difference. What a shameful humiliation. Enraged, the flower serpent flapped her wings and darted towards the interior of the King Tower. Meanwhile, Mu Li had arrived at the secret forbidden area beneath the tower. The surroundings were rather dim, yet a colossal purple serpent danced in the air, engaged in a fierce struggle with azure flames. The earlier energy tide had emanated from her confrontation with the azure fire. Medusa, has she begun to evolve? Mu Li pondered, his breath coming in ragged gasps, as he rushed toward the direction of Medusa's evolution amidst the overwhelming energy fluctuations. There was no turning back. The treasure chest lay just ahead. As the flower serpent reached the entrance of the forbidden area, she spotted Mu Li rushing inside. Stop, she commanded. Mu Li, hearing her voice, ignored her completely, gritting his teeth and continuing his sprint. Energy waves erupted continuously in the sky, making navigation in this region exceedingly arduous. Due to her bloodline, the flower serpent harbored an intense fear of making her struggle even more pronounced than Mu Li's. In a relentless chase, each pursued the other. To shield himself from the energy waves, Mu Li erected an ice barrier above him. Though it provided protection, it further drained his spirit. The excessive use of his purple crystal armor had left it in tatters, and employing several energy-consuming ice rune techniques had taken its toll. The final illusionary spirit eye, already challenging to utilize, was now suppressed by the energy tide. Fortunately, the flower serpent remained a considerable distance behind him. Just as he thought this, Mu Li heard a fierce roar from behind. You shall not disrupt the queen's evolution. The flower serpent now understood Mu Li's intent to protect her queen. She unleashed her fighting spirit, overcoming her fear of and the restraints of her bloodline, charging at Mu Li with all her might. Madwoman, Mu Li bit his lip, a trickle of blood invigorating his spirit slightly. He now comprehended the peril Xiao Yan faced in acquiring the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Yet, unlike him, Xiao Yan had a Do Huang master by his side, effortlessly dispatching the flower serpent without concern for the energy tide. A low-level talisman master was akin to a Do Ling in terms of capability. Although the Azure Lotus Sword Chi is formidable, the ultimate technique, Azure Lotus Bloom, cannot be wielded with proficiency without extensive preparation. His own cultivation level stands at merely a 4-star Great Do Master. The journey to this point has been fraught with peril and exceedingly arduous. Exhausted, Mu Li steadied his mind, preparing to expend the hidden power within the rune of the Ice Child to eliminate the flower serpent, though it could only be used once. Necessity dictated that he employ it now. Just then, a soft melody resonated within Mu Li's soul, akin to the first gentle breeze of dawn, soothing his weary spirit. Subsequently, a surge of potent mental energy flooded Mu Li's mind, rendering him remarkably alert. Mu Li's gaze gradually cleared. The fetal spirit had finally emerged. A small jade-colored sword flew forth from his forehead, delicate and charming, yet one would be gravely mistaken to underestimate the immense power it harbored. A jade sword, indeed. At this moment, Mu Li absorbed the residual pure soul energy of the fetal spirit, causing a subtle loosening in his late-stage mortal realm, suggesting he was on the verge of a breakthrough. With a flick of his hand, the jade sword balanced on his fingertip. He slowly turned to face the approaching flower serpent. Go! The jade sword shot forth in an instant. The flower serpent thrust her spear toward the small sword. However, the jade sword immediately split into two, one intercepting the spear while the other veered off to the side. With a whoosh, the second jade sword aimed directly for the flower serpent's forehead. In a moment of crisis, a massive phantom serpent emerged from her body, her born spirit. It was assumed that the spirit could effortlessly thwart the jade sword, yet when struck, a piercing sound erupted, reminiscent of a heated blade slicing through butter. The flower serpent's movements faltered, her body trembling involuntarily. How is this possible? The spirit was actually disintegrating. Mu Li smiled faintly. The jade sword, birthed from the fetal spirit, possessed the unique capability to sever souls, inflicting severe damage upon spiritual entities like the serpent spirit. Without hesitation, Mu Li directed the jade sword to penetrate the spirit. The spirit suffered a grievous blow and instantly dissipated, while the flower serpent coughed up a mouthful of blood, evidently sustaining significant injury. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Li prepared to unleash the power of the Ice Child rune to finish off the flower serpent. However, at that moment, a surge of energy suddenly surged toward Mu Li. Ice wall. Mu Li redirected his focus, erecting a formidable wall of ice runes before him. Boom. Just narrowly. He split the energy apart and glanced at the purple serpent in the sky, internally cursing. Even while his own life hung in the balance, he found himself contemplating the fate of his subordinate. Yet, after Medusa's interference, Mu Li abandoned the thought of slaying the flower serpent. The treasure chest held greater significance. Once more, Mu Li raised the ice wall and made his way toward the treasure chest. Chapter 45, Securing the and Making a Swift Escape. Approaching the stone platform on the small island, a vast lake obstructed Mu Li's path. The waters here are highly toxic and corrosive, rendering even Mu Li's purifying lotus form incapable of immediate cleansing. However, a beam of blue light shot forth from his brow, piercing the lake's surface. In the next moment, the entire lake crystallized into a solid expanse of ice. Mu Li stepped onto the icy surface and traversed the poisonous lake with ease. The tidal energies intensified, compelling Mu Li to halt his advance. To proceed further would mean confronting the terrifying energy fluctuations ahead. In the original tale, Yao Chun, a Do Huang, nearly succumbed to these forces, so it was prudent for Mu Li to remain cautious. At this moment, no one could impede his progress. Quietly concealed nearby, Mu Li observed Medusa battling the strange fire in the sky. The once luminescent scales of her serpentine form were now charred from the scorching heat. The roar of the purple giant serpent grew increasingly deafening, signaling the impending conclusion of the battle. Medusa, unable to withstand the onslaught of the, was on the verge of being reduced to ashes. In that moment, a resolute glimmer flickered in her eyes. Despite her grievous injuries, she swallowed the green lotus heart fire whole. This act was tantamount to courting death. Though she consumed she exposed her vulnerabilities to its fury. As anticipated, her body began to fissure with azure cracks, from which violent flames erupted. With a heart-wrenching shriek, Medusa plummeted from the sky. This anguished cry reverberated throughout the royal city, plunging the snake people into a profound silence. Numerous hateful gazes turned towards the ancient river and its companions suspended in the air. Mu Li licked his lips, a smile gracing his face as he stepped forward. Treasure, oh treasure, at long last, I behold you. Upon reaching the small island, he found the vegetation reduced to mere ashes at the center lay a massive pit, several meters deep, bearing countless marks that testified to the fierce battle between Medusa and the. Regrettably, Medusa had ultimately proven weaker. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the situation or the changes in the narrative, Mu Li remained indifferent to whether Medusa would succeed in her evolution. Instead, he approached the treasure chest, revealing a satisfied smile. The chest was of the purple gold grade, undoubtedly containing precious items within. He immediately decided to open the chest, but soon realized it would take a considerable amount of time. Thus, he stored it away for the moment and prepared to collect the. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from above. Startled, Mu Li glanced at Medusa's colossal serpent corpse. Had she succeeded? He hastened to gather as a lotus base materialized in his palm, exuding a resonance akin to that of the. However, this seemed indifferent. defiantly challenging the accumulating lightning in the heavens. Mu Li's expression shifted, and he readied himself to retreat, but already, silver bolts of thunder descended from the sky. Boom! In the next instant, the silver lightning struck the, leading to a ferocious clash of energies. A swirling amalgamation of azure mist, intermingled with lightning and fire, enveloped the entire island. In the distance, the remnants of Mu Li's clothing had been reduced to cinders. A colossal azure sword stood resolutely before him, its blade resonating with a series of sonorous clangs. The earlier incident had transpired with alarming swiftness, had it not been for the sword's extraordinary material, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. He would likely have sustained grievous injuries once more. Fortunately, the tempest arrived with equal haste and departed just as swiftly. As Mu Li made his way toward the heart of the island, he discovered that the massive corpse of the purple serpent he had previously acquired had now shriveled drastically, as if struck down to mere remnants by the thunder. Meanwhile, the azure lotus heartfire, having engaged in a tumultuous battle with the celestial lightning, appeared utterly fatigued, resembling a child exhausted from play. At last, Mu Li's countenance lit up with joy. In that moment, however, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from the cerulean mist, catching Mu Li off guard and sending him hurtling backward. The serpent men within the royal city sensed the familiar presence, their previously hostile gazes now reflecting astonishment. Unfortunately, this surging force quickly dissipated, plunging everyone back into silence. Within the royal tower, Mu Li observed the diminutive seven-colored devouring python hovering before him, and with growing impatience, he waved his hand dismissively. "Go away. You're in my way." Just as Mu Li attempted to bypass the small serpent, he suddenly perceived a blinding flash before him, and then he was struck with immense force, propelling him away. Fortunately, the impact was evenly distributed, sparing him from significant harm. Upon landing, he merely coughed a few times. In the next instant, the seven-colored devouring python reappeared in front of Mu Li, curiously regarding the frail human before it, seemingly detecting a scent that piqued its interest. Its small head sniffing incessantly. "Damn," Mu Li internally lamented, drawing forth the few remaining native purple crystal sources from his spatial ring. "Take it." He tossed the native purple crystal source aside, watching as the python darted toward it. Then he swiftly unfurled his wings and soared toward the gaping void above. The seven-colored devouring python glanced up at Mu Li, its head tilting in confusion, before resuming its meal. Mu Li dared not keep the Queen Medusa by his side like Xiao Yan did. She was a powerhouse of Dozone caliber, a thought that made him uneasy. As for subduing Medusa, he could only chuckle at the absurdity of such aspirations. Regrettably, circumstances seldom align with desires, and the collective awareness of the among the crowd was palpable, while Mu Li lacked the advanced techniques to conceal his presence. Feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, Mu Li's face darkened. Yet again, it was due to his aura. Had he known, he would not have coveted the. Despite his self-reproach, his actions remained resolute. He gripped the azure lotus base tightly. Then with a powerful flap of his wings, he soared swiftly into the distance. After him, Ancient River, witnessing the azure lotus heartfire being intercepted, was instantly engulfed in a mix of fury and astonishment. He abandoned his skirmish with the serpent men and pursued Mu Li directly. Beneath the black robes, Yun spotted that familiar figure and froze in place. "It's that scoundrel." In her moment of distraction, she narrowly avoided a sneak attack from a serpent man. With a swift stroke of her sword, she repelled the surrounding serpent men before taking flight in pursuit of Mu Li. The serpent men, as Do Wong, would certainly not let these humans escape. They all surged forth in a relentless chase. Mu Li, glancing back at the seven pursuers with flapping wings, could only inwardly bemoan his fate. He is merely a formidable combat master. Those wretched serpent folk shall not harm Brother Gua. The declaration reverberated, as an overwhelming power manifested around Mu Li, stirring the hearts of all present. This is the aura of a Do Huang. Chapter 46, Identity Revealed. Yun's threat. Sensing the potent energy fluctuation, Guha immediately halted his flight. "Brother Guha, fear not, I come to your aid." Guha's complexion paled upon hearing this. A colossal ice blue rune surged towards the crowd, prompting several serpent folk Do Kings to hurriedly unite and form a formation. Guha and his companions recoiled in terror. Though they claimed to assist him, the range of their attack showed no mercy towards them. "This is an illusion. Do not be deceived." At that moment, Yun's figure surged past the crowd, her sword piercing through the virtual rune imbued with the Do Huang's essence. "Damn it!" Mu Li cursed vehemently, his form dissipating like vapor. "This is..." Guha gasped in horror. "This is but a shadow he left behind. You have been tricked," Yun remarked calmly. "Cursed be it. Pursue him," Guha exclaimed in fury, unable to conceal his wrath amidst the dire situation. "Rather, let us contemplate how to escape." Yun Yun observed the four serpent folk Do Kings behind her, her sword tip glowing with a green light. Wind of the dusk sun. The Do Huang unleashed genuine power, and the four Do Kings were unable to withstand the onslaught, being repelled several hundred meters. Damn it! If another leader arrives to form the 5 serpent venom seal, the Do Huang shall not escape. The elder serpent folk leader's lips curled into a faint smile of blood, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. These humans had caused the queen's evolution to fail. To avenge their fallen monarch, they must be made to pay. Noticing the reckless aura emanating from the serpent folk, Guha and his companions furrowed their brows. Are they truly willing to perish together? Outmatched, the serpent folk had cast aside all restraint. If all 8 leaders converged, I could not protect you. You must retreat. Allow me to pursue that individual. Upon finishing her words, Yun Yun conjured 5 colossal wind barriers, ensnaring the pursuing serpent folk Do Kings, and without regard for Guha and the others, she rapidly soared towards Mu Li's direction. Upon witnessing Yun Yun depart, Guha weighed his options, ultimately gritting his teeth and declaring, "Let us go. There is no alternative. The serpent folk have gone mad following their queen's demise. The 3 of us Do Kings are insufficient to linger in the desert." Within the wind barrier, it took the 4 serpent folk Do Kings a moment to shatter the barrier. But upon emerging, they found no one in sight. However, the serpent folk possess a unique sense of perception. The human Do Huang headed that way. Pursue. What of Guha? Shall we abandon him? We shall pursue the Do Huang first. Let others chase after Guha. The serpent folk leader conjured several serpent-shaped phantoms that spiraled around his hand before casting them into the sky, transforming into streaks of light that darted in various directions. This was the serpent folk's specialized method of communication, capable of notifying the various leaders. The 5 serpent venom seal could counter lower-tier Do Huangs, so the arrival of just 1 more would suffice, allowing the remaining 3 to pursue Guha. At that moment, Mu Li was soaring above the desolate sands. He had just utilized the Ice Child talisman to conjure an illusion, simultaneously intimidating the onlookers with the aura emanating from the talisman. The effect was surprisingly effective, managing to frighten even 7 Do Huang. Unfortunately, that wretched Yun Yun exposed him far too quickly. Otherwise, he might have been able to stall for another 10 seconds. Suddenly, a sonic boom erupted from behind Mu Li. However, against the speedster Yun Yun, surpassing Mu Li was even easier than the former confrontation with the amethyst-winged Lion King. Wind barrier. Azure Lotus Sword Chi. Mu Li summoned a small azure sword from his sea of consciousness while employing the Azure Lotus Sword technique, piercing through the wind barrier effortlessly. What? Yun Yun exclaimed in astonishment. This was a defense that even Do Huang could hardly breach. Yet this rascal had penetrated it with a single strike. What a formidable assault. Yun Yun's expression turned serious, and several azure sword shadows materialized beside her, darting swiftly towards Mu Li. The clanging of swords echoed as Mu Li was disrupted in his flight by Yun Yun's sword chi. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared beside him, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into the desert. Bang! Mu Li landed heavily, swiftly flipping over to face the black-cloaked Yun Yun above. Your Majesty Do Huang, I concede. You may take the Azure Lotus Earth Fire. Please do not pursue me any further. At this moment, Mu Li's appearance had been disguised, so he believed Yun Yun would not recognize him. The likelihood of being pursued by the Do Huang for the Azure Lotus Earth Fire was nearly non-existent. Mu Li did not believe he shared any affection with Yun Yun, and it was impossible for him to safely take away the like Xiao Yan. However, Yun Yun's expression was now frigid, her lips curling into a smirk as she unveiled Mu Li's true identity. Still pretending, are we? What are you attempting to conceal? Mu Li felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. Surely, she wouldn't recognize him. Do you think the events of the Beast Mountain Range can be so easily forgotten? Upon hearing this, Mu Li realized he could no longer hide his identity. Fortunately, he shed his disguise, returning to his original breathtaking appearance. Zone Master Yun, it has been a while, but this is not a suitable place for conversation. Perhaps we should relocate before discussing matters further. Yun Yun lightly caressed the long sword in her hand, her tone calm. Zone Master, you jest. You have no choice. Mu Li's expression darkened. He could not afford to go to the Yunlan sect, not for another 20 years. Do you think I came to the Serpent Man clan's royal city without any backup? Mu Li's brow furrowed as he once again conjured an icy rune, a powerful aura erupting forth. This time, the aura was genuine, emanating the true presence of a Do Huang, though he could only use it once. It was imperative to deploy it at the right moment. Yun Yun's previously calm demeanor turned serious. This scoundrel indeed had a backup plan, and it was formidable. Zone Master Yun, although I was somewhat surprised you did not kill me on the spot, there is no way I will accompany you. If you attempt to force my hand, I will fight you to the bitter end. Very well, do make your move, Yun Yun replied, her face devoid of fear, her tone composed. Let me guess, The effort you expended in disguise, without genuinely employing this technique before the Seven Do Wang, was due to significant limitations, wasn't it? Mu Li's expression remained noncommittal. You are presently entangled with me, and soon the Serpent King will pursue us, falling into my grasp. You may still have a chance at survival, but should you be captured by the Serpent King, your fate is sealed, is it not? Yin, do not be so clever. Let me go now, and we can both escape unscathed. If the 5 Serpent Kings catch up to us, our lives may be forfeit. Mu Li exclaimed. However, Yin regarded him with an air of indifference, seemingly unfazed by his threats. Damn, Mu Li cursed inwardly at the woman. Yet, he could not afford to squander this trump card. The current situation, while precarious, was not life-threatening. At least his life remained intact. If necessary, he could agree to her demands and then act against her midway. Very well, I shall accompany you, Mu Li declared, retracting the Ice Child talisman. Yin appeared composed. Yet inwardly, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Let us depart. No sooner had she spoken than she suddenly turned to glance behind them, catching sight of the 5 Serpent Kings rapidly closing in. Hurry! Both Yin and Mu Li's expressions shifted as they activated their battle wings and soared into the distance. Chapter 47. Pregnant Yin. Yin and Mu Li soared above the desert, relentlessly pursued by the 5 Serpent Kings. Mu Li's speed was significantly inferior to Yun's. He was, after all, not a king. His battle wings, while commendable, paled in comparison to the relentless speed of the 5 Serpent Kings, who were recklessly expending their vitality to enhance their velocity. Their target was the human sovereign. And this put Mu Li, a mere great master, at a considerable disadvantage. You go ahead. I will catch up with you, Mu Li stated, momentarily taken aback, before hastily flying off into the distance. Human sovereign, you must perish here today. The 5 kings, filled with animosity, formed a peculiar formation. Although they had once agreed to part ways, fate had conspired to bring them together once more. Indeed, Yun's luck seemed notably poor. Her attempt to confront the Golden Wing Lion King had resulted in her defeat by its unique sealing technique. Now, facing the 5 Serpent Kings, she fell victim to their lethal venomous seal. It seemed she was perpetually encountering adversaries with hidden cards. Who could she blame? Perhaps the plethora of strong beings in the Duki continent? In these times, even the title of sovereign carries little weight, leading to such disrepute. Ultimately, Yun remained his woman. The matters between Mu Li and her were theirs to resolve. How he handled the situation was a matter of personal conviction. But one thing was clear to Mu Li. He could not stand idly by while his beloved was slain. In truth, Mu Li had deceived Yun with his earlier words. The full power of the Ice Child talisman had reached the pinnacle of a 9-star sovereign, leaving him unafraid of all but those of the Dozong level. On the battlefield, Yun struggled to contend with a massive green serpent. She desperately shielded her abdomen, her face drenched in sweat. Most of her Duki had been depleted, yet the serpent continued to grow, seemingly consuming her energy. The 5 serpent venoms indeed proved to be bizarrely powerful. One hand clutched her belly while the other struggled to wield her sword. I never anticipated my demise would come in such a place, Yun lamented, her face betraying a bittersweet resignation. Hiss! The enormous green serpent opened its massive jaws, hissing menacingly as it surged towards Yun. My dear, I am truly sorry, she thought, momentarily casting aside thoughts of Mu Li, her face betraying a resolute smile. That man was untrustworthy. Her master had been right. The leader of the Yunlan sect should indeed be one of pure heart and unyielding resolve. Should she be granted another life, she vowed never to entangle herself in ambiguous relationships with men again. The colossal green serpent, infused with potent fighting spirit, lunged toward Yun. Yet, at that moment, she found herself devoid of strength to resist. Suddenly, a figure streaked across the sky, positioning itself protectively before Yun. Mu Li's brow shimmered with runes, and the brilliance of the Ice Child talisman erupted forth. Endless frost. This time, Mu Li was resolute. In an instant, the very essence of the world seemed to freeze, an intense chill permeating the bodies of all present. The massive serpent before Mu Li became motionless, encased in a thick layer of ice. With a flick of his finger, the entire serpent shattered into icy shards. The 5 Serpent Man Battle Kings simultaneously spewed forth blood, severely afflicted by the backlash. Mu Li gazed upon the 5 warriors, a small azure sword erupting from his brow, prepared to seize the opportunity to eliminate his foes. Surely, they possessed numerous valuable items. Having unleashed this trump card, he expected some form of compensation. The azure sword transformed into a formidable blade, poised to strike. When Mu Li was suddenly dazzled, his body violently propelled away. Again you, Mu Li bellowed, only to feel a long, slender tongue licking his face. The 7-colored devouring python. He attempted to seize it and throw it aside, but in the next moment, he was flung far away once more. Ah! Mu Li landed face first into the ground, and with an unamused expression, he rose to his feet. With the 7-colored devouring python present, his objective of eliminating the Serpent Man leader had once again been thwarted. There was no recourse. This creature was now a mindless dozong, possessing immense strength. Although Medusa's soul lay dormant, it would awaken instantly upon breaching her limits. Ready to retaliate against Mu Li. Fortunately, the 7-colored devouring python was currently in control, making it somewhat easier to manipulate. Mu Li produced some native purple crystal essence to feed it, then hoisted the unconscious Yun Yun into the air. Your Majesty. The Serpent Man leader seemed to sense a familiar aura, the despair on his face dissipating. Moments ago, it had been Her Majesty who saved them. The Queen was alive. Yun Yun, drained of fighting spirit and plagued by the encroaching chill, had lost consciousness. Mu Li administered a earth-fire lotus seed, the gentle energy swiftly dispelling the cold within her, nurturing her body with soothing currents. Carefully examining Yun Yun's condition, Mu Li's expression shifted to one of profound perplexity. This is troublesome, he thought. The woman was unexpectedly pregnant. His earlier observations of her protective gestures during battle had raised suspicions, and now, upon closer inspection, the truth was laid bare. By estimating the gestational period, it indeed aligned closely. Furrowing his brow, Mu Li was engulfed in deep contemplation, while the now satiated 7-colored devouring python nestled within his garment, blissfully drifting into slumber. Mu Li gazed at the slumbering Yun Yun beside him, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. At merely 22 years of age, the prospect of fatherhood loomed unexpectedly before him. How had he, a cad in his own right, managed to ensnare himself in such a predicament? Mu Li was acutely aware that having a child at this juncture was far from ideal. He had always exercised great caution during his intimate encounters with the little medical fairy, yet he had inadvertently let his guard down during that fateful moment in the Beast Mountain range. The most troubling aspect was that Yun Yun seemed genuinely intent on bringing the child into the world, contemplating his future, which undoubtedly involved a relentless quest for opportunities to cultivate his skills. Mu Li felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. In his previous life, he had never sired offspring. It was bewildering to think that his first child would be conceived in an alternate realm. Gently, Mu Li extended his hand to caress Yun Yun's abdomen, his demeanor softening gradually. My dear little one, whatever the future holds, allow me to clear some obstacles for you, he murmured, invoking the names of the Soul Palace and Yun Ling. There were matters he had initially wished to remain aloof from, but now, he could no longer afford such indifference. With significant events on the horizon, there was still time to act. Yun Ling was the principal catalyst for the conflict between the Yunlan sect and Xiao Yan. While Nalan Yinran had remained silent, this man, with his airs of superiority, continued to meddle and scheme from the shadows. If he could be apprehended or subdued, the matter would be resolved. As for Yinshan, although ensnared by the machinations of the Soul Palace's protector, he retained his clarity of mind and had not succumbed to the subtle influences of the protector's manipulation. If Mu Li could elucidate the situation to him, reason would prevail. Chapter 48, Heavenly Tier Advanced Technique, Secret of Transformation. Amidst the endless yellow sands, Yun Yun beheld a ferocious serpent descending from the heavens, and she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the embrace of death. Yet, the figure she had once believed would never appear before her materialized right in front of her. In an instant, the air turned frigid, and frost began to coalesce around them. Yun Yun witnessed Mu Li effortlessly shatter the massive serpent with a mere gesture, and the weight of her anxious heart finally lifted. However, she succumbed to unconsciousness due to her grievous injuries. Everything felt achingly familiar, as though it had transpired before. He had saved her once more. Upon awakening from her dreams, Yun Yun found Mu Li seated nearby. You're awake, she remarked, her gaze lingering on him, a mix of emotions swirling within her. What is it? Mu Li inquired. Thank you, she replied softly. You're welcome, Mu Li responded with a faint smile, offering her a water flask. After lying down for an extended period, she felt parched. Although there was water within her spatial ring, she accepted Mu Li's offering without hesitation. After taking a few sips, she set the flask down and focused inward, only to discover that her injuries had remarkably healed to a significant degree. What did you give me? Yin Yin asked, her surprise evident, as she sensed an exceptionally pure energy nourishing her body. This fellow, first the companion crystal essence, and now what other rare treasure? Hearing Mu Li's teasing tone, Yun Yun smiled gently. Mu Li stated matter-of-factly, although he initially wished to maintain a distance, he would not retreat when the moment arrived. After all, he could not stand idly by while others bullied her. His tone was gentle, yet carried an undertone of dominance, complemented by his captivatingly handsome visage, causing Yun Yun to lower her head slightly to conceal her fluster. Now that I have saved you again, do you still wish for me to accompany you to Yunlanzong? Yun Yun inquired, raising her gaze. Do you not wish to go? Mu Li replied. That depends on whether you intend to send me to face punishment or to practice. He smiled. Both punishment and practice are intertwined. However, since you have saved me this time, I might consider reducing the duration of your punishment. After pondering for a moment, Yin deliberately said, Is your life truly so inexpensive? She remarked with a slight smile, pursing her lips. What is your name? Mu Li, he responded, unleashing a burst of sword energy that etched his name into the ground. Mu Li, Yin repeated, pointing at the inscription. Is your surname Mu? She murmured softly. Observing Yun's adorably naive expression, Mu Li suddenly found this female sect leader, who had endured numerous hardships and received mixed evaluations in the original narrative, to be rather endearing. Even a strong woman possesses a gentle side. With a soft thud, a sound of a box being opened, audible only to Mu Li, resonated. In an instant, the cave was filled with a golden-purple radiance. Mu Li's attention shifted from Yun to the golden-purple treasure chest. After confirming that Yun was unharmed, he had begun to open the chest. Finally, after much anticipation, he succeeded in unlocking it. Inside the golden-purple treasure chest lay 2 items. The first was a virtual lotus flower. Upon gently touching it, the lotus flowed into Mu Li's body, inundating his mind with a wealth of information. It was a high-level heavenly tier technique, Imperial Lotus Sutra. This technique was exceedingly special, requiring the absorption of high-grade lotus attribute materials to condense a lotus seed within the body to qualify as an entry-level practitioner. Subsequently, the cultivator must expend considerable effort to nurture the lotus seed, allowing it to sprout, grow leaves, blossom, and bear fruit. The entire process is excruciatingly long, often taking several years for the seed to sprout, decades for the leaves to emerge, and flowering could take a century, while fruiting is an exceedingly rare occurrence requiring immense fortune. Once the lotus fully blooms, the cultivation of the Imperial Lotus Sutra reaches completion. After perusing the information, Mu Li was both astounded by the arduous nature of mastering this technique and delighted to discover it was a legendary high-level heavenly tier method, a treasure among the most elite existences of the Doqi continent, even among the ancient 8 clans. However, although the cultivation of this technique was challenging, having the right method would suffice. Moreover, this Imperial Lotus Sutra was particularly unique, directly addressing one of Mu Li's current predicaments, the absorption of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire. Originally, Mu Li planned to prepare extensively before absorbing it. But now, with the Imperial Lotus Sutra, he acquired the supreme method for refining lotus attribute materials, making the absorption of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire a mere flick of the fingers. The second item within the golden-purple treasure chest was a character for transformation. Out of curiosity, Mu Li grasped it in his palm. Boom. A torrent of information surged into Mu Li's consciousness once again. In ancient times, within the Beastmaster sect, there existed 2 great secrets, accessible only to the most exceptional disciples. The first secret, known as the Yuzi secret, upon mastery, enables one to effortlessly command countless magical beasts, imposing minimal strain on the mind, thus truly embodying the notion of one becoming an army. The second secret, held by Mu Li, is the Bianzi secret. Unlike the Yuzi secret, the Bianzi secret focuses on forming special contracts with high bloodline magical beasts possessing remarkable intelligence, establishing a spiritual bridge between the two. Once this bridge is completed, one can merge with the magical beast, bestowing the practitioner with its power and swiftness. Furthermore, the most profound aspect of the Bianzi secret lies in its ability to purify the magical beast's bloodline upon merging, enabling it to ascend continuously, ultimately becoming the strongest lineage. However, this requires a profound rapport between the practitioner and the magical beast, achieving a harmonious understanding. Otherwise, such heights cannot be attained. During the cultivation of the Bianzi secret, one can only form a contract with a single magical beast at a time. Once the spiritual bridge is established, the practitioner may then contract with another beast. Generally speaking, the Bianzi secret values quality over quantity. An excess of contracts would only burden the practitioner. Unless one's cultivation level increases, it is unwise to forge too many contracts. Mu Li slowly absorbed this information before opening his eyes. Yun, quietly observing from the side, inquired once Mu Li regained his sight. What is it? Have you obtained something precious? Mu Li responded with a joyful smile. With this advanced heavenly tier technique, my future path of cultivation will no longer be confined to treasure chests. The technique is the foundation of all. With the Imperial Lotus technique, even if Mu Li ceases to open treasure chests in the future, he is destined to reach a lofty realm. Yet, instead of quelling Mu Li's aspirations, this discovery only intensified his ambition. To the prodigies of the ancient 8 clans, and to Xiao Yan, bearer of the burning technique, do not let me down. To be unmatched among peers can be an exceedingly lonely affair. Chapter 49, Departing Again, Leaving a Letter. Is there anything you wish to tell me? Li, calming himself after acquiring the treasure, turned to Yun with a smile. Their relationship had become intriguing, though unspoken. Yun inexplicably depended on him. Perhaps it was due to him being the father of her child, or perhaps because he had saved her life a second time. Had it not been for Li, Yun might not have suffered such grave injuries. As for Li, his attitude towards Yun had shifted from establishing boundaries to gradually embracing her presence. In the Beast Mountain range, Li was but a novice fighter, and he could only perceive the immense disparity between himself and Yun's status. Yun bore the weight of the sect's mission in the original narrative. She fell in love with Xiao Yan, but ultimately chose to align with her sect due to her sense of duty. This choice is understandable. Had Li been in her position, he would have made a similar decision. On one side stood the master who had raised him since childhood, and on the other, a lover he had known for only a few days, who was not even truly his partner. It is evident how one would choose. However, such a decision would be perceived as a betrayal in Xiao Yan's eyes. Yun was acutely aware that this constituted betrayal, yet she proceeded nonetheless. Li, a man of remarkable rationality, constantly weighed the pros and cons of every decision. His earlier act of rescuing Yun stemmed from an unwavering confidence in his abilities. He waited until she was utterly at her wits' end before intervening, for he was reluctant to save her only to find himself ensnared in her grasp. Upon discovering the presence of a fetus within Yun, a wave of guilt washed over Li. Fortunately, the fetus was unharmed. Had it been otherwise, his self-reproach would have deepened significantly. It was precisely this guilt that compelled Li to take the perilous risk of being imprisoned within the Yunlan sect, choosing to utilize the precious earth fire lotus seeds to heal Yun. However, his rational yet selfish nature did not imply that he would be fond of such individuals. He preferred those around him to be innocent and guileless, or perhaps slightly cunning yet sincerely devoted. The little physician and Qing Lin embodied such qualities. In contrast, Yun did not. Li had previously held a similar belief. Yet, when he beheld the adorably Na'vi expression on Yun's face, he suddenly recognized the endearing qualities of this female sect leader. The worlds of the little physician and Qing Lin revolved around Li due to their tragic pasts. One bore the burden of a cursed toxic body, able to be approached solely by Li, while the other had been scorned from childhood, with Li being the first to treat her with familial warmth. Conversely, although Yun was also an orphan, she had been well cared for by Yun Shan, who originally possessed a commendable character. After Yun Shan's resignation, she ascended to the role of sect leader, managing significant affairs and holding considerable power, while also taking the exceptionally talented Na Lan Yan Ran as her disciple. In both her career and legacy, she had thrived splendidly. What reason had she to center her life around Li? Therefore, Li understood that Yun did not require his assistance to flourish. His presence would only serve to bask in her brilliance. Had Li been a true idle dandy, he might have relished such a lifestyle. Yet, his ambition precluded him from settling for such a fate. Now, he found himself no longer in a position of inferiority before Yun. He could shield her from storms and guide her along safer paths. When Yun heard Li's inexplicable words, her expression momentarily faltered. "What is it that you wish to say to me?" Li, noticing her reluctance to speak, offered a gentle smile and refrained from pressing her. In Li's estimation, it was highly probable that Yun had not confided her pregnancy to anyone. The sect leader of Yunlan was known for her ascetic nature. It was improbable for her to suddenly find herself with child. Although the sect did not explicitly forbid marriage for its leaders, since Yunshan had remained single throughout his life, it was only natural for his disciple to follow suit. "By the way, I have a few matters to discuss with you," Li suddenly interjected, his tone turning serious. Yun raised her gaze to meet his, listening attentively. "Your master, Yunshan, is currently in seclusion. Indeed, he is in danger." Li's words were startling, awaiting the anxious expression on Yun's face. However, she merely raised an eyebrow. "Are you attempting to deceive me again?" Li's eyes twitched slightly, and he sighed. "I possess a channel of information revealing that your master, Yunshan, in collaboration with the Soul Palace, has sought to break through to the Dozong level. Although his cultivation has indeed advanced, it is highly probable that the Soul Clan has insidiously implanted a contingency within his being." Yun gazed intently at Li, her eyes filled with skepticism, as if questioning. "Are you jesting?" Li, faced with her doubt, felt at a loss. He understood that his words may seem utterly nonsensical, yet time was of the essence, and he had no intention of personally visiting the Yunlan sect. Thus, he had no choice but to entrust everything to Yun. It was imperative to clarify matters, otherwise, how could she act? The specifics would become clear once she met with Yunshan. Li raised his hand and inscribed a rune in midair, imprinting it onto Yun's wrist. This was the Manifest Soul rune, capable of summoning the essence of the soul, enabling her to ascertain whether her master's soul had been tainted. The early practices of the Duki continent regarding the soul were rather shameful, whereas the Tianxian continent had established methods for cultivating soul power from the outset. The unique efficacy of runic arts was commonplace in the Tianxian continent, yet rare in the Duki continent. Should you harbor concerns about your master's well-being, you may experiment upon yourself, Muley suggested, imparting the method to activate the rune. After a moment's contemplation, Yan decided to test it on herself. Subsequently, she gained a profound awareness of the myriad secrets residing deep within her soul, akin to witnessing her own soul see for the first time. If what you say is true, what then? Is my master truly in danger? Muley nodded. Let us not rush. Matters are not yet dire. First, you must convince your master of the Soul Palace's manipulation, for only then will he awaken to the truth. Otherwise, no amount of discussion will suffice. Yan discerned the underlying implication in Muley's words. You. Her countenance flushed with indignation. Muley rose, placing his fingertip gently upon Yan's smooth forehead. My apologies. I shall do better next time. With that, he turned and departed. Muley, Yan called out after him. Sitting alone in the empty cavern, she felt a pang of sorrow. You rogue. Why must it always be this way? Can't you stay by my side? She caressed her abdomen, suddenly feeling a wave of grievance. She almost believed Muley had changed for the better, only to find him unchanged. At that moment, she noticed a spatial ring left behind in the spot where Muley had sat. Upon inspection, she discovered a letter within, along with several earth-fire lotus seeds radiating pure energy. Chapter 50, Transitioning Techniques, Taming the Yan, as if I were present. There are matters you may wish to keep unspoken, yet I am well aware of them. The sect master of the Yunlan sect adheres to propriety, and both you and your master, Yinshan, uphold the path of simplicity and restraint. The previous incident in the Beast Mountain range was beyond my intent and not within my capacity to control. Thus, to impose upon you was my folly. However, since we share the bond of marriage and the fruits thereof, I shall naturally assume my responsibilities. Regarding your master, Yinshan, it would be prudent for him to regularly ingest the clarity pill to maintain the purity of his soul and mitigate the Soul Palace's influence. As for resolving this matter, I shall personally take action when I visit the Yunlan sect. The Earthfire Lotus Seed must be taken punctually. Do not entertain thoughts of giving it to your disciple. I genuinely worry about your cultivation. Each time we meet, you require my assistance as a Grand Dome Master. It is time for you to reflect deeply. Lastly, I hope for the safe arrival of our child. Yan, I believe you will be an exceptional mother. Muley left the concealed cave and journeyed to another mountain range, where he commenced the significant endeavor of transitioning to the Imperial Lotus Technique. As a high-level celestial skill, its cultivation generates immense energy fluctuations, necessitating seclusion from others during practice. Muley gradually activated the cultivation methods of the Imperial Lotus Technique, with milky white dough-chi circulating throughout his body, ultimately converging at his brow. After 3 hours, Muley slowly opened his eyes, and a white lotus mark had formed at his forehead. This mark swiftly concealed itself within his body, descending to his dantian. Subsequently, Muley retrieved the azure lotus earth fire. The seed of the extraordinary fire lay dormant within its lotus seat. Muley performed a peculiar hand seal, embedding a lotus mark into the fire seed. Boom! The azure lotus earth fire stirred awake, poised to unleash its fiery energy in retaliation. However, the lotus mark firmly encircled the fire seed, preventing any escape. Seal. A blazing inferno ignited within him, and Muley slightly furrowed his brow, shifting his hand seal for the third time. Refine. An unceasing flow of lotus dough-chi infused the mark, intensifying its radiant white glow. The fire seed of the azure lotus earth fire seemed to encounter its progenitor, easily subdued by the lotus mark. With a series of crackling sounds, Muley focused inwardly on his dantian, conjuring a slender white flame whip that relentlessly struck the fire seed. With each lash, the fire seed diminished in size. This marked the beginning of a protracted process of discipline and refinement. An hour later, the fire seed had been condensed into a minuscule, remarkably solid entity. Muley shifted his hand seal for the 4th time, withdrawing the flame whip, and commenced nurturing this seed with dough-chi. Outside the cave, the sky transitioned from darkness to dawn. After another 6 hours, Muley gradually concluded his practice. Within him lay a crystalline azure seed, firmly rooted in his dantian. This represented the first step in cultivating the Imperial Lotus Technique, which Muley had now successfully accomplished. Utilizing the extraordinary azure lotus earth fire as a foundation, he had refined and nurtured it, transforming it into his own lotus seed. After a day-long transformation practice, the Imperial Lotus art finally reached its preliminary stage, and the azure lotus earth fire was subdued by Muley. With a resounding boom, as Muley concluded his cultivation, a magnificent azure lotus blossomed around him. swiftly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Within mere seconds, the spiritual essence from a radius of several miles was entirely absorbed into Mu Li's body, perfectly merging with the lotus seed. This marked the initial manifestation of the spiritual energy infusion in the imperial lotus art. Mu Li's cultivation soared from the 4th star of the great fighter to the 9th star, with an abundance of spiritual energy still present. Typically, during a transition of cultivation techniques, one does not experience an elevation in rank. In fact, it may lead to a decline. However, the imperial lotus art showcased its formidable prowess as a high-tier celestial technique for the first time. The infusion of spiritual energy propelled Mu Li's cultivation by several stars. Without any hint of superficiality, seizing the favorable circumstances, Mu Li began to attempt a breakthrough to Do Ling. Threads of Do Qi swirled into the air, and within him, the Do crystal gradually illuminated, shining brilliantly without pause. When a great fighter ascends to Do Ling, an immense amount of energy must be absorbed, with each passing second demanding a vast expenditure. Yet, before the lotus seed, which contained boundless energy, this significant consumption was akin to a mere drop in the ocean, causing no ripples whatsoever. In a triumphant proclamation, the diamond-shaped Do crystal began its transformation, gradually morphing into a smooth, translucent sphere from which 9 elongated spikes erupted, resembling a white sea urchin. With a thunderous sound, the sea urchin Do crystal was completed, and Mu Li's eyes suddenly widened, his golden pupils gleaming with substance. As waves of Do Qi pulsated outward from him, Do Ling had finally ascended. Minutes later, after concluding his meditative adjustments, all phenomena settled into tranquility. Mu Li gazed inward at the lotus seed and the sea urchin Do crystal within him, feeling somewhat dazed. Possessing a high-tier celestial technique in the rank of Do Ling, Mu Li was now a stark contrast to his former self just a day prior, as if he had traversed through time. Sensing the formidable quality of the lotus Do Qi, Mu Li felt that his previous self may not withstand a single strike from his current self. Extending his palm, Mu Li suddenly unleashed a tremor, causing a burst of azure flames to leap forth, blazing fiercely in his hand, the azure lotus earth fire. Just a few days earlier, he had been uncertain if he could truly acquire this extraordinary fire. The depths of the Serpent King's city were treacherous, and obtaining such a fire relied heavily on fortune. Yet now, Mu Li genuinely felt that this extraordinary flame had merged with him as one, inseparable. Xiao Yan, why do you not yet appear? You are about to lose all your bamboo shoots. At this moment, outside the Beast Mountain range, Xiao Yan had finally broken through to become a 1-star Do Shi. Within the mountains, he not only acquired the purple crystal beast fire from a plethora of purple crystals, but also obtained the heavenly flame beast fire from the den of a 5th-tier heavenly flame wolf. With the enhancement of 2 high-tier beast fires, the burning art ascended to the intermediate level of the yellow tier, progressing in line with the original narrative. As of now, only 7 months remained until the 3-year agreement. Chapter 51, Evolution, the Purple Crystal Lion King Armor. Upon ascending to the spirit of combat, Mu Li not only mastered the advanced heavenly tier technique, the Emperor Lotus art, but also tamed a strange fire. Even before his transformation, Mu Li was capable of contending against Do Wang with the Qinglian Sword Qi and the Ice Child Talisman. Now, should he face off against Hua Shi once more, he could effortlessly maintain an undefeated stance without relying on the Azure Sword birth from the God Embryo. The enhancements provided by the advanced heavenly tier technique to his Do Qi were staggering. A practitioner wielding such a technique naturally stood at a superior vantage point in combat against one who did not. For Mu Li, battling above his level had become a commonplace occurrence within the confines of the Jiaomai Empire. Moreover, the purple crystal armor, which Mu Li had previously acquired from a golden treasure chest, had now met the conditions for evolution. The prerequisites were twofold: the summoner's ascension to the spirit of combat, and enduring the consciousness assault of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Without delay, Mu Li summoned the purple crystal armor, initiating its evolution. At that moment, streams of purple flames emanated from the core of the armor, enveloping it entirely. For a fleeting instant, Mu Li found himself in a daze, only to be met by the sight of a colossal purple lion, its wings unfurled, spanning several dozen meters and obscuring the light of the sky. Mu Li regarded the magnificent beast with a calm demeanor, his attire fluttering slightly as his gaze remained steady. With a mighty roar, the purple giant lion gaped its fearsome maw, a deep purple light coalescing within, seemingly poised to strike. Mu Li raised a hand gently, and a massive illusory Qinglian emerged around him. "Go," he uttered softly, his snow-white hair cascading like a waterfall as his aura surged to its zenith. From within the Qinglian erupted a gigantic azure longsword, piercing through the purple light and shattering the body of the purple giant lion. "I had yet to name you. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Qingdi Sword." With the acquisition of the Emperor Lotus Art, Muli aspired to attain the rank of Do Di. This azure sword, born from the god embryo he had nurtured, was destined to grow alongside him, making it the most fitting weapon for his journey. Let us embark on the path to imperial ascendance, with you cleaving through all adversaries in this world on my behalf. As Muli grasped the Qingdi sword, it seemed to resonate with him, and two characters slowly emerged where the blade met the hilt. Qingdi. Excellent. Holding the Qingdi sword, Muli unleashed a torrent of sword qi, effortlessly executing the 36 forms of the Qinglian sword technique. In an instant, the air around him was filled with sword qi, blossoming like lotuses. With a newfound understanding, Muli comprehended the intricacies of the Qinglian bloom, and his execution of this earth-tier Do technique was no longer half-hearted. Both the release timing and the potency of the technique had seen significant improvement. At that moment, the evolution of the purple crystal armor was complete. Its intricate patterns were more refined, and its material was considerably sturdier, with the chest area resembling a lion's gaping maw, clutching a purple magic core within. The purple crystal Lion King armor augmented his strength to the level of Do Wang 9 stars and awakened a special skill, Purple Crystal Seal, which could threaten even Do Huang powerhouses. As Muli felt the power radiating from the armor, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. With this armor adorning him, even a Do Huang could fall beneath his blade. This expedition to the Serpent King City had yielded immense rewards for Muli. The only regret lies in the fact that the power of the Ice Child Talisman has been entirely consumed, rendering it dormant and devoid of its ability to condense ice. Currently, Muli can only employ some ordinary mental techniques. Although these techniques possess considerable strength, they pale in comparison to the Ice Child Talisman, making it improbable to influence a Do Wang solely through talismanic arts. However, should he acquire a sufficient amount of ice spirit materials, the Ice Child Talisman would awaken on its own. Suddenly, Muli recalled the vast pool of ice spirit spring before Queen Medusa's evolution. If he could absorb that pool, it might restore the talisman's power. Alas, that pool has transformed into a desolate black hole after Medusa's evolution, leaving not a trace of the ice spirit spring. Nearby, in Black Rock City, Gute possesses a small amount of ice spirit spring. Muli plans to seize the opportunity to collect it on his journey to the Black Corner region. Gute, being the brother of Gu He, should feel a sense of obligation, especially after his younger brother had been exploited by Muli. At present, only a few Do Huang and Do Zong in the entire Jiama Empire warrant Muli's attention, notably Yun Shan and the Protector Wu, both formidable Do Zong. Although Yun Shan's combat prowess in the original text was somewhat lackluster, he is still a Do Zong, while Protector Wu surpasses him in strength. This is precisely why Muli hesitates to visit Yun Lan's sect at this juncture, given his overwhelming soul power. It would be perilous if he were to attract the attention of Protector Wu. It is better to first seek the next treasure chest's emergence location, enhancing his strength before the 3-year appointment. However, Muli did not anticipate that the next treasure chest would manifest in the distant Black Corner region, a place of considerable complexity. As he pondered this, he departed from the cave. In Shimo City, Muli descended at the city gates, filled with anticipation as he made his way inside. Surely, Xiao Yan and Qing Lin were worried about him, or perhaps they were diligently training. Then, suddenly, a thought struck him, an exhilarating revelation. An unspoken silence crept across his face. Muli had not seen this coming. Well, it seemed quite pleasant to be cheerful after all. A gentle cough broke the moment. The two women halted simultaneously, turning their gazes toward the entrance. Master. Qing Lin's face instantly lit up with joy as she set aside her and rushed toward Muli. Xiao Yan calmly placed her down, smiling as she regarded Muli. Everything is going smoothly, Muli remarked as he embraced both women, subsequently settling down on the sofa. Sipping his tea, he reflected on the events. Xiao Yan interjected. Staying at home is preferable. If you were to go out, I fear it would lead to considerable chaos. Muli breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing as he replied. There is a chance that we might be robbed by someone from the Mo family or the Heavenly Serpent Manor. The latter is less concerning as they would not harm Qing Lin, but the Mo family is different. If they set their sights on her, it could cost her dearly. It's worth noting that the Mo family has already infiltrated Shimo City, covertly supporting the San Mercenary Corps, making it quite dangerous for Qing Lin to be out and about. What is so appealing about wandering in the desert? I'll take you both to the big city tomorrow. We can explore to our heart's content, Muli declared, waving his hand to finalize their plans for the following day. In the ensuing half-day, Muli diligently refined medicinal pills, successfully concocting several third-tier elixirs, as well as a coveted fourth-tier pill he had long yearned to create. With the acquisition of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, Muli's alchemical skills became increasingly adept, significantly reducing the time required for pill creation and exponentially enhancing efficiency. It is no wonder that the is regarded as a treasure among alchemists. The improvement it affords is monumental. As Muli formed a pill seal with his hands, the alchemical furnace vibrated with a resonant hum, releasing a peculiar fragrance of the elixir. At last, he had produced the third-tier Qingling pill, adorned with 3 distinct patterns. Suspended in the air by the pill, a harmonious blend of diverse attributes, filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. The amalgamation of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, the 6th-tier Purple Crystal Beast Fire, and the unique mental fire of the Spirit Rune Master culminated in the successful creation of this demanding elixir. Yet, it seemed the timing was not quite right. Muli sighed with a wry smile. The Emperor Lotus' secret art had propelled him beyond the realm of a great fighter. While Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin could benefit from it, their rapid progress rendered the utility of this pill uncertain. Muli carefully stored the Qingling pill, refraining from making any immediate decisions regarding its application. His swift ascension necessitated a period of consolidation. Although his was solid, mastery over his newfound strength required further practice. It was time to visit the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps and bid farewell. Chapter 52. Departing from Shimo, returning to Haiyan. Brother Xiao, I have come to take my leave. Muli stated to the handsome man clad in a flowing moon-white robe before him. Are you truly leaving, Mu brother? Xiaoding responded, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. Upon finishing his words, Muli waved his hand, revealing a table laden with an array of elixirs. Consider these a modest gift from me, crafted during my leisure time. I implore you, Brother Xiao, do not refuse them. Xiao Ding gazed at the assortment of medicinal pills valued at over 1,000,000 gold coins. His heart no longer stirred with excitement as it once had. Instead, he fell into a contemplative silence. Since our acquaintance, it has always been the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps benefiting from your generosity, and such kindness is truly overwhelming. Muli smiled lightly. Brother Xiao, do not harbor such thoughts. Our initial connection was due to the Mo clan, but our bond has since evolved into genuine friendship. Were you a man devoid of ambition, I would not bestow such a gift upon you. Please, do not insist on declining, or I shall be left quite embarrassed. Hearing this, Xiao Ding could only rise and express his gratitude with a respectful bow. Since you address me as a brother, such formalities are unnecessary. Muli assisted Xiao Ding in straightening up. Regrettably, I had hoped to remain here to assist you in contending with the Sand Mercenary Corps. However, matters at headquarters compel my departure. The path ahead will be yours to navigate. Xiao Ding responded earnestly. Rest assured, I am aware of my responsibilities. Indeed, Muli nodded in agreement, and together they made their way toward the camp's exit. By the way, your brother's 3-year pact is drawing near. As the elder brother, do you not have any plans? Xiao Ding chuckled wryly. I wish to cheer for Xiao Yanzi, but his expression turned somber as he trailed off. In his heart, Xiao Yan, even if he were to restore his cultivation, still found it improbable to defeat Nalan Yanran, the young master of the Yunlan sect. At that moment, he would once again face the humiliation from the Yunlan sect. Xiao Ding clenched his fist tightly. If that day comes, I shall pay a visit to the Yunlan sect. The circumstances of the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps are not particularly favorable either, beset by external threats. Are you certain you can extricate yourself? Muli gazed at him and spoke. In recent days, Xiao Li had been tirelessly undertaking missions, leaving little opportunity to see him. The vice-captain's fervor was a testament to the immense pressure currently weighing on the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps. Xiao Ding fell silent upon hearing this. If I find the time, I shall also be heading to the imperial capital for an appointment. I can take care of your brother then. Brother Mu, your kindness overwhelms me. I truly do not know how to repay you. Xiao Ding replied, feeling a twinge of shame. Haha, do not concern yourself with such matters. I was already planning to go to the imperial capital, so it is merely a matter of convenience. As Mu Li and Xiao Ding reached the doorway, they paused. Brother Xiao, do you have anything you would like me to deliver to Xiao Yan? I can take it to him as well. Xiao Ding retrieved a wooden carving from his bosom. Though not particularly exquisite, it bore the roughly inscribed names of the 3 Xiao brothers. This was a toy we crafted together in our childhood. Brother Mu, upon meeting Xiao Yan, please hand it to him and convey that we, the sons of the Xiao family, need not be overly concerned with momentary gains or losses. Even in the face of adversity, we must hold our heads high and forge ahead. As his brother, I possess little to aid him. However, if he so desires, he may come to Shimo City, and the 3 of us can stand together in battle. Very well, I shall remember this. Muli tucked away the wooden carving and, with a respectful gesture towards Xiao Ding, said, the mountains are high and the roads are long. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps, Muli departed Shimo City with Qing Lin and the little doctor. During their journey aboard the small blue bird towards Haiyan City, Muli sat cross-legged upon the soft feathers, surrounded by swirling runes. The Qing Di sword hovered before him, as countless runes surged towards it. Moments later, A narrow groove appeared along the blade of the Qing Di sword. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted, startling the little blue bird beneath him into a flurry of frantic chirps. The little doctor spent a considerable time soothing it until it finally calmed down. Mu Li gazed at the Qing Di sword, nodding with satisfaction. The Qing Di sword still possesses vast potential for enhancement. It shall undoubtedly transcend the realm of the ordinary in the future. Mu Li continued to upgrade the Qing Di sword, sitting quietly as the runes flowed around him. The trio and their feathered companion flew peacefully through the skies, and after a considerable time, the little blue bird descended in a wild expanse. After such a prolonged flight, it required time to rest. Mu Li procured a small creature and prepared it, allowing the little doctor and Qing Lin to transform it into a delightful feast. After which they indulged heartily. They feasted upon a first-tier magical beast, whose meat was imbued with a wealth of energy. There was no need for excessive consumption to feel satiated. The two ladies consumed a few pieces of meat alongside their rations, soon feeling full. The remainder, however, was entirely devoured by Mu Li. In the past, he could not have consumed so much, yet now, with every bite, he sensed energy coursing into the lotus seed within him. The speed of digestion was astonishing, and the demand for energy had significantly increased. Realizing that he had completely transformed into a glutton, Mu Li showed no restraint, indulging in his meals with increasing abandon. Xiao Yan and Qing Lin observed Mu Li as he feasted, and before they knew it, their appetites seemed to awaken once more. It was unavoidable. He ate with such delightful fervor. After the trio, along with their avian companion, devoured the entirety of the beast meat, they set up a tent to rest. With Qing Lin nearby, Mu Li and Xiao Yan dared not engage in any reckless behavior, fearing that should passion overtake them, they might inadvertently release toxic mist that could harm Qing Lin. As a tranquil night passed, the three set off early the next morning and, by evening, finally arrived at the Grand Blackrock City. Visiting this magnificent metropolis once again, Mu Li's feelings were vastly different. Previously, he had to tread carefully, anxious about stirring trouble. However, now, even if he were to topple the Alchemist Guild or provoke the He family Esto Wang, he felt capable of incinerating any opposition with ease. Power, indeed, held an oppressive sway. Nonetheless, Mu Li certainly would not squander his time in reckless abandon, having promised to take the two young women shopping. He intended to honor his word. Qing Lin, here you needn't fret, no one knows you. Mu Li took the maiden's hand as they strolled through the bustling streets. Who could resist a beautiful girl? With one hand clasped with Qing Lin and the other linked with Xiao Yan, he became the object of envy and admiration from passers-by. Suddenly, a familiar, portly figure approached from a distance. Mu Li halted, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. He recognized He Meng. What was he doing here? Although Mu Li identified He Meng, the latter failed to recognize him, for Mu Li had changed significantly, even with a disguise. He was no longer in the same league as before. The former Mu Li was merely somewhat handsome, but now he was unmatched, and even in disguise, he could be considered a top-tier beauty. Yet, while He Meng could not recognize Mu Li, he did recognize Xiao Yan beside him. He Meng's eyes widened as he beheld the young woman. Xiao Yan. At that moment, Xiao Yan was engrossed in inspecting a few hairpins at a stall, blissfully unaware of He Meng's presence. She tugged at Mu Li's sleeve and inquired, Mu Li, what do you think of this one? He Meng, astonished, gazed at Xiao Yan, never imagining that the town's former goddess was now taken. This pretty boy beside her looked rather appealing. Good-looking men ought to meet their demise, he thought, with a scoff. However, upon hearing Mu Li's name, He Meng's face, once contorted with resentment and jealousy, abruptly froze. Mu Li cast a knowing glance at He Meng, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. That familiar feeling, little captain. He Meng's legs weakened, and a forced smile appeared on his face as he hurriedly attempted to walk away nonchalantly. Xiao Yan, you and Qing Lin enjoy your shopping. I have an old acquaintance to meet. Mu Li gently patted Xiao Yan's hand before sauntering towards the retreating He Meng. Chapter 53. Old Friends and Theft. He Meng, dressed in coarse attire, swiftly navigated through the crowd, his plump figure surprisingly agile. He dashed into a deserted alley, glanced back to confirm that Mu Li was not in pursuit, and then leaned against the wall, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, just as he had rested well and was prepared to depart, he suddenly beheld a tall figure with white hair quietly standing at the alley's entrance. Ah! Herman screamed as if he had seen a ghost, collapsing to the ground. Subleader, is that you? Mu Li smiled faintly. Are you frightened of me? And no. Herman propped himself up, his voice trembling. What brings you here? I. Herman's mind raced, pondering how to explain himself. Surely, he could not confess that he had betrayed Mu Xi in pursuit of personal gain and had fled to the He family in Blackrock City, pursued by enemies. Yet, could this strikingly handsome man truly be the subleader? As Herman contemplated, doubt filled his thoughts. Reunion with an old friend? There is no need to be so tense. Muli gently patted Herman's shoulder, his tone laced with concern. Subleader, how have you come to look like this? Herman swallowed hard, preparing to turn the tables and disrupt Mu Li's line of questioning. I have encountered some fortuitous events, but it is of little consequence, Mu Li replied softly. Herman opened his mouth, eager to inquire further, but Mu Li raised a finger to his lips, shushing him gently. Let me guess, you haven't betrayed my father and escaped. Have you? Mu Li remarked. Herman was on the brink of tears. What was happening? He had slipped from the grasp of the elder only to fall into the trap of the younger. Why was his luck so dire today? Venturing out for a mere stroll? Subleader, have mercy. I have elders above and children below. Is it truly so? Mu Li expressed his surprise at Herman's display. Herman's expression froze, and then he cursed himself internally. To weave one's own web and fall into one's own trap. Herman, oh Herman, never again should you converse with anyone of the Mu surname in your next life. Herman, I did not misjudge you. You are indeed a person of great ambition. Hearing Mu Li's seemingly admiring words, Herman raised his head to behold Mu Li's exceptionally handsome face. Subleader, you won't kill me? Why would I kill you? Have you forgotten our initial agreement? We are partners in this endeavor. Mu Li pulled Herman, who was kneeling on the ground, to his feet. As for my father, he is still alive, correct? Of course he is alive. I swear, Subleader, I am no match for the leader, otherwise I would not have sought refuge in Black Rock City. Listening to Herman's frantic words, Mu Li felt a twinge of regret. He had hoped this portly fellow might amuse Mu Shi, only to discover he was so feeble. From his words, it seemed he would crumble at the slightest touch. Mu Shi likely wouldn't even bother to intervene personally. Herman, I have a task to assign to you. Herman gazed into Mu Li's gentle eyes, instinctively wanting to refuse. Yet when the words hovered on his lips, he found himself unable to voice them. I beg you, Subleader, spare me. What are you saying? This is merely a simple task. I believe you will accomplish it splendidly. Mu Li guided Herman into the alley. No, please. As Mu Li forcibly pried open Herman's mouth and fed him a heart-stealing pill, Herman's eyes began to glaze over. Mu Li raised his hand, directing a rune into Herman's mind. In that moment, Herman was utterly robbed of consciousness. Before a peculiarly shaped edifice in Black Rock City, a portly figure stood in a daze. This was Gusur, a hidden millionaire whose wealth was estimated in the millions. Despite residing in a dimly lit house, the treasures concealed within could fetch a fortune if sold, with millions being merely the starting point. Such an opulent treasury was known to all, yet none dared to pilfer it, even with Gusur being merely a third-tier alchemist and possessing the combat prowess of a spirit fighter. He was not immune to the covetous eyes of others. However, he had a brother who was a sixth-tier alchemist, a fact that rendered even the Do Wong hesitant to act against him. Under the control of Mu Li, Herman approached with precision, forcefully kicking the door open. With a resounding crash, a cloud of black dust enveloped him, yet Herman did not flinch. He endured it steadfastly. This powder, though non-toxic, incited an unbearable itchiness. Yet Herman was oblivious to it in his current state. Under Mu Li's relentless guidance, Herman broke into a run. Inside, Gusur was incensed by the audacity of such a minor fighter daring to challenge his authority, and he unleashed a fierce palm strike imbued with battle energy. Should it connect, Herman would surely perish on the spot. At that critical moment, a yellow bell suspended from Herman's chest rang out spontaneously, forming a robust defensive barrier. This was a low-grade spiritual treasure, enhanced by Mu Li with a simple rune, granting it the power to withstand a Grand Master's onslaught. Gusur's palm imprint struck the barrier, shattering it, yet failing to penetrate through entirely. In response, Herman, with his stout hand, retrieved a gleaming glass sphere from behind his trousers, which promptly erupted into a blinding radiance. This too was a spiritual treasure, albeit a one-time use item. Possessing a minor illusory effect, Gusur howled in agony, shielding his eyes, and when his vision returned, he discovered that the rare treasure known as the 7-kill grass had vanished from his table. Wretched thief, he bellowed, rushing after Herman, not forgetting to seal the treasury behind him. After both had departed, Mu Li's figure materialized within the chamber. With a casual flick of his sword, he dismantled the sealing mechanism and, feeling somewhat indifferent, began to sift through the treasures. Mu Li was a man lacking in restraint, and thus he unwittingly gathered an excessive bounty. Nearly emptying the vault, he wondered how Gusur would react, perhaps feeling a twinge of remorse. Placing a bag of gold coins upon the table, he left a parting remark. It is well known in Black Rock City that Gusur's treasures are abundant. Having seen them firsthand today, I can attest to their grandeur. Not a single item struck me as superfluous, hence I have taken them all. By the way, though we are strangers, I am familiar with you. I am a brother to Guha, so do not be too formal. Infuriated that the rotund man had proven so agile and was aided by peculiar treasures, he lamented that, despite his own spirit fighter status, he had failed to catch up. However, he took solace in having memorized the thief's visage. Planning to issue a warrant to ensure that no refuge remained for him in Black Rock City, Gooser returned to find the treasury's barriers shattered, his face draining of color as he hurried inside. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed from within the house. Gut, overwhelmed by anger and sorrow, fainted on the spot. When he gradually regained consciousness, he approached the table with a despondent expression, only to discover a bag brimming with gold coins and a letter. Brother Gua. Upon reading the letter, Gut was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly prepared his belongings, intending to confront Guha at Yunlan's sect. Chapter 54. The Fugitive Herman and the Contract Signed. In a narrow alley, Herman slowly opened his eyes, feeling an irritating itch on his skin. What did I just do? Despite washing himself, the itch persisted, causing Herman considerable annoyance. Thankfully, that demon Muley had departed, otherwise, he might have lost his life. However, what was this yellow bell? Herman gazed at the inexplicable bell that had appeared on him, perplexed. Without further contemplation, he tucked it into his spatial ring, planning to catch some sleep. The following day, there came a series of loud knocks at the door. Herman had indeed not deceived Muley. He had both elders and young ones to care for. What happened? Herman opened the door to find his mother, her face etched with urgency. Why are you wanted by Yunlan's sect? Herman took the wanted notice from his mother, staring at the face that bore a striking resemblance to his own, alongside the words, wanted, highest priority, capture alive. How could this be? In that moment, Herman realized he must have committed an egregious act the day prior. I must leave at once. Although the He family possessed a Do Wang, they would not dare stand against Yunlan's sect. He was merely an inconspicuous member of the He family. If discovered, they would undoubtedly hand him over rather than protect him. Accustomed to fleeing, Herman donned a large cloak and bid a hasty farewell to his mother, setting off on the road of exile. At that moment, Muley sat leisurely in an inn, surrounded by not only the ice spirit cold spring, but also numerous other precious materials. Among them were the fire heart 7-leaf flower, blood crystal grass, blue rock heart stone, and purple spirit blood mushroom, all of which were essential for crafting high-grade elixirs. The blue rock heart stone, in particular, was a top-tier material for weapon forging, exceedingly rare and potentially capable of producing high-level spiritual treasures. However, Muley's current status as a low-level talisman master rendered him unable to forge such treasures. After all, the disparities among the ranks of talisman masters were immense. Low-level and mid-level were akin to the difference between a Do Ling and a Do Wang, while high-level was comparable to a Do Huang. If only there were soul treasures available. Yet, soul treasures were exceedingly rare. Even Gut did not possess one. The Nalan family in the imperial capital, however, had a 7-illusion Qing Ling saliva, acquired at great risk by the elder Nalan, who had endured a poisonous affliction to obtain it. Unfortunately, Muley's next destination was the Black Corner domain, which was not on the route to the imperial capital. Departing from Black Rock City would take at least 1/3 less time to reach the Black Corner domain than if one were to set off from the imperial capital. After visiting the Black Corner region, Muley intended to proceed to Canaan Academy for further cultivation, where he could place the Little Medical Sage and Qing Lin, as it stood as the premier training ground in the Northwest, incomparable to any external location. The 3-year agreement held hidden dangers, and Muley was reluctant to expose the two women to such risks. Their futures were bright, and with diligent practice, they could wield immense power. Muley then retrieved a treasure from the Gute family and began to inscribe runes upon it. The journey ahead was quite distant, and he planned to create a flying spiritual treasure to expedite their travels. Previously lacking sufficient materials, he found just what he needed in the Gute family's treasury. After all, Xiao Yan was not a specialized aerial beast capable of flying for 4 or 5 days without sustenance. With the flying spiritual treasure, they could traverse day and night, significantly enhancing their traveling efficiency. While Muley was refining the spiritual treasure, he suddenly sensed a slippery creature wriggling against his chest. Maintaining his hand seal, he looked down to find the small head of the 7-colored sky-devouring python. The little serpent tilted its head, its slender tongue flicking out with a hiss. After consuming so much of the accompanying purple crystal essence, the little creature had finally awakened. Muley gently caressed the 7-colored sky-devouring python, which offered no resistance and instead affectionately rubbed against his elongated fingers. Remembering that one of the trials in the transformation secret involved forging a pact with a high bloodline, highly intelligent magical beast, Muley slowly revealed a beguiling smile. The 7-colored sky-devouring python, with its resplendent hues, slightly purple eyes, fragrant body, and celestial strength, was a legendary ancient serpent capable of rivaling a Do Sheng at its peak. Among all the magical beasts Muley had encountered, the 7-colored sky-devouring python possessed the most formidable bloodline, far surpassing that of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Moreover, its bloodline could ascend further, potentially breaking through the Do-D threshold upon reaching the 9 colors. Such qualifications were on par with those of the little medical sage and Qing Lin. Although Qing Lin had a natural restraint over serpent-type magical beasts, a significant disparity in cultivation could lead to backlash. Additionally, as long as the bloodline was potent, it could counteract the by-snake's 3 flower eyes. For a serpent of royal bloodline like the 7-colored sky-devouring python, Qing Lin could not subdue it unless her cultivation vastly exceeded that of the python. The greater the difference in cultivation levels, the more pronounced the gap between each star rank would become, making it increasingly challenging to subdue creatures beyond 1's rank as in earlier stages. Once Mu Li completed the refinement of the flying spiritual treasure, he finally had the opportunity to play with the little 7-colored sky-devouring python. He understood its habits. As long as he provided nourishment, it would not mind his playful handling. Feeding it the last remnants of his accompanying purple crystal essence, Mu Li gradually began to form the hand seals for the transformation secret. In the room, a peculiar array of colorful light shimmered, and a complex contractual diagram hung in the air between Mu Li and the little 7-colored sky-devouring python. Mu Li concentrated fully on guiding the contract toward the python, yet it seemed entirely indifferent, shaking its little head and ignoring him. Panic surged within Mu Li. Had it truly turned dismissive after consuming all his accompanying purple crystal essence? In a moment of desperation, Mu Li hastily produced the purple spirit crystal from his spatial ring, enticing the little colorful devouring python. Although the aroma emitted by the purple spirit crystal could not rival that of the accompanying purple crystal source, it was nonetheless a top-tier treasure of heaven and earth. The little serpent flicked its tongue, ultimately succumbing to its gluttonous nature and swimming toward Mu Li. Mu Li fed the purple spirit crystal to the creature, seizing the opportunity to imprint the contract. Fortunately, the little colorful devouring python did not resist. The signing process was remarkably smooth. Mu Li let out a long sigh of relief. At last, the contract was signed. Had it failed, he would have suffered a grievous loss. After the contract was established, the connection between Mu Li and the little colorful devouring python intensified significantly. Mu Li could clearly sense that the little creature held a fondness for him. It was worth all the treats I provided. Gently caressing the smooth body of the little colorful devouring python, Mu Li felt a sense of satisfaction. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful wave of murderous intent. The little snake in his hand radiated a dazzling light, its alluring form shimmering in the brilliance. Chapter 55, Medusa's Tread. A crisis. Mu Li gazed at the woman slowly emerging from the radiant glow, his eyes momentarily dazed. Once a murderous intent of the Do Zone level fixates on an individual, it creates an illusion of inescapability, as if the space itself has been sealed. Although Medusa, having just entered the Do Zone realm, was not capable of sealing space, her subtle aura was indicative of her terrifying potential. It would not be long before she could master the ultimate secret of space sealing within the Do Zone. It is important to note that she was currently only a 1-star Do Zone, and the talent of the colorful devouring python provided her with immense support. In ancient times, only the ancient heavenly serpents could rival the devouring python, both being known as the Serpent King bloodline, while other creatures like the 9 Nether Earth Fiend python fell beneath their lineage. After being slightly shaken by the murderous intent, Mu Li was uncertain what had caused Medusa to awaken. However, with the contract established, he possessed means to control her. Mu Li swiftly formed a seal to restrain Medusa's actions, yet she remained utterly unaffected, appearing before him in an instant. In the next moment, Mu Li felt a cool, smooth jade foot pressing him to the ground. The perfect arch of the foot pressed firmly against his cheek, allowing him to catch a whiff of the unique scent of the colorful devouring python. Medusa glared down at the man beneath her, furious. In that fleeting moment, she had felt her soul merge with his. Though it lasted but an instant, the sensation was like a brand, deeply rooted in her very essence. The proud Queen Medusa, so easily manipulated by a human man, was filled with shame and indignation, compelling her to suppress the soul of the colorful devouring python and preemptively emerge to exact her retribution upon Mu Li. Yet, frustratingly, no matter how forcefully Medusa tried, that jade foot pressing against Mu Li's face could not unleash its intended power. Had it been applied to another, it would undoubtedly have reduced them to a bloody mist. However, now she finds herself unable to strike a fatal blow. Medusa, gritting her teeth, tramples Mu Li, unable to believe that she cannot kill this man who has desecrated her. Mu Li endures the humiliation of Medusa's assault on the ground, feeling utterly constrained. Although the secret art of the transformation technique had just begun to forge a contract, its effectiveness against the easily deceived 7-colored devouring python is evident. Yet it proves futile against the matured Medusa. Ultimately, it is a matter of his inadequate cultivation. How can a spirit fighter control a Do Zone master? Fortunately, Medusa has indeed formed a contract with him. Although she is venting her frustrations, she cannot harm her master's life. At that moment, the door to the inn's bedroom swung open, and the little medical sage along with Qing Lin entered, carrying boxes of various sizes, only to witness the scene unfolding between Medusa and Mu Li. A multitude of boxes tumbled to the ground as the little medical sage covered her mouth in disbelief at the sight before her. Alas, Mu Li's face darkened. He had made a fool of himself, and this could not continue. He must take decisive action against Medusa. He altered the seals and fully activated the secret technique of the transformation technique. Medusa cast a fleeting glance at the two women entering, then disdainfully regarded Mu Li, who was attempting to control her, and delivered another kick. Mu Li, the little medical sage, and Qing Lin exclaimed in alarm. At this moment, they finally realized that this was no mere game of pleasure. Mu Li was indeed being kicked and struck by this extraordinarily beautiful woman. Though the force of the kicks seemed light, resembling a playful interaction, Mu Li's frustrated expression indicated that this was far from voluntary. Medusa was once again drawn to the voices of the two women. A slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she extended her delicate jade-like hand towards them. The space quivered slightly as an invisible force surged toward the little medical sage and Qing Lin. Seeing this, Mu Li felt a surge of panic. While Medusa could not bring herself to harm him, she could turn her aggression toward others. His mind raced as he swiftly retrieved a fire attribute, celestial treasure from his storage ring. Little Kai, come and eat. In the next moment, the seven-colored devouring python leaped into Mu Li's hand and devoured the fire attribute treasure in one gulp. Mu Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this little glutton had awakened just in time. On the opposite side of the bedroom, the little medical sage and Qing Lin had yet to recover from their shock. Just now, Medusa's mere gesture had felt as if the heavens were collapsing, causing the two to lose all hope of escape in an instant. Are you all right? Mu Li inquired gently as he rose from the ground and approached the two women. Why, yes, I'm fine. The sensation of life being held in another's grasp was truly unsettling. Gazing at the scattered shopping boxes, the little medical sage felt a twinge of guilt. Was it too thoughtless of her to neglect her cultivation? Being preoccupied with such trivial matters? Qing Lin, perhaps accustomed to the numerous life and death crises she had faced since childhood, maintained her composure, crouching down to gather the boxes scattered across the floor. Don't overthink it. That person is the queen of the serpent people, Medusa, renowned for her ferocity. It's only natural to be frightened. Who has scared? The little medical sage retorted, pouting defiantly to uphold her pride. Mu Li, unperturbed, gently patted her head and encouraged her not to lose heart. Medusa has trained for countless years. You could even call her grandmother. If you diligently cultivate your skills, you need not fear her in the future. He then gave another young girl a reassuring pat on the head. In the quiet of the night within the inn's bedroom in Black Rock City, the two girls, both paragons of their generation, understood that while wholeheartedly pursuing cultivation might require them to forsake certain joys, the rewards they would ultimately gain would be substantial. Although the two had previously engaged in their training, they had indulged in more leisure than diligence. Mu Li had initially allowed this, believing that having him nearby would afford them some ease. However, the appearance of Medusa today had imposed immense pressure upon them, not only due to her breathtaking beauty, rivaling that of Mu Li, but also because of the overwhelming sense of imminent danger that accompanied her lethal prowess. The two young women now comprehended a crucial truth. Despite Mu Li's presence, relying solely on his protection was insufficient. In a world teeming with formidable beings, one must strive fiercely, lest they be swept away by the relentless tide of strength. Even if one possesses extraordinary talent, lacking power renders them incapable of resisting the onslaught of the mighty. Mu Li did not trouble the little medical fairy today. The three of them enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep together, with his cultivation soaring to the level of fighting spirit. The little medical fairy's toxic energy could no longer keep pace with his advancement. Thus, it was more prudent to allow her to focus on her own training, planning to purify her once her toxic body began to rebel. Otherwise, indulging in such extravagance daily could easily hamper their essential endeavors. Chapter 56, The Black Corner Domain. The Black Storm. Following Medusa's trampling, Mu Li felt a deep concern. If he could not reign in Medusa, what would become of him when she emerged again? He had no doubt that once she regained control of her body, she would seek every means to torment him. Though she could not inflict harm upon him, the humiliation would be unbearable. Moreover, Mu Li anticipated that Medusa would seize the little medical fairy and Qing Lin as hostages, coercing him to dissolve their contract. At that juncture, he would undoubtedly be ensnared in a perilous dilemma. Thus, from that day forth, Mu Li commenced an earnest campaign to win over the seven-colored devouring python. He offered treasures of heaven and earth, energy essences. Each offering brought him closer to the creature. Concurrently, Mu Li embarked on the arduous task of constructing a bridge of souls with the seven-colored devouring python. This was a protracted endeavor, requiring him to build the bridge brick by brick with his soul power, all while preventing any resistance from the python. In the typical practice of secret transformations, most high bloodline magical beasts are reluctant to become subservient to humans, rendering the process of constructing a soul bridge fraught with challenges. A cultivator must either possess a level of power superior to that of the beast to dominate its soul through secret methods, allowing for the construction of the soul bridge. However, the efficiency of merging post-construction is often low, and the prospects are dim. Few achieve the ultimate mysteries of transformation to enhance their bloodlines. Thus, cultivating an intimate bond with the contract beasts has become a prerequisite for mastering the art of transformation, aiming to achieve a true communion of minds with the beasts, ultimately enhancing their bloodlines, as well as the practitioner's own prowess. The gluttonous little creature is easily deceived. Muli displayed a sinister smile. Yet in the eyes of the seven-colored devourer python, it appeared so gentle and delightful, not merely because this individual was the first human it had encountered since its birth, but also due to the continuous offerings of delectable treats. During the process of the seven-colored devourer python wholeheartedly indulging in its meal, Muli laid another soul brick upon the bridge of their connection. Observing the bridge, now more than halfway constructed, Muli felt immense satisfaction. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before they could merge with the seven-colored devourer python. As the morning light cascaded down, Muli, having risen early, drew back the curtains. The little medical sage and Qing Lin had also completed their morning routines and were tidying their belongings on the opposite side of the room. Owing to Mu Li's habitual early rising, coupled with Qing Lin's own early mornings, the little medical sage gradually adapted to this routine. She felt a twinge of embarrassment to sleep in late in front of Qing Lin, even though Qing Lin often encouraged her to rest longer. Once the trio and their avian companion were ready, they settled their bill and departed from the inn, stepping out into the open space beyond Black Rock City. In this expanse, Muli summoned his crafted flying spirit treasure. This treasure could adjust its size at will, transforming from a palm-sized vessel to an immense ship towering over 10 meters in height in the blink of an eye. This was made possible by the flowing iron contributed by Old Tai Gu. Otherwise, given Mu Li's current low-level talisman master status, he would not have been able to create such a grand artifact. After the three of them and the bird boarded the ship, Mu Li deftly maneuvered it into the sky. Surrounding the vessel were numerous carved runes, which gradually illuminated under the influence of Mu Li's soul power, unleashing formidable energy that propelled the ship at great speed through the clouds. 10 days later, the ship landed on a vast desert plain. Mu Li exited his cabin and gazed downward. Through the illusory spirit eye, he pierced the veil of illusion and beheld the scene below. Dust was swirling in the air, devoid of any tender signs of life, resembling a battlefield steeped in desolation. This place, more savage and primal than the Tagore Desert, bore witness to the chaos of the Blackhorn region, a peculiar area born from disorder outside the Canaan Academy. Its expanse was vast, and its rate of expansion astonishing. Were it not for the multitude of factions vying for their own interests, the surrounding great powers would not allow the Blackhorn region to flourish unchecked. However, it is precisely this fragmented situation that has accelerated the region's growth. Various high-level techniques, combat skills, and medicinal concoctions flowed freely here, with no one concerning themselves with the legality of their origins. All were fixated solely on the benefits they could reap, thus rendering this chaotic land a magnet for numerous formidable individuals. Among the most significant powers present, one could count Canaan Academy, the Eight Gates, Blood Sect, Black Skull Tomb, Demon Flame Valley, Maple City, Black Emperor Sect, Heavenly Shadow Sect, Rakshasa Gate, and the Mad Lion Gang. The most captivating of all is undoubtedly Canaan Academy. Alas, it only admits the youth, leaving some of the older generation unable to gain entry. Yet, how many of those who have fought their way out of the Black Corner domain are truly young? Thus, the students within Canaan Academy are predominantly recruited from distant lands. While its core strength relies on the mentors and elders, following closely are the two most formidable factions, the Valley of Demon Flames and the Black Emperor Sect, both housing Do Zone powerhouses, unmatched by other Do Huang forces. Next in line is the city of Maple, governed by Han Feng, a pinnacle 6th-grade alchemist, whose strength reaches the apex of Do Huang, ranking 3rd on the blacklist. Through his alchemical prowess, he has attracted a significant number of strong individuals from the Black Corner domain, establishing the most robust network of connections. Mu Li's destination is the city of Black Seal within the Black Corner domain, which hosts an annual auction that draws numerous powerful factions from within the region. Black Seal lies under the jurisdiction of the Eight Gates, presided over by the Gate Master Yuan Yi, who ranks among the top 10 on the blacklist. Achieving such standing in this treacherous realm is not to be underestimated. As Mu Li gazed across the vast plain, he spotted a caravan slowly making its way forward. Were one to walk, the journey from the Gamma Empire to the Black Corner domain would take at least 3 months. However, utilizing a flying spiritual treasure, Muli traversed the distance in merely 10 days, traveling day and night. The flying treasure swiftly outpaced the caravan. Yet, Muli's keen spiritual perception detected a massive black storm looming ahead. This was the most perilous and common black storm within the expansive plains of the Black Corner domain. The harsh weather conditions give rise to such natural disasters, and while the caravan had its means of defense, each encounter with a black storm often resulted in injuries or even fatalities, alongside varying degrees of loss to their goods. Entering the Black Corner domain is no trivial endeavor. Those seeking fortune do so at the risk of their lives, for only the strong may tread here. Muli narrowed his eyes slightly. A spiraling force gathering at the tip of his vessel, a chill spreading through the clouds as large hailstones materialized from thin air. The power of the Ice Sun talisman began to awaken, and Muli unleashed a move known as the Ice Vortex, enveloping the ship, colliding fiercely with the black storm. At the moment of impact, a thick layer of ice formed within the storm, a distinct cleft appearing at its center, as if pierced by a sharp blade. Navigating his vessel safely through the black storm, Muli continued to soar like a streak of light into the distance. Behind him, the notorious disaster storm seemed to show signs of dissipating. The extremely low temperature disrupted the storm's dynamics, severely impairing its energy. Fortunately, this surge of ice was swift to arrive and equally swift to depart. Without Muli's spiritual energy to sustain it, the ice gradually transformed back into dissipated energy, allowing the black storm to regain its vigor and surge forward with renewed ferocity. Chapter 57, Black Seal City, Ruthless Hands. After successfully traversing the storm for half a day, Muli's vessel arrived above a verdant expanse, and through the clouds, he could see a multitude of guards stationed outside the city. According to the map and the indications of the treasure's location, this vast city is none other than the city of Black Marks. Above the clouds, Muli and the two women switched their mode of transport, settling onto the soft back of Xiao Yan. In this chaotic realm of the Black Horn domain, it is unwise to reveal rare flying spiritual treasures, as they could easily attract unwanted attention. The trio descended from the clouds on Xiao Yan, landing not far from the gates of the city of Black Marks. Such a fortified city, with its formidable defenses, cannot be breached recklessly. It is akin to the demon suppression fortress near the border of the Gamma Empire, where any flying beasts or individuals are swiftly shot down, and passage is strictly forbidden. Before entering the city of Black Marks, Muli, Xiao Yan, and Qing Lin donned masks for disguise. Clad in white, purple, and green, the trio of newcomers to the Black Horn domain approached the imposing, dark gates. Standing not far from the entrance, Muli gazed up at the 3 bold characters spelling City of Black Marks emblazoned across the center of the wall, a chilling aura enveloping him. This city is ill-suited for the virtuous. Those who arrive here are often stained with blood and have trampled upon morality to varying degrees. Although the 2 women behind Muli possess kind hearts, they are not naive. Xiao Yan, having faced numerous hardships since childhood, bears the burden of her kin's blood upon her hands, a pain few can truly comprehend. Those who grow amidst such suffering are not to be underestimated. Similarly, Qing Lin, having been beaten and scolded since her youth, has resorted to thievery countless times. In a sense, she is a petty thief, albeit driven by necessity. Each of their actions, if scrutinized under the lens of the Gamma Empire, would undoubtedly invite condemnation, perhaps even execution. Good people can commit murder, and the wicked can offer protection. For Xiao Yan and Qing Lin, Muli embodies the ultimate truth, even if he is a man of questionable morals. As dusk approached, a considerable number of individuals were entering the city, and Muli's group found themselves in the middle of the queue, with many others hastening toward the city behind them. "Oh, a few newcomers, I see." Suddenly, a frivolous voice rang out from the back of the line. A group of individuals, armed and clad in simple cloth armor, cast bold and fiery glances at Xiao Yan and Qing Lin. Despite their facial disguises, the women's graceful figures remained unmistakably alluring, slender waists, flowing hair, and delicate hands like jade, coupled with the elegance of their attire, which starkly contrasted with the crude garb typical of the Black Horn domain's inhabitants. They were easily identified as fresh arrivals. In the crowd, the trio's demeanor was indeed strikingly distinct, akin to celestial beings among mortals, making them a target of attention. Had their abilities been lacking, they might have faced dire consequences or even a tragic fate. However, Muli was not one to engage in discourse with strangers, particularly those who offered him no utility. The golden eyes beneath his mask gleamed coldly, and in an instant, the group that had intended to approach and provoke the 2 women fell silent. Bang! Before the others could fully comprehend the situation, They were startled by the sudden appearance of several human-shaped ice sculptures within their ranks. The chilling aura emanating from them sent shivers down their spines. As the ice sculptures crashed to the ground with a dull thud, no one dared provoke Mu Li. They silently formed a line, pretending as if nothing had occurred. The ice sculptures, which seemed to have just concluded a transaction, radiated an air of satisfaction, only to find themselves in dire straits due to their careless remarks and misplaced arrogance, provoking a formidable figure. Now, despite their substantial earnings, they would not have the chance to spend them. Xiao Yan and Qing Lin were momentarily taken aback by Mu Li's ruthless actions, yet they remained silent, choosing to follow him quietly. With a decisive display of power, Mu Li and his companions successfully reached the city gates. After paying a hefty entrance fee to the guards, the trio, along with a bird, entered a city brimming with the chaotic allure of the Black Corner region. Initially, Xiao Yan and Qing Lin believed that once they entered the city, the turmoil outside would cease. However, they were met with even more chaos. Merely traversing a 100-meter-long street, they witnessed 10 brawls unfold. Although Mu Li was unperturbed by trouble, he preferred to avoid it as well. He skillfully navigated away from the more perilous streets and soon found a lodging to settle in. The chaotic ambience of the Black Corner region was a first for him. He succinctly remarked, "Disorder." Removing his mask, he turned to the two women, who appeared slightly contemplative, and chuckled. "What's the matter? Are you frightened?" Xiao Yan replied, her tone laced with complexity. "Not really, just surprised. I didn't realize you could be so ruthless." Mu Li. Previously, when Xiao Yan had been with Mu Li, he had merely vandalized properties or pilfered from an unfortunate old man. He had not engaged in any truly malevolent deeds until today, when she witnessed this fierce side of him for the first time. Qing Lin, too, was taken aback. Although Mu Li had previously coerced those who insulted her into kneeling, he had never taken a life. Sensing their unspoken thoughts, Mu Li merely smiled serenely. "I have never claimed to be a virtuous person, and you will inevitably face such circumstances as well." While he could protect them, he did not wish for them to live perpetually under his shield, unable to learn the necessity of eradicating threats. Both women possessed untapped potential, requiring careful refinement, yet they could not remain entirely passive. In the days to come in Heian City, the adversaries they encountered would be their responsibility. He would intervene only at critical moments. Contemplating this, Mu Li assigned them a task. The Black Corner region was a crucible for the human spirit, compelling individuals to temporarily forsake their goodness in favor of darkness. Deep within, both Xiao Yan and Qing Lin harbored shadows, which seldom emerged. This was the perfect opportunity to confront and hone the darkness within them. Upon hearing Mu Li's words, Xiao Yan and Qing Lin exchanged glances, each reflecting a flicker of astonishment. "You want us to take action?" The following day, Mu Li and his companions traversed the bustling streets, this time with Mu Li heading directly towards the treasure chest's sensing point, unperturbed by the ongoing brawls around them. The brawlers, seemingly possessing some wit, observed the trio's exceptional demeanor and, for the most part, refrained from recklessly engaging them, focusing instead on their own skirmishes. They passed several conflict zones, and aside from a momentary disturbance caused by the residual energy from a fight, which was deftly mitigated by the petite healer, they encountered little danger. With the two women smiling at him, Mu Li could only shake his head in resignation. Sometimes, it seemed that when one wished for trouble, it eluded them instead. Not feeling the need to press the matter, he led his companions to the precise location of the treasure chest, the Black Mark City auction house. As they drew nearer to the auction house, the crowd thickened, yet incidents were remarkably rare. Those with even a modicum of knowledge about Black Mark City understood that its auction house was the largest trading hub sanctioned by the authorities, guarded by formidable fighters of the Dome Master level, with the lowest being at least 9-star Do warriors. Only the most influential factions could afford to station such powerful protectors at their gates. In Qingshan Town, a Dome Master represented elite combat prowess, and Mu Li's adoptive father had reigned supreme there with a 4-star Dome Master cultivation. Nearly a year had passed since then, and he likely ascended to 5 stars, or possibly more, should fortune smile upon him. In larger cities, such as Wuten City, the heads of the 3 prominent families were merely Dome Masters, a rank sufficient for high-level management within their clans. The Dome Masters stationed at the Black Corner domain, content to remain there rather than seek ease in smaller locales, were drawn by the strict governance of the 8 gates and the allure of the Black Corner domain itself. The cutthroat competition here thrived unchecked, satisfying the powerful's desire to flout all conventions. In this realm, strength equated to freedom. One could pursue any ambition if their power was sufficient. The 8 gates dominated this area, granting them the latitude to act as they pleased. However, to avoid depleting their resources, they had to uphold a semblance of order, which resulted in a relatively peaceful environment surrounding the auction house. To ensure their safety, Mu Li and his companions donned additional cloaks, obscuring their appearances entirely. As they flowed with the crowd into the auction house, the vastness of the space struck their senses. Mu Li tilted his head slightly, following the treasure chest's signal as he began to wander. Halt! Before he could draw closer, two cloaked figures wielding long halberds blocked his path. The individuals beneath the cloaks fell silent, and Mu Li nodded in acknowledgement before turning away without hesitation. If his intuition served him well, the treasure chest was likely housed within the auction house's treasure vault, the most tightly guarded area. The two sentinels served merely as a warning, for stronger protectors surely awaited within. Mu Li ventured to another section of the auction house, attempting to approach the treasure chest from a different angle, but inevitably encountered more black-clad guards along the way. At this juncture, Mu Li abandoned his plan to secure the treasure. In the depths of the shadowy realm, one finds oneself ensnared, never truly aware of the monstrous entities that lurk within the dense throngs. Subsequently, Mu Li meandered through the trading hall, acquiring several rare medicinal herbs, and stumbled upon a scarce tome on poisons. Initially intent on purchasing it, he was abruptly pulled away by the petite healer after she hastily perused a few pages. "What is the matter?" Mu Li inquired. "That individual harbors ill intentions. He has laced the book with poison. A mere half-minute of perusal could spell doom for the unsuspecting." "What of it? You are not averse to toxins, and perhaps there are unique poison formulas within. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If he has set his sights on you, it will ultimately become our burden, mine and Xiao Qing's," the healer retorted, tugging Mu Li and Qing Lin away with urgency. "Alas, it appears he has indeed marked us as his targets," Mu Li remarked with a hint of exasperation, though the healer remained oblivious to his plight, seemingly reveling in the predicament instead. Qing Lin, glancing anxiously at the poison merchant trailing them, earnestly cautioned, "Sister, he is truly gaining on us." The healer shot Mu Li an admonishing glare, contemplating strategies to confront their pursuer. "He must be a formidable poison master, perhaps sensing your unique nature." The healer possessed the ebon poison body, with toxins within her being unparalleled in potency, rarely challenged even among her peers, and capable of incapacitating foes of higher rank. Poison masters possess an acute sensitivity to toxins. The more powerful the master, the more adept they are in this domain. "I comprehend. Why lay blame upon me? I merely intended to procure a tome for you." Ignoring Mu Li's half-hearted remarks, the healer leaned close to Qing Lin, whispering strategies. Observing the two women strategizing their counteroffensive, Mu Li smiled with a sense of gratitude. Although he had failed to secure the treasure today, he had at least accomplished a task in honing the young lady's skills. However, Qing Lin, endowed with the azure serpent's triflower eyes and further enhanced by her cultivation of the illusory spirit eyes, quickly detected an anomalous figure within the crowd. "Sister, he has blended into the crowd and is following us. Onward." The healer's eyes glinted with cold determination as she spoke. "I do not instigate conflict unless provoked. But if he persists, I shall not hold back." As they continued their flight, the two suddenly realized one of their companions had vanished. "Sister, the adult is missing," Qing Lin exclaimed anxiously. "Do not concern yourself with him. He is likely hiding nearby, observing the spectacle." Indeed, as the healer surmised, Mu Li had silently conjured a light-bending cloak using the Ice Child talisman, concealing himself as he leisurely trailed the two women, occasionally glancing at the poison master obscured within the crowd. "Poison," Mu Li murmured to himself, suddenly struck by inspiration. To secure the treasure, it would be prudent to incite chaos within Black Seal City, thereby dispersing the guards and simultaneously weakening the defenses of the auction house. Ordinary turmoil could easily be quelled by the Eight Gates' might, thus utilizing poison became a strategic choice. Moreover, it must not be an ordinary poison. It must be one that boasts a vast area of coverage, rapid diffusion, strong persistence, extreme rarity, and is both colorless and odorless. A poison possessing these attributes could indeed be regarded as a paragon among toxins, and it is not easily found by the average individual. However, Mu Li happens to be in the presence of an exquisite poison beauty. The poison from the Enin body undoubtedly qualifies as a sacred substance. The little medical sage, accompanied by Qing Lin, entered a secluded alleyway. After navigating several turns, she instructed Qing Lin to don a specialized mask, while she herself lifted her jade-like hand, her fingertips beginning to emanate a faint purple glow. "Dear guests, there is no need to conceal yourselves," remarked a man cloaked in black robes, his tone laced with mockery. "You seem rather inexperienced. Are you newcomers?" The poison master spoke, and as he did, a dark green gas seeped from his sleeves. The little medical sage and Qing Lin instinctively retreated, a flicker of gravity passing through their eyes. The presence of this toxic aura signified a pinnacle grand master. "Qing Lin, step back," the little medical sage said softly, lowering her head slightly. Obediently, Lin retreated to the edge of the alleyway, mask in place. Sisterly affection is truly delightful. However, you possess something I desire, so I must express my apologies. As he spoke, the Poison Master lunged towards the little medical sage with alarming speed. Chapter 59. The half-demonized little medical sage. Please restrain yourself. As the Poison Master struck with an outstretched palm enveloped in thick green toxic gas, the little medical sage abruptly closed her eyes. Upon reopening them, an overwhelming aura erupted forth, with her strength barely reaching the threshold of a Grandmaster. Defeating a peak Grandmaster seemed nearly impossible. Yet, the Poison Master had his own methods of combat, and the potency of his toxin would also play a decisive role in the outcome of the battle. Without any hint of arrogance, the little medical sage activated her Enin body, her pupils transforming into a deep green, while her hands became shrouded in purple poison-infused energy. Poisonous palm. The two palms collided violently, intertwining green and purple energies. The deep purple toxin swiftly pierced through the green mist, infiltrating the Poison Master's meridians. Ack! The Poison Master shrieked, his figure staggering backward as he gasped. You, how does my poison taste? At that moment, the little medical sage's eyes glimmered with a devilish mirth. Her lips curling slightly, the sharpened nails, a result of her activated poison body, lightly caressed her crimson lips. Before the Poison Master could retreat further, he suddenly stumbled and collapsed to the ground, his arm, invaded by the Enin toxin, now a deep purple, while the veins in his neck began to exhibit bizarre hues. No, it cannot be. A lifetime dedicated to the study of toxins, on the brink of ascending to the realm of a spirit master. And after years of struggling in the Black Corner domain, he was defeated by a mere newcomer in a single blow. How could your poison be so formidable? The little medical sage sauntered forward, her slender waist swaying, as she mockingly declared, the poison you have devoted your life to is, in my eyes, merely a child's plaything. Now, savor the agony of your final moments. The Poison Master, eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the little medical sage's bizarre yet beautiful visage, foam spilling from his mouth before his head tilted, succumbing to death. A flicker of disdain passed through the eyes of the young healer as she swiftly formed a peculiar hand seal, causing the ominous toxins within her to gradually recede. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned to her usual state. She cast a glance at the corpse at her feet and let out a soft sigh, musing that one should be more cautious in the next life. After retrieving the opponent's spatial ring, she unleashed a wave of toxic energy, thoroughly eradicating the remains. Let us depart, Lin, she said. Lin took the young healer's hand, and together they exited the alleyway. In the shadows, Mealy observed their actions intently. Upon witnessing the young healer's fierce and ruthless combat style, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness, her methods are even more ruthless than my own. Reflecting on the young healer's semi-demonic transformation and her mocking tone, he realized that she was more of a villain than he himself. Mealy suddenly felt he had underestimated her. She was the celestial poison maiden, the uncrowned queen of the Outcloud Empire. Although he had altered her fate, the original narrative portrayed her as a figure who ascended to the pinnacle of a nation within a few years, a feat not solely reliant on strength. Had she been a soft-hearted saint, she would have long been exploited by the poison masters of the Outcloud Empire. At that moment, Mealy ceased to consider further trials for the young healer. Given her recent performance, he felt compelled to advise her to temper her ferocity. However, while the young healer had demonstrated her prowess, Lin still required further honing. Mealy pondered Lin's delicate and fragile appearance, genuinely concerned about how she would fare against adversaries in the future. I had a bit of business. You weren't injured, were you? The young healer remarked with a roll of her eyes. Come on, Lin just informed me of your astonished expression. Were you truly taken aback by my earlier display? Hearing the young healer's mildly irked tone, Mealy quickly redirected the conversation. Lin, did you see me earlier? Yes, my lord. I saw you hiding on the other side. Lin replied. Mealy scratched his head, astonished that the azure serpent's tricolor pupils had such keen vision. From a scientific perspective, light would have been a factor, but this was a realm of fantasy. With a sigh, he affectionately ruffled Lin's hair. Your elder sister performed admirably just now. The next phase depends on you. Remember, during combat, do not let your guard down. Strike with full force when necessary, and do not grant your foes any opportunity. The young healer's earlier performance was indeed commendable. She had not underestimated her opponent, but had instead activated her toxic body to deliver a lethal strike. Had she merely engaged in a contest of energy with the Poison Master, the outcome would have been unfavorable. There is a significant disparity in the quality of energy between a 1-star and a 9-star master, and despite her unique constitution, the gap in realms cannot be overlooked. With the appropriate poison-based techniques and skills, her prowess could ascend to new heights. Unfortunately, poison masters were rare in the Jaimar Empire, making such resources difficult to procure. However, the Black Corner region was different. Here, there were no taboos, and as long as one had wealth, acquiring valuable items was relatively easy. Muley, Qinglin has just broken through to the warrior level. Why rush her into actual combat? The young healer protested. Sister, it's all right. I can fight, Qinglin interjected, tugging at the young healer's sleeve and acting endearingly. Oh, you. The little healer gently tapped Qinglin's forehead, wearing an expression of exasperation. Although Qinglin possessed many admirable qualities, her unwavering allegiance to that despicable man was her greatest flaw. Whenever Muley commanded, Qinglin would unwaveringly comply. The little healer wished for her to mature, to become more independent, and to cease revolving her life entirely around Muley. Ironically, the little healer often found herself doing the same. Doesn't Xiaoqing have the fire spirit snake? Are you still concerned about her being bullied? She sighed, deciding against further conversation. She took Qinglin into the bedroom, leaving Muley standing alone in the living room, solitary and forlorn. With a soft sigh, he contemplated the opulence of the hotel room. Perhaps the cramped quarters of a modest room would have spared them such trivial disputes. Disregarding the two women, Muley entered a small chamber furnished with a meditation mat. Designed for practitioners of cultivation, he settled into a cross-legged position and began to cultivate the Imperial Lotus technique. This advanced celestial level technique was notoriously difficult to master. The entry was arduous, and progress remained elusive. It was no wonder it was classified as celestial level, as few texts of such caliber existed throughout the continent of Doqi. Even among the ancient 8 clans, only the clan leaders and their heirs could hope to practice it. The technique was not to be disseminated lightly, especially one of such high celestial rank. Muley had relied on the extraordinary Qinglian Earth Heart Fire to gain initial insight into the Imperial Lotus technique. However, despite the passage of over 10 days and his diligent nourishment of the lotus seed with a plethora of spiritual essences, it remained obstinately unresponsive, exhibiting no signs of progress. At this rate, it would be years before any advancement occurred unless he continuously fed it with heavenly treasures. It was akin to a voracious golden beast, capable of devouring even more than the 7-colored celestial python. Nevertheless, the lotus seed, despite its gluttony, conferred numerous benefits. Most notably, it could obscure all of Muley's auras. Whether it pertained to his cultivation or the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, as long as Muley desired, he could alter his presence through the lotus seed. Now, even a 9th-grade alchemist scanning him with spiritual power would be oblivious to the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire residing within him. Presently, the fire had transformed into a radiant azure glow, seamlessly blending with Muley's Doqi. Whether in alchemy or combat, it subtly aided him while remaining entirely concealed. Such extraordinary flames, in the hands of the weak, could easily attract calamity. That young man, Xiao Yan, had merely been fortunate. Had he been a formidable opponent aware of Xiao Yan's possession of such flames, and noted his feeble strength, he would have undoubtedly sought to seize it. What was a mere Yaochen compared to a half-saint or do-saint? Disregarding the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire was foolish. How many individuals in the entire central state could claim to possess such extraordinary flames? Regardless, it remained an exceptional fire. Thus, upon recognizing the lotus seed's potential, Muley promptly altered the aura of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, intending to conceal the existence of such a remarkable entity within him. In the room, azure and white Doqi swirled around Muley, lifting a cauldron before him. The energy gradually coalesced into the shape of a lotus, enveloping the base of the cauldron. The scorching yet refreshing azure-white flames surged forth, incinerating the herbs within the cauldron into a viscous essence. Subsequently, a series of adept alchemical operations unfolded. Yet Muley himself remained in tranquil repose, his eyes closed in meditation. The entire room seemed to be orchestrated by an invisible hand. This was the manifestation of Muley's soul power. The Imperial Lotus technique, in addition to its effects on combat energy, also nourished and enhanced Muley's soul. Combined with his current practice of the soul technique Phantom Eye, his spiritual realm had ascended to the pinnacle of the late mortal realm. Just a step away from achieving the completion of the mortal realm, Muley estimated that upon reaching the full completion of the mortal realm, his status as a spiritual talisman master would also elevate, positioning him as a mid-tier talisman master comparable to a battle king. Had he possessed a soul elixir at that moment, he would have been confident in his immediate breakthrough. Alas, he could only progress through diligent self-cultivation. Given the intricacies of the soul, every action required utmost caution. A slight misstep could lead to soul damage, which was why practitioners on the Do-Chi continent seldom ventured into soul cultivation during their early stages. Without a suitable method, reckless experimentation would only lead to self-destruction. The lotus-shaped flames beneath the alchemical furnace floated silently, while the essence within had already coalesced into a perfectly round elixir. Suddenly, Muley opened his eyes and extended a hand, pressing it lightly above the furnace. Consolidate. Unlike the typical caution exhibited by ordinary alchemists, Mu Li boldly grasped the situation. The lotus flame beneath swiftly engulfed the entire furnace, and a powerful surge of energy erupted from within, perfectly enveloped by the lotus, containing its essence without a hint of leakage. As the lotus unfurled in Mu Li's hand, a high-quality elixir emerged at its core. It was a 5th-tier Azure Lotus Nurturing Elixir, the very first 5th-tier elixir crafted by Mu Li. From the formulation phase, he meticulously undertook the entire process himself. From selecting materials to testing properties, and finally to the unique technique that birthed this elixir. To create this potion, Mu Li had thoroughly reviewed every recipe in his alchemical compendium, engaging in a month-long journey of research and experimentation, culminating in this 5th-tier elixir specifically for Yun. More accurately, it was for the child she bore. Thus, he had not initially anticipated the successful creation of a 5th-tier elixir. However, through a month of dedicated practice, he fulfilled his promise and simultaneously achieved the rank of a 5th-tier alchemist. The technique employed during the alchemical process was not limited to the Azure Lotus Nurturing Elixir. It could be applied to any elixir. This was a unique alchemical skill Mu Li had devised, inspired by the method of condensing lotus seeds from the Imperial Lotus technique, significantly enhancing the efficiency of elixir creation. In contrast to the meticulous approach of ordinary alchemists, his Lotus Heart nurturing method was both convenient and swift. Although it could not rival the elevation of spirit achieved by Yao Chun, which could enhance the grade of an elixir, Mu Li's secret method excelled in its practical applicability. While spirit elevation demanded more stringent alchemical techniques, holding the elixir imbued with potent energy, small ripples of energy radiated continuously around it. Intricate patterns adorned the surface of the elixir, 5 distinct lines carving a miniature lotus shape. This can be regarded as a distinctive characteristic of Mu Li's alchemical practice, where all the pill patterns manifest in the shape of lotus flowers. The energy contained within these unique pill patterns is significantly greater than that of the ordinary ones. Mu Li's ability to effortlessly concoct 5th-tier pills is attributed not only to the profound legacy of the 4th-tier alchemist from the pill classic, but also to the special refining techniques of the Imperial Lotus technique. Thus far, Mu Li has only crafted a single type of pill and must delve into further exploration. The recipes within the pill classic encompass only 4th tier and below. Therefore, the path ahead necessitates Mu Li's own endeavors. The Qinglian fetal pill is a commendable venture. Yet the creation of any pill requires an immense expenditure of energy, making it impossible for Mu Li to devote himself entirely to alchemy. Currently, Mu Li is at the 2nd star of the dueling realm. Although he hasn't engaged in extensive cultivation recently, alchemy can still enhance his cultivation, albeit at a slower pace. Casting a glance towards the little medicine fairy, Mu Li soon noticed the bloodstains marring the hem of her skirt. Had there been another skirmish? Without elaborating, Mu Li took a seat to share a meal. The atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat muted. Mu Li could sense a stark contrast between the little medicine fairy's demeanor today compared to yesterday. The chaos of the Black Corner region and Mu Li's conduct had evidently influenced her. Since he wished to witness her in action, she resolved to wield the blade once more. After all, she was not a noble lady. Engaging in combat was not foreign to her, though she detested the brutality of it. Moreover, her transformation into a demon had altered her temperament, seemingly unleashing the darkness buried deep within her soul, a sentiment that the little medicine fairy found profoundly unsettling. Yet, this was a part of her that she had no choice but to accept. Acceptance, however, did not equate to fondness. Her disdain for her cursed poison body had been a lingering sentiment for quite some time. Were it possible to rid herself of the poison body, she would undoubtedly choose to do so. Nonetheless, in Mu Li's eyes, the cursed poison body represented the little medicine fairy's greatest value. Without it, she would merely be an inconspicuous girl in this world, and Mu Li would not have formed the initial bond with her. The value was the initial impetus for Mu Li's approach to the little medicine fairy, but gradually, it evolved into something far deeper than mere value. After a silent dinner, Mu Li beckoned the 2 women to engage in a game. As they played, the heavy atmosphere began to lift, and the little medicine fairy unintentionally regained her smile. That night, in the spacious bedroom, Mu Li embraced the little medicine fairy's delicate form, whispering softly into her ear, "Xianer, you are the most important person to me." Humph. After settling into bed, the little medicine fairy maintained a stern expression, but upon hearing his affectionate words, her demeanor softened, albeit she still responded with a playful huff. "You have no idea. You have become my greatest weakness." Mu Li gently grasped her soft hand, tenderly kneading it. "The mere thought of you being unable to protect yourself fills me with relentless worry. Just deceive me." The little medicine fairy continued to huff, burying her head beneath the covers, avoiding Mu Li's tender gaze. Though the words of a cad may hold little value, they were nonetheless well received by the heart of a young girl. Chapter 61. You Are My Wings, the Quarterly Auction. I understand your aversion to engaging in violent confrontations. If it were possible, I would wish to protect you always. However, I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. Muli spoke with patience. You once promised to always be by my side. Xiao Yan interjected suddenly. Muli smiled gently, reaching out to caress Xiao Yan's cheek. As she listened to Muli recount his experiences, her gaze softened, and her anger dissipated, her face pressed closely against his chest. Is it too much to ask for you to live a tranquil life? It is not feasible. There are numerous endeavors I aspire to pursue, and strength is an essential prerequisite for undertaking them, Muli resolutely replied. Xiao Yan, I need you to be my wings, to assist me in soaring to greater heights. Nestling into Muli's embrace, Xiao Yan playfully remarked, Didn't you mention before that you have a fear of heights? Are you not afraid I might let you fall? This prompted Muli to reminisce about their initial treasure-seeking adventure in the cave, where he had clung tightly to her arm while aboard the Blue Eagle, fearing she might let him fall to his demise. Back then, he had indeed worried about her intentions, but now, you are my wife. With that, Muli lifted her chin and kissed her passionately. Xiao Yan let out a soft sound, reciprocating his affection. Muli had unwavering faith in Xiao Yan, not solely because of his confidence, but also because he envisioned a future where his wings would not be limited to just one. The essence of tenderness does not lie in unwavering devotion, but rather in a lofty sense of pride. Muli was not a man who devoted himself entirely to love. He perceived every woman as having her own value. Presently, Xiao Yan and Qing Lin were deemed the most valuable, positioned as his two most significant wings. Yun fell just short of their worth, not merely due to her less dazzling talent, but also because she bore heavier burdens, preventing her from serving Muli wholeheartedly. Now that Yun was carrying his child, her value had arguably ascended, yet she still did not reach the top tier. Despite the morally questionable manner in which Muli assessed women's worth, he remained confident in managing these relationships. As long as he was sufficiently strong and unscrupulous, he could maintain control over everything, eliminating any necessity for a binary choice. For instance, concerning Yun, should the Yunlan sect pose a future threat, Muli would opt to eliminate potential risks before they arose, ensuring no rift developed between himself and Yun. In the original narrative, had Xiao Yan been more astute, he would not have stormed into the Yunlan sect in a fit of rage. If Xiao Zhan were to face the Yunlan sect, it would be akin to walking into a trap, resulting in coercion by the opposition. A more rational approach would have been for the Miter family to investigate and execute a stealthy rescue of his father, rather than creating chaos at the Yunlan sect, disregarding his father's safety in favor of venting his anger. Of course, this was also a reflection of Xiao Yan's desperation to save his father, which clouded his judgment. Caught between her sect and her romantic entanglement, Yun found herself in a precarious position, unable to determine the most suitable course of action. The most prudent course of action should be to decisively subdue the irrational Xiao Yan, driven by his fury, in order to prevent him from inflicting harm upon the Yunlan sect and exacerbating the conflict between both parties. Once Xiao Yan is captured, a thorough analysis of the situation can ensue, wherein the authority of the sect leader can be invoked to take charge of the matter. However, the likely outcome of this affair is that Yun lacks the capability to manage all affairs, leading to Xiao Yan's tragic suppression by Yun Shan. Yet, it is entirely reasonable for Yun, as the sect leader, to act thus. It would be utterly foolish to betray her sect in order to assist Xiao Yan in destroying her own home. As for an alternative approach, sacrificing oneself to stand between Yun Shan and Xiao Yan would be even more irrational. One's life is of great value, and how could it be so recklessly wagered? Nevertheless, the aforementioned considerations are mere fantasies of Muli, for with Yao Chun's protection, Xiao Yan could never be subdued. The ultimate conclusion would be that Xiao Yan harbors enmity towards the Yunlan sect and subsequently escapes unscathed. Muli's strategy for the upcoming 3-year agreement, aside from the matters concerning Yun Shan and Yun, revolves around preventing the Yunlan sect from intervening in the Xiao family affairs, which would be utilized as bait by the Soul Hall. Whether the Soul Hall would attempt to seize the ancient jade is beyond his concern. As a mere Do Ling, he cannot thwart a Do Zong. On a crisp morning, Muli emerged from his chamber, clutching a small jade vial containing a viscous, crystalline liquid. This was a sacred poison procured from the little medical fairy. If refined into a poison mist pill, its effects would undoubtedly be immediate upon use. Throughout the day, Muli remained ensconced in his small room, contemplating the intricacies of the poison mist pill. Meanwhile, the little medical fairy took Qing Lin out for shopping, leaving Muli to his devices. As evening approached, Muli exited his small room, now possessing several vials of unique medicinal pills. meticulously sealed to prevent the escape of any telltale essence. These poisons are most effective against those below the Dou Ling level. Even a small inhalation could lead to severe poisoning and extreme agitation in Dou practitioners and Dou masters. While great Dou masters may offer some resistance, they too would be unable to withstand the poison's entry, and only those at the Dou Ling level could barely defend themselves with Dou Qi, albeit at the cost of their combat abilities during the effort. Dou Kings, with their profound mastery of Dou Qi and initial communication with the heavens, are unlikely to be affected by these poisons. However, in the ensuing chaos, even these formidable Dou Kings may struggle against the tumult of thousands in rebellion. In 3 days, the Black Seal City will host a quarterly auction, drawing an abundance of people, with a significant presence of great Dou masters. Should the poison be unleashed within the venue, the prospects are tantalizing. Disguising oneself, concealing emotions, and minimizing the risk of attracting others' covetous gazes are fundamental skills for those from the Black Corner region. Those who take pleasure in preying upon newcomers are often the ones who fare poorly in the Black Corner. A true inhabitant of the Black Corner observes meticulously, regardless of whether the other party is a novice. If an opportunity for gain presents itself, they will follow discreetly, preparing for a decisive strike. If the situation proves untenable, they will not force the matter. Despite the constant peril and battles faced by the denizens of the Black Corner, their regard for their own lives is no less than that of others. Suddenly, a colossal figure descended from the heavens. It was a flying mount, exuding an aura befitting at least a Tier 3 magical beast. A colossal black bird emitted a resounding cry as several robust men clad in skeletal attire leaped from its back, landing gracefully. The Black Skull Tomb. Nearby ordinary cultivators hastily retreated, fearful of incurring the wrath of these formidable figures. The leader of the group, known as Nanguchi, was a formidable combat king from the Black Skull Tomb, and his purpose for visiting Black Ink City was to attend the quarterly auction, aiming to secure the grand prize. The 6th Grade Emperor's Pill. Chapter 62. Restoration Pill, Blood Flame Pearl. Why can't we go? The petite healer pouted, having planned to attend the auction with Qing Lin the day before, intending to utilize Mu Li's modest treasury to procure some items. I don't need your money. Mu Li chuckled wryly, thinking it quite absurd. It's not a matter of money. I have pressing matters to attend to. You and Xiao Qing must stay at home and not wander about. Mu Li gently patted Qing Lin's head, smiling. You've grown taller again. The perceptive Qing Lin seemed to sense the ambition flickering in Mu Li's eyes, a bloodthirsty aura stirring within him, hinting at Mu Li's impending journey to a battlefield. The auction venue in Black Ink City was teeming with people. All attendees filed in orderly under the watchful gaze of 8 sentinels, too intimidated to act out of line. Several additional combat spirit experts stood atop a platform, their scrutinizing gazes surveying the crowd, ready to suppress any hint of discord. Concealed beneath his cloak, Mu Li entered the venue and, in silence, manipulated the light around him using the Ice Child talisman, rendering himself invisible. His objective was to strategically place poison pills around the auction hall, awaiting the moment when the crowd was most distracted by the auction items to detonate them. The auction house in Black Ink City was vast, capable of accommodating thousands. The central auction stage was resplendent, surrounded by enormous crystal screens that displayed the proceedings, reminiscent of electronic screens from a past life. However, there was no electronic technology here, only fantastical artifacts, akin to shadow-capturing crystals. Such immense crystals were likely worth millions, a testament to the extravagance of the 8 sentinels. Mu Li settled into a regular seating area, surrounded by various combatants and masters. The more powerful individuals occupied the front rows, while the second tier was reserved for distinguished guests, including representatives from major factions and affluent individuals. As Mu Li was planning a heist, he knew he must avoid drawing attention by sitting in the VIP area. After all, with his financial means, he could easily secure a spot on the second tier with just 2 million crystal cards. As the crowd flowed in, impatience grew among some in the VIP rooms on the second tier, leading them to hurl derisive remarks at the first tier attendees. Many faces darkened, but no one dared to offend those above them, choosing instead to seethe in silence. When the time arrived, the auction hall sealed its entrances, and a splendidly dressed man ascended the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not indulge in idle chatter. The quarterly auction of Black Ink City is now underway. As he spoke, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the central auction area, creating a dramatic effect that piqued the curiosity of the crowd and ignited their excitement. The first auction item is a 4th grade elixir, the Restoration Pill. This potion possesses the remarkable ability to mend internal injuries and regulate one's physical condition. For those whose progress has been hindered by various ailments, this Restoration Pill presents itself as the optimal choice. As the auctioneer elucidated the potion's effects, many in the audience were stirred with interest. In the Black Corner domain, Skirmishes occur daily. Although the cultivators here are formidable warriors, they are also plagued by countless hidden injuries, some so severe that they disrupt their training. Acquiring this restoration pill could restore their former cultivation speed, making it immensely appealing to the inhabitants of the Black Corner domain. The initial bidding commenced swiftly, dominated by the voices of seasoned fighters. While some combatants and fighters were tempted, they lacked the financial means to procure a fourth-grade elixir, left only to watch with envy, lamenting that the first auction item was indeed a fourth-grade potion. Ultimately, a spirit fighter made a move, purchasing the restoration pill for 500,000, eliciting groans of despair from the seasoned fighters who truly needed it but found themselves outbid. Ding! A melodious chime resonated as the second auction item was presented by a graceful attendant. This item is known as the Bloodflame Pearl, a remarkably rare treasure imbued with a unique fire of the Een attribute, known as Bloodflame. Should a fire attribute cultivator acquire it, they would undoubtedly harness a most peculiar flame. Upon its unveiling, a voice emerged from the second floor. 600,000. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, engaging in hushed conversations. It was undoubtedly a member of the blood sect. Naturally, they would never relinquish anything related to blood to others. Alas, I was hoping to secure it, one lamented. You? Spare me your boasts. With the blood sect's participation, no one on the first floor dared to contest, though a voice from the upper tier interjected. This indeed seems to be a treasure. I cannot let it slip away. 70,000. Nanguchi chuckled heartily, raising his bid. Infuriating. A member of the blood sect muttered darkly before continuing to increase the bid. 75,000. 80,000. The spectators on the first floor watched the clash between the Black Skull Tomb and the blood sect with keen interest. Watching the Titans battle is quite entertaining. It's not as if we stand a chance, so let us see how much they squander. 1 million. If you have the courage, come forth. Mere words are beneath my contempt. Nanguchi was unfazed. The blood sect's representative was an elder, a 4-star battle king, considerably weaker than himself. As the only individual to ascend the notorious list with Battle King strength, he feared no one. The blood sect elder smirked ominously, choosing silence. This visit to Black Ink City was not solely for him. Another elder, Elder Hua, wielded a 7-star Battle King's power. Though Nanguchi was formidable, facing 2 Battle Kings, supplemented by the blood poison conferred by their sect leader, would leave him with no escape if he were to intervene. In order to obtain the crowning jewel of this event, the Imperial Essence Pill, the blood sect's leader, Fan Lao, exerted considerable effort to create a formidable blood toxin, which he entrusted to 2 elders. Even a Do Wong would find their strength considerably diminished upon succumbing to this poison. Unfortunately, the people from the Black Skull Tomb have been closely monitoring the blood sect, and neither of the leaders dares to leave their sect lightly. For Fan Lao is certain to lie in wait nearby, ready to seize an opportunity. Should he succeed in either killing or severely injuring Nanguchi of the Black Skull Tomb this time, Fan Lao would gain the upper hand over them, diverting their attention away from himself. Chapter 63. Chaos Arises, Infiltration. Mu Li gazed at the treasures upon the stage, a hint of astonishment slowly dawning upon him. The Bloodflame Pearl? What a remarkable treasure. The level of blood flame contained within is undoubtedly not low, likely reaching the 6th-tier beast fire level. Most crucially, it takes the form of a pearl. Any flame that assumes a shape, no matter how rudimentary, surpasses ordinary flames. If he could absorb it, it might greatly benefit the lotus seed. At present, Mu Li does not lack rare herbs, yet he is profoundly drawn to such a rare treasure imbued with potent energy. For these are precisely the nutrients the lotus seed requires. Following the auction of the Bloodflame Pearl, the atmosphere of the auction was thoroughly ignited. With the first 2 auctioned items of such exceptional quality, it appears this quarterly auction is set to make a name for itself in Black Ink City. The large auction houses within the Blackhorn domain are not limited to just Black Ink City. Several others exist, each engaging in a subtle competition, eager to auction off the most valuable treasures to bolster their reputation. Generally speaking, the better the treasures presented at an auction, the more prestigious the event becomes, attracting greater powers for future auctions and consequently driving up the prices. Among the auction houses in the Blackhorn domain, the most luxurious belongs to the Black Emperor sect. The treasures there are undeniably among the finest in the Northwest, perhaps even unparalleled in great nations. However, organizing such an auction requires a considerable amount of time to gather treasures, making it less frequent than other second-tier auctions. This time, Black Ink City has presented treasures of great sincerity, prompting various factions to eagerly anticipate the event. If the quarterly auction is of such high quality, how splendid might the annual auction be? On the highest floor of the auction venue, in a secluded private chamber, a robust middle-aged man clad in loose garments was leisurely manipulating prayer beads, a smile gracing his face as he observed the fierce bidding below. This man is Yuani, a Do Huang, ranked among the top 10 on the Black List, the leader of the 8 Gates, and the overseer of Black Ink City. His meticulous organization of this auction is undoubtedly aimed at tantalizing the appetites of those great powers. Contemplating the 7th-tier divine pill he had just received in the treasury, Yuan Yi could not suppress a smile. After all, securing the opportunity to transact with the 3rd-ranked pill emperor, Han Feng, is indeed a tremendous honor. Such a connection is rare at ordinary auctions. The Imperial Essence pill, along with the 7th-tier divine pill prepared for the annual auction, both originated from the hands of pill emperor Han Feng. Naturally, since the pill emperor is selling his pills here, the 8 Gates would not charge any service fees and have even extended considerable benefits. How could one not refer to Han Feng as the trading flower of the Black Corner domain? With just a few elixirs, he has forged numerous amicable alliances. Indeed, the identity of an alchemist proves to be exceedingly advantageous. The auction is currently in full swing when, suddenly, the lights dim throughout the venue. The auctioneer, radiating a golden aura, holds aloft a unique treasure chest. Ladies and gentlemen, what I present to you is the pièce d'argent of this auction, the 6th grade, Emperor's Pill. Cheers reverberate through the entire auction hall as the crowd falls into stunned silence, swallowing hard. Gulp, a 6th grade elixir, and an exceedingly rare Emperor's Pill at that. The audience is left utterly numbed, astonished that such a precious item could even be available, albeit irrelevant to their own interests. Unlike the first layer of shocked attendees, the distinguished guests on the 2nd tier were already aware of the Emperor's Pill, having come specifically for this extraordinary elixir. Amidst the crowd, Mu Li's figure abruptly vanished, unnoticed by those around him, who were entirely focused on the auction. The auctioneer, pleased with the audience's reactions, was about to announce the starting bid when a series of explosive sounds erupted. Boom, boom. All attention was drawn to the explosions, and the crowd instinctively scanned their surroundings. Curiosity piqued as they wondered who would dare to attempt to seize the Emperor's Pill. At the top tier, Yuan Yi immediately sensed the commotion, his smile freezing in place before transforming into an uncontrollable snarl. Who dares to act against me on my turf? The surrounding guards swiftly descended, intent on capturing the audacious intruder. Within the auction hall, a thick purple mist suddenly began to swirl, rapidly engulfing the venue. Those on the periphery were already ensnared by the toxic fog. It's poison. Panic swept through the crowd as they inwardly cursed the assailant. They had come for a spectacle, only to find themselves in peril. Utilize wind-type combat techniques to fend off the poison. Some cultivators began devising ways to halt the encroaching mist, but in the next moment, several poison pills detonated within the hall. Consequently, many cultivators found themselves enveloped, while those attempting to disperse the toxic fog inadvertently spread it to another segment of the crowd, becoming unwitting accomplices of Mu Li. Upon realizing the dire situation, that group also began to retaliate, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Yuan Yi, observing from the top tier, clenched his plump hand around a string of prayer beads, ultimately crushing them into powder. As time elapsed, most individuals within the hall inhaled the toxic gas, their consciousness spiraling into frenzy, unleashing their energy recklessly. The auction hall transformed into a cacophony reminiscent of a battleground. The guards stationed at the 8 doors tightly encircled the auction stage, safeguarding the Emperor's Pill behind them, ever prepared to confront any attackers. However, they were now faced with cultivators whose hearts and minds had been corrupted by greed. Mere fighters could not provoke such turmoil, indicating that the true mastermind lurked in the shadows. The gaze of all the guards was intensely tense, constantly scanning the crowd. They dealt with any approaching cultivators mercilessly, striking them down with powerful blows, while weaker practitioners fell lifeless to the ground, crushed by the force of their energy. Although the guards acted decisively and ruthlessly, they could not withstand the sheer number of people present, and some had already exhausted their energy, displaying signs of fatigue. As the poisonous gas spread, even the spirit-level guards found themselves incapacitated in their battle against the toxic fumes, leaving only a few king-level warriors to fend off the frenzied crowd. Amidst the chaos within the auction house, Mu Li stealthily infiltrated the treasure chamber. With a swift and decisive strike of 2 azure sword energies, he dispatched the spirit-level guards and arrived before the grand security door. As Mu Li prepared to breach the door, a sudden surge of formidable energy shot towards him. In an instant, Mu Li vanished from his position, evading the attack, and retaliated with a sword energy aimed at his assailant. To his astonishment, the once invincible azure sword energy was intercepted by the opponent, who was enveloped in a dense, earthy aura, a formidable king-level warrior of the earth attribute. The defensive capabilities of earth attribute cultivators are renowned among practitioners, and this king had evidently mastered specialized defensive techniques. Despite this setback with the Azure Sword energy, Mu Li remained undeterred, launching 2 more sword energies that carved deep gashes across the King's defensive energy. The king furrowed his brow, visibly surprised that the Azure Sword energy could leave marks upon his defensive technique. Little did he know, Mu Li's Azure Sword energy had pierced through king-level defenses even when he was merely a great fighter. It was simply that this particular king lacked proficiency in defense. With the sword energies resembling blooming lotuses, the king finally felt a sense of unease under Mu Li's relentless onslaught. However, while his defensive power was formidable, his speed was lacking. Mu Li employed the 6-rin body technique, moving like a specter, seemingly teleporting away from the king's attacks. Once again evading the king's strike, a gleam of azure light flashed in Mu Li's eyes. The surrounding environment unexpectedly aligned with the principles of the 6-rin body technique, amplifying his speed 5-fold, rendering the earth attribute king's pace inferior. This was an advantage that transcended realms, making the spirit-level warrior appear as a mere child in jest. Given enough time, Mu Li could easily vanquish this king. But the clock was ticking. A beam of azure light shot from his brow, the Azure Emperor sword unsheathing from his soul, darting toward his foe with a tip radiating brilliance. With a piercing sound, the Azure Emperor sword swiftly penetrated the king's defensive technique. The king's eyes widened in shock as he conjured a circular shield to deflect the sword away from his body. With a resounding strike, Mu Li shattered the protective technique, rendering the earth attribute king's defenses no longer invulnerable. Immediately, Mu Li unleashed an earth-ranked offensive technique, the Azure Sword energy sweeping indiscriminately across the king's form. Multiple wounds erupted, and the king let out a wretched cry, unfurling his energy wings in a desperate bid to escape. Suddenly, an icy chain shot down from the air, ensnaring the king tightly. At this moment, the Qingdi sword launched another strike, mingling within dozens of Azure Lotus sword energies. The Do Wang, momentarily careless and preoccupied with shielding vital areas such as the head and heart, found himself pierced through the dantian by the Qingdi sword, as the sword energy instantaneously obliterated the meridians within his body. Mere seconds later, the Azure Lotus sword energy flowed like a great river, and the Do Wang's mangled form collapsed to the ground. In truth, a Do Wang's dantian is not considered a weakness within the Do Wang realm. Fighting spirit permeates the entire body rather than being confined solely to the dantian. As long as the meridians throughout the body remain intact, the fighting spirit can be restored. This distinction is one of the significant differences between a Do Wang and a Do Ling. Should a Do Ling level practitioner's dantian be breached and their Do crystal destroyed, their cultivation would often be rendered useless. However, a Do Wang is not so easily vanquished. Take Hai Buodong, for instance, who fell from the Do Huang realm to that of a Do Ling. His body had already assimilated the Do crystal, and fighting spirit was distributed throughout his being, enabling him to battle a Do Wang without fear. Hai Buodong's Do Ling cultivation was not something an ordinary person could challenge lightly. Mu Li gazed down at the earth attribute Do Wang, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, and decisively ended his existence with a single stroke of his sword. Simultaneously, he gauged his own combat prowess. Indeed, the ability to slay a Do Wang as a Do Ling was no mere boast. The Qingdi sword played a pivotal role, breaching the Do Wang's defensive techniques and allowing for further injury to his foe. Before him loomed towering shelves brimming with treasures of considerable worth. It was no wonder a Do Wang was summoned to guard this place, especially one skilled in defense. Under normal circumstances, even a Do Huang's assault would struggle to swiftly defeat a Do Wang renowned for their resilience. A mere 30 seconds of delay would undoubtedly attract the attention of the masters from the 8 gates. When a Do Huang invades, the leader Yuan Yi would certainly intervene, for as one of the top 10 on the blacklist, he was not to be trifled with. Moreover, given that this was the headquarters of the 8 gates, with numerous Do Wang experts present, any assistance offered would pose a significant risk to even a Do Huang. Yet, in the current chaos of the auction house, the commotion far exceeded that of this location, and other Do Wang were distracted by the allure of the Huangji Dan, leaving Mu Li with a fleeting opportunity to eliminate the Do Wang. Mu Li, undeterred by the treasures before him, collected them all without hesitation. He then hastened toward the location of the treasure chest. A golden chest. Joy flickered in Mu Li's eyes as he swiftly secured the chest. Finally, it was in his possession, a reward for the considerable effort expended. It must be noted that today's endeavors had not only offended the 8 gates, but also many powerful individuals who had entrusted their treasures to the 8 gates for auction. This act undoubtedly heightened Mu Li's risks. Nonetheless, to abandon the treasures would be a waste. Since he had already made enemies, he decided to seize everything without reservation. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. Now, not only did he possess the strength to slay a Do Wang as a Do Ling, But he also had a trump card in the form of the purple Crystal Lion King armor, an entity of pinnacle 9-star Do Huang status, capable of standing toe-to-toe with a Do Huang. After collecting the treasure chest, Mu Li's gaze was immediately drawn to the exquisite pedestal behind it. Upon this pedestal rested an exquisitely crafted box, reminiscent of the one used for auctioning the Huangji Dan. The Pi Seed or Assistance. A flicker of fervor ignited in Mu Li's eyes as he struck towards the high platform with his sword. However, a ripple of battle aura manifested beyond the platform, revealing that the Qingdi sword could not breach this layer of defense. At that moment, on the highest level of the auction house, Do Huang Yuan suddenly froze, his expression shifting drastically. The defensive barrier he had meticulously set for the treasure chamber had been tampered with. In an instant, he unfurled his battle wings and soared towards the treasure chamber. Mu Li gazed at the defensive barrier before him, his eyes turning cold. Was this the battle aura barrier of a Do Huang? Without hesitation, Mu Li summoned the purple Crystal Lion King armor, unleashing a formidable surge of battle aura. Purple Crystal Flame. The blazing violet flames enveloped the Qingdi sword, and with a powerful swing, the Do Huang barrier shattered instantly. Mu Li swiftly stowed the prized treasure box into his spatial ring and unfurled his wings, ascending rapidly into the sky. Bold thief. Yuan had just arrived. Witnessing Mu Li's audacious plunder of the treasure chamber, his fury erupting uncontrollably, he struck a heavy palm towards Mu Li. This was an enraged strike from a Do Huang, potent enough to annihilate Mu Li, whose cultivation was merely that of a Do Ling. Fortunately, Mu Li had summoned the purple Crystal Lion King armor, which mitigated some of the damage. Although the injury remained severe, he was not instantly obliterated. Blood trickled from the corner of Mu Li's mouth, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Seizing the moment while Yuan was consumed by rage and neglecting his defenses, Mu Li pressed forward instead of retreating, enlarging the Qingdi sword in his grasp. Enveloped in the purple crystal flame, it transformed into a streak of azure-violet light, hurtling toward Yuan Yi. In the instant Mu Li suffered grave injury, Yuan Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The Qingdi sword pierced through the Do Huang's defenses, severing one of Yuan Yi's arms. Yuan Yi's scream reverberated throughout the auction house, a cacophony of pain intertwined with boundless fury. He intended to pursue, but the sword energy that invaded his meridians felt as if they were being shredded, and if not swiftly suppressed, it could lead to a regression in his cultivation. Despite being one of the prominent figures in the Black Corner domain, Yuan Yi, though filled with rage, steadied his mind and concentrated on suppressing the sword energy, refusing to lose his composure over the significant loss of treasures. After a prolonged moment, he finally opened his eyes, the whites stained with blood, and uttered a voice as cold as the yellow springs. Search for him. Search the entire Black Corner domain. Chapter 65. Severe Injury, Recuperation. The several formidable members of the Eight Gates hastened towards the city outskirts, guided by two Do Huang, who also flew in that direction. Upon entering his room, his face pale, he forcefully suppressed his internal injuries and immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to channel the lotus seed. Xiao Yan and Qing Lin watched anxiously from the side, not daring to disrupt Mu Li's healing process. The lotus seed contained a wealth of energy, but it would not leak under normal circumstances. Now, as Mu Li's injuries were grave, it began to release energy to mend his wounds. Although this would deplete some of the lotus seed's nutrients, it was a trivial concern compared to his safety. After all, he could always seek rare materials in the future to nourish the lotus seed. Moreover, this can also be considered one of the effects of the imperial lotus technique. As the lotus seed flourishes, the benefits that Mu Li can derive will likewise increase. Once the lotus seed begins to sprout, it establishes a connection with the outside world, automatically replenishing its energy. In the nurturing embrace of the lotus seed, Mu Li's pallid cheeks gradually regained their color. After what felt like an eternity, he exhaled slowly. Although his body was still injured, the severity had diminished significantly. Recalling the fierce palm strike from Yuan Yi, infused with boundless rage, Mu Li understood that such a full-force attack could inflict considerable harm even upon a Do Emperor, let alone himself, a mere temporary 9-star Do Huang. Had it not been for the defensive capabilities of the amethyst lion armor, Mu Li's cultivation at the Do Ling's 2nd star would have left him utterly devastated. While Mu Li could vanquish a Do Huang with his Do Ling prowess, it was primarily due to the formidable lethality of the Qinglian sword Qi and the elusive speed of the Lu Ren body technique. In terms of defense, Mu Li was merely slightly stronger than most practitioners of the same realm, far from being extraordinary. Nevertheless, the thought of having severed one of Yuan Yi's arms with a single strike filled Mu Li with a sense of satisfaction. The opponent had underestimated the might of the Qingdi sword and the amethyst flame, and the injuries sustained were likely more severe than his own. The Qinglian sword Qi, as the foundational legacy of the Qinglian sword saint, was not something easily endured, even for a Dou emperor, who would have to exert considerable effort to withstand its power. With the assistance of the two women, Muli gradually rose to his feet and coughed lightly. He offered a helpless smile to them, followed by a few more coughs. "How are you feeling?" Xiao Yixian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the sight of Mu Li in such a frail state being a first for her. Qing Lin, overly concerned for Mu Li, had already succumbed to tears, her position not necessitating the composure required of Xiao Yixian. "Do not weep, Xiao Qing. I am well, cough, cough." Leaning against Xiao Yixian, Mu Li expressed his fatigue. "Let me rest for a while. You may dine without me this evening." "My lord." Xiao Qing gazed at Mu Li with tear-filled eyes, her lips barely forming words, lost in her emotions. Weakly, Mu Li reached out to pat Qing Lin's head, and with their support, he moved toward the bedroom. As soon as he lay down, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Though the amethyst lion armor had evolved, it also demanded a significant toll on his mental fortitude. While managing it was feasible, exceeding the limits and enduring a Dou emperor's assault had rendered him heavily burdened. During the subsequent escape, Mu Li had been summoning the armor beyond its capacity, and experiencing mental fatigue was entirely to be expected. After a deep slumber, Mu Li awoke the following afternoon. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld two youthful maidens seated by his bedside, gazing at him with eager anticipation. In that moment, an inexplicable flutter surged within Mu Li's heart. "You are awake?" Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin hastily rose, leaning in to assess Mu Li's condition. Earlier, while Mu Li had been asleep, Xiao Yixian had conducted a preliminary examination of his injuries, the most severe being the wound on his chest, which appeared as if it had been directly crushed. She could hardly comprehend how Mu Li managed to recover from such grievous injuries, yet recovery was undoubtedly a blessing, for at the very least, his life had been preserved. It was fortunate that he would now refrain from venturing into perilous escapades and instead remain home to recuperate. "You must be famished. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. I'll fetch some water." Upon confirming Mu Li's awakening, both the little medical fairy and Qing Lin busied themselves with their tasks. Mu Li silently observed the two women as they exited the room, a flicker of peculiar emotion shimmering in his eyes, yet he ultimately smiled faintly, tinged with self-mockery. Wounded as he was, his state of mind had become precarious. Truly, the tender embrace of gentle affection can be a hero's grave. The ancients did not deceive me. A beauty, no matter how exquisite, is merely a facade. But should such a beauty's heart be entwined with one's own, it could prove to be fatal. Even with Mu Li's fortitude, he found himself on the brink of succumbing. Slowly rising, he now had the energy to meticulously assess the extent of his injuries. Though Yuan Yi appeared formidable, his water attribute fighting spirit was not particularly overpowering among practitioners of the same rank. However, his recovery capabilities were commendable. The distinction of a Dou Huang over a Dou Wang lies in the former's ability to harness the forces of heaven and earth to a considerable degree, while the latter can only establish rudimentary communication, facilitating internal circulation. The pressure of the heavenly forces rendered Yuan Yi's strike formidable. Moreover, the water attribute's inherent softness and inclusiveness meant that Mu Li bore the brunt of the damage in all its facets. The most critical aspect was not the initial force of that strike. Rather, it was the water attribute's subtlety, which allowed the energy to seep into Mu Li's being as it impacted him. Had it not been for the lotus seed within Mu Li that absorbed foreign energies, cleansing the foreign fighting spirit that Yuan Yi had introduced into his body, he would have risked revealing his location, a consequence that was too dire to contemplate. From a certain perspective, the Imperial Lotus technique had saved Mu Li more than once. He retrieved the golden treasure chest he had brought with him at the cost of half his life, choosing not to disturb the other treasures he had seized. For precautionary measures, he suppressed all those items within a superior spirit-nourishing vessel, cloaking their presence with the lotus seed's aura, intending to unveil them only after distancing himself from the ominous Black Mark City. At that moment, Qing Lin entered, cradling a cup of warm water. "My lord, please drink." Mu Li raised the cup and drained it in one go. "My lord, was it to your liking?" Quite agreeable." Mu Li glanced curiously at Qing Lin. What could possibly make water taste any different? Yet, there was a hint of sweetness. "Did you add sugar?" He gently ruffled Qing Lin's hair, noticing 3 small green dots dancing in her eyes. Little Qing. Chapter 66. The Fighter Little Qing, Mysterious Dark Water. 5-star Fighting Spirit, Lotus Seed Germination. "My lord, I shall diligently train henceforth, so you need not face danger alone." Qing Lin grasped Mu Li's hand, her gaze brimming with tenderness. Mu Li paused, sensing a subtle shift in Qing Lin's demeanor today, yet he dismissed it, feeling rather pleased. "You've grown up, haven't you? Such understanding." A flicker of fervent desire briefly danced in Qing Lin's eyes before she suddenly embraced Mu Li tightly. "My lord, do you wish for little Qing to assist you in your training?" "Ahem, little Qing, You're holding on rather tightly. How had this girl suddenly become so strong? Mu Li found himself slightly overwhelmed. However, at this moment, Qinglin did not loosen her grip. Instead, she held Mu Li even tighter, as if she wished to envelop him entirely within her embrace. Ahem, Xiaoqing? Xiaoqing. Mu Li gradually sensed something amiss and called out a few times in haste. Finally, Qinglin was stirred from her reverie by Mu Li's intensified voice, and she quickly released him, her flustered demeanor bringing a slight sense of relief to Mu Li. Xiaoqing, what was that all about? You were incredibly strong just now. Mu Li, perplexed, extended his hand to gently assess Qinglin's body, and then, in utter astonishment, exclaimed, "A fighter!" The emotion of sheer shock poured forth from Mu Li as he gazed into Qinglin's eyes. How many years had it taken Xiao Yan from Wutan City to ascend from Doqi to fighter? Yet, here was Qinglin, having broken through to fighter in just over a month. Mu Li had originally estimated that it would take at least half a year, never anticipating such rapid progress. Suppressing his astonishment, Mu Li began to meticulously examine Qinglin's body, hoping that such a swift advancement would not harbor any hidden dangers. Upon completing his inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. The reputation of the green serpent's 3 flower eyes was indeed well-deserved. This was the 3rd time he had marveled at it. Yet each instance left him thoroughly convinced. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Qinglin allowed Mu Li to explore her without the slightest intention of resistance. Instead, her gaze revealed a tender, watery affection, starkly contrasting with the fervent desires she had exhibited earlier. Gradually, Qinglin began to comprehend that whenever her emotions reached their zenith, the green serpent's 3 flower eyes would involuntarily awaken, achieving a level of awakening far beyond her current mastery, thus influencing her demeanor and rendering her quite audacious. Reflecting on her recent actions, as well as her earlier flirtations with her master, a wave of shame washed over her. She resolved to strengthen herself swiftly, for she could no longer act so recklessly. Moreover, she wished to assist her master in confronting adversaries. The present version of herself was woefully inadequate. Mu Li gently patted Qinglin's head. In his heart, she remained an immature and innocent young girl. The nurturing game continued unabated. After Qinglin exited the room, Mu Li exhaled deeply and retrieved a golden treasure chest. Let us open it. This time, he eschewed any elaborate rituals of supplication, having not the energy for such things. Instead, he yearned for a suitable treasure from the chest that could prove beneficial to him. The tranquil process of opening the chest unfolded, and a few minutes later, the room was illuminated by a dazzling golden light. However, within the chest, a mass of black liquid began to hover slowly, exuding a dark and heavy aura. In an instant, the black liquid surged into Mu Li's body, more precisely, toward the lotus seed residing within him. Boom! A powerful energy erupted within Mu Li, as black lines coursed through his meridians, rendering his appearance somewhat fearsome. Everything around him was engulfed in darkness, as if he had plunged into a black water tank. Deeply saturated, the purifying power of the pure lotus demon body did not take effect, for the black liquid caused no harm. Rather, it continually mended his injuries. Simultaneously, the lotus seed began to voraciously absorb the formidable energy from the black mass. Soon, the black liquid was absorbed by the lotus seed, subtly etching a pattern of a black droplet on its surface. A flicker of dark light flowed through Mu Li's eyes, and his snow-white hair transformed into a deep black, only to revert back to its original hue in the next moment. As the 2 colors alternated, Mu Li felt a wondrous energy coursing through him. The Xianming mysterious water, an extraordinary aquatic essence born of the heavens and earth, possessed the formidable ability to devour all things. Simultaneously, as a water attribute spiritual entity, the Xianming mysterious water also exhibited top-tier regenerative properties, restoring Mu Li's injuries to their former state in a matter of minutes, surpassing even the healing effects of the lotus seed. Clenching his fists, Mu Li erupted in a wild laugh. Ha! Truly, a miraculous treasure of the heavens and earth. With the Xianming mysterious water, his future safety was assured. As long as his head wasn't directly shattered, the Xianming mysterious water could mend him. With such formidable restorative powers, Mu Li had compensated for his defensive shortcomings. Now in a state even better than before, he felt no inclination for food, only a desire to experiment with his newfound abilities. The Xianming mysterious water was reputed to consume the very fabric of the world, yet given Mu Li's current strength, achieving such a feat was undoubtedly impossible. However, devouring some ordinary objects was certainly within reach. Extending his hand, fingers splayed, streams of black water flowed from his palm. Then, a powerful suction erupted from his palm. Choosing a random direction, he drew a clothing rack from his bedroom into his grasp. Upon contact, the rack twisted and was ultimately engulfed by the black water. In Mu Li's perception, the rack, once swallowed by the black water, resembled an object entering a compressed, crushing black hole. With a careless exertion of force, he crushed it into powder. Opening his palm once more, he released only a handful of wood shavings. Such remarkable devouring and crushing capabilities. It appeared that the Xianming mysterious water also possessed significant offensive power, and according to the information Mu Li had digested, it could even consume battle energy. The moment it came into contact with another's body, the fluctuations of their battle energy would be absorbed by the black water, rendering it unusable. The implications of such an ability were profound. On the battle energy continent, early-stage cultivators relied heavily on their battle energy, often lacking in physical prowess. If Mu Li were to capture them, they would be easily subdued. Of course, if the opponent were to discover Mu Li's capabilities, they would naturally hesitate to approach him, significantly reducing the likelihood of being caught. Yet, Mu Li was not foolish enough to reveal his secret. This ability would serve as his trump card. Moreover, close-quarters combat had its advantages and disadvantages for both parties. Mu Li's prowess in melee combat was not particularly remarkable, and engaging at such proximity posed a risk of being injured by his adversary. The execution of this tactic would depend heavily on the timing. After conducting a preliminary experiment with the Xianming mysterious water, Mu Li turned his attention inward and discovered that his cultivation had surged to the 5th level of battle spirit. He had broken through 3 levels. Furthermore, most of the energy from the Xianming mysterious water had been absorbed by the lotus seed, leaving Mu Li with only a fraction of it. In addition to the changes in his cultivation, there was another transformation that left Mu Li utterly astonished. At this moment, a lotus seed has surprisingly sprouted a tender shoot. The delicate green hue symbolizes pure vitality, while a dark vein flows through the sprout, seemingly representing its growth fueled by the enigmatic energy of the abyssal waters. My seed has finally matured. After the initial shock, Mu Li was enveloped in profound relief. Chapter 67. The City Search Operation, Yuan Yi's Final Stand. In Black Seal City, within the auction house. Found nothing? No. The fury in Yuan Yi's eyes ignited uncontrollably, emitting a low, beastly roar. Ah, damn it. Damn it all. The treasures within the vault had been entirely stolen, leaving the 8 gates not only with a tremendous loss of wealth, but also burdened with considerable debts. After all, many of those treasures were auction items, from which the 8 gates merely took a commission. Now that the treasures had been stolen, the individuals who entrusted them for auction would undoubtedly seek retribution from the 8 gates. Ordinary individuals could be disregarded, but among those who entrusted their auction items were numerous formidable beings. Not to mention that one treasure originated from the hands of the medicine sovereign, Han Feng. That was a 7th-grade elixir. The mere thought of it made Yuan Yi's heart bleed, and he feared he would soon face the wrath of the medicine sovereign, Han Feng. The friendship between the 8 gates and Maple City was utterly shattered. Search. We must find him. Yuan Yi regained his composure and commanded his subordinates. Utilize all channels available to the 8 gates. We must locate the fighter clad in purple armor wielding a green longsword. Yuan Yi stated coldly. He has sustained significant injuries and likely hasn't gone far. Perhaps he is hiding in the shadows, or immediately seal the city gates. I want to search every establishment within the city. Yes. His subordinates complied, preparing to leave when Yuan Yi called them back. By the way, the Emperor's extreme elixir was snatched by Nanguchi from the Black Skull Tomb, correct? Indeed. After you left the auction house, Nanguchi seized the Emperor's extreme elixir, closely followed by members of the Blood Sect. There will undoubtedly be a fierce conflict. Humph, Black Skull Tomb. Yuan Yi scoffed, then waved his hand dismissively for his subordinates to withdraw. Once alone, Yuan Yi clenched his teeth, pressing a hand against his injured arm. That fighter truly possessed a legendary weapon, capable of breaking through his Do-Chi defenses and nearly severing his life with a single strike. Had he not reacted swiftly in that moment of desperation, the blade's arc would have claimed his head. Although his arm had been severed, it still remained. And as a water attribute Do Emperor, his recovery capabilities were formidable. He would not become a one-armed man. However, if matters were to end there, Yuan Yi would count himself fortunate. Sensing no pain from the severed arm, Yuan Yi was nonetheless troubled. The meridians in that severed limb had been entirely destroyed by the fighter's sword energy, leaving him devoid of sensation. Damn it! Yuan Yi was acutely aware of the formidable power behind that fighter's sword energy. Even he had struggled greatly to dispel it. Without his assistance, that severed arm would inevitably succumb to utter destruction. To restore the meridians, if it were the former 8 gates treasures, there might have been a way to procure them. However, now burdened with substantial debt, he lacks the means to seek out the precious elixirs. This is the very reason why Yuan Yi harbors such deep animosity towards that battle king. If that individual were to stand before him now, flaying his skin and drawing his blood would merely be trifling. Yuan Yi feels an insatiable need for vengeance to alleviate the hatred festering in his heart. Presently, There is but one objective for Yuan Yi, to exact retribution. As for the debts, he pays them little mind. If all else fails, he could align himself with Han Feng, working under him while potentially acquiring some remedies to mend his meridians. Yet, should he reach that juncture, his identity as a formidable figure in the Black Corner domain would be rendered null and void, and as a battle emperor, he is loath to become subservient. Muli, what on earth has transpired in Black Seal City? Why are they searching every household? Xiao Yan gazed anxiously at the scene below through the window. Muli, sipping his tea, replied with calm assurance, "No worries, let them search. We have nothing to hide." Casting a sidelong glance at Muli, Xiao Yan shook her head in resignation. If her conjectures were accurate, the commotion in Black Seal City was likely linked to Muli. Muli, are you certain nothing will happen? I am certain. No sooner had he spoken than a loud knock echoed from outside, followed by the door being kicked open before Qing Lin could respond. "Everyone come out," a boisterous voice commanded, belonging to a guard from the 8 gates. Clad in a black robe, Xiao Yan and Qing Lin obediently positioned themselves behind Muli, who set down his teacup and addressed the intruders. "May I inquire what brings you here?" "Routine search, stand up," the guard ordered. Muli shrugged and rose from his seat. The searching guard scrutinized Xiao Yan and Qing Lin before his gaze settled unervingly on Muli. For reasons unknown, Muli felt an oddity in the guard's stare. "Ahem. You come with me." The guard pointed at Muli. "Why?" Muli asked, perplexed. "No need for so many questions. Hurry up." "Qing Lin," Muli said nonchalantly. Understanding his cue, Qing Lin activated her by Shisan Hua pupils, instantly immobilizing the guard and delving into his thoughts. However, as she continued, her expression shifted to one of surprise, her cheeks tinged with pink. "My lord, it seems he has taken a liking to you." Splutter. Muli spat out his tea and approached the guard, employing the illusory spirit eye to interrogate him, arriving at the same conclusion, leaving him utterly speechless. Encountering a homosexual, how delightful. He had previously anticipated that during such searches, if the guard were of questionable character, he might fixate on a beautiful woman, hence Xiao Yan and Qing Lin would be at risk. He never imagined he would be the object of such attention. Promptly, Muli used his illusion to alter the guard's subconscious, convincing him that he had already searched this household, and then he unceremoniously discarded him. What a repulsive situation. Under normal circumstances, I would have dealt with him lethally, but now is not the time to raise alarms. He must be released. Cursed Yuan Yi, what sort of perverts does he command? The city search operation extended over 3 full days, during which many formidable individuals within the city grew increasingly discontent. Yet, due to the formidable influence of the 8 gates, they refrained from overt rebellion. As Yuan Yi realized that he was unlikely to find the person he sought, his sense of foreboding deepened with the passage of time. The longer the search continued, the slimmer the chances became. In order to prevent unrest, Yuan Yi reluctantly lowered the alert level, resulting in a mass exodus from the city. The populace and economy of Heiyin City suffered yet another significant blow. Yuan Yi silently observed this decline, as though witnessing the once resplendent glory gradually recede into the distance. What could have been a meteoric rise for the 8 gates now seemed merely a matter of time before its demise. It was time to consider a retreat. Should negotiations with Han Feng fail, he would have no choice but to flee to another location with his trusted allies. Chapter 68. Feng City, Han Mo. As Mu Li and his entourage exited Heiyin City, the desolate landscape outside evoked a sense of surreal disconnection. Glancing back at the city, Mu Li had an ominous premonition. This once magnificent metropolis, after his dramatic performance, would soon face a steep decline. The 8 gates, which held dominion here, were on the brink of a significant crisis. Unless a new ruler were to take command of Heiyin City, its revival would be a long and arduous process. Their next destination was marked on the map with a circle, Feng City, the lair of the apothecary sovereign, Han Feng, an intriguing companion indeed. Han Feng, the eldest disciple of Yao Chun, was raised under his guidance, sharing a bond akin to that of a mentor and father. Regrettably, Han Feng had betrayed Yao Chun for the sake of the burning formula, delivering a treacherous stab in the back. The legacy of the Feng Tian Hua Ji should have rightfully been entrusted to him. Even Mu Li, a notorious villain, could reflect on his relationship with his father, Mu Shi, with a degree of pride. With such merits, Mu Shi could easily dominate Qingshan town and maintain his preeminence. Did life not treat him well? In contrast, Yao Chun was merely a well-meaning individual, lacking discernment and character. If only he had possessed even a fraction of Mu Shi's cunning and discipline. Would Han Feng have dared to commit such treachery? It became evident that the more gifted a child, the more stringent the guidance required. Indulgence was misguided. It is under the rod that filial piety emerges. Mu Li could not help but contemplate the future of his child with Yun Yun. If a son were born, he would ensure rigorous discipline. If a daughter, she too would face strict upbringing. Naturally, he would delegate much of this responsibility to Yun, as he would seldom find the time, only managing to offer encouragement when possible. It was imperative to avoid raising a spoiled child, lest he be forced to act against his own kin. Therefore, before any embarrassing circumstances arose, a firm hand was essential to prevent undesirable outcomes. In this fantastical realm of cultivation, with its ascending hierarchy, Muli harbored no concerns about future constraints. For his descendants, as long as they understood propriety and knew their place, that would suffice. Their strength or accomplishments mattered little. Muli had always been self-centered, and his sole expectation from his children was to avoid causing him trouble. In a manner reminiscent of the privileged youth, who spend their days provocatively taunting others and asserting dominance, Muli decisively subdued such unruly behavior with a swift strike, ensuring that one miscreant within his household sufficed. An excess could surely lead to chaos. Thus, to prevent any deviation in his child's moral compass, Muli resolved to maintain an outward elegance and composure. The clandestine machinations, of course, were to remain undisclosed. He aimed to cultivate the image of a father who is also a trusted companion, starting from this very moment. 3 days later, Muli and his companions arrived at the outskirts of Maple City. According to their senses, the next treasure chest awaited them in this vicinity. However, the chest was of a lesser rank, merely bronze level, indicating that their expedition would likely be devoid of significant peril. "Let us descend," Muli stated, lightly tapping the head of the little blue bird, which responded with a cacophony of displeasure. In response, Muli offered it a medicinal pill, which the little blue creature eagerly consumed, promptly unfurling its wings. A nurturing presence is invaluable. The little healer, somewhat miffed, tapped the little blue bird's head, feeling a twinge of jealousy as it had grown closer to Muli, despite being her initial companion. Yet, a few medicinal pills had seemingly swayed its allegiance. While they were indeed a family, even familial bonds sometimes necessitate a measure of rivalry. Upon their descent, the trio entered Maple City. The city, though modest in size, held a position of considerable significance. This was largely due to its proprietor, Han Feng, known as the Medicine Sovereign, a renowned figure within the chaotic realm of Black Corner. Everyone was inclined to extend him a favor. The atmosphere within the city was vibrant, bustling with throngs of people and the incessant sounds of bartering, exuding a rare semblance of peace. This stood in stark contrast to the tumultuous ambience of Black Ink City, making it a rather serene oasis amidst the chaos that typically defined the Black Corner region. At the heart of the city lay a vast bamboo grove, home to Han Feng himself. Ordinary folk were forbidden from approaching this sacred space. Any transgression would result in immediate retribution from the grove's guardians, leaving no room for explanation. The bamboo grove symbolized tranquility, a sanctuary for alchemists who cherished solitude, for disturbances could jeopardize their delicate craft. However, Muli's objective did not lie within the bamboo grove. The treasure chest's origin was situated in a bookstore within Maple City. Opening a bookstore in the Black Corner region, quite a statement of taste, Muli mused. As he stepped into the bookstore, his eyes were met with shelves brimming with books. He let out a soft exclamation, strolling towards the shelves to peruse the titles. The little healer and Qing Lin also wandered to a nearby shelf, intrigued by the bookstore's charm, despite being unaware of Muli's purpose in Maple City. After a brief moment, a gentleman clad in a long azure robe emerged from the reading room, greeting Muli and his companions with a courteous smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests," he said warmly. Muli observed the man. He possessed a refined countenance, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of a scholar in pursuit of academic accolades. Yet, in this world where martial prowess was paramount, particularly in the notorious chaos of the Black Corner, such scholarly attire seemed rather out of place. "Indeed, it is a rarity," the robed gentleman remarked, "and even if one were to visit, it would not be merely for the purpose of reading." Muli clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Muli. May I inquire your name?" "Hanemo," came the reply. "Hanemo? How intriguing." Muli paused, momentarily taken aback. "Are you perhaps a newcomer to Maple City?" "Indeed," Hanemo confirmed. "What genre of literature do you favor?" "Pharmacology." "Oh, you have an affinity for pharmacology as well. We could certainly engage in a stimulating discussion." Muli saw this as an opportunity, intending to draw closer to the treasure hidden in the bookstore's basement. If worst came to worst, this individual seemed weak enough that incapacitating him would pose no challenge. "Are you searching for something in particular?" Hanemo suddenly turned, inquiring. "What?" Muli's expression shifted as he realized the implications. Hanemo smiled gently. "Feel free to take whatever you desire. The items here hold no value for me anymore." Muli regarded Hanemo with a look of incredulity. "If you are not here to peruse books, then please, make yourself at home." With a sense of indifference, Hanemo settled into a chair, grasped a pen, and began to write. At that moment, Muli lifted him abruptly. Hey, what are you doing? Han Mo protested. Muli regarded him coolly. I prefer conversing with intelligent individuals, yet those who are overly clever become tiresome. He dragged Han Mo to the opposite end of the bookstore. What secrets lie beneath this establishment? How do you know? Han Mo surveyed Muli, seemingly unfazed. I shall grant you 3 seconds to reveal the mechanism. 3, 2, stop. I never said I wouldn't. Han Mo exclaimed, hastily locating a hidden lever on the wall, which he activated, causing a stone door to creak open. Chapter 69. The Encyclopedia, a kind suggestion. Why resort to such violence? I never claimed I would refuse. Han Mo complained. Muli ignored him entirely and shoved him forward. Lead the way. Hey. Han Mo attempted to voice further grievances, but the intensity of Muli's gaze silenced him, compelling him to proceed down the corridor in silence. You truly are bold for a newcomer to Maple City. Do you know who I am? Move faster. Han Mo shook his head, choosing not to respond further. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such treatment. In all of Maple City, who did not know he was the son of Han Feng. Though deemed a failure and disregarded by his father, such a lineage allowed him a measure of freedom in Maple City. Despite his lack of natural talent for cultivation, Han Mo possessed a profound love for learning, devouring books whenever he had the chance. His knowledge spanned celestial phenomena and earthly geography. He had read every tome in this bookstore, committing them to memory, hence his assertion that they were of no use to him any longer. The basement concealed nothing but discarded books, those he had perused countless times. As Muli descended into the underground chamber, he was struck by the sheer mountain of literature before him, a sight that even his extensive experience could not diminish. Could this fellow truly be nothing more than a bookworm? Han Mo, noticing the astonishment on Muli's face, couldn't help but wear a slight smirk of pride. This insight into human nature was a talent he had acquired through extensive reading, allowing him to discern intentions from the subtlest of gestures. As previously discerned, Muli approached the bookstore with a pronounced sense of purpose, and upon inquiry, his intentions were further confirmed. However, as Muli aptly stated, a clever individual devoid of strength tends to be met with disdain. Even Han Mo's father, Han Feng, found little favor in his son's cunning nature. Standing before his offspring, it seemed as if all his thoughts were laid bare, an unsettling sensation indeed. Fortunately, Han Mo was merely his youngest son. Despite his shortcomings, other progeny excelled remarkably, with the strongest having achieved the rank of Do Wang 9 stars. While not a prodigy in the strictest sense, he was certainly a talent to behold. After all, with Han Feng's supply of medicinal pills, as long as one's aptitude did not match Han Mo's dismal level, one could attain strength. Muli, unaware of the familial affairs of Han Feng, an aspect not mentioned in the original text, was solely focused on the treasure chest at hand. Venturing into the depths of the library, Muli encountered yet another door. Open it, he urged, while Han Mo, dejected, complied and opened it for him, as if unveiling his last secret before Muli's gaze. Once again, he was reminded of the helplessness that accompanies weakness, where everything is subject to the whims of the powerful. As the door creaked open, a cloud of dust billowed forth. The barrier of fighting energy dispersed, preventing the dust from reaching Muli, but it enveloped Han Mo instead, prompting a fit of coughing. What lies within? Muli inquired. Some antiquated items, Han Mo replied, having fully opened all hidden doors. Curiosity piqued. He wondered about Muli's true intent, considering that the only treasures here were books. For someone who did not seek knowledge through reading, he struggled to comprehend what Muli might covet. Upon entering the second hidden door, Muli beheld a collection of dilapidated artifacts cluttered upon shelves. The space was confined yet brimming with items, appearing as though it had not been tidied in ages. These are relics from long ago. I haven't opened them in quite some time, Han Mo remarked. Stepping inside and gazing nostalgically at the worn objects, Muli reached for a bronze treasure chest and promptly opened it. The chest's lid lifted swiftly, revealing its contents in short order. Inside lay a book. As Muli lifted the tome, he discerned its significance. It was an unremarkable book, lacking any combat prowess. Yet it chronicled the entirety of events on the Do-Chi continent since ancient times. Every race and medicinal herb could be found within its pages, serving as an otherworldly encyclopedia. For Muli, whose experiences were limited, this book held considerable value. Accustomed to the internet, where any obscure knowledge could be readily searched, he found this book a fitting substitute in a world devoid of such technology. With a sense of satisfaction, Muli stored the encyclopedia in his dimensional ring and turned to Han Mo. Though you may be peculiar, you are rather astute, he mused. Perhaps I shall spare you. Furthermore, you bear the surname Han. What relation do you have to Han Feng? In that moment, Muli felt inclined to engage in casual conversation, regardless of Han Mo's identity, for he had secured what he sought, and if he offended anyone, he could simply depart. He is my father, came the reply. When Han Mo uttered these words, his heart was remarkably tranquil. He was not one to take advantage of his status. Otherwise, he would have flaunted Han Feng's name from the very beginning. Beyond his inherent character, Han Mo had already discerned that the individual before him was audacious and unyielding. Offending such a person could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even death. Thus, it was wiser to acquiesce and go along with him. How old is your father? Muli inquired after a moment of surprise. Han Mo's expression darkened slightly. That question lacks courtesy, you know. Muli nodded. At such an age, he could very well be a grandfather. No wonder he can run a bookstore in the Black Corner domain. It turns out he is the son of the Medicine Emperor. My apologies. Han Mo's lips twitched. Brother, could you be any more disingenuous? Muli regarded the seemingly delicate young man before him, whose lack of cultivation suggested he was likely no older than 2 or 3 decades. It was unfortunate that Han Feng had already made enemies with the protagonist. With Han Feng's demise, his offspring would likely not escape the same fate. As Muli scrutinized Han Mo, the latter felt a strange expression on his face, sensing an air of pity within the other's gaze. Upon discerning the meaning behind Muli's eyes once more, Han Mo couldn't help but shiver. If the guest desires anything else, please feel free to take it. Why are you, as Han Feng's son, behaving so modestly? How did he raise you? Muli suddenly entertained a curious thought. If he could glean some insights from Han Mo, might he too cultivate a humble and courteous descendant? After all, Han Feng was a formidable figure in the Black Corner domain. Against such a backdrop, his son remained so refined and polite, exhibiting a keen sense of propriety, truly the epitome of the son he had always envisioned. Listening to Muli's inquiries, Han Mo felt for the first time that discerning human emotions was not necessarily a commendable skill. In those fleeting seconds, he sensed he had been insulted. If you dislike my intelligence, I can understand, but to turn that discomfort upon me is rather vexing. At that moment, Han Mo felt akin to a scholar encountering a soldier, compelled to respond to Muli's question. It is merely due to my poor aptitude that I have caused my father displeasure and been left to fend for myself. Are you not concerned? This suits me just fine, Muli murmured. If the guest wishes to educate his descendants, he must absolutely not emulate my father. Children require careful guidance. Han Mo earnestly advised. Were it not for my love of learning from an early age, I would not have grown up so upright. I understand now. Muli cast a final glance at this young man, who might soon meet an unfortunate fate at the hands of Xiao Yan, and bid farewell. If the opportunity arises, you should venture out. I believe the Black Corner domain is not suitable for someone like you. Han Mo sensed Muli's goodwill and smiled, nodding. I comprehend. And I wish you a safe journey. As Muli exited the bookstore, he called upon the 2 women to leave, casually taking 2 books they were perusing. Han Mo exhaled in relief after Muli departed. Finally, he had seen him off. Chapter 70. The Book of Earth, the classic of mountains and seas. Secrets of the ancient Emperor Tua Shi and the primordial calamity Poison Body. Muli spoke wisely. A person like him is ill-suited for life in the Black Corner domain. Perhaps in a reputable nation, he would find his existence more meaningful. However, circumstances are rarely absolute. Had he been born in a great nation, how could a person of such mediocre talent ever qualify to peruse numerous tomes? Were it not for his father, Han Feng, Han Mo would not have achieved his current stature. Regardless of how others perceive him, whether positively or negatively, he ultimately grew under his father's shadow. Thus, Han Mo harbors a certain respect for Han Feng. He approached the second hidden door that Muli had compelled him to open earlier. Upon entering, he gazed at the items he had sealed away, a nostalgic expression gracing his features once more. Han Mo picked up a rattle, its surface coated in dust. And as he shook it, fine particles danced in the air. A sudden memory struck him. Han Feng had once played with him in this manner. Yet, ever since he discovered his son's lack of talent, Han Feng had gradually distanced himself. His father was a man who measured everything by value, imposing these standards upon his children. The man named Muli was also one who spoke in terms of benefit, as evident in his demeanor. However, unlike Han Feng, Muli desired his descendants to be well-educated and principled, rather than merely concerned with their capabilities. The aspiration for one's child to succeed should be a universal wish among elders, yet Muli seemed devoid of such values. With a sigh, Han Mo resumed, organizing the old items on the shelf. He pondered the futility of those belongings. Having grown up, the significance of fatherhood seemed trivial. Calculating, he realized he had only seen his father once a year, despite living in the same city, as if they resided at opposite ends of the earth. Suddenly, Han Mo picked up a book from the shelf, an expression of confusion crossing his face. He wiped the dust away, revealing ancient characters inscribed upon it. Was this the tattered book he had found in his childhood? Back then, he had been unable to comprehend the words on the cover, and with the pages blank, his curiosity had compelled him to keep it. Yet, after all these years, he had forgotten its existence. Had it not been for Mu Li's insistence, he might never have encountered it again. With the knowledge he had acquired over the years, Han Mo now began to speculate about the ancient text on the book's cover. He set it aside and continued to tidy the cluttered room. Once everything was in order, he picked up the book and approached a nearby desk. Turning on the lamp, he commenced his study. Drawing upon the patterns of the text, he searched his mind for the ancient knowledge he had learned. His remarkable memory now aided him in uncovering the connections within the intricate script. After a considerable time, Han Mo finally inscribed the title of the book on paper, Shanhai Jing. The Shanhai Jing, also known as the Classic of Mountains and Seas, is now a fragmented text, its power diminished to a mere fraction. Nevertheless, with continuous nurturing through fighting spirit, it can still yield an inexhaustible elixir that accelerates the growth of spiritual materials. Upon leaving the bookstore, Mu Li remained unaware that his actions had inadvertently assisted Han Mo in acquiring a treasure of immeasurable worth. Yet, what is destined must eventually come to pass. And what is not destined should not be forcibly sought. Even the Shanhai Jing, when presented before those unfamiliar with it, may be regarded as a mere collection of useless pages. Within the bustling city of Foam, numerous apothecaries abound, where Mu Li procured various medicinal herbs for alchemical endeavors. While simultaneously acclimatizing himself to the utilization of an encyclopedia, he discovered that although the encyclopedia was indeed comprehensive, the pursuit of knowledge necessitated his own initiative to search for relevant information. In this world, questions are boundless. Resolving not to be ensnared by the allure of the internet, Mu Li put the encyclopedia away after posing his final query. To his astonishment, the ancient figure of Tua Shigudi was revealed to be a sinister old specter, shattering the previously held image. Mu Li marveled as he read that Tua Shigudi had, prior to ascending to the throne of the Emperor of Fighting, repeatedly plundered various sects and indulged in arson, his aim being the acquisition of the unique flames possessed by these sections. Following his heists, he would swiftly vanish, remaining in hiding for centuries. During that tumultuous epoch of strife on the Dochi continent, when conflicts between sects were rampant, much had changed by the time Tua Shigudi re-emerged. It was only after he ascended to the rank of Dodi that he adopted the guise of a benevolent old man in a black robe. And due to the absence of any other Dodi during that period, he readily assumed the mantle of the strongest entity. Had it been an era of multiple emperors, Tua Shigudi would have been relegated to a subordinate position. After perusing the encyclopedia's accounts, Mu Li, though uncertain of their authenticity, found amusement in them. Additionally, it contained numerous profiles of other Dodis, such as the Tian Di, Zhan Di, and Yu Di, yet these were merely introductions without any inheritance to speak of, serving only as light reading for amusement. Beyond these narratives, the most valuable insights Mu Li gleaned from the encyclopedia were concerning the Yinan poison body of Xiao Yixian and the Bai Shi San Hua Tong of Qinglin. Contrary to popular understanding, the Yinan poison body was referred to as such due to the present era's scarcity of potent ancient toxins, which were either sealed away or hidden from sight. In the absence of these formidable sources of poison, the bearers of the Yinan poison body would gradually be eliminated by the world, ultimately succumbing to a fatal constitution. In antiquity, the Yinan poison body was immensely powerful, ranking among the highest echelons of the 3,000 great worlds. The cultivation process initially required the absorption of a potent toxin as the foundational poison source, followed by the assimilation of various strong toxic sources. When the colorful poison lines within the abdomen spread to the heart, the moment of evolution would arrive, leading to the ascension of the emperor. The greater the toxicity of the poison sources, the mightier the strength attained post-ascension. Only those cultivators of the Yinan poison body lacking a robust poison source as their foundation would suffer from the backlash of their own toxicity. Such individuals squandered their innate talents, recklessly consuming toxins until they rendered themselves incapacitated. Due to the overwhelming craving for poisons that cultivators of the Yinan poison body experienced, they were often deemed as depraved beings unable to restrain their own desires, unworthy of becoming emperors. Mu Li could not help but reflect on Xiao Yixian's habitual behavior, recognizing her as one of those wretched souls controlled by insatiable desire, as described in the encyclopedia. A smile crept upon his lips as he suppressed his teasing thoughts and began to ponder the whereabouts of ancient toxins in this world. Even if it is sealed, there must exist a location for such confinement. One must understand that the vitality of ancient strains is remarkably potent. They can endure even in the most inhospitable environments. If one can locate the ancient strain and allow the little medical sage to cultivate based on it, even in the absence of ancient cultivation methods, the results would undoubtedly surpass the present capabilities. After all, paths are forged by those who tread them, and techniques are crafted by predecessors. If no paths exist now, why not forge a new one oneself? Chapter 71. Completion of the mortal realm, intermediate spirit rune master, initial manifestation of the virtual aspect. The three flowered eyes of the azure serpent also represent an ancient and formidable lineage, yet its history pales in comparison to that of the calamitous poison body, making it exceedingly rare. As the most potent ocular technique of the serpent attribute, it possesses a restraining effect on the majority of serpent beings. With the exception of the ancient sky serpent and the devouring python, who bear the bloodline of the royal serpent, the three flowered eyes are indeed their nemesis. The cultivation method of the azure scales is not fundamentally flawed. The three flowered eyes will intuitively comprehend secret arts and awaken their ocular prowess. However, Muli is somewhat astonished to discover that the three flowered eyes temporarily achieve heightened awakening when the owner's emotions reach their zenith, typically manifesting during moments of grave peril, at which point the owner's strength surges significantly, albeit with some degree of mental disarray. In Muli's recollection, the azure scales have not exhibited such behavior. Nevertheless, this awakening often comes with certain flaws, such as the deviation in mental state, which is quite concerning. Muli harbors a deep fondness for the personality of the azure scales. It is steadfast and decisive. Should there be any alteration, it would indeed trouble Muli. As for his pure lotus demon body, the encyclopedia offers scant descriptions, largely mirroring the information gleaned when acquired from the treasure chest. It appears he is the inaugural awakener of the pure lotus demon body. He senses an impending breakthrough, transitioning from the late mortal realm to its completion. Initially, when the divine seed hatched the azure emperor sword, Muli had already brushed against the threshold of mortal realm completion. In the subsequent days, he secluded himself within his chamber, establishing a defensive rune array to shield himself from external disturbances. Under the refinement of the illusory spirit eye-soul technique, his soul power has grown increasingly formidable. Simultaneously, Muli commenced the breakthrough into spirit rune mastery by employing the mental cultivation method inherent to the Ice Child rune. In terms of soul realm classification, the Tianyuan continent is far more meticulous and precise than the Duki continent. Within the rune array, tendrils of frost enveloped the surroundings, rendering the exterior akin to a colossal ice sphere. The little medical sage and azure scales kept their distance, already feeling the chilling aura. The Ice Child rune radiated brilliant azure light within Muli's Niwen Palace, while above him, a blazing flame of spiritual energy flickered fervently. As the spiritual flame expanded, Muli suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his eyes. The illusory spirit eye was on the verge of a breakthrough. As he approached this critical juncture, Muli swiftly formed a hand seal, causing the ethereal image of the Ice Child rune to emerge from his Niwen Palace, enveloping the spiritual flame. Concentrate. The spiritual flame surged violently, subsequently compressing in size once more, its hue intensifying to a deeper azure. Boom. Muli abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of golden light emanating from his pupils. Within his gaze, a mist reminiscent of stars slowly swirled, the golden irises gleaming like torches. Suddenly, a golden arm emerged from the void behind Muli, adorned with intricate golden patterns that exuded immense power. Concentrating his mental energy, Muli's golden eyes began to glow steadily. Upon reaching the second realm of the illusory spirit eye, condensing phantoms became as effortless as drinking water. Unlike items directly formed through mental energy, the phantoms conjured by the illusory spirit eye were far more substantial, boasting superior offensive and defensive capabilities compared to ordinary mental constructs. Ultimately, as an advanced soul technique, the illusory spirit eye enhanced a cultivator's efficiency in wielding soul power, manifesting it in a more formidable form. At present, Muli could rival a Do Wang expert solely with his eyes, without relying on Do Qi. Moreover, with his successful advancement to the rank of Intermediate Spirit Talisman Master, he inherently matched the status of a Do Wang. Gradually retracting the talisman array, Muli exited the seclusion chamber, donning a mask retrieved from his spatial ring. He offered a faint smile to the two women. Ladies, it is time to attend school. Canaan Academy, Peace Town, nestled at the foot of the mountains surrounding Canaan Academy. This path is essential for entering the esteemed institution. Anyone arriving here must suppress their murderous intent and consume pills designed to detect malevolence. Noncompliance necessitates departure. While one could force their way through, the repercussions might be dire, as evidenced by the corpses of those who dared to resist, hanging from the death tree at the town's entrance. To the astonishment of many, among the bodies were two Do Wang and a Do Huang. Though the deceased's ranks could not be discerned, one could surmise that a formidable force like Canaan Academy would not take advantage of its clientele. Should a Do Huang truly arrive, a confrontation would ensue. It was not as if they were incapable of fighting back. As they strolled into the town, Qing Lin and Xiao Yan curiously surveyed their surroundings, while Muli felt a twinge of discomfort. The environment was excessively tranquil, almost unnaturally so. It bore no resemblance to the atmosphere of the Black Corner region, resembling, instead, an ordinary village. It was hard to believe that even Qingshan Town had not been this peaceful in the past. Truly deserving of the name Peace Town, Mu Li mused. Xiao Yan beamed with genuine joy, and Qing Lin smiled in agreement. Indeed, peace was delightful. At that moment, a group rushed from the town, swiftly approaching Mu Li and his companions with remarkable agility. They seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern who the newcomers to Peace Town were. The captain of the group regarded Mu Li and the others several times, his expression shifting from indifference to friendliness. Strikingly handsome men and beautiful women, so youthful. It was clear they were not villains. Who could resist such charming company, especially since these team members were merely in their early 20s, in the prime of their lives? Had Mu Li joined the academy earlier, these individuals might have even addressed him as senior. However, it was not too late to join now. He could not let a group of Do masters refer to him as a junior Do spirit. In the Do Chi continent, strength was paramount. In Peace Town, it is customary for all visitors to register their identities and names. The amiable demeanor of the official prompted Mu Li to comply without objection. Gamma Empire Mu Li. Gamma Empire Yao Ziyi. Gamma Empire Qing Lin. In addition to providing their identities, they were informed that they must consume a particular pill before entering Peace Town. Rest assured, this is merely a pill that senses hostility. When you are ready to depart, you may obtain the antidote at the town center. But you must leave immediately after. Mu Li and his companions took the pills, though they did not ingest them right away, glancing at Mu Li for guidance. Holding the red pill in his hand, Mu Li surveyed his surroundings and smiled gently. Go ahead, there's nothing to worry about. To Mu Li, a fifth-tier alchemist, this rudimentary pill seemed trivial, akin to a child's plaything. He could easily discern its composition and the method for crafting the antidote. Its efficacy was questionable. The notion of sensing hostility begged the question, must one possess malevolence to commit murder? Eventually, they swallowed the pills. Xiao Yan and Qing Lin placed their trust in Mu Li. If he asserted it was safe, then it was indeed so. Chapter 72, New Student Enrollment. Yin-Yang Shenlong Pill. Witnessing the trio's cooperation in consuming the pills, the captain's smile became increasingly genuine. Welcome to Peace Town. Mu Li nodded and inquired, Sir, what is the process for joining the Canaan Academy? Oh, you wish to enroll? The captain expressed mild surprise and scrutinized the three once more, pondering their youthful appearances and potential abilities. Thank you very much. It's no trouble at all. I will be in town. Come to the center in 3 days, and I will assist you. With that, the captain departed to attend to other newcomers. The female students regarded Mu Li, while the male students cast glances at Xiao Yan and Qing Lin, sighing inwardly, presuming them to be a couple. Their dreams seemed to have been dashed before they even took flight. Looks like we have luck on our side, Mu Li remarked with a subtle smile at the two women. They had fortuitously arrived during the enrollment period, which typically spans 6 months per semester. Presently, they were at the mid-year mark, with the internal selection competition occurring in 6 months, as depicted in the original narrative. With 3 days to spare, Mu Li suggested, let us take this opportunity to relax. Xiao Yan exhaled contentedly, cherishing the tranquil atmosphere. Since arriving in the Black Corner region, her days had been fraught with anxiety, not out of fear for her own safety, but rather the dread that violence would mar her spirits. The trio dined heartily at a local restaurant, and afterward, they settled on a bench beside the town's garden, basking in the gentle afternoon sunlight. Although the sun was bright, the unique flora of the garden tempered its intensity, rendering it pleasantly warm. Mu Li reclined with his eyes closed, resting his head on Xiao Yan's lap, while she observed the children playing joyfully amidst the garden. Mu Li, look how happily they are playing, she remarked. At her words, Mu Li opened his eyes and glanced at the group of children engaged in a spirited game of hopscotch, reveling in their merriment. In the future, will our children be like this? Indeed, Mu Li replied. However, we are still young. There is no need to contemplate having children so soon. The matter of childbirth can be entrusted to some elder sisters. Take Yun, for instance. She is nearly in her 30s, an appropriate age for motherhood. Just thinking about it makes me realize that it is indeed too early now, little medical fairy said with a sweet expression. On the other side of the garden, Qing Lin strolled through the flower bushes with the fire spirit serpent, akin to walking a pet. Yet, the fire spirit serpent lacked enthusiasm. For the surroundings were a tad too cool, it preferred swimming in magma. Qing Lin could only appease it by having Mu Li provide the serpent with more fire attribute spiritual materials. The trio spent a leisurely afternoon in the garden, with Mu Li engrossed in an encyclopedia, searching for information. Little medical fairy and Qing Lin were captivated by the marvels of the book. Though they could not input questions themselves, only Mu Li had that ability. Thus, little medical fairy incessantly asked questions, with Mu Li entering them to retrieve the answers. On this day, Little Medical Fairy learned that her calamity-poisoned body concealed numerous secrets. Upon realizing that she was a wretch enslaved by desire, her face fell. She then instructed Mu Li to search for ancient toxic strains, yielding results that indicated locations such as extreme icy lands or ever-frozen toxic swamps. Little Medical Fairy silently noted these places, expressing her intention to seek out ancient toxic strains in the future. According to the book's description, if she could refine these ancient strains, she would gain the ability to control her toxic fighting spirit autonomously, allowing her to consume poisons without fear of the toxins accumulating and erupting uncontrollably. After Mu Li bookmarked these pages, they appeared at the forefront of the book for easier access later. As night fell in the town's inn, Mu Li set up a breath-concealing talisman array and then emptied an array of treasures from his spatial pouch. Countless spiritual materials, magical cores, weapons, and some high-level techniques and fighting energies were meticulously examined by Mu Li, who did not simply glance at them before discarding them. A full hour passed before Mu Li had sorted through the treasures within the 8 doors. Among the most valuable items were the remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Fire diagram and the 7th grade Yin-Yang Mystic Dragon Pill. However, Mu Li felt a slight pang of disappointment. Where, he wondered, were my 3,000 thunder movements? He searched through the entire heap of treasures, but found no trace of it. This was a rare movement technique, the prized possession of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion in Central State, and it was of the Earth rank. Given the chaos he had caused in Black Seal City, it was unlikely such a rare fighting technique would appear at the auction. Feeling a tinge of despondency, he shrugged it off. What is gained is fortune. What is lost is fate. The acquisition of the pure Lotus Demon Fire diagram was enough. And the unexpected gain of the 7th grade Yin-Yang Mystic Dragon Pill was a secret recipe from the revered apothecary. This journey was not in vain. Mu Li picked up the Yin-Yang Mystic Dragon Pill, deciding to consume it immediately. As the 7th grade pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a torrent of warmth coursing through his body. Subsequently, nothing else occurred. Mu Li was momentarily speechless, although he had anticipated this outcome. The fact that a 7th grade divine pill seemed to diminish his stature was somewhat disheartening. The significance of the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill lay in its ability to establish oneself after adversity, yet its immediate benefits were not particularly evident. Mu Li searched for information about this elixir in the encyclopedia, only to find scant explanations. Essentially, it was known for its role in rebirth and the possibility of acquiring dragon energy. Unfortunately, the number of users for this pill was exceedingly low. Putting the book aside, Mu Li began to circulate his internal fighting energy at a rapid pace, strands of milky white energy swirling around him like a vortex. At the heart of this maelstrom lay the lotus seed, observing the grand spectacle with serene composure. After some time, despite his efforts, Mu Li felt nothing. He then decided to take matters into his own hands, invoking his soul power to actively draw forth the energy. At last, a faint sensation was captured by his spirit, and a slender thread of soul energy coalesced, extracting the subtle feeling from the fighting energy. This sensation was received by Mu Li's spirit, prompting him to widen his eyes involuntarily as a primal dragon's roar erupted from his throat. The roar reverberated throughout the small town, startling many residents who hastily armed themselves, bracing for an unseen threat. Inside the room, Mu Li clutched his throat, his expression contorted with discomfort. It was excruciating. It felt as though flames were igniting within his throat. The Xianming Yushui rapidly flowed to his throat, gradually mending his injuries. Moments later, he returned to normal. Was this the essence of dragon energy? Suddenly, the door burst open as the small physician entered, eyeing Mu Li with concern. Once she confirmed he was unharmed, she relaxed. What are you up to now? You nearly scared the fire spirit on Qing Lin's shoulder into its original form. Chapter 73, Dragon Energy, Testing. The small physician had grown accustomed to the disturbances Mu Li occasionally caused, yet this time, she was still taken aback. The fire spirit snake resting on Qing Lin's shoulder nearly reverted to its original state. Had that happened, the room would surely have been destroyed. My apologies. Mu Li said nonchalantly, a smile returning to his face. Dragon energy had finally been acquired. Coincidentally, he possessed a wind element fighting technique akin to sonic waves, the roar of the mad lion, which could barely meet the requirements for utilizing dragon energy. 3 days later, Mu Li and his companions had explored the entirety of the small town. Their remarkable appearances and demeanor quickly garnered them a reputation. This was further enhanced by the small physician, who, unable to contain her altruistic impulses, began volunteering as a healer, actively tending to the ailments of the townsfolk. Previously, she would have hesitated to assist, aware that her cursed body posed a risk of sudden flare-ups. However, with Mu Li by her side, and after their exuberant escapades the previous night, she felt invigorated and in control of her affliction. In light of the small physician's benevolence, The captain of the town's guard approached the trio, offering to assess their qualifications. "We are immensely grateful for your assistance these past few days. Had it been earlier, the captain might have harbored some doubts. Although the trio was youthful, their ability to traverse the treacherous Blackhorn region to arrive here indicated they were far from ordinary individuals. However, after witnessing the selfless medical care provided by the little healer, his skepticism dissipated. What did it matter if they were ordinary? Their uniqueness was precisely what made them suitable for the academy. The male students, captivated by the kindness and beauty of the little healer, found their hearts stirred. Yet, upon noticing Mu Li standing beside her, they could not help but feel a pang of shame. It seemed they could not measure up to this man. Nevertheless, a few of the male students remained undeterred, perceiving Mu Li as a mere pretty boy with presumably low cultivation. Their gazes toward him bore a hint of provocation. Mu Li, however, reveled in their envy and jealousy. Just observe, but that is all you can do. Had Mu Li been a paragon of virtue, perhaps the little healer would still regard him with reverence, but he was no saint. He would seize the opportunity. Good men may achieve a fulfilling conclusion, but those of ill intent are more likely to indulge prematurely, snatching away what good men might covet for a lifetime. Reflecting on this, Mu Li realized he had once been naive, contemplating the notion of not disturbing the little healer, allowing her to follow her path with Xiao Yan. Wasn't he that just foolish? Had he truly acted so, where would he find such enchanting beauty by his side now? As Mu Li's strength steadily grew, his mindset shifted from conservatism to expansion. In times of weakness, one must endure. In times of strength, one must leap forward to avoid fading into obscurity. Ultimately, Mu Li needed only to conceal a portion of his cards. Excessive modesty was unattractive. Why masquerade as a pig when one has the potential to be a tiger? Only protagonists revel in the guise of swine to devour the unsuspecting, much like Xiao Yan exemplifies in this realm. The truly astute neither pretend to be pigs nor embody tigers. They occupy the middle ground, avoiding extremes while never settling for mediocrity. Nonetheless, a mere academy like Jia Nan hardly warranted Mu Li's need for concealment. He would enter with the formidable status of a 5-star great fighter. The captain assessed the trio's strength and age, resulting in profound astonishment. Mu Li, age 22, possessed dual fire and wood attributes, a 5-star great fighter, and a 2nd-tier alchemist. Yao Zi, at 20, wielded poison attributes, a 3-star great fighter, and a poison master. Qing Lin, merely 16, held both shadow and fire attributes, fire spirit snake. A 5-star fighter, with exceptional talent. Goodness. The captain was numbed by the revelation. All three possessed unparalleled potential. Although Mu Li was somewhat older, his 5-star great fighter cultivation was undeniably impressive. Considering he was over 30 and only a 3-star great fighter, merely muddling through as a teacher in the outer academy. The captain felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him. It was noteworthy that even so, those cadets were still exemplary students of the outer academy. Not to mention, Mu Li was a 2nd-tier alchemist. How could the Jia Nan Academy possibly overlook such students? The captain's expression subtly shifted, losing the initial ease and becoming somewhat more reserved. Which part of the Gamma Empire do you hail from, to possess such extraordinary talent? I am merely curious, with no ulterior motives. Mu Li smiled faintly, wrapping his arm around the slender waist of the little healer, and said, "This is my wife. We hail from Qingshan town." After saying that, Mu Li also embraced the delicate waist of Qing Lin, adding, "And this is my sister." The captain, observing Mu Li's affectionate demeanor towards both women, could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. What a fortunate man, blessed with such a beautiful wife while also embracing his sister. Which sister would allow such intimacy? However, this was a matter of personal affairs, and the captain felt it prudent to refrain from further comments. "Thank you, mentor." Through their earlier conversation, Mu Li and his companions learned that the other party was also a mentor from the external academy, as only mentors had the authority to accept students. The trio arrived at the Griffin Arena, where numerous newcomers were already gathered. The previous day, many Griffins had flown into Pingy Town, allowing new arrivals from afar to rest for the night. Today marked their official entry into the academy. As Mu Li and his companions entered the arena, many newcomers turned their gazes toward them. The man was as gentle as jade, with a cascade of white hair like snow, while the woman exuded grace and poise, her stunning and ethereal purple locks igniting the imaginations of the boys present. Additionally, there was a charming green-haired girl, her waist delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand, unconsciously radiating an irresistible allure with every movement. Regrettably, the purple-haired woman clung to the arm of the white-haired man, while the green-haired girl held his hand. Many were initially captivated by the beauty of the trio, only to feel a pang of jealousy thereafter. A complex array of emotions surged within their hearts. In truth, many had come with hopes of finding suitable partners among the academy's students. In the realm of academia, enhancing one's abilities was one aspect, while forging friendships was another. Prior to the arrival of Mu Li and his companions, the attendees had already begun discreetly observing the attractive individuals in the arena, searching for potential connections. Alas, the moment the trio arrived, their fantasies were shattered. In an instant, the crowd lost interest in anyone else, instinctively gravitating towards Mu Li and his companions, eager to strike up conversations or share a griffin ride together. Chapter 74, Strange Birds, Fiery Wood Explosive Thorns. Upon their griffin steeds, Mu Li and his companions set forth towards Canaan. For the bold young women who approached to initiate conversation, Mu Li graciously declined with kindness. After all, the little healer was right beside him. Should Mu Li dare to flirt openly with other women, he was certain she would retaliate by engaging with other boys. Although her heart was kind, this woman possessed a whimsical nature typical of Miao women, and she was adept at playful mischief. To spare his fellow male companions from emotional entanglements, Mu Li felt compelled to uphold the image of a good man, keeping the little healer in check. Ultimately, the value of these other women was generally low, not worth the risk of entanglements. Did they think everyone was like Qing Lin? However, if the little healer were not by his side, Mu Li might entertain the emotions of innocent maidens without a shred of guilt. After all, it was merely a matter of mutual benefit. I seek your beauty, and you do not covet mine? Upon careful consideration, it appears that the young women have indeed triumphed in this scenario. After all, should my appearance be bestowed upon a worthy gentleman, it would undoubtedly render many beautiful women's aspirations unattainable. In a certain sense, I too can be considered a good person, albeit with a skewed value system, not a model for others to emulate. Though the women who were gently declined may feel a tinge of disappointment, their spirits are paradoxically lifted. How extraordinarily tender he is. Even in rejection, he exudes warmth. In contrast to the female students, the male students harbor a certain animosity towards Mu Li. Had Mu Li not attended, the attention of the female students would have been directed towards them, rather than having their social aspirations abruptly curtailed as it is now. Should they miss this opportunity, the esteemed gentlemen within the academy will be plentiful, diminishing the prospects for this group of freshmen. In that moment, Mu Li sensed several hostile gazes directed at him. Yet, he remained unfazed, dismissing the provocations of mere ants. Should they possess the courage, Mu Li would not mind imparting a lesson, demonstrating the distinction between strength and weakness, and the hierarchy of respect. Peaceful Town lies beyond a vast mountain range teeming with magical beasts, and when riding a griffin, one is susceptible to disturbances from other creatures of the wild. Therefore, those who command griffins typically strive to soar to greater heights. However, today's weather seems rather ominous. Dark clouds gather overhead, hinting at the brewing tempestuous energies of lightning within the atmosphere. The accompanying members of the enforcement team documented this anomaly, preparing to report it to the elders within the academy. This weather is likely not a natural occurrence, but rather a violent upheaval of celestial energies triggered by a magical beast undergoing tribulation. It appears that the freshman's luck this year is rather unfortunate. The seasoned student guiding the griffin glanced back at the collectively silent freshmen and remarked with a mild smile, "Focus on your griffin. There is much to attend to ahead." Another member of the enforcement team grasped their weapon, remaining vigilant to the surrounding environment. The griffin's low altitude rendered them vulnerable to the attention of other beasts, necessitating their efforts to preemptively address any potential troubles. On the griffin upon which Mu Li sat, there were roughly 10 freshmen, most of whom possessed striking features and handsome appearances. They were distinguished among their peers, each drawn to Mu Li for their own reasons. Yet, in light of the current circumstances, many freshmen found their romantic inclinations stifled, their gazes drawn to the ominous clouds above and the expansive forest of magical beasts below, filling them with unease. The journey commenced on an inauspicious note. Mu Li, however, maintained a serene demeanor as he surveyed the landscape, feeling an irresistible urge to capture the moment. He conjured a shard of reflective ice using the Ice Child symbol and embarked on his photographic expedition. Against the backdrop of the vast heavens, the colossal griffin now resembled a fragile vessel adrift upon a turbulent sea. According to their planned route, they would require an entire night to reach Canaan City. Originally, they had intended to pause for several hours along the way, but the present circumstances demanded they travel at full speed. As the freshmen observed Mu Li blissfully taking photographs, their initial tension gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. As if having found a cornerstone of confidence within the throng, as long as one individual remains composed, all is well. This phenomenon is known as the leader effect. However, at that precise moment, the griffin was suddenly beset by an assault from another aerial beast. A sparsely feathered monstrosity was launching an attack on the griffin, while the enforcement team valiantly engaged in combat to thwart its malevolent actions. Yet, as the strength of the enforcement team members peaked at merely a 3-star great fighter. They could only entangle the foe without delivering a decisive blow. They could no longer maintain their dignity, fear etched across their faces. In stark contrast, Mu Li and his companions remained remarkably composed. Xiao Yan and Qing Lin had both undergone training in the Blackhorn region, gaining insights into various crises. And their combined strength was sufficient to overpower a spirit fighter. Therefore, they felt no trepidation, primarily due to Mu Li's presence. With him around, there was nothing to fear. Casting a glance at the grotesque bird behind the griffin, Mu Li remarked, "What an unsightly creature. Is it really a matter of aesthetics?" The new student retorted. Mu Li slowly rose to his feet, his fighting spirit swirling as a crimson wooden spear coalesced in his hand. The mid-tier, Xian-level fighting technique, Azure Wood Explosive Spike. Due to the fire attribute, it was now aptly named Flaming Wood Explosive Spike. With a flourish of the spear, he aimed at the aberrant bird and hurled it with great force. Whoosh! The crimson spear soared through the air, reaching the monstrosity in an instant. Then, with a resounding boom, a brilliant flash of fire erupted in the sky as the spear pierced the creature, resulting in a spectacular explosion that obliterated the avian form. After casting the spear, Mu Li resumed his seat, yet the gazes of those around him had transformed entirely. Incredible! Male students who had previously dared to challenge Mu Li now felt diminished. In comparison, they were but jesters. Wait a moment, why should they even compare? Suddenly, the realization dawned upon them. The disparity was too vast, it was better not to compare at all. With this newfound understanding, the male students shifted their allegiance to the female faction, becoming Mu Li's little admirers. The enforcement team members regarded Mu Li with astonished expressions. That previous strike must have demonstrated at least a 5-star great fighter's caliber, they mused. A true anomaly had emerged among this cohort of new students. They had previously focused their attention on the grotesque bird, oblivious to the fact that Mu Li had conjured the spear from his fighting spirit. Had they recognized this, the revelation of his prowess as a spirit fighter would have left them utterly awestruck, bordering on reverence. With such formidable strength, what need had he for schooling? Most of the students were not from the Central Plains, and in their minds, a spirit fighter was an unparalleled powerhouse. To transcend to the rank of Spirit King was a distant dream. Perhaps, only through immense fortune could one hope to surpass the thresholds of Spirit King. After displaying his prowess, Mu Li firmly established his position as the newcomer king. No one dared to provoke him further. Yet, Mu Li's aspirations extended beyond merely being the newcomer king. His true aim lay in forging connections with the talents within the inner academy, a realm teeming with brilliance from diverse origins, representing the future generation of strength. Although not comparable to those extraordinary beings, at least he ranks among the elite of ordinary individuals. Chapter 75, The Celestial Flame Dynasty, the Young Lady, and the Plaything. After enduring a crisis that defied definition, the group successfully arrived at Canaan City. Gazing at the immense cityscape below, all the newcomers displayed expressions of awe. Mu Li and the little medical fairy, Qing Lin, were equally astonished. This was the largest city they had ever encountered, surpassing both Black Ink City and Maple City. No wonder Canaan Academy is deemed the most powerful force in the Black Corner domain. The scale alone is indicative of its might. Including the surrounding Beast Mountain and the peaceful town, all fall under the jurisdiction of Canaan Academy. The expanse of this territory is astonishing. Not to mention, this is merely the outer academy. The true core of Canaan Academy is concealed within a spatial barrier. The Griffin Beast alighted at the city's aerial landing station, and the newcomers dismounted their flying mounts, standing once more upon solid ground, a sense of unspoken comfort washing over them. The prolonged flight had left most newcomers feeling somewhat disoriented, compounded by the omnipresent sense of danger. Despite having protection, the feeling that one's life was beyond their control was utterly distressing. This sense of crisis invigorated the newcomers, compelling them to vow to diligently cultivate their skills. The newcomers were guided to a grand hall, where they awaited the address from the academy's instructors. Mu Li had no interest in mingling with this group of newcomers. After settling in a corner, he began to sense the location of the treasure chests. A group of early arrivals spotted Mu Li and his companions and attempted to greet them, but were shielded by the adoring fans that Mu Li had unwittingly attracted. Our leader is cultivating. Do not disturb him at this moment. A male student naturally regarded Mu Li as the king of newcomers and respectfully referred to him as his leader. Move aside. What are you pretending for? A bystander pushed past those blocking his path, creating space for the blonde-haired young man behind him. The blonde youth, holding a silver fan, displayed a gentle smile as he approached the little medical fairy. He was a prince of the Celestial Flame Dynasty, of noble birth and exceptional talent. Clearly the strongest among the early arrivals, and he saw himself as the leader of the newcomers. Upon catching sight of the little medical fairy, He suddenly grasped the meaning of a term he had previously only heard. Love at first sight truly exists. There is always a woman who can captivate a young man's entire youth. In that moment, Fong Jinyan resolved to win over this beautiful and noble lady. As for the handsome white-haired youth, Fong Jinyan did not believe he could be more powerful or esteemed than himself. His prowess as a four-star fighter was not to be underestimated. Hello, my name is Fong Jinyan. He extended his hand to the little medical fairy, speaking in a most gentlemanly manner. The little medical fairy regarded him with a puzzled expression. Although he appeared quite gentlemanly and easily garnered affection, she glanced at Mu Li, who was deep in thought, and a playful idea suddenly sparked in her mind. She lowered her head shyly and approached Mu Li, her face displaying a look of dilemma. Master, may I speak with this stranger now? The assembled crowd was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words. It was astonishing to discover that such a beautiful lady was, in fact, the maid of the silver-haired youth. What a true waste of beauty. Mu Li slightly opened his eyes, gazing speechlessly at the bashful little healer. Indeed, there has long been a saying that beauty brings disaster, and now it seems that this disaster enjoys causing mischief. It appears he had not properly disciplined her in recent days, allowing her to forget who truly held authority. She had just referred to him as her master. Suddenly, Mu Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The nocturnal diversions might become far more entertaining. Little healer, this is of your own making. Just do not feel embarrassed in the future. Esteemed one, I am Fong Jinyan, hailing from the Tianyan dynasty. Oh, Fong Jinyan, momentarily flustered, offered a gentle smile while casting a discreet glance at his companion. The young man immediately understood the unspoken cue. How audacious. This is the fourth prince of the Tianyan dynasty. How can you be so neglectful? The other newcomers gasped at the mention of the Tianyan dynasty. This dynasty is renowned throughout the northwest continent, with its sovereign possessing the peak prowess of the Do Huang, and a Do Zone-level supreme emperor backing them. The status of the Tianyan dynasty is unparalleled across the entire northwest, not merely due to the presence of Do Zone powerhouses, but also because the overall strength of the nation surpasses that of other empires. The Tianyan dynasty boasts 10 Do Huang strongholds, 4 of whom are directly affiliated with the royal family and at their command. In comparison, the Jiamar Empire is significantly weaker, possessing only 6 Do Huang warriors, with merely 2 linked to the royal family, one of whom is gravely injured and unable to be deployed, the Yuhai Jiao Beast. Although Yunshan has ascended to the rank of Do Zone, he is not aligned with the royal family. After Yunshan's promotion, the royal authority has instead diminished. Nonetheless, the Tianyan dynasty is not without its rivals. Other empires such as the Xiao Yan Empire, the Wanyan Empire, and the Tianxi Kingdom hold Do Zone powerhouses as well. Should the development of the Jiamar Empire remain unimpeded by Xiao Yan, it is likely that the Yunlan sect would gradually emerge as the empire's mainstay, with Yunshan clandestinely assuming the role of the supreme leader of the Jiamar Empire. After all, the might of a Do Zone is not something a Do Huang can confront. Even if Yunshan were unaffected by the Soul Palace, would that alter the trajectory of the Yunlan sect's growing influence? The absence of a Do Zone within the royal family is a profound lamentation. In the Xiao Yan Empire, while the royal family manages daily governance, and the Wan Xie sect does not interfere with the empire's affairs, should the Wan Xie sect issue a command, would the empire dare to disobey? The formidable forces of the Wanyan Empire, represented by Yan Luo Tian, the 3 elders of the Mulan Valley, and the Tianxi Kingdom's Tianxi Mansion, all exert mutual restraint, preventing any rash actions. However, this does not imply that the Tianyan dynasty is weak. Ultimately, it too stands as a first-rate power, with a glimpse into the underlying dynamics. The remaining newcomers dared not involve themselves in this matter and could only observe. The fourth prince? Mu Li scrutinized Fong Jinyan's appearance, indeed detecting an air of nobility. One wonders what business the fourth prince has at hand. Upon witnessing the other party yielding, Fong Jinyan revealed a hint of a proud smile. Is this young lady under your care? Fong Jinyan deliberately referred to the little physician as a young lady, deliberately avoiding the derogatory label of a maid, thereby underscoring his esteem and respect. A prince of noble stature. Treating a mere maid with such gentleness and courtesy, Fong Jinyan had already anticipated that the other party must have developed a favorable impression of him. Young lady? What young lady? She is merely a plaything in my quarters. Mu Li cast a disdainful glance at the little physician and scoffed. Suddenly, Fong Jinyan felt as if struck by lightning. Indeed, how could a man resist the allure of such a beautiful woman? In a moment of emotional fervor, he had forgotten this crucial detail. She was already claimed by another. The expression on Fong Jinyan's face darkened instantly. Noticing this, Mu Li smirked. Fong Jinyan clenched his fists, torn between leaving and his unwillingness to concede. However, before he could act, another figure was on the brink of exploding. The little physician's face flushed with anger as she seized Mu Li by the ear, indignantly exclaiming, "Mu Li, repeat what you just said." Chapter 76, Rules of the Library, Xiao Suner. Qing Lin, observing the little physician gripping Mu Li's ear, felt that she was justified in her actions. Really, in broad daylight, saying such things, any daughter would be incensed. The onlookers were taken aback by the audacity of the little physician to confront her master so brazenly. This maid is utterly impertinent. However, Mu Li allowed the little physician to vent her frustrations. After a moment, he embraced her, pulling her into a deep kiss. Witnessing this scene, the crowd quickly realized that these were merely young lovers engaged in playful antics. What master and maid nonsense. Fang Jinyan watched in agony as his ideal woman was enveloped in another's arms, their lips meeting. No. Fang Jinyan roared to the heavens. The regal demeanor he typically maintained shattered in an instant, his heart feeling as though it had been struck 1,000 times. No one could comprehend his anguish. From the very first moment he beheld the little physician, she had indelibly etched herself into his heart. He had momentarily lost his reason, instinctively overlooking her connection with the silver-haired man. The girl who had dazzled his youth had, in mere minutes, inflicted deep wounds upon him. The more breathtaking she had been, the deeper the pain now felt. Fang Jinyan would have preferred their relationship to be one of cruel master and subservient maid, for then he might still have had a chance to win the little physician's affection. Yet, it was now evident that they were indeed a couple, and all that had transpired was a cruel jest at his expense. With reddened eyes, Fang Jinyan gathered his fighting spirit and hurled it toward Mu Li. Observing this, Qing Lin swiftly positioned herself before Fang Jinyan, deflecting his attack with a single palm strike. Her previously sympathetic gaze had now turned frigid. To dare harm my master is to seek death. After suffering emotional defeat, Fang Jinyan was vanquished in a single blow by a girl evidently younger than himself, his body and spirit once again reeling from the impact. His head tilted, and he fainted. Fang Jinyan's attendants rushed to his side, pointing an accusatory finger at Qing Lin. "You audaciously dare to harm a prince." Qing Lin met their gaze, causing the reprimanding attendant to involuntarily shudder. He nearly forgot that this young maiden had just defeated their leader with a single strike. This demonstrated that her prowess surpassed his own. "Humph, just you wait." Leaving behind a fierce remark, his accomplice resolutely hoisted Fang Jinyan and swiftly retreated to the other side of the hall. Qing Lin was not one to engage in aggressive confrontation, so she allowed their withdrawal without interference. Mu Li and the little healer shared a passionate kiss, lasting a full minute, nearly leaving the little healer breathless before they finally parted. Gasping for air, her mind blank, she found no inclination to reproach Mu Li. However, the peculiar gazes of those around them made her flush once more. Gripping Mu Li's arm with determination, she declared, "You are finished tonight." Mu Li raised an eyebrow, questioning her confidence in such a statement. After all, it was not long ago that he had fought valiantly until the end. Yet, observing the fierce glint in the little healer's eyes, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Had she truly mastered some new technique? Perhaps he would find out later that evening. After this amusing interlude, the teacher from the outer academy finally entered the hall. He addressed all the new students, elucidating the campus rules for a full 2 hours. At this moment, Fang Jinyan had regained consciousness, but upon hearing the teacher's monotonous lecture, he felt discomfort once more and chose to close his eyes for another respite. It was Mu Li's first experience of Canaan Academy's unwavering emphasis on rules. The teacher meticulously detailed each regulation, capturing everyone's interest with one particular rule, only for their enthusiasm to swiftly evaporate upon hearing its stipulations. The Academy's greatest reward was the opportunity to enter the library, a privilege reserved for only the most exceptional students. There were only 2 methods to obtain this coveted access. The first method involved securing a place among the top 5 in the annual Inner Academy selection competition. Some individuals devoted years to training in the Outer Academy solely to seize this opportunity, making it exceedingly challenging for newcomers to attain. The second method required one to initiate a challenge as the strongest in the Outer Academy, stepping onto the arena to face all challengers. If one could emerge victorious until the very end, they would earn the title of the Outer Academy's strongest and gain a chance to enter the library. Upon hearing this regulation, Mu Li was not particularly surprised. The library had been a treasure trove since the establishment of Canaan Academy, and it was only natural that access would be difficult to obtain. After all, each year, 5 individuals would select their rewards from within, without restrictions. The valuable items would soon be depleted. Mu Li recalled that in the Inner Academy selection competition 6 months hence, the top 5 were all renowned powerhouses, contemporaries of Xiao Yan. This indicated that they had spent 3 years training in the Outer Academy to earn their esteemed positions. Under the pressure of such seasoned students, what chance did newcomers have? Thus, for the average individual, It would take at least 3 years to even be considered. The second method of acquisition was even more challenging, essentially requiring one to be the strongest in the Outer Academy to gain eligibility. And how could the Outer Academy's strongest possibly be defeated in the selection competition? 2 hours had passed before the teacher finally concluded the lecture, leaving the new students somewhat restless. The numerous regulations were indeed exhausting. With the support of his classmates, Fang Jinyan exited the hall. As he passed by Xiao Yan and Mu Li, he feigned a stoic demeanor, but once beyond their view, his expression morphed into one of profound anguish. Xiao Yan grasped Mu Li's hand and made her way toward the exit, seemingly unable to contain her desire to reprimand him. Fortunately, she was not entirely consumed by rage. Instead, she led Qinglin to the school cafeteria for a meal. The cafeteria of the outer courtyard was spacious, accommodating both senior and new students alike. After selecting a few dishes, Mu Li found a seat. The dining area was vast enough to seat everyone comfortably, and it was evident that the living conditions at Canaan Academy were exceedingly favorable, akin to a student's paradise. The service was prompt, and the food was not only visually appealing but also delicious, prompting the trio to eat heartily. After a while, Mu Li suddenly heard an excited commotion at the entrance of the cafeteria and discreetly turned to glance. It was Xiao Suner. Several male students hurried to take their seats near the entrance, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the goddess of the outer courtyard. Although Xiao Suner was beyond their reach, merely laying eyes on her was a delight. Soon, a young girl clad in a flowing blue traditional garment entered the cafeteria, her long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall to her waist. "What are you staring at?" Xiao Yan pinched Mu Li again. However, Mu Li only became more engrossed. Just as Xiao Yan was about to express her frustration, Mu Li remarked, "She's just all right. My Xiao Yan is even prettier." Instantly, Xiao Yan's anger dissipated, her head lowering in a bashful manner. Xiao Suner's reputation had long since spread throughout the outer courtyard, and compared to the newcomer Xiao Yan, her status as a goddess was firmly established. Coupled with her extraordinary abilities, she naturally attracted the admiration of many formidable figures in the outer courtyard, among them Bai Shan and Wu Hao, who were particularly notable. Their strength ranked among the best in the outer courtyard. And although they had been rivals for years without a clear victor, everyone recognized them as the uncrowned kings of the outer courtyard, rivaled only by the vice dean's granddaughter, Hu Jia. Strangely, all three of these strongest individuals were enamored with Xiao Suner. The first two could be understood, but the third was a girl. Nonetheless, it was reassuring that Xiao Suner appeared to be a sensible person, unlikely to fall into the same dubious company as Hu Jia, which alleviated many male students' concerns. As Xiao Suner stepped into the cafeteria, she seemed oblivious to the gazes directed her way, her face adorned with a perpetually gentle smile, exuding an approachable yet distant aura. Accompanying her was a tall girl in a light purple robe, her shapely legs accentuated by silk leggings that highlighted their alluring contours, causing many boys to involuntarily swallow hard. "Suner, there are so many new faces today," remarked Xiao Yu, noticing the influx of new students around them. Fang Jinyan and his companion were prominently present. However, at this moment, Fang Jinyan exhibited the same infatuated expression as before. "My goodness, it seems I have fallen in love once more. Canaan Academy has proven to be worthwhile." Fang Jinyan wiped away the blood from his nose, a consequence of his severe injuries, and then set aside the half-eaten century-old ginseng. "No more eating. I must find a way to vent my frustrations. Your Highness, I shall summon someone to attend to you. No, this time I shall take matters into my own hands." Fang Jinyan possessed an excellent imagination and memory. At this moment, he had indelibly etched Xiao Suner's visage in his mind. The little medical fairy had indeed wounded him, yet fortune smiled upon him, granting him the chance to behold a new goddess. This time, Fang Jinyan resolved to cherish her, refraining from reckless pursuits, and instead, he prepared to approach her with measured intent. With no man by her side, Xiao Suner was surely still single. Fang Jinyan could hardly believe that, as the fourth prince of the Tianyan dynasty, he would be unable to win the affection of a single maiden. Moreover, having a senior like her was simply splendid. Mu Li, having admired the beauty of Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu, feasted his eyes upon them. As the principal female character, Xiao Suner's beauty was beyond words. So exquisite that mere descriptions felt inadequate. She appeared as though sculpted by the heavens, radiating an ethereal aura. This celestial presence, while elevating her beauty to its zenith, also accentuated her aloof demeanor. Even with a constant smile, this aura persisted. Yet, was it not the perfect catalyst for igniting the desires of young men to conquer her? In this world, there are many beauties. While physical appearance certainly holds significance, true beauty cannot be solely assessed by looks. A graceful figure is the second essential factor. A slender waist and alluring curves elevate a beauty to new heights, attributes that cannot be attained solely through cultivation. Xiao Yu exemplified this level of beauty. Her delicate features and impeccably proportioned figure, complemented by her extraordinarily enticing legs, significantly enhanced her appeal. However, for an extraordinary beauty, one must look beyond mere appearance and physique. It is the aura that truly matters. The little medical fairy's quirky charm, balancing kindness and cunning, exudes the nostalgic allure of a first love. The gentle elegance of Qing Lin evokes a sense of protection in men, reminiscent of a maidservant with a chance to ascend to the role of the leading lady. Medusa's beguiling allure, noble and splendid, emanates a queenly essence, blending dominance with lethal temptation, rendering one unable to resist. Xiao Suner possesses a rare celestial quality, transcending the ordinary. However, while Xiao Suner was indeed beautiful, to Mu Li, she appeared akin to a thorny rose, beautiful from afar, yet untouchable. The reason Mu Li refrained from approaching her was not due to any chivalrous sentiment, but rather a sense of trepidation. Furthermore, this ethereal maiden seemed rather obstinate. Her thoughts solely fixated on her brother, Xiao Yan. Throughout Xiao Yan's journey to prominence, the greatest assistance came from Yao Chun, albeit primarily in the early stages. In later phases, Xiao Yan relied more upon his own fortuitous encounters. In Mu Li's eyes, the two greatest assurances for Xiao Yan at present were Yao Chun, in plain sight, and Xiao Suner. Although Yao Chun possesses formidable strength, he currently only holds the rank of a primary dozong. In the future, he may be reborn as a dozun or even a semi-holy being. At present, Xiao Suner certainly does not match Yao Chun in power. Yet she is the esteemed daughter of an ancient clan endowed with a divine bloodline. Should a conflict arise between herself and Xiao Yan, Xiao Suner would undoubtedly become her greatest adversary. Despite Yao Chen's strength, he remains a mere dozong, whereas Xiao Suner, as the daughter of the clan leader, unequivocally has the authority to summon formidable warriors from her lineage. Dozun or Dosheng. Contemplating this, Mu Li gradually conceived a scheme to sow discord between the two. As long as Xiao Suner stood behind Xiao Yan, Mu Li would feel constrained in his actions against him. This was unacceptable. Although the bond between the two was currently robust, with some clever manipulation, it could be disrupted. Even if his efforts proved futile, Mu Li would not be foolish enough to assume the role of the villain. Rather, he would present himself as a benign figure, suggesting his ideas in a subtle and reasonable manner. Should he succeed, he would have Xiao Yan completely under his control. As for Yao Chen, merely a lingering soul. While enjoying his meal, Mu Li pondered the unfolding narrative. Truthfully, his intentions were not driven by animosity towards Xiao Yan, but rather, the most coveted treasure of the Do-Chi continent is with his future aspirations centered on the pure lotus demon fire. There existed an inherent conflict of interests with Xiao Yan. Even disregarding the long-term implications, he harbored the azure lotus earth heart fire, which, although safeguarded by the Emperor Lotus art and undetectable by others, was of great interest to Xiao Yan, a practitioner of the burning art, a peculiar technique that feasts upon. Mu Li was acutely aware of Xiao Yan's insatiable desire for. The little medical fairy and Qing Lin observed Mu Li's intense expression, uncertain of his thoughts. Naturally, they had paid a hefty lodging fee. Ordinary students could not afford such luxury, but Mu Li was affluent. He was not one to skimp on comforts. Thus, he traveled with two beautiful companions aboard a flying vessel and resided in a lavish abode. After settling in, Mu Li stepped outside his door and began to meander through the city. The accommodation area of Jianan City was notably tranquil, with ample space between residences to ensure students enjoyed their privacy and could cultivate their skills in peace. Mu Li swiftly navigated the city, guided by his instincts, employing the 6-rin body technique to transform into a fleeting shadow, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. However, upon reaching the designated location of the treasure chest, he was taken aback to find himself at the entrance of a vast, open forest. Mu Li wandered around the entrance for quite some time, yet he could not locate the treasure chest, despite it seemingly being within reach. What could be the reason? The treasure chest was apparently so close, yet eluded him entirely. Mu Li's brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be a matter of spatial distortion? Chapter 78, Spatial Lock, Library. The mysteries of space within the Do-Chi continent are extensive. One attains the ability to traverse the skies upon reaching the Dozong level. And the more powerful Dozong can even tear through the fabric of space, creating spatial locks. Jianan Academy is guarded by 3 Dozong, with the 2 ancient elders overseeing the library being the only connection to the outside world. They are formidable 9-star Dozong experts. Upon reaching this point, Mu Li was suddenly struck by a realization. His presence was rather conspicuous as he wandered beneath the watchful gazes of the 2 elderly gentlemen. The box he possessed contained several treasures, all extracted from the depths of the Black Seal City. Although these items were precious, they held little value for Mu Li, as they were merely part of his collection. To avoid arousing the suspicions of the two elders, he sought a discreet location to bury the box, thus staging a rather absurd act of hiding treasure. While somewhat nonsensical, it was a plausible enough ruse. After securely concealing his treasures, Muli decisively turned to leave. It was only after he had distanced himself significantly that he felt a sense of relief. In truth, he could not be certain that the two elders were indeed lying in wait. All his previous actions might have been little more than foolish gestures meant for his own amusement. Nevertheless, he chose to err on the side of caution. The reality was undeniably daunting. A martial artist of the 9-star level was not someone he could afford to provoke at this moment. Everything must adhere to the rules established by the academy. Such was the nature of absolute power. Under the weight of this intimidation, Muli dared not entertain any reckless thoughts, fearing he might bring about his own demise. It appeared that he needed to devise a plan to gain access to the library pavilion. According to the academy's regulations, there were 2 avenues to enter the library pavilion. The most common method was the annual inter-academy selection competition, where securing a position among the top 5 would grant access. However, distinguishing oneself among hundreds of peers was no trivial feat, albeit not insurmountable for certain prodigies. Yet, this method required several more months of waiting, and Mu Li was reluctant to squander time. Ordinary training was something he could pursue independently. His primary objective at Canaan Academy was the treasure chest. The instructors from the outer academy lacked the authority to teach him at this stage. Thus, only the second method remained. By challenging the entire school single-handedly and achieving victory in every contest, he could naturally earn the opportunity to enter the library pavilion. The atmosphere for cultivation at Canaan Academy was quite commendable. Every 6 months, a friendly competition was held to assess the progress among students, serving as a precursor to the annual selection event and preparing students for such challenges. Naturally, the new students like Mu Li were exempt from this, as they had their own entrance examinations, competing amongst themselves. After all, it would be rather unfair to pit a group of novice fighters against seasoned practitioners in the friendly matches. Mu Li's current plan was to wait for the conclusion of the friendly competition before challenging the academy's most gifted students. By defeating them, he would secure his chance to access the library pavilion and subsequently acquire the treasure chest. As for the question of victory, Mu Li had no doubts. As long as Xiao Suner did not take the challenge seriously, his demonstrated prowess as a 5-star fighter was more than sufficient to easily overpower the less experienced students of the outer academy. Regarding whether Xiao Suner herself might pose a challenge, Mu Li believed she would likely prefer to keep her true strength concealed from others. As a young lady of an ancient clan, destined to possess a divine bloodline, it was unlikely that she would only be at the level of a fighter. Mu Li speculated that Xiao Suner must possess the capability of a spirit fighter, albeit without revealing it. The following day, Mu Li rose energetically from his disheveled bed. Casting a glance at the still slumbering little physician, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. He had expected more from her, yet she was merely adept with peculiar toxins. Although these toxins heightened his sensitivity and had cost him a minor defeat in the first half, little physician had grossly underestimated his endurance. Coupled with the purifying properties of the pure lotus demon body against toxins, Mu Li showed no mercy in the latter half, relentlessly pushing the poison-wielding girl to her limits. After assimilating the essence of her toxins, Mu Li felt invigorated, and his cultivation subtly advanced. It would not be long before he ascended to the 6th star of combat spirit. Upon exiting his bedroom, he encountered the early rising Qing Lin, who was preparing breakfast. After a light meal, Mu Li took Qing Lin to a small grove outside the villa, where he began her instruction. "Little Qing, you are now a 5-star fighter." "My lord, I am at 6 stars, she corrected him. "Never mind, that is of little importance. How is your training with the illusory spirit eye progressing?" Qing Lin closed her eyes, gradually focusing her spirit, then suddenly opened them, her pupils revealing 3 small green dots whirling at a brisk pace. The dots shimmered like misty stars, adding an enchanting allure. Mu Li shared his experiences with Qing Lin. Supported by his soul realm at the late stage of the mortal realm, which mitigated any significant adverse effects on his spirit. Although Qing Lin possessed exceptional talent with her innate soul strength already at the mid-stage of the mortal realm, a certain duration of cultivation was still required to break through to the late stage. "Yes, my lord." Qing Lin nodded earnestly. "Very well, devote yourself to your training," Mu Li said, patting her head before moving to another clearing to meditate. Qing Lin touched the spot on her head where he had patted her, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. "My lord, truly, I am no longer a child. When will I be like my sister?" Thoughts of a more mature nature flitted through her mind, and after a moment, she jolted awake, shaking her head to regain focus and commence her training. This time, the by-snake 3-flower I did not whirl at high speed. As the morning passed and the sun ascended into the sky, little physician finally awoke, her face weary. She lifted the teacup from her bedside table for a sip, then noticed a pill emitting a fragrant aroma beside it. At least you have a semblance of conscience, she mused, gently inhaling the medicinal scent and recognizing it as a fourth-grade nourishing pill, which she promptly swallowed. The remarkable efficacy of the fourth-grade pill alleviated her bodily aches swiftly. However, recalling how Mu Li had pinned her down the previous night and compelled her to call him master, a wave of embarrassment and indignation washed over her. Was it just a jest? Must he torment me so? She grumbled internally, cursing him once more as she began to dress and organize herself. Truly a petty man, she reiterated in her thoughts. Chapter 79, Martial Arena, Friendly Match, Xiao Yu. The scenery of the martial arena in Canaan City was quite grand, with nearly 1,000 spectators seated in a circular grandstand. This was merely a friendly match, not an actual selection, or else the audience would have been even larger. To comprehend the entirety of Canaan Academy, one must recognize that it is home to thousands of students and instructors, each proficient in one of the 10 attributes, each paired with an appropriate mentor, and numerous classes organized to maximize the potential of every student. Although many did not participate in today's martial contest, observing the fierce duels among the Academy's elite can greatly enhance one's own combat techniques. Upon the arrival of Mu Li and his companions, the battles had already commenced. At that moment, the agile Xiao Yu was engaged in a duel with a man who seemed to be toying with her rather than fighting earnestly. "Yuo, could you muster a bit more strength?" The man's flippant voice rang out, his gaze fixated on Xiao Yu, as if he could not tear his eyes away. Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson, her grip on the sword hilt trembling ever so slightly. "Lu Mu, you're courting death." Channeling her wind attribute energy to her sword's tip, she lunged forward, delivering a fierce strike. The man, named Lu Mu, expressed a hint of regret, lightly hopping to evade the sword's radiance. Can't you just kick me instead of relying on your sword?" Xiao Yu remained silent, focused solely on her assault. However, after a minute of relentless strikes, she still could not land a blow on Lu Mu. With a composed expression, she sheathed her sword. "I concede," she declared succinctly, turning decisively to exit the stage. Her defeat was absolute. She hadn't even grazed him. And the reality was that he had no intention of truly fighting her, denying her even the opportunity for honing her skills. You are. Lu Mu called out from the platform, eager to speak with Xiao Yu. Yet the next challenger swiftly ascended the stage. "Cousin Yu." Xiao Sun took Xiao Yu's hand, seemingly wishing to offer comfort. "It's all right, Sun it was merely a single failure." Xiao Sun smiled gently. "That Lu Mu is already a grand fighter. Once you ascend to that level, cousin, you will surely make him think twice." "Let us hope so." Xiao Yu glanced at Lu Mu on the stage, her expression complex. This man was indeed remarkable, in terms of strength. He could easily rank among the top 10 in the Outer Academy, and he possessed adept alchemical skills. With his talent, by the time she advanced to Grand Fighter, he would likely have progressed even further. Xiao Yu held no illusions of surpassing him. She did not view Lu Mu as her benchmark. She merely aimed to improve herself. Releasing Xiao Sun's hand, she found a seat in the back row. Xiao Sun cast a glance at her cousin, letting out a soft sigh. Though she claimed to be unfazed, Xiao Yu's pride was deeply ingrained. She was not one to accept defeat lightly. As an outstanding student in the alchemy department, Lu Mu was wholly devoted to pursuing Xiao Yu. Had she been an ordinary girl, she likely would have succumbed to his advances long ago. Yet, Xiao Yu only grew more resistant to him. With her independent and strong-willed nature, she would never willingly submit to any man. It was merely that Xiao Yan, her elder brother, had not discerned Lu Mu's feelings, and naturally, Xiao Yu would not act against the clan's regulations, for they shared a blood relation. In the end, Xiao Yan is still mine. Xiao Sun smiled softly, continuing to watch the battles unfolding below, as her turn would come soon. On the other side, Mu Li observed Xiao Yu's return after her defeat, clicking his tongue in disapproval. This woman exhibits considerable tenacity, despite being unable to even graze her opponent. She insists on a vigorous assault for several minutes. Yet does the outcome change? Were it not for the affection she receives, a mere punch could easily incapacitate her. I recall the ruthless manner in which he confronted the little healer, striking directly at her face. However, that was before she became his partner, following that fateful night. Mu Li refrained from bullying her, unless one were to count their activities in the bedroom. Mu Li and his companions continued to observe the match. While the little healer and Qing Lin watched the numerous students battling below, their faces alight with excitement. Although the competitors may appear weak, their creativity is abundant, offering a high level of entertainment. Both the little healer and Qing Lin possess the strength to contend with Do Ling, should the little healer fully unleash her poison. Even a Do Ling expert might meet their demise. Qing Lin, capable of enlisting the aid of the twin-headed fire spirit snake, commands a powerful spirit pet that enhances her own prowess. Thus, The contest among the Doshi and Doshi seemed rather mundane in their eyes. Nevertheless, it was still quite enjoyable, marking their first experience witnessing such a grand martial arts competition. Various attributes of combat skills were frequently demonstrated, with both sides engaging in a battle of wits and courage, accompanied by cheers of encouragement, yet devoid of the fierce bloodlust one might expect. Truly a friendly match. Soon, it was time for the next contestant to take the stage. Xiao Yan gracefully ascended the martial arts platform with a light step, and after a moment of harmonious silence, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Xiao Yan. For the first time, the little healer genuinely felt the allure of Xiao Yan, leaving even her in awe. The young girl with flowing black hair, both in appearance and demeanor, was impeccably poised. Such a flawless woman, it was no wonder she garnered such admiration. I could be like that too. The little healer seemed to harbor aspirations of transforming into an ethereal maiden, her posture becoming a touch more reserved. Observing this, Muli swiftly reached out to hold her hand. Do not emulate that woman. Be yourself. To me, you are perfect as you are. Upon hearing Mu Li's heartfelt words, the little healer immediately softened, leaning against his shoulder with a gentle hum of agreement. A fellow student seated beside Mu Li shuddered at the mushy exchange, marveling at the lengths this junior would go to please his girlfriend. Such flattery seemed almost insincere. What woman could possibly surpass Xiao Yan? The male student's gaze briefly shifted from Xiao Yan to the little healer, then faltered, instinctively swallowing hard. Damn, he thought, feeling a pang of jealousy, quickly redirecting his attention back to Xiao Yan. While the violet-haired girl beside him was undeniably stunning, she was already taken. His heart remained with his Suner. Xiao Yan. The male student shouted even more fervently, his enthusiasm bordering on hysteria, as if the louder he yelled, the more ownership he claimed over her. Xiao Yu. Upon hearing the crowd's cheers for Xiao Yan, felt a mix of pride and a tinge of melancholy. This younger cousin of hers not only overshadowed her in popularity, but had also surpassed her in cultivation. In comparison, she couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. Xiao Yu was considered a genius within his clan, but it was only upon encountering Xiao Yan that he realized what true genius entailed, an existence beyond reason. Her cultivation ascended with the speed of a rocket. He yearned to keep pace, yet before he could even take a step, he watched helplessly as she receded into the distance, ultimately vanishing from his sight. Chapter 80. The Supreme Champion of the Outer Academy. Xiao Yan stood gracefully on the field, her delicate hand gently raised, warm golden light flowing between her palms. Senior, please guide me. The male student facing Xiao Yan was overwhelmed with excitement. To duel with a goddess was an immense honor. His fortune this time was truly extraordinary. Surrounded by flames of fighting spirit, the male student remained stationary, hesitating to strike. Although his fire attribute energy was ideally suited for offense, he opted for defense instead. Onlookers could easily surmise his intentions. He simply wished to engage with Xiao Yan a little longer. To initiate an attack on the goddess would be unforgivably ruthless. Noticing the senior's reluctance to make a move, Xiao Yan smiled gently, and in an instant, her figure transformed into a beam of golden light, appearing right before him. The male student was momentarily startled, instinctively moving to defend himself. It seemed he could no longer afford to take this lightly. The goddess Xiao Yan was indeed flawless, not only in beauty, but also in formidable strength. With a sudden eruption of fire attribute energy, the male student attempted to push Xiao Yan back. But as the fierce flames made contact with her body, they inexplicably dissipated into the surroundings. The male student was utterly stunned. He never anticipated that his prideful fire assault would falter so dismally. Xiao Yan did not hold back, her jade-like hand enveloped in a soft golden glow. She effortlessly sent him flying off the martial stage. A brief silence enveloped the audience, followed by chants of Xiao Yan, Muli. Observing the stark disparity in their battle, couldn't help but smile faintly. When he appears, all flames bow in submission. The male senior's defeat was indeed unjust. Little did he know that the fire sealed within Xiao Yan was the legendary Golden Emperor's blazing flame, ranked fourth on the list. Compared to her, his azure lotus earth fire was inconsequential. A mere ordinary fire technique could hardly create waves. This was even with Xiao Yan deliberately concealing the aura of her. Otherwise, he would have had no chance to strike at all. Xiao Yan's combat was overwhelming. With each step and palm strike, her enemies were dispatched. Behind that beautiful and serene smile lay an untouchable taboo, a barrier that kept all but one person at bay. After watching the matches for an entire morning, Mu Li and the two ladies decided to leave the martial arena. Following lunch, Mu Li approached the elder of the Outer Academy, expressing his desire to initiate a challenge against the strongest individual in the Outer Academy, one man against all the Academy's prodigies. Upon learning that Mu Li was a newly enrolled student, the elder was astonished. You, a newcomer, already a 5-star great fighter. And you wish to challenge the entire academy right from the start? That seems rather disruptive. However, this did not contravene any rules, and the elder acquiesced to Mu Li's request. Subsequently, Mu Li was informed of the specific procedures for the challenge of the Supreme Champion. Initially, he believed it was a one-person challenge against the entire school, a thorough will battle. Although it presented a challenge, it was not insurmountable for him. However, this meant that, aside from a select few prodigious talents, nearly no one could complete the challenge. He soon realized that the number of challengers was indeed limited. Only those of exceptional merit were permitted to challenge Mu Li. Consequently, the difficulty of the wheel battle was significantly diminished. Yet it remained an arduous task for the average individual. Even the likes of Bai Shan and Wu Hao would find it beyond their capabilities to accept challenges from numerous formidable adversaries from outside their institution. Assuming they could defeat other strong contenders, their own fighting spirit would be severely depleted, making it impossible to triumph against equally matched rivals like Wu Hao or Bai Shan. This challenge was designed for those rare prodigies, though even these individuals paled in comparison to Mu Li. If Mu Li participated, he could vanquish all students from the school combined. The preliminary date was set for 3 days after the conclusion of the friendly matches. The elder, somewhat cunning, suggested that the students recover their stamina before challenging him, thus ensuring a contest of merit. With the concealment of his true prowess through the Imperial Lotus technique, the elder, a king of combat, could not discern Mu Li's actual capabilities. Hence, he was unlikely to believe victory was within his grasp. He probably anticipated berating himself for failing the challenge, advising him to remain grounded in his training and not to overestimate his abilities, while reminding him that many geniuses in the inner academy surpassed him. In the ensuing days, Mu Li attended a class briefly, accompanied Qing Lin and Xiao Yan to their classroom, and then immersed himself in his own training. Many students were aware of the relationship between Xiao Yan and Mu Li due to the events in the hall that day, and this understanding did not hinder their desire to befriend the goddess. As a result, many sought to cultivate a good rapport with Xiao Yan. Naturally, aside from Xiao Yan, their most fervent focus was Qing Lin. At this stage of rapid development, Qing Lin was beginning to unveil her enchanting beauty. Although still somewhat youthful, her potential was evident to discerning eyes. Unfortunately, Qing Lin was perpetually by Xiao Yan's side, leaving others with little opportunity to deepen their connection with her. Meanwhile, Mu Li was preparing to face the upcoming challenge in 3 days. On the day of the class, Mu Li, as usual, brought the 2 girls along. When the bell rang, it was not the same teacher as the previous days who entered, but rather a woman of ample and graceful form. Mu Li, having consulted the syllabus, understood that today's lesson would focus on water attribute combat techniques, taught by a specialized instructor. For instance, water attribute combat is renowned for its healing properties. Practitioners of this attribute possess superior recovery abilities compared to their counterparts. Therefore, in combat, a strategy of prolonging the fight is ill-advised. One must strive to defeat the opponent swiftly. Furthermore, when employed in battle, water attribute combat often employs a technique of yielding to overcome, utilizing soft power to exert great force, allowing for both offense and defense in a seamless manner, a highly versatile combat style. However, the inevitable drawback lies in its lack of aggression, falling short of the ferocity of fire attributes or the sharpness of wind attributes. As the enchanting teacher entered the classroom, a subtle wave of alertness swept over the students. Typically, when a beautiful woman takes on the role of a teacher, she often faces the challenge of lacking authority, as her beauty can overshadow her commanding presence. The male students' fantasies about their teacher are certainly understandable, given their youthful exuberance. However, this particular teacher, clearly seasoned in the realm of education, exuded a gentle yet undeniable authority as she spoke. "Greetings, students. My name is Roland. I am an 8-star great fighter specializing in water attribute combat energy. I will be conducting an introductory course on water attribute combat energy." Chapter 81. Mentor Roland. Roland's lectures were a true delight. Her dignified demeanor only enhanced her feminine allure, elevating her charisma to new heights. Many students found themselves captivated by her delicately contoured face and her graceful figure, instinctively adopting a serious posture as they listened intently. Each time a male student met her gaze, his heart would race slightly, with some even blushing. As Mu Li reveled in the melodious tones emanating from Mentor Roland, he felt immensely gratified. To him, her most remarkable quality was her unique voice, serious and powerful like that of a judge, yet imbued with a soft, alluring fluidity reminiscent of a clear stream, cleansing the soul that connects the ears to the mind. What misfortune befell Xiao Yan, who had missed so many classes and had only just arrived at the academy to participate in the inner court selection, likely missing an entire lecture from Mentor Roland. Without the special aura of standing at the podium, Roland's charm could not be fully realized. Regrettably, she was not their homeroom teacher, which meant she could not accompany them frequently. Otherwise, their motivation for cultivation would undoubtedly soar. Naturally, once the new students acclimatized to the training regimen at Canaan Academy, the institution would assign tasks for them to undertake. To minimize the likelihood of Medusa's appearance, Muli had deliberately added a special powder to the food of the seven-colored sky-devouring python, which would suppress the activity of its soul, allowing Medusa to remain in a deep slumber for a longer duration. After all, the python spent its days consumed with eating and sleeping, serving no purpose otherwise. Fortunately, it cooperated with him in constructing a bridge of souls, and it was anticipated that this bridge would be fully established in a few days. Having fed the last bit of fire attribute essence from the bottle to the small python, Muli gently stroked its chin. "You little glutton." The seven-colored sky-devouring python, in response, allowed Muli to pet it for a moment before it grew drowsy and swiftly nestled into his clothing. Muli had long since grown accustomed to the python treating his body as a sleeping space. Occasionally, even during intimate moments with Xiao Yan, the python would lay on his back, contributing to the experience in its own peculiar way. After tending to his pet, Muli retrieved his weapon, the Qingdi sword. With his recent advancement to an intermediate talisman master, he was now able to inscribe more runes onto the sword's blade. However, it was crucial to understand that having an abundance of runes was not inherently better. Their systematic arrangement was equally vital. Order, represented by rules, held great significance for a talisman master. Within the seemingly intricate runes lies an essence of ultimate regulation. Muli meticulously controlled the inscriptions etched upon the Qingdi sword, preferring to engrave slowly rather than hastily. As his bound weapon, Muli sought to master both its inherent power and aesthetic appeal. Upon completing the forging of his weapon, he did not cease his endeavors, but rather commenced the alchemical process. Delving into the Dandian for formulas, he endeavored to create a new fifth-grade elixir. The study of alchemical formulas is not merely an academic pursuit. It necessitates repeated trials and errors, making alchemy an essential daily practice. Only after Muli fulfilled his daily training could he find time to accompany the little medical sage and Xinglin. Despite the busyness of the day, the morning lectures served as a form of relaxation. Muli resolved to attend more of Mentor Ruolin's classes during his free time, for they proved beneficial to him. Indeed, possessing the Xianming Dark Water, which could be considered a water attribute battle energy, he needed to seek a suitable teacher for guidance. As for why a Doling would seek knowledge from a Daosher, Muli could only state that each discipline has its specialization, and it is prudent to remain humble and eager to learn. The house was quite spacious, and Ruolin did not impose many restrictions on herself. She merely sought to make do. Pouring herself a cup of freshly brewed calming tea, she settled onto the sofa, sipping it gently. Ruolin often experienced insomnia, attributable to her demanding role as a mentor, compounded by her aspiration to ascend to the status of a Xian-level mentor, which required more effort than her peers. As she gently massaged her temples, Ruolin was suddenly reminded of that genius student who had disappointed her for over half a year, Xiao Yan. The mere thought of him filled her with irritation. According to her own plans, she should have ascended to Xian-level mentor last year, but Xiao Yan's absence had caused her embarrassment before the entire school. Not only had she failed to achieve her promotion, but she also lost considerable face. Taking a deep breath, she continued to knead her throbbing head. Ruolin was, after all, renowned as a beauty throughout the school, with commendable cultivation talent and 2 gifted students. The prospect of ascending to Xian-level mentor should have been a splendid affair, were it not for Xiao Sun'er's constant entreaties. Ruolin might have crossed Xiao Yan's name off the class roster entirely. After all, he had never attended her classes, letting him wander outside would suffice. Ruolin even speculated whether Xiao Yan had encountered some misfortune, explaining his prolonged absence from the Jianan Academy. Nevertheless, Xiao Sun'er seemed quite certain of his survival, so Ruolin allowed it to be. After all, Xiao Sun'er was her sole talented student. It would be unwise to disregard her, lest both students depart. After finishing her calming tea, Ruolin quickly freshened up and retired to bed. Throughout her life, she had always been alone. Not due to any peculiar inclinations, but rather because of her inherently strong disposition. She held little interest in ordinary men. In this regard, she bore a resemblance to Xiao Yu. Until they encountered a man who truly stirred their hearts, both chose to enhance their own strength and cultivate their careers. As for romantic tales, they were not the central theme of their lives. If Ruolin and Xiao Yuzhen genuinely wished to pursue romance, would they not simply select from the myriad of suitors available? How many boys from the outer academy do not harbor affection for them? It ultimately boils down to willingness. Alas, truly exceptional men tend to be enamored with the most outstanding women. Ever since Xiao Sun'er graced the academy with her presence, a significant portion of the male gaze has been captivated by her allure. Even Bai Shan and Wu Hao have found themselves smitten. As Roland lay upon her bed, a sudden reminiscence of a man who once stirred her heart emerged. Wu Tianling, once regarded as one of the most remarkable students of the Jianan Academy. He had earned the title of the strongest among the Outer Academy. In his youth, he established the fearsome reputation of Blood Heavenly Wolf, having faced off against several formidable Do masters in the Black Corner region, and he single-handedly vanquished them all. Such accomplishments are still deemed monstrous by today's standards. Over the years, Wu Tianlang has risen to become a figure of dread in the Black Corner region. The body of a Do Huang from the dead tree in Peace Town was claimed by his hand. As the supreme commander of the Jianan Academy's law enforcement team, Wu Tianlang may not frequently appear within the Academy's walls, yet his adopted son, Wu Hao, serves as his voice. In Roland's heart, Wu Tianlang remains her idol from her student days. Gradually, she ceased to entertain the notion of a romantic involvement with him. Chapter 82. Are you prepared to embrace my power, Mentor Roland? In the early morning, with mist still lingering in the mountains, a tall figure with flowing white hair emerged gracefully from the fog. At the moment he stepped out, a fleeting apparition, shrouded in a veil of mist, obscured Mu Li's captivating visage. Today, Mu Li presented himself in his natural state, devoid of any makeup. Mentor Roland, a gentle voice called out, instantly capturing Roland's attention as she walked along the mountain path. Turning her head, she beheld a figure of striking perfection, an impeccable physique, a mesmerizing countenance, and an aura of innocence that seemed to emanate from nature itself. The first two attributes were Mu Li's natural traits, while the latter was a fade he meticulously crafted. Hello. She found herself momentarily stunned, her mind racing as she pondered whether she had ever taught someone so exquisitely beautiful. Perhaps even Xiao Suner could not compare to the individual before her. Due to his innocent demeanor, Mu Li found it easier to win over others' hearts. Everyone is drawn to those who embody a carefree spirit. Mentor Roland, I am a student who attended your class yesterday, and I have some questions I would like to discuss with you today. Roland had initially planned to spend her day off reading and honing her skills at the library. Teachers also possess their own lives and should not be wholly intertwined with education. Yet, as she gazed into Mu Li's sincere eyes, she gently nodded. Very well. There is little in my home. Please, make yourself comfortable. Roland tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and adjusted her glasses. May I ask your name? Mu Li. Which class are you a freshman in? Class 13 of the yellow rank, but after attending your lecture yesterday, I now wish to join class 2 of the yellow rank. Listening to Mu Li's compliments, Roland offered a faint smile. She had always held confidence in her teaching abilities. Dear Mu Li, you must strive harder. If your results in the freshman competition are commendable, you will have the opportunity to choose your class and mentor anew. Exceptional students are always warmly welcomed by Roland. Otherwise, she would not have acquiesced to Xiao Yan's audacious request. With Mu Li's remarkable appearance and courteous demeanor, he is undoubtedly among the distinguished. I shall exert myself. Mu Li nodded earnestly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Roland transitioned directly to the matter at hand. Do you have any inquiries, Mu Li? He extended his hand, palm open. Mentor Roland, my fighting spirit is also of the water attribute, yet it seems somewhat unusual. Could you assist me in examining it? Roland acknowledged with a slight sound. Subsequently, a stream of black liquid began to coalesce in Mu Li's palm. Roland's gaze faltered momentarily. Black? Is this water attribute fighting spirit? Reflecting on her knowledge of water attribute energy, Roland gradually extended her hand to gently touch the black liquid in Mu Li's palm. Employing fighting spirit to sense fighting spirit is a common method of understanding. However, as Roland's azure-hued energy brushed against Mu Li's dark liquid, the black substance rapidly ascended her arm. This, she exclaimed. The gentle male voice echoed once more, and Roland turned her attention back to Mu Li, observing his innocent countenance, yet a chill coursed through her. Who exactly are you? Mu Li slowly rose, inching closer to Roland. Teacher, is there truly no way for you to mobilize your fighting spirit? Roland gritted her teeth, persisting in her struggle against the binding black water, but to no avail. Her energy remained ineffectual. It appears so, Mu Li noted with a slight nod. The mysterious Xian Ming Yushui indeed possesses formidable power, capable of subduing foes weaker than itself, even when the dark water is externalized. Mentor Roland, I have many more questions. Would you kindly assist me in addressing them? Mu Li's fingertips coalesced another drop of black liquid. Now, open your mouth. Roland tightly sealed her lips, her gaze seething with fury. Mu Li smiled faintly before grasping her smooth cheek. The pressure forced a small gap between Roland's lips, allowing the black liquid to flow into her mouth. Cough. Gag. As Mu Li released her, Roland collapsed to the ground, desperately retching in an attempt to expel the black liquid. Scoundrel. Roland glared at Mu Li with reddened eyes, fixated on him. This despicable individual was certainly no mere student. He must harbor some secret. Mentor Ruolin, do not look at me with such disdain, Muli said, extending his hand to caress her cheek, as if apologizing for his earlier action. Ruolin yearned to swat his hand away, yet her body was rendered immobile. Is the substance he forced upon me taking effect? You should feel honored, for you are the first I have chosen, Muli declared. Are you ready to accept my power? In the next moment, streams of black liquid began to seep from Ruolin's skin, enveloping her entirely. Muli observed this unfolding scene, patiently awaiting the outcome. This is a newly born ability within the Lotus Requiem cultivation method. The benefits bestowed upon Muli after his breakthrough encompass not merely an enhancement in the quality and quantity of his fighting spirit, but also a unique capability granted by the lotus seed. In its budding phase, the lotus flower can produce special lotus seeds that, when implanted within another's body, endow them with formidable abilities. These include, but are not limited to, an elevation in fighting spirit quality, an acceleration in cultivation speed, and even mutations in fighting spirit attributes. With the blessing of the lotus seed, even a practitioner of average talent can make significant strides, striving to break through to a higher realm. Naturally, the cost entails being subject to Mu Li's constraints to a certain extent. While he cannot dictate life and death with a mere thought, he can control the opponent's fighting spirit and actions to varying degrees based on their cultivation level. With this ability, Mu Li can forge an army entirely his own. However, the creation of these special lotus seeds requires Mu Li to expend a portion of his fighting spirit. A few may be manageable, but dozens or even hundreds would undoubtedly overwhelm him. Currently, with only the fighting spirit of a novice, he is not yet capable of extensive application. Moreover, he is selective, only granting lotus seeds to those with at least a modicum of cultivation talent. Observing Ruolin's transformation within the dark waters, Mu Li could not help but smile in satisfaction. He was well aware of her reluctance, yet what did it matter? No matter how much she resisted, her fate as his subordinate could not be altered. As a weaker being, she exuded an extraordinary charm that attracted the proverbial wolf. Who could be blamed for that? As time flowed slowly by, Ruolin, enveloped in the dark waters, approached the conclusion of her metamorphosis. Chapter 83. Is this all you are capable of, Mentor Ruolin? Emerging from the dark waters, Ruolin was drenched. She immediately sensed the restoration of her fighting spirit and launched a palm strike toward Mu Li. With a slight smirk, Mu Li responded with a punch that struck her chest, sending her flying. Ruolin, a seasoned grandmaster, had already fortified her chest with a fighting spirit armor. So although Mu Li's punch was fierce, it did not inflict severe injury upon her. This was largely due to Mu Li's restraint. Is this all you can muster? Mu Li looked down at Ruolin, speaking with indifference. Upon hearing this, Ruolin trembled, her eyes ablaze with fury, and her azure fighting spirit enveloped her entirely. Water Mandala. Utilizing her most adept mid-level mystical technique, Ruolin conjured a colossal water serpent, striking fiercely at Mu Li. He remained unmoved, merely delivering a punch that shattered the serpent. Subsequently, the Xianming ghost water activated, generating a powerful suction that pulled Ruolin toward him, seizing her by the neck. Mu Li regarded her with a gaze devoid of emotion. I find myself somewhat disappointed, Mentor Ruolin. With a forceful motion, he threw her to the ground and turned to exit. I shall give you 3 months to break through to the fighting spirit level. If you cannot achieve this. As he reached the door, he cast a glance back at Ruolin, who lay coughing on the floor. That single glance instilled a profound sense of dread within her. After being planted with the lotus seed, Ruolin became more attuned to the emotions of the lotus master and was easily influenced by them. Cursed be it. Ruolin struggled to rise but felt utterly weakened by fear, as if she had lost control over her own body. Her performance left Mu Li somewhat disappointed. Prior to being implanted with the lotus seed, Ruolin's cultivation level was that of an 8-star battle master, but after the implantation, she had only just entered the realm of 9 stars, marking a mere 1-star improvement. The enhancement in the quality of her fighting spirit was not remarkable either. The speed of her cultivation had yet to be assessed, and Mu Li granted her 3 months for this purpose. Overall, the effects of the special lotus seed were present, yet not particularly pronounced. Ultimately, one remains a pawn. It is somewhat unrealistic to expect a significant increase in one's strength from the lotus seed. Upon returning home, Mu Li felt no guilt for having bullied a single female teacher. He maintained his usual demeanor, indulging in food and drink. He then proceeded to inscribe talismans, concoct elixirs, and feed Kai Lin. For reasons unknown, Mu Li felt that the name Kai Lin was more befitting for Medusa, possessing an exhilarating quality. Another day passed. Mu Li went out to explore the city of Canaan with the little medical fairy, Qinglin. Although this was an academy, the commercial street was abundant with leisure and entertainment facilities. Cultivation is not merely about secluding oneself in a training room. Reasonable recreation can relax the mind and body, reducing the likelihood of falling into obsession while also enhancing the efficiency of cultivation to some extent. The strategy of Canaan Academy in educating its students is to balance play with study. When the time comes for one to venture into the Black Corner region for training, Canaan Academy will not hesitate to send you there. The chaos of the Black Corner region is palpable, and only those who can survive in such an environment are not fresh students stepping into society. Returning from such training will result in significant improvements in both strength and character. While wandering through the commercial street with the two women, Muli encountered many acquaintances, all newcomers to the academy. These individuals considered themselves leaders, and Muli did not wish to be unsympathetic. After all, they were potential resources. If a suitable target presented itself, his lotus seed could also be bestowed upon them. Canaan Academy serves as the foundation of his endeavors, devoid of the intricate and convoluted power struggles, primarily consisting of rivalries among students. In Muli's view, it could more aptly be described as playful banter. The trio continued their exploration until the afternoon, and after several reminders from Muli, the little medical fairy finally agreed to have lunch. They chose a restaurant that showcased the culinary specialties of Canaan City, stepping inside together. Unlike the cafeteria, this establishment was more upscale, with higher prices and a more refined atmosphere. The dishes offered were not the ordinary fare. Muli handed the menu to the two women to select their meals while he surveyed the other patrons in the restaurant. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a familiar corner where three recognizable figures sat. Muli's lips twitched as he rose and walked toward them. Upon seeing Muli enter, Roland had already lost her appetite, lowering her head in an attempt to remain unnoticed. Yet again, that loathsome and terrifying voice echoed in her ears. What a coincidence! Mentor Roland, Muli greeted Roland with a cheerful tone. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. As Roland gazed upon Muli's sincere and flawless profile, a chilling discomfort enveloped her, piercing through her very core. They must be unaware of what lurks beneath this man's facade of benevolence. I truly appreciate your time yesterday. I regret wasting it. No, it is unnecessary. Roland instinctively shuddered, desperately wishing to unmask Muli's deception. However, in the presence of so many, she felt an overwhelming constraint. Moreover, the deep-seated fear she harbored for this man rendered her unable to confront him openly, for the consequences could be unbearable. Concealing her inner turmoil, Roland played along with the charade of a cordial student-teacher relationship, yet she found herself battling a wave of nausea. Accepting the cup of water from Xiao Yan, her companion inquired with genuine concern. Teacher, is something the matter? It's nothing. Roland took a sip of water to soothe her throat. Let us eat. Xiao Yu observed Muli's departing figure, her eyes clouded with contemplation. Teacher, how did you come to know him? Why are you curious about that? Just asking. It's rare to see such a handsome young man, Xiao Yu teased. Surely not. Meeting Xiao Yu's inquisitive gaze, Roland shot her an annoyed look. What nonsense are you spouting? He is merely my student. As she uttered those words, a flicker of doubt crept into Roland's heart. Was this a lie? A boy who easily defeated her. Could he truly be just a student? He must be harboring secrets. And didn't you notice he already has a girlfriend? Roland seemed to have found her rationale, gesturing for Xiao Yu to glance toward Muli. Upon seeing the little medicine fairy, Xiao Yu's eyes widened in surprise. When did our school get another stunning beauty? After expressing her admiration, Xiao Yu abruptly sensed something amiss. Roland's previous words were evidently an excuse. Could it be that you really have feelings for him? Roland's expression faltered, suppressing the nausea within her. Yet, to Xiao Yu and Xiao Suner, it appeared as though she had been struck with undeniable truth, leaving her speechless. Thus, Xiao Yu began to chuckle softly, teasing, teacher is actually considering romance. Xiao Yu. Roland retorted with irritation. Keep talking nonsense, and you shall see what happens tomorrow. All right, I shall remain silent. Chapter 84. The Challenge of the Strongest in the Outer Academy. The brief holiday came to an end, and classes resumed once more. Muli sat in the classroom, observing the enchanting figure of Roland, who had donned her mentor's robes once again, earnestly delivering her lecture. Roland's gaze rarely strayed toward Muli, yet on the rare occasions it did, she would unconsciously take a deep breath. The transformative afternoon had left an indelible mark on Roland's memory. Now, encountering Muli felt akin to a mouse facing a cat. The mouse does not concern itself with the cat's beauty but is consumed by fear, fleeing instinctively, for the cat is the predator, an inherent dominance of nature. Fortunately, she was not Muli's mentor. Otherwise, she would have found it exceedingly difficult to remain. Upon returning to her class and gazing at the familiar faces of her students, Roland's spirits began to lift. Finally, she was back in her own territory. She unclenched her tightly held fists and exhaled deeply. In truth, there was little to worry about. This was Canaan Academy, and Mu Li would undoubtedly refrain from taking any drastic actions against her, even if he were a spirit fighter. What could he do in a place where so many Do kings and Do emperors resided? Would he dare to disregard the Academy's regulations? Although she remained unaware of whatever schemes he might have devised, her cultivation had undeniably advanced by 1 star. While this might seem trivial to others, for Woolen, it represented a significant step toward becoming a spirit fighter. With diligent practice, breaking through to the spirit fighter level upon her promotion to a Xian level mentor would no longer be a mere dream. Strength, after all, is the most effective means of seizing one's destiny. The only concern was that he expected her to achieve this breakthrough within 3 months, which posed a challenge for someone who could hardly be deemed a genius. Although her current speed of cultivation had improved somewhat, it remained insufficient. Unless she resorted to consuming special elixirs, which could expedite her progress, her advancement would remain stagnant. However, those elixirs were far beyond the financial reach of a mere yellow-level mentor like her. Without dwelling on such thoughts, Woolen opened her textbooks to prepare for the lessons ahead. Even if she failed to break through to the spirit fighter level in 3 months, surely he would not treat her as a mere plaything? Observing Woolen's somewhat flustered departure, Mu Li merely smiled faintly, not overly concerned. In truth, Woolen had no need to be so anxious. He had no intention of devouring her. At most, they would engage in discussions about the philosophies of life, after which she would remain the esteemed beauty mentor of Canaan Academy, poised for a glorious promotion to the Xian level class in the future. Moreover, with the assistance of the Lotus Seed, although Woolen's strength could not surge dramatically, it was certainly enhanced by 3 or 4 points compared to before. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Xiao Yan and Qing Lin, upon witnessing his demeanor, could not help but remind him, "You do remember that you are to participate in that challenge tomorrow, right?" "Of course," he replied. "Good to know." Seeing his calm expression, Xiao Yan refrained from saying more. With Mu Li's strength, sweeping through Canaan would pose no issue. Tomorrow, they would witness his performance. The thought of the cheers from the crowd at the martial arena filled Xiao Yan with anticipation. Previously, she had watched others receive accolades. Now, it was finally her husband's turn. As his wife, she felt a sense of pride. Today, he had an inkling that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th star of the spirit fighter level. He planned to achieve this breakthrough before the competition, unlike Xiao Yan, who had inadvertently advanced mid-battle and nearly found himself thrown off the stage by a coalition of opponents. As evening fell, Mu Li's aura of Do Qi gradually retracted, and a glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes as his momentum surged dramatically. He had attained the 6th star of the spirit fighter level. With his cultivation successfully elevated, Mu Li took a moment to stabilize his breath. In just over a month, thanks to the support of the little healer Xiao Yan and the enigmatic item Xianming Yushui, he had achieved this remarkable breakthrough. Such rapid progress was indeed commendable. However, Mu Li was not particularly concerned about this. The Emperor Lotus technique inherently possessed the effect of refining battle aura. As long as he did not recklessly pursue power, he would not suffer from the weakness of unstable battle aura. Nevertheless, mastering his own strength still required time for adaptation. Therefore, Mu Li dedicated an entire evening to acclimatizing himself to his newfound prowess. Generally, such efforts were unnecessary, as one would naturally grasp their enhanced abilities over time. Yet, with the challenge match scheduled for the following day, Mu Li was keen to avoid any mishaps that might result in him inadvertently harming a fellow student due to an inability to control his battle aura. He held himself to the standard of being decisive yet restrained. As time passed, the dawn of the second day arrived. Mu Li donned a sleek combat outfit, his athletic figure perfectly showcased. He stood tall and imposing, exuding an air of nobility. Observing her husband, resplendent in his attire, the little medical fairy nodded in satisfaction. After a restful night, both had risen early, and the household buzzed with activity in preparation for Mu Li's impending battle. Qing Lin held a fur coat, assisting Mu Li in putting it on. The morning air was still somewhat chilly, and without the activation of battle aura, one might risk catching a cold. Mu Li graciously accepted the attentions of the two women, and once fully equipped, he set off for the Canaan City Martial Arts Arena. At the arena, the elder responsible for the event awaited their arrival. As he observed the tall figure approaching with the two women, a hint of wistfulness crossed his face. Ah, youth. His own youth had long since been sacrificed, although he now held a prestigious position and had attained a level of prowess that few could match. He lamented the absence of a beloved companion who had once stood by his side. After a moment of reflection, the elder straightened up, regaining his authoritative demeanor. "Elder Yan," Mu Li called out. "Ah, you've arrived," Elder Yan replied with a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the little medical fairy and Qing Lin. "You are quite fortunate. Young man, I hope your strength matches your courage," he said sternly before leading Mu Li and the two women into the preparation room. "This is the preparation room. You may wait here, Elder Yin instructed before departing. Inside the room, Mu Li and the others could observe everything happening outside as they waited in silence. In the classroom, all students sat neatly, anticipating news. The previous afternoon, the academy had announced a momentous event. Someone had initiated the challenge of the strongest in the outer academy. According to the rules, that individual must accept challenges from all strong students in the outer academy, with any student ranked within the top 100 eligible to issue a challenge. The outer academy was no place for the weak. All had proven their talents to gain entry. To emerge as the best required formidable strength, or one risked a devastating defeat. Finally, the elder's voice echoed, accompanied by a surge of battle aura. All teachers and students proceeded towards the martial arts arena. Chapter 86. The First Battle, A Pervasive Gaze. In the arena, students from each class entered through the gates under the guidance of their mentors. The stands, encircling the venue, gradually filled with an ever-increasing crowd, eventually nearing capacity. Had the entire faculty and student body turned out? It certainly felt like a grand gesture. Mu Li gazed at the magnificent scene from the preparation room, unable to suppress his emotions. The challenge of the strongest in the outer academy demanded immense strength, both physically and psychologically, from its initiator. A battle observed by the entire school could easily become a farce if one performed poorly, leading to ridicule throughout the outer academy. Conversely, a triumphant performance could elevate one to unparalleled heights, instilling a sense of authority that few would dare to challenge. For Mu Li, gaining respect was relatively effortless. What truly mattered was the opportunity to access the library. The adoration of the weak brought little in terms of tangible benefits, yet treasures awaited. The initiator of the outer academy's strongest challenge may now step forth. The elder presiding over the event announced once all were seated. Mu Li removed his beast fur coat, handing it to Qing Lin, and stepped from the preparation room onto the arena stage. His unremarkable entrance left the audience somewhat disheartened. This initiator appeared rather ordinary. And what did a handsome face matter if strength was lacking? How dare he challenge anyone? Many of the older students who had never seen Mu Li before began to voice their skepticism. Only the group of new students who had entered alongside him displayed expressions of shock. It's big brother Mu Li. He is the initiator, and he is a newcomer. While these new students recognized Mu Li's strength amongst their peers, the older students had demonstrated formidable power during their friendly matches, casting doubt on Mu Li's audacity. Many new students felt he was overly bold. Wouldn't it be wiser to cultivate for another year and build strength? He had only just enrolled and hadn't yet had the chance to learn anything of substance. Amidst the students' doubts, Ruo Lin's expression became somewhat rigid. Upon seeing Mu Li emerge, her pupils constricted, and she felt a wave of unease wash over her. The one who initiated the challenge was him. How ironic that she had been speculating about which courageous individual would dare to start this challenge. It was well known that many previous initiators had faced failure, only to be ridiculed by their peers for their overreaching ambitions. With the entire school watching, the pressure was immense. The consequences of defeat were all too clear. The academy had established a rule that the initiator's cultivation must not be lower than that of a grand martial master. Consequently, previous initiators were typically among the top 10 strongest in the outer academy. Such individuals could indeed be considered favored by the heavens. With pathways to becoming a spirit fighter seemingly assured, and even aspirations of becoming a fighting king not beyond reach. To participate in the challenge signified confidence in surpassing the other strong individuals in the outer academy. It was an unspoken provocation. The price to pay was, naturally, the risk of becoming a target. Without overwhelming strength, failure was a foregone conclusion. In recent decades, only one individual, Wu Tianlang, has set the record as the foremost champion. He currently stands as the highest commander of the law enforcement team, holding a position equivalent to that of the vice president. Can Mu Li truly succeed? Within Roland's heart, an instinct whispers that this man is destined for success. Yet, she finds it hard to accept. How can someone of such despicable character ascend to become the greatest champion, garnering the admiration of all students from the outer academy? To take him as a role model, how absurd. At that moment, Roland fervently wished for a powerful student to emerge and decisively defeat Mu Li. Once Mu Li took the stage, the elders turned their gaze toward the stands. Addressing all students ranked in the top 100 of the outer academy, you are eligible to challenge this initiator. If you wish to accept, step forward. 100th place, Class 4 of the Yellow Tier, Liao. As the name was announced, a resounding voice erupted from the Yellow Tier section in the stands. I accept the challenge. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, a surge of azure fighting spirit descended from the stands, crashing heavily onto the martial platform. Liao, with his short black hair and long, slender eyes, bore eyebrows as sharp as curved blades. The residual energy from his descent sent Mu Li's white hair billowing. Yet he remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, gazing indifferently at his first challenger. Are you still a fighter? Mu Li's voice resonated slowly. And what of it? The fighters of Canaan Academy are unmatched by those outside. Let me show you what it means to possess transcendent combat prowess. Li Yao's confident declaration momentarily stunned Mu Li, who then nodded. Very well, shall we commence? The elder, seeing both sides prepared, issued the command. Begin. Boom. Li Yao's fighting spirit trembled beneath his feet as he unleashed it from his palms, charging directly at Mu Li. Mu Li remained stationary, exhibiting no actions. Spectators in the stands were bewildered. Why had Li Yao suddenly retreated just as he was about to strike? What was he doing? In stark contrast to the spectators' confusion, beads of sweat began to form on Li Yao's forehead. Was that moment merely an illusion of death? It felt akin to humanity facing a falling meteor. A profound despair that attested to the vast disparity in strength. How could this be? Li Yao, observing Mu Li's unwavering demeanor, found himself filled with frustration. Clenching his teeth, Li Yao rapidly condensed azure fighting spirit into a shimmering cloak, spiraling around Mu Li at breakneck speed. The wind attribute bestowed upon him granted extraordinary mobility, enabling him to discern his opponent's weaknesses in an instant. Yet, why did it seem that Mu Li was riddled with flaws? That moment must have been an illusion, yes. It had to be. Once more, Li Yao conjured a blade of fighting spirit in his hand, whispering, Azure Radiant Blade. As the swirling azure barrier dissipated, he dashed towards Mu Li's back with lightning speed. However, the instant Li Yao's gaze met Mu Li's, his mind became clouded, rendering him motionless. Gradually, the fighting spirit cloak around him faded, and the radiant blade in his hand dissipated as well. Thud. Li Yao knelt before Mu Li. Elder. The next challenger may step forward, Mu Li addressed the elder. The elder's gaze towards Mu Li shifted, revealing a growing unease. This newcomer possessed formidable strength. He had effortlessly defeated a fighter of the same rank with but a mere glance. It seemed he might truly have the potential to emerge victorious in this challenge. Li Yao defeated. Next, the 99th challenger, Class Huangjia 1, Luo Ying. After half a minute, Luo Ying, under the scrutiny of his peers, spoke with a hint of uncertainty. I will accept the challenge. Chapter 87. Xiao Yu Discipline. Under pressure, Luo Ying chose to accept the challenge, despite doubting his ability to prevail. Having witnessed Li Yao's swift defeat by a mere glance, he felt apprehensive. Although he was unaware of Mu Li's true capabilities, Li Yao had confirmed that this new grand fighter was no mere product of alchemical enhancements. As Luo Ying stepped onto the field, he closely observed the challenger, admiring his striking appearance while also searching for weaknesses. Specializing in earth-based martial energy, he lacked the remarkable speed that characterized Li Yao. However, he remained confident in his defensive capabilities. During previous friendly matches, even grand fighters had struggled to breach his defenses. His only hope lay in withstanding Mu Li's assaults and then exploiting any openings that might arise. Begin. With the elder's command, Luo Ying unleashed his most powerful defensive technique. Rock Scale Shield. Earth-toned martial energy coalesced around him, forming an enormous spherical shield adorned with shimmering scales. It appeared to be a commendable technique. Mu Li internally assessed the shield before lightly gesturing. A streak of azure light shot forth, swiftly piercing the shield and halting just above Luo Ying's chest. As the rock scale shield began to crumble, Luo Ying realized with shock that his prideful defense had been effortlessly breached. A twinge of pain in his chest prompted him to glance down, where a nearly invisible azure needle hovered ominously. His pupils contracted in disbelief. Yet soon a relieved smile emerged. You have won. Mu Li smiled gently and nodded at Luo Ying, causing the azure needle to vanish. As the battle concluded, Luo Ying felt a sense of relief wash over him. At least he had avoided the fate of unconsciousness. Being in the 99th position was indeed a step above the 100th. With a hint of self-deprecation, he walked off the stage. Following Mu Li's effortless victories, the students began to realize that this newcomer was not to be trifled with. The student in the 98th position voluntarily forfeited, setting a precedent that many others soon followed. It wasn't until the 80th position that someone dared to challenge again. Li Yu, I seek your guidance. Mu Li nodded slightly in respect, and then struck him off the martial arts stage with a single palm. The next contender, in the stands. As they observed Mu Li's unstoppable winning streak, Ruo Lin's expression grew increasingly grim. It seemed no one could defeat this scoundrel. She had never held much hope to begin with. Her only fantasy was that Mu Li would eventually succumb to the exhaustion of numerous challengers, falling to Baishan or Hujia. Yet now, with so many having forfeited, it was undoubtedly advantageous for Mu Li. Beside her, Xiao Yu and Xiao Suner noticed their mentor's displeased countenance, secretly speculating whether Mu Li bore a grudge against her. It appeared that the teacher's earlier odd behavior in the dining hall was not without cause, indeed stemming from this newcomer. Both women, being perceptive, quickly deduced the reason. As the elders called out names one by one, an increasing number of individuals opted to withdraw. 71st, Class 2 of the yellow grade, Xiao Yu. When this name was announced, the crowd initially assumed she would forfeit as well. However, to their astonishment, Xiao Yu boldly declared, Xiao Yu accepts the challenge. Xiao Yu. Ruo Lin gazed at Xiao Yu's willingness to confront the opponent, her surprise evident. With Xiao Yu's prowess as a fighter master, it seemed implausible that she could defeat Mu Li. Why would she choose to challenge him? Xiao Suner observed Xiao Yu's actions, her understanding dawning. Cousin Xiao Yu, is this about the matter between Mu Li and Minter Ruolin? There must be a reason for Minter Ruolin's silence. Pressing her would surely be inappropriate. Perhaps it would be better to inquire of another. Yet, Xiao Yu's strength. Xiao Suner inwardly shook her head. From Mu Li's performance, it was clear that he belonged to the upper echelons of fighter masters. Aside from those of comparable rank, it was nearly impossible for any student to vanquish him. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's name, Mu Li was slightly taken aback. Xiao Yu is quite formidable. She has reached the 71st position. This ranking was newly announced following the friendly matches, considered quite authoritative. Unless someone were to encounter a fortuitous event in the latter half of the year, Xiao Yu would likely remain stable around the 70th rank. Such a position is commendable indeed, though there remains a considerable gap to the top 50's inner academy slots. For the majority behind her, Xiao Yu is an unattainable goal. As she ascended the martial arts stage with her long, graceful legs, Mu Li smiled gently, maintaining his poised demeanor. Before the battle commenced, he said, I would like to pose you a question. Xiao Yu crossed her arms, her expression somewhat frosty, her words laced with subtle hostility. Please proceed. Mu Li retained his smile, responding with humility. What transpired between you and Minter Ruolin? Is that what this is about? Mu Li pondered. I fail to comprehend your meaning. Never mind. Since you choose not to disclose, let us commence the battle. Xiao Yu drew her longsword, radiating an aura of fierce combativeness. I must ask, do you truly not recognize the disparity between us? Mu Li spoke with a hint of resignation. And so what? Even if you are stronger, I shall not cower. Xiao Yu declared boldly. Oh, it turns out that excessive consumption of toxic platitudes has taken its toll. Mu Li nodded slightly, a realization dawning upon him. A smile crept across his face. I will ensure your father teaches you a proper lesson. What did you say? Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this gentleman, who had appeared so graceful just moments ago, could utter such impolite words. Yet, Mu Li displayed no semblance of compassion. At this moment, he revealed his true nature, although he was unaware of how many students here shared your ignorance. Since you have stepped forth, let it serve as an example for the others, lest they suffer the same fate later. In the next instant, Mu Li's figure vanished from sight. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly began to search for him. Are you looking for me? A voice suddenly resonated from behind. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu swung her sword backward. Thud! The sword was deflected effortlessly by Mu Li's finger. Startled, Xiao Yu quickly retreated while delivering a swift kick toward Mu Li. He slightly tilted his head, seizing her ankle with one hand and squeezing it tightly. Pain flashed across Xiao Yu's face as she cried out. Xiao Yu! From the stands, several concerned onlookers called out. Among them, Lu Mu's expression was particularly tense. After all, she was the woman he cherished deeply. Observing Xiao Yu's agonized visage, Mu Li offered a nonchalant smile, his grip on her ankle traveling upward before landing a sudden strike against her chest. A distinct imprint appeared on her ample bosom as her body was sent flying. Yet, in the next moment, Mu Li reappeared at the edge of the fighting platform, catching Xiao Yu just before she could tumble out of the ring. Though I possess a rather good temper, your immediate confrontation has left me somewhat irked. As for my relationship with Minter Ruolin, we are merely close teacher and student. What were you hoping to extract from me? Mu Li leaned in close to Xiao Yu's profile, whispering warm breaths beside her ear. Xiao Yu, injured and struggling to breathe, found herself further disoriented by Mu Li's audacious and domineering actions, her mind a tangled mess. In that fleeting moment when their gazes locked, a glimmer of golden light flickered in Mu Li's eyes. Rest well, and may you have sweet dreams. Chapter 88, The Top 20, Lin Tao. After Mu Li officially subdued Xiao Yu, many in the stands were astonished by his uncanny speed. Was this not sheer brutality? Moreover, why did Mu Li specifically target beautiful women? The crowd lamented for Xiao Yu, recognizing her misfortune in encountering such a heartless individual. If it were a typical person, would they have struck with such force, effectively eliminating themselves from the list of suitors? Beauty is not synonymous with masochism. They do not relish being harmed. In the stands, Lu Mu's eyes burned with fury, flames seemingly ready to erupt. Mu Li, you seek death, having harmed the girl he adored. Lu Mu silently vowed that when it was his turn, he would ensure Mu Li was left incapacitated. Seeing Xiao Yu suffer from Mu Li's heavy blow, Ruo Lin could no longer remain seated. She leaped from the stands, cradling Xiao Yu in her arms. Muli, why did you strike so harshly? Mentor Roland inquired about the nature of my relationship with you. What would you say we are? Upon hearing this, Roland's expression faltered, and she instinctively clarified. I haven't disclosed anything to her. Mind your words and refrain from attempting any deceitful maneuvers, came Mu Li's voice, delicate yet firm, as he entered the room. Retrieving a healing pill from his spatial ring. Mentor Roland, I must admit my actions were somewhat excessive earlier. This is a second-tier healing elixir. Please administer it to Xiao Yu. Cousin Xiao Yu. Xiao Sun'er exclaimed in concern upon seeing the unconscious woman in Roland's arms. In truth, Mu Li's actions had not been excessively cruel. Such injuries were not uncommon in prior friendly matches. However, considering the overwhelming disparity in strength, it seemed rather brutal to overpower the enchanting Xiao Yu. It is noteworthy that Lu Mu, who harbored affections for Xiao Yu, was among the top 10 in the outer court, a formidable fighter with mastery over alchemical fire techniques, and had even bested a spirit fighter. Though his affections were unrequited, one thing was certain: should anyone dare to harm Xiao Yu, Lu Mu would undoubtedly be the first to rise in her defense. As the challenge continued unabated, it remained unaffected by Xiao Yu's defeat. After all, this was merely a minor incident, with only a handful of individuals genuinely concerned for her well-being. The elder continued to announce the rankings, yet each call received no response, causing the named competitors to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, as more opted out of the competition, the remaining top competitors found solace in their decision to abstain from combat. The task of vanquishing Mu Li would be left to those in the top 10. Their role was merely to spectate. When it reached the 42nd rank, another aspiring competitor ascended the stage, possessing 8 stars in the fighter rank and wielding the rare ice elemental energy. This contestant believed their unique techniques could pose a challenge to Mu Li. Even if they could not defeat him, they hoped to disrupt his subsequent performance. As the match commenced, the student concentrated their icy energy, preparing to unleash their ice-based techniques. Just as the spectators anticipated his display, he suddenly spewed forth a copious amount of blood, which fell upon the arena and instantaneously crystallized into dark red ice. A hushed silence enveloped the crowd. What had just transpired? Not only were the students bewildered, but even the elders and seasoned mentors sensed something amiss. In previous challenge matches, even those of high rank faced difficulties when contending against fighters. It was typically impossible to resolve the conflict so effortlessly. Yet, Mu Li stood on the stage, and inexplicably, many contenders fell without clear reason. One mentor approached to assess the fallen student's condition, subsequently reporting to the elder. The injuries were caused by a loss of control over the ice elemental energy. It is not severe, but a few days of recuperation are necessary. The elder waved his hand, signaling for the mentor to escort the student away, casting a profound glance at Mu Li before resuming the announcements. Upon witnessing yet another unfortunate student fall victim to Mu Li's relentless assault, the remaining students were paralyzed by fear, reluctant to confront him. The peculiarity of Mu Li's combat style rendered it nearly impossible to discern his opponent's weaknesses, leading to inexplicable defeats. Thus far, it had become evident that he possessed a unique ocular technique. It was advisable not to meet his gaze. Additionally, he wielded a long-range offensive technique capable of penetrating defenses, which one could not simply withstand. Coupled with his uncanny speed, he had effortlessly bested Xiao Yu using mere physical prowess. Now, before even engaging in combat, one was left bloodied and sprawled on the ground, leaving them at a loss as to how to proceed. Brothers, lend some strength, at least probe for something. The students in the front row silently urged. As esteemed members of the academy, they could not afford to cower like those at the back. Their pride was at stake. Thus, they fervently hoped someone would compel Mu Li to reveal his true capabilities for their edification. Do you wish to continue accepting challenges? According to the regulations, you may opt to rest for half a day and resume tomorrow. This provision allows challengers to recuperate their energy, ensuring they can face true adversaries with vigor. For engaging in back-to-back contests against 100 opponents would be excessively arduous. Ideally, the call to halt should have been made after the 80th contestant. Continue, Mu Li declared. 20th challenger, Class 3 of the Xian tier, Lin Tao. Lin Tao, I accept the challenge. With Lin Tao stepping onto the stage, the crowd's attention sharpened once more. At last, a formidable great fighter had come forth to engage Mu Li. Lin Tao, currently at the first star level of great fighter, was expected to be a match for Mu Li, compelling him to unveil a greater array of techniques. Armed with a spear, Lin Tao approached with utmost seriousness, his gaze fixed on Mu Li's hands and feet, deliberately avoiding his eyes. The match begins. With a decisive step, Lin Tao unleashed a whirl of aqua-blue energy that enveloped him. With a swift motion, he sent 3 sharp water arrows hurtling towards Mu Li, the spearhead radiating with energy. This was an ability only attainable by those at the great fighter level. Mu Li smiled subtly, finally facing a ranged challenge. He condensed a white energy and waved it effortlessly, colliding with the trio of water arrows. A powerful shockwave from their clash rippled across the arena, causing it to tremble slightly. Lin Tao, propelled by the surge of energy beneath him, surged forward, his spear darting fiercely toward Muley's chest. Muley sidestepped gracefully, retreating lightly. Lin Tao's spear followed, winding around him with the fluidity of a water serpent. Impressive spear technique. Regrettably, your strength falls short, Muley mused. Lin Tao's proficiency was commendable, yet being merely a first-star great fighter rendered him somewhat inadequate. Otherwise, he could have easily secured a position within the top 10. Muley extended a finger, lightly touching the oncoming spear tip. Boom. The clash of aqua-blue energy created a stalemate. However, observant onlookers would notice Lin Tao's facial muscles twitching, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. In stark contrast, Muley remained composed, impervious to Lin Tao's exertions. Is this your limit? Muley inquired softly, his words penetrating Lin Tao's ears, igniting a surge of determination within him. Ah! Lin Tao roared as he unleashed his fighting spirit. Yet he was still unable to repel Mu Li by even a step. Boom. The azure aura surrounding Lin Tao could no longer be sustained and was violently cast off the stage by Mu Li's white energy. Ultimately, Lin Tao's cultivation was simply too weak. Mu Li had not even made a deliberate attack, and the mere rebound of his fighting spirit had rendered Lin Tao unconscious. There was no remedy. His relentless efforts had led to such self-inflicted harm. Lin Tao was defeated. Upon witnessing the 20th contestant succumb to Mu Li, Ruo Lin let out a sigh. Even the grand fighters fell so decisively. It seemed Mu Li was destined to emerge as the final victor. After all, if she had been so easily bested by Mu Li, how could these students possibly contend with him? Should Mu Li employ that enigmatic black water again? It was likely that no one at the grand fighter level would stand a chance against him. At this moment, Xiao Suner, who had noticed the shift in Ruo Lin's expression, was momentarily struck with a flash of golden light in her eyes. After glancing at the still unconscious Xiao Yu, she addressed her mentor, Ruo Lin, saying, "Mentor Ruo Lin, do you not wish for Mu Li to achieve victory?" Ruo Lin's expression stiffened as she shook her head. No. Xiao Suner smiled slightly and continued, "Mentor Ruo Lin, if I can defeat him, then concerning Xiao Yan." In Xiao Suner's eyes, Xiao Yan's affairs were of utmost importance. Even though Xiao Yu had been injured by Mu Li, it was of little consequence to her. However, if Xiao Yan were to be harmed, she would undoubtedly be exceedingly anxious. Ruo Lin was taken aback by Xiao Suner's words. This girl, due to the previous inner court selection, had felt deeply embarrassed when Xiao Yan failed to appear. Thus, Ruo Lin had immediately decided to strike Xiao Yan's name from the roster, only to relent after Xiao Suner's persuasion. Now, she was being asked to reinstate Xiao Yan's name for the next selection. Logically, Ruo Lin found it untenable, for if Xiao Yan could miss one event, he might very well miss another. The next selection was crucial for her advancement to the Xin-level mentor. If Xiao Yan were to meddle again, would she ever have a chance to shine? Previously, out of consideration for Xiao Suner, and due to Xiao Yan's inherent talent, Ruo Lin had chosen to retain his name. Yet, 6 months had passed, and Xiao Yan had not made an appearance. Internally resistant, Ruo Lin felt she ought not to acquiesce to Xiao Suner. However, the thought of seeing Mu Li fail, to witness him lose face before everyone, ignited a fervor within her soul. A faint black mist emerged from Ruo Lin's eyes, unnoticed by her, as the special lotus seed within her had transformed into a dim black hue. Recovering her composure swiftly, Ruo Lin pondered for a few moments before stating, "Very well, Suner. If you can defeat Mu Li, I shall submit Xiao Yan's name for the next inner court selection." Mentor Ruo Lin, "You must not go back on your word," Xiao Suner insisted. "Rest assured, if it comes to it, I can wait a few more years," Ruo Lin smiled. Even if the likelihood of Mu Li's defeat was slender, she was willing to take the gamble. While she dared not defy Mu Li's commands, it was perfectly permissible to harness the strength of others to thwart him. After all, Xiao Suner is her most esteemed pupil, harboring certain secrets that have even prompted discussions with the elders of the academy. Perhaps she truly possesses the ability to vanquish Mu Li. Following Lin Tao's defeat, several other students ascended the arena, only to be swiftly bested by Mu Li. Realizing the overwhelming prowess of Mu Li, defeat was not an entirely unacceptable outcome. A youthful boy with a visage that betrayed his immaturity stepped onto the martial arena, earnestly cupping his hands in respect. "Mo Hung, I seek your guidance, senior." Mu Li nodded in acknowledgement, extending a hand to signal his opponent to commence. As the long spear sliced through the air, Mo Hung retrieved his weapon from his spatial ring, gripping the shaft with one hand, while flames erupted from the spear's tip. Another adept of the spear, indeed. The longer the spear, the stronger its might, Mu Li mused. His interest piqued as he also produced a long spear from his spatial ring. However, his was crafted from wood. The fragile emerald branch appeared quite delicate, yet as Mu Li infused it with his battle aura, swirling green patterns spiraled upward, instantly endowing the spear with an air of profound mystery. Intermediate-level mystical technique, Greenwood explosive thrust. The application of combat techniques is manifold, not confined merely to their initial form of projection. Mu Li imbued this ordinary branch with a remarkable resilience, granting it hardness surpassing that of steel for a brief duration. Engage. A spark ignited in Mo Heng's eyes as the flaming spearhead shot forth, swiftly tracing a path through the air, manifesting as a soaring dragon of fire. With a simple flourish, Mu Li twirled his spear, meeting the fire dragon's chin with his own. The emerald battle aura burst forth from the spear, piercing through the dragon's head. Nevertheless, Mo Heng's momentum did not wane. With a deft flick, he spun the spear in the air, summoning another fire dragon to ascend. The fluidity of each move was formidable, and for the first time, Mu Li, who had little experience with spear techniques, found himself at a disadvantage. The emerald spear clumsily parried the fiery dragon, each flame concealing a sharp spear intent. Had it not been for Mu Li's formidable spiritual power, keen observation, and rapid movements, he might not have withstood Mo Heng's mastery of the spear. In truth, Lin Tao's spear techniques were not lacking, but in comparison to Mo Heng, they lacked a certain finesse, rendering them less effective. Good. With increasing vigor, Mu Li's illusionary spirit continuously monitored Mo Heng's actions, and as each maneuver unfolded, a hint of ferocity began to permeate Mu Li's otherwise rudimentary spear play. Flame Dragon ascending to the sky. After an exhaustive series of spear maneuvers, Mo Heng found his strength waning, yet he stubbornly pressed on against Mu Li, unleashing his final, decisive technique without hesitation. The flames at the spear's tip surged dramatically, and a phantom fire dragon spiraled skyward as Mo Heng leapt into the air, aiming his spear at Mu Li, confronted by the towering fire dragon. Mu Li's eyes flickered with brilliance. Fire attribute battle aura, renowned for its offensive potency, left Mu Li uncertain if his current cultivation as a 5-star great fighter could withstand it effortlessly. This garment had been meticulously crafted for him by the little medical sage, and any burns would be quite undesirable. In an instant, a subtle tremor coursed through Mu Li's being, as the dragon essence absorbed by his soul erupted forth with vigor. However, it did not erupt from his throat, but rather melded into Mu Li's Qinglong spear technique. Mu Li held the spear in one hand and executed a movement reminiscent of Mo Heng, thrusting the spear forward with great force. Qinglong break. A phantom of a blue dragon surged forth from the spear tip, swiftly transforming into a massive spear energy of the blue dragon, which devoured the fire dragon upon contact. As the two dragon apparitions collided, a terrifying wave of combat energy erupted on the martial arts platform, accompanied by a faint dragon roar resonating from within the energy wave. After landing, Mo Heng trembled, bracing himself against the ground with his spear to avoid being forced off the stage. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he released the spear and bowed respectfully to Mu Li. "Thank you for your mercy, Senior." "No need," Mu Li replied. "I must thank you for your spear technique, which suits me well." Upon hearing Mu Li's words, another mouthful of blood escaped Mo Heng. The terrifying talent for learning displayed by this individual was astounding. His Flame Dragon spear technique was a low-grade Earth-tier combat skill, imbued with the essence of the dragon, and he had only managed to grasp it with the aid of a 5th-tier fire attribute dragon beast bestowed upon him by his clan. He never expected that his opponent could imitate the technique so closely after merely observing its form. Mo Heng understood that the most challenging aspect of the Flame Dragon spear technique lay in embodying the essence of the dragon. The opponent before him possessed a far stronger dragon essence, which justified his defeat. "You possess considerable talent. Should you advance a few more ranks in cultivation, there will be few in the outer academy who can rival you." Hearing Mu Li's praise, Mo Heng offered a slight smile and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your encouragement, Senior. I will challenge you again in the future." "Always welcome," Mu Li replied with a friendly smile, extending respect towards his opponent. After all, Mo Heng appeared to be merely 15 or 16, his youthful features still bearing traces of immaturity. While his cultivation may not be the strongest in the outer academy, his potential was immense, rivaling that of Baishan and Wu Hao. Given a couple more years to elevate his cultivation, he would undoubtedly contend for a position among the top 5 in the outer academy. It seemed rather unfair for a 22-year-old like Mu Li to take advantage of him. Chapter 90, Alchemy Department, Lu Mu. Satisfied with having identified a promising junior, Mu Li felt content. As the foremost academy on the Duki continent, Canaan Academy was not lacking in talent. This Mo Heng, exhibiting such formidable combat skills as a great dome master, surely had familial support behind him. If he were to be taken under Mu Li's wing, his latent value would undoubtedly be significant. The seventh contestant, Alchemy Department, Lu Mu. At that moment, the elder announced the next name. As Mu Li raised his head, he beheld a man enveloped in blue flames, crashing down onto the martial arts platform with a resounding thud. Slightly taken aback, Mu Li thought, is this person too eager for a challenge? Mu Li, you will pay for what you did to Xiao Yu today? Lu Mu's eyes flickered with azure flames, accompanied by palpable fury. Mu Li responded with a moment of realization. Ah, it's that infatuated admirer of Xiao Yu. He chuckled softly, then shrugged. Lu Mu is it? A voice, shaped and focused, traveled directly into Lu Mu's ear as Mu Li's lips curled into a subtle smile. Just moments ago, the touch of Xiao Yu's thigh was exceedingly pleasant. Boom. Lu Mu's rationality was completely obliterated. You damned fool. A torrent of flames surged from Lu Mu's body, engulfing nearly half of the combat arena. Without any hesitation, Lu Mu unleashed his most formidable technique from the very beginning, the blue crystal spiral slash. The spectators' expressions shifted, for it was the first time they witnessed the usually carefree Lu Mu in such a state of fury. As an alchemist, Lu Mu's temperament had been tested. He would not typically erupt in such a manner over trivial matters. Although Xiao Yu was injured, it was not an irreparable wound. Was such a reaction truly warranted? Oh, the folly of a lovesick man. Friends of Lu Mu, who usually maintained a cordial relationship with him, sighed in unison, lamenting that while Lu Mu possessed many admirable qualities, he was excessively infatuated. Ironically, Xiao Yu did not reciprocate his feelings. How regrettable indeed. Under Lu Mu's command, the blue crystal flame transformed into a spiraling vortex of fire, emitting an eerie, piercing sound from its tip. This technique was reputed to have wounded a dueling before. Mu Li smirked as the purple flame ignited in his hand. The purple crystal flame. The previously vacant seats in the Elder's area were now fully occupied. Originally, Hu Qian intended to observe the matches only after the top 20 emerged. Yet he was astonished that this young man Mu Li had managed to ascend to the top 10 within a single day. How peculiar. The students of the Canaan Academy were not expected to shy away from battle. However, after watching several matches, Hu Qian began to comprehend. Mu Li's prowess was undoubtedly first-rate among the Great Dome Masters. Based solely on the techniques he had displayed, even ordinary 9-star Great Dome Masters would find themselves outmatched. Not to mention the other Dome Masters. Declining to fight was only natural, as no one relishes the idea of seeking defeat. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Nonetheless, as the rankings neared the top 10, some genuine prodigies began to emerge. Much like Lu Mu on the stage now, not only was he an alchemist, but he had also undergone the Academy's trials and returned from the Black Corner region. With his high-tier beast flame, the blue crystal flame, he had wounded a dueling expert. Such accomplishments could hardly be overstated as prodigious. However, his performance today left some feeling slightly disappointed. His initial impatience and the fury swirling within him were not traits befitting a true master. Hu Qian glanced at his old friend, Elder Hua, and chuckled. Old Hua, it seems your alchemy students still have much to refine in terms of temperament. Elder Hua, having observed Lu Mu's irrational behavior, shook his head. This young lad was not typically like this. Today, he must have encountered something that provoked his extreme anger. Youthful exuberance, after all, is to be expected. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they turned their attention to the purple flames igniting in Mu Li's hand. High-tier beast fire. The two elders leaned forward, seemingly attuned to the level of the flames in Mu Li's grasp. Sixth tier. They exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. It was a tier higher than Lu Mu's blue crystal flame. Could it be that Mu Li was also an alchemist? Elder Hua reclined back in his chair, a look of perplexity in his eyes. Such an exquisite flame, coupled with the verdant would attribute energy displayed during his earlier confrontation with Mo Hung, leads one to ponder the true potential of this young man. Could he indeed be an alchemist? On the martial stage, Lu Mu's gaze was momentarily taken aback by the purple flames ignited in Mu Li's hand, his eyes brimming with fury. He too possessed a high-tier beast fire. This was troubling. He should not have acted so recklessly. A flicker of regret surged within Lu Mu as he realized he had unleashed his strongest attack right at the outset. Now he was committed, with no option but to proceed. Should his opponent's flames surpass his own, he would likely suffer severe backlash. Typically, corporeal flames could only be wielded by those of the Do Wang level, and they, the high-tier Do Shi who had absorbed beast fire in advance, merely harnessed a fraction of its might. If their high-tier beast fires were to collide, the consequences would be dire. Gritting his teeth, Lu Mu channeled his energy into the blue crystal flame, propelling it toward Mu Li. With a smirk, Mu Li raised his hand, the purple fire flaring even more intensely. Behind him coalescing an ethereal silhouette of a massive purple lion. The purple flame lion's roar. This advanced Do technique, fused with the purple flames, unleashed a regal purple lion that charged at Lu Mu with a powerful punch. As their attacks collided, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, creating a tidal wave of force. This is not good. Elder Yan, presiding over the match, sensed the anomaly. The energy was overwhelmingly potent. Although high-tier beast fire was not classified as exotic fire, the explosive energy resulting from their clash was beyond what a mere dosher could withstand. Lu Mu's blue crystal flame was a tier weaker than Mu Li's purple crystal flame, placing him at a disadvantage, especially since Mu Li's lion roar contained an additional draconic essence. As the lion's roar and dragon's chant erupted from the flames, Lu Mu staggered, his soul suffering a grievous blow. The pivotal issue was that he found himself at the epicenter of the explosion, the violent energy waves surging toward him. At that moment, with his spirit wounded and unable to consolidate his energy for even the most basic defense, the outcome was dire. In that precarious instant, Elder Yan intervened, positioning himself before Lu Mu and conjuring a Do Wang-level defensive barrier. The blue-violet flames struck against Elder Yan's shield with a thunderous impact. Even a Do Wang could not escape the strain. The explosive sound reverberated throughout the martial arena, causing nearby students to cover their ears, some unable to withstand the force. After a tense 10 seconds, the flames gradually dissipated. Elder Yan lowered the barrier, sustaining no serious harm, while the injured Lu Mu collapsed to the ground due to the trauma to his soul. Though both the purple crystal fire and blue crystal flame were high-tier beast fires, neither Mu Li nor Lu Mu had fully mastered them. Thus the power unleashed was merely sufficient to threaten some Do Ling. To inflict harm upon a Do Wang was still beyond their reach. As the dust settled on the stage, Elder Yan regarded Mu Li, who remained composed and dignified. His gaze shifted to one of approval. Indeed, this young man possessed formidable strength, with a promising chance of securing victory. He had previously underestimated him. After a slight nod of acknowledgement to Mu Li, Elder Yan announced the outcome of the match. Mu Li was victorious. Chapter 91. The Appearance of Xiao Yan. Mu Li felt a tinge of regret for not imparting a more profound lesson to the young Lu Mu. The infatuated person is most amusing when teased. Alas, I shall save the opportunity for another time. Next time, Mu Li intends to utter those two words in his presence. With Lu Mu's defeat, everyone realized that Mu Li possessed not only exceptional combat skills, but also a penchant for playing with fire. Even Lu Mu, a genius in alchemy, suffered a crushing defeat. Goodness, there's no need to speculate. Mu Li is undoubtedly destined to claim victory. The fierce eruption of purple flames just now was so formidable that it drew the attention of the Elder of the Battle King, who intervened to halt it. Among the freshmen, the strongest contender is merely a 5-star great fighter. It would be miraculous if they emerged unscathed. On the viewing platform, Xiao Yan furrowed her delicate brows. Indeed, Mu Li is formidable. At least with her current display of strength as a 3-star great fighter, she cannot guarantee victory against him. It seems she must reveal a fraction of her true power. Lost in thought, the elder called out her name. 6th place, Yellow Tier Class 2, Xiao Yan. Oh, it is Yan, the most promising student among the newcomers. Is she also entering the fray? The crowd observed as Xiao Yan gracefully rose, transforming into a golden light as she leapt lightly from the platform, landing steadily on the combat stage without causing a ripple. This level of control indicates her profound mastery of her own abilities. A person capable of concealing their strength so flawlessly must possess exceptional control. Junior Mu Li, I seek your guidance, Xiao Yan said with a warm smile, extending her delicate arm, as ethereal golden light danced between her jade-like fingers. Junior? Yan, I should be your senior. Mu Li replied with a subtle smile. But you only enrolled this year, she retorted. True enough, Mu Li conceded, momentarily bewildered by Xiao Yan's boldness at the outset regarding their seniority. Surely, she wouldn't be revealing some of her strength, would she? Mu Li's golden pupils flickered slightly as he regarded the senior before him. She is the only variable remaining. He must ensure she has no chance to react. As the elder's words echoed, the match begins. Mu Li surged forward, adopting a strikingly different approach from his previous defensive stance. Roaring Lion. Mu Li conjured a purple lion's head upon his fist, and in an instant, he appeared beside Xiao Yan, delivering a devastating punch. The purple flames erupted with a thunderous explosion. Such power would be unbearable even for an ordinary 9-star great fighter. Within the bounds of his capabilities, Mu Li unleashed the full might of this combat technique. On the viewing platform, spectators gasped in astonishment. Mu Li had taken the initiative to strike, and with such ferocity. Moreover, his opponent was none other than the first goddess of the Outer Academy, Xiao Yan. Was he deliberately targeting beautiful women? It is worth noting that the number of beauties on the rankings at Canaan Academy is rather limited. If Mu Li were to defeat them all, how would it fare? On the spectator platform, Hu Jia instinctively shivered. How ruthless Mu Li is towards women. Though she harbors a disdain for men, She is more accustomed to encountering those who tirelessly vie for her attention. The sight of a man who deliberately targets women for assault even made Hu Jia, who prides herself on being the queen of the outer academy, feel a tremor in her heart. Surely, she would not be next, would she? Would she be incinerated? It is unlikely, for my grandfather remains seated above. Hu Jia felt a sense of relief in her heart, yet her worries shifted to Xiao Suner on stage. Watching the young maiden engulfed by purple flames, Hu Jia found herself lamenting why this man could not show a modicum of tenderness. Under ordinary circumstances, she would encourage the young men she practiced with to strike a little harder, eschewing any reluctance to engage. However, now confronted with a man who was both stronger and more ruthless than herself, Hu Jia experienced a profound shift in perspective. In stark contrast to the casual banter of those around them, Mu Li's expression was grave. As the purple flames dissipated, a sudden flash of golden light erupted amidst the lingering smoke. Xiao Suner, exuding an aura of fighting spirit, gently shook her body, clearing the haze, while simultaneously launching a golden handprint at an astonishing speed towards Mu Li, golden light palm. Blue Lotus Sword Chi. Mu Li, no longer concealing his prowess, unleashed 3 streams of Blue Lotus Sword Chi that collided with the golden handprint in midair. The sword energy pierced through the palm imprint. Yet a formidable gust of wind surged towards Mu Li. Faced with the 3 sharp streams of Blue Lotus Sword Chi, Xiao Suner formed a seal with her delicate hands, causing a colossal golden bell to materialize around her. Golden bell. Boom. Utilizing his 6-rin body technique, Mu Li deftly evaded the fierce wind while charging towards Xiao Suner. As he ran, a spear appeared in his hand, and a phantom of an azure dragon materialized at the spear's tip. Azure Dragon Break. The dragon-infused force struck the golden bell, producing a resounding roar akin to a dragon's cry. Within the martial arena, many spectators felt lightheaded, affected by the dragon's aura. The ability to wield the dragon's energy in such a manner was thanks to Mo Hung's unique spear technique. However, as Mu Li confidently gazed at Xiao Suner within the bell, he was taken aback to find her completely unfazed by the dragon's roar. Instead, she swiftly struck the bell's surface with her jade-like palm, unleashing a powerful sound wave that shattered the dragon's illusion and surged towards Mu Li. Damn. Mu Li cursed inwardly. So advanced combat skills are quite impressive, are they? You've managed to creatively manipulate a defensive technique. The bell's resonating sound wave struck Mu Li, causing his body to tremble slightly. Fortunately, Mu Li's formidable spiritual strength shielded him from significant harm. Golden light handprint. Xiao Suner elegantly leaped into the air, conjuring a massive golden formation before her. Subsequently, a colossal golden handprint descended from above, overwhelming in its ferocity. Uncertain why Xiao Suner was so intent on defeating him, Mu Li realized that concealing his strength any longer could lead to his downfall. Closing his eyes, a small azure sword manifested between his brows, and in an instant, streams of Blue Lotus Sword Chi surged skyward, cleaving through the golden handprint. Blue Lotus Absolute Kill. With azure light glimmering in his eyes, Mu Li summoned hundreds of Blue Lotus Sword Chi that surged towards Xiao Suner. Onlookers were left spellbound. The caliber of this battle had surpassed all expectations, prompting questions about whether these two were truly grand martial masters. Sound wave techniques, dragon roars, golden bells, azure sword chi, and golden formations, within the span of a mere minute. The clash between Mu Li and Xiao Suner had become nothing short of magnificent. At the elder's seat, several elders furrowed their brows. They recognized Xiao Suner, a member of an ancient clan with a powerful background. Yet, given her usual aversion to conflict, why does she now seem so intent on targeting Mu Li? With her perspective, one would expect her to regard a Great Dome Master with indifference, even if this Great Dome Master possesses remarkable talent. The elders of the ancient clan do not believe Mu Li merits such consideration when compared to the prodigies within their ranks. Nevertheless, it is evident that Xiao Suner is acting with uncharacteristic decisiveness, employing techniques of no ordinary caliber. It appears that Mu Li has indeed encountered a formidable challenge. After all, being a member of the ancient clan, his proud disposition and unwillingness to concede defeat to others can be comprehended. Several elders expressed their sympathy for Mu Li, acknowledging that, had he not faced Xiao Suner, victory would have been easily within his grasp. Alas. Chapter 92, The Imperial Seal Technique. The Azure Emperor unleashes the heavens. Hundreds of Azure Lotus sword energies wove together within the arena to form a colossal Azure Lotus, ceaselessly striking against the golden bell conjured by Xiao Suner. The cacophony of metallic clashes resounded frequently, instilling a sense of dread among the spectators. Were they to take the stage, being reduced to mere pulp would be inevitable. Suner, it seems, possesses such formidable strength. Witnessing Xiao Suner exhibit an extraordinary level of power, Ruo Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. quickly shifting her gaze towards the figure with white hair, a look of vindictive satisfaction crossing her features. Finally, it seems you have encountered trouble. At that moment, Xiao Yu stirred awake beside her, the effects of a second-grade healing elixir having significantly restored her condition. Cough, cough. You're awake. Ruo Lin approached with concern, assisting her to sit up. Minter Ruo Lin, Xiao Yu gazed vacantly at the person before her, her eyes reflecting profound bewilderment. What is the matter? I am fine. I merely had a dream. Ruo Lin grasped Xiao Yu's hand, channeling her do qi to assess her injuries. Fortunately, recovery is imminent in a few days. Ensure you rest well during this time. Xiao Yu murmured in agreement, her mind seemingly in a state of disarray. By the way, Minter Ruo Lin, what about Mu Li Boom? Just as Xiao Yu was about to inquire further, a tremendous explosion erupted from the martial arena, followed by gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Ruo Lin, having previously focused on Xiao Yu's well-being, now turned her attention to the arena, only to witness a colossal golden arm materializing behind Mu Li. While a cloud of dust enveloped Xiao Suner, her golden bell shattered into fragments. The thunderous sound moments ago appeared to have emanated from the collision between the ornate golden-etched arm and Xiao Suner's golden bell. The outcome of the battle was now glaringly evident. Just as the onlookers presumed Xiao Suner had been vanquished, a radiant golden light surged skyward. There stood Xiao Suner, enveloped in a brilliant glow, momentarily suspended in midair. An intricately detailed pattern manifested behind her. Within the arena, Mu Li regarded the disheveled and slightly tattered Xiao Suner with an intensified wariness. Earlier, he had caught her off guard, utilizing the Azure Emperor's sword to breach the defenses of the Golden Bell, subsequently employing the illusionary manifestation from his illusory spirit eyes to deliver a decisive blow that shattered the bell entirely. The power unleashed by the illusion was comparable to that of a battle king. Mu Li initially believed that Xiao Suner would be sent flying out of the arena by a single punch. However, to his astonishment, Xiao Suner erupted at the last moment, revealing her true cultivation level, peak battle spirit. In an instant, Mu Li's advantage dissipated entirely. Confronted with Xiao Suner, whose talent, cultivation, and techniques were on par with his own, Mu Li realized that his hidden cards were insufficient. Unless he summoned the purple crystal Lion King armor or once again overexerted the power contained within the Ice Child talisman, he was left with no viable options, as these were his trump cards and inappropriate for a contest. At that moment, Xiao Suner, slightly panting, gazed down at the equally handsome figure of Mu Li, her exquisite features devoid of any condescension. Mu Li was perplexed by Xiao Suner's relentless determination to challenge him. Logically, he should refrain from employing this particular move, as it would be overly oppressive. However, for the sake of brother Xiao Yan, Mu Li braced himself for impending defeat. Suddenly, the immense golden formation behind Xiao Suner trembled, causing the surrounding fighting spirit to quiver ominously, coalescing into a terrifying hand seal, the Mountain Splitter Seal. The tremors in the air set Mu Li's hair slightly aflutter. Though there was no wind, he felt as if he were engulfed in vastness. In his heart, Mu Li cursed Xiao Suner numerous times. He could not fathom her intentions. Deploying the Mountain Splitter Seal was an audacious move. After all, he was the elder brother of Xiao Yan, the one who was to reunite after 3 years. Should she proceed in this manner, she must not blame him for ruthlessly shattering their fates. Mu Li slowly raised his hand, and a small azure sword above him grew increasingly larger. An ethereal blue lotus appeared behind him, with streams of azure fighting spirit pouring into the colossal sword. Although the earth heart fire of the blue lotus was not directly utilized, it could be triggered in an alternate form. As Mu Li pressed his palms together, the Azure Emperor's sword became enveloped in azure purple flames. Azure Emperor opens the heavens. The sword's body trembled violently, its intense sword intent soaring into the sky, scattering the clouds above the fighting arena due to the overwhelming auras of Xiao Suner and Mu Li. With a decisive slash, as the azure purple sword light collided with the golden palm imprint, a dazzling radiance of fighting spirit enveloped the entire arena. The 4 elders acted simultaneously, erecting a barrier around the fighting stage to protect the spectators from any potential fallout. A tremendous roar erupted on the stage. The heavy palm force and piercing sword energy continuously battered against the barrier, presenting a significant challenge for the 4 elders. These 2 young prodigies, the fluctuations of a battle king-level conflict had erupted. In the elders' seating area, Hu Qian and Elder Hua remained seated, their gazes piercing through the barrier to observe the inner workings of the fight. They had discerned the fighting spirit fluctuations from a moment ago, unmistakably emanating the aura of battle spirits. Both of these young individuals had indeed ascended to the realm of battle spirits. Coupled with the potency of their techniques, they were formidable even within the current inner courtyard. While Xiao Suner's presence was not surprising due to her ancient lineage and the protection of a battle emperor, The emergence of Mu Li, a genius capable of rivaling Xiao Suner, genuinely astonished them. Though slightly older than Xiao Suner, he was merely 4 years her senior. In the realm of cultivation, 4 years is but a fleeting moment. Even if Mu Li fails to reach the heights of Xiao Suner in the future, he can at least become a formidable force in his own right. Moreover, in contrast, Xiao Suner is destined to belong to the ancient clan, while Mu Li can focus on his own development, potentially becoming a pillar of strength for the Jian Academy. Within the barrier, clouds of dust hung heavily in the air, accompanied by the sound of 2 labored breaths. Mu Li's arm trembled faintly, blood streaming down as half of his sleeve was torn by the force of the battle, rendering him a picture of disarray. On the other hand, Xiao Suner appeared relatively well, though her pale complexion betrayed the vast energy she had expended. Fortunately, her fighting techniques surpassed those of her opponent, meaning Mu Li's condition was likely worse than hers. Xiao Suner's assumption was correct. Mu Li had indeed sustained greater injuries during the confrontation. However, he was not without his own means of recovery. Streams of black liquid ascended his arm, swiftly mending his wounds. Chapter 93. Capturing Suner with Dark Waters. Treading upon the White Mountain. The dust continued to swirl within the arena, but at that moment, dark liquid began to seep from beneath Mu Li's feet, rapidly covering the ruins of the destroyed arena. Feeling the viscous substance grasping at her ankles, a flicker of anger flashed in Xiao Suner's eyes. Break! A flash of golden light erupted as her palms struck the black liquid, yet the force of her attack was not as formidable as she had anticipated. Xiao Suner was momentarily taken aback, then sensed a slight suppression of her internal energy, though it was not overwhelming. She could still muster her fighting spirit. In an instant, she resolved to unleash the remaining energy within her to escape her current predicament. However, a figure suddenly materialized before her. Before she could react, the figure extended a large hand and grasped her throat. Enveloped in the black liquid, Mu Li's hair had turned as dark as ink, and the flowing substance tightened its grip around Xiao Suner's delicate neck. The true power of the Xianming dark water manifested only when he made contact with another. In an instant, Xiao Suner felt her internal energy slip from her grasp, no matter how she tried to summon it. Mu Li's hand gradually intensified its grip, causing her face to contort in pain as she struggled against his arm. Yet, to Mu Li, her feeble attempts felt like the scratches of a kitten. Huh, at last, I have you. Mu Li's lips curled into a sinister smile. Xiao Suner had struck fiercely, wielding her peak fighting spirit alongside a high-level earth-tier technique. Had Mu Li not possessed the Qingdi sword and the Qinglian Heartfire, even with the use of Qinglian Bloom, he would have been unable to contend with Xiao Suner, likely ending up gravely injured or even crippled. Fortunately, with those 2 enhancements, Mu Li had only suffered moderate injuries. Coupled with the healing properties of the Xianming dark water, he was now able to move without hindrance. How close I was to losing to you. In a sudden motion, Mu Li transported Xiao Suner to the edge of the fighting platform and flung her outward. She landed heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood as her fighting spirit finally regained control. She gazed at Mu Li, golden flames flickering in her eyes, as if preparing to unleash some arcane technique. In an instant, Mu Li felt an overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao Suner, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame. Instinctively, Mu Li stepped back several paces. Fortunately, at that moment, Hu Qian swiftly positioned himself between them. Xiao Suner, you have already lost. Upon hearing the Vice Dean's voice, Xiao Suner fell silent for a few seconds, and then the golden light in her eyes dissipated. Without uttering a word, she rose and walked towards the viewing platform. Mu Li let out a sigh of relief as he watched her depart. Thankfully, he had sealed Xiao Suner's fighting spirit with the profound nether water. Otherwise, should she have harnessed the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame to enhance her power, his fate would have been sealed. Before the 4th ranked, even a wisp of flame was beyond Mu Li's current capabilities to contend with. Xiao Suner, ancient clan, Mu Li murmured to himself, observing her silhouette fade away. At that moment, Hu Qian turned to Mu Li, his eyes betraying unreserved admiration. Mu Li, do you wish to continue fighting? According to the rules, you are entitled to a half-day's rest and may resume tomorrow. Sensing the evident leniency in the Vice Dean's words, Mu Li responded with a respectful smile. Vice Dean who? I can continue to fight. Very well, then it is your choice. Hu Qian nodded, offering no further objection. With Mu Li's fighting spirit level, even in a less than optimal state, defeating a few great Dou Masters would be a trivial endeavor. On the observation platform, the spectators sighed in regret as they witnessed Mu Li's unconventional black water vanquish Xiao Suner. If even the goddess Suner could not best him, it seemed Mu Li was undeniably victorious. As for the earlier competitors, it was laughable to think they could engage in such a grand battle. Clearly, the rankings would require revision after this challenge. Subsequently, Elder Yin began announcing the next contestant's name. Unsurprisingly, after witnessing the clash between Mu Li and Xiao Suner, No one dared to challenge Mu Li. Even the little witch Hu Jia opted to sit out. Wu Hao, from the enforcement team, was absent due to a mission outside the academy, thus he was not involved. The remaining contender was Bai Shan. Second place, Bai Shan. Bai Shan accepts the challenge. The man in white calmly rose from his seat, casting a glance at the battered Mu Li below him, a flicker of lightning flashing in his eyes. Though he was indeed formidable, Mu Li had sustained considerable damage in his previous bout. Furthermore, how dare he treat his goddess Suner in such a manner? Bai Shan snorted coldly, transforming into a streak of white lightning as he charged toward the arena. At that moment, Mu Li, with his long black hair disheveled over his shoulders and one muscular arm exposed, appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet, his demeanor remained composed as he lifted his golden eyes to meet Bai Shan's gaze, exuding an aura reminiscent of a fallen demon lord. Bai Shan's expression grew slightly stern, yet he inhaled deeply, maintaining his calm as he approached. "Do you wish to challenge me?" Mu Li asked coldly. The fact that there were still those willing to challenge him after he had revealed his true prowess indicated that this was no mere contest. It was an affront to his authority. Bai Shan currently possesses only the cultivation of a great dome master, and his greatest hope is merely to seize an opportunity. He believes himself to be in a poor state, yet even in such a condition, what challenge would it pose to overwhelm a mere great dome master? Although you may be formidable, I am not without my own strengths. Just as Bai Shan was preparing to speak with bravado, he suddenly felt a rush of wind pass before him, and then darkness enveloped his vision. Bang! Mu Li had pinned him to the ground with a single kick, casually remarking, "Oh, what was it you were about to say?" Bai Shan's head, now under Mu Li's foot, felt as though it were being crushed by an immense force. A scream erupted from the arena, causing those observing to shudder in response. How foolish Bai Shan was to overestimate his own abilities. Before Mu Li's arrival, he indeed ranked among the strongest, yet he foolishly advanced, unaware of the depth of Mu Li's prowess. Was he not merely inviting defeat? Elder Yan, unable to bear the sight, intervened to halt Mu Li's relentless pressure on Bai Shan. Mu Li, showing respect for Elder Yan, lifted his foot. "Oh, I almost forgot that the match hasn't officially commenced. However, do you still wish to continue?" Bai Shan lay on the ground, his eyes burning with resentment as he glared at Mu Li, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering the word fight. At this moment, he had already lost all dignity. Elder Yan shook his head and promptly declared the outcome. Mu Li emerged victorious, claiming the title of the strongest challenger in this external academy contest. Chapter 94, Diverse Thoughts. Learning Combat Techniques. On the observation platform, Ruo Lin felt a twinge of melancholy upon witnessing Mu Li's victory. He triumphed once more. Nevertheless, his strength was undeniably impressive, far surpassing her expectations. Even if she were to break through to Do Ling, it seemed unlikely she could escape the fate of being dominated by him. Contemplating this, Ruo Lin clenched her fist in frustration. Xiao Suner sat nearby, her expression icy. This battle not only ended in her defeat against Mu Li, but also laid bare her hidden cards, nearly compelling her to unleash the Golden Emperor's flames of destruction. Such actions were exceedingly irrational. "Brother Xiao Yan, I did my best," she thought. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu gazed blankly at the charismatic figure on the stage, his flowing black hair reminiscent of the demon from her previous dreams, who had similarly tormented her with such arrogance. Xiao Yu understood that it was Mu Li's illusion, yet the lingering sensation of pain remained etched in her heart, even accompanied by a subtle pleasure that made her feel as though she were somehow unwell. In the preparation room, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, upon witnessing Mu Li's ultimate victory, felt their anxieties dissipate. Earlier, during the battle between Xiao Suner and Mu Li, they had been so tense that they almost wished to intervene. The intensity of that combat had truly transcended the realm of great Do masters, possibly even rivaling that of Do Ling. Thankfully, Mu Li emerged victorious in the end. Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian silently noted the name of this exceptional woman, an individual endowed with both talent and beauty. Xiao Yixian had to admit that in terms of strength, this girl surpassed her, and in terms of beauty, she too fell slightly short. The sight of her standing alongside Mu Li seemed to conjure an image of the most exquisite man and woman united, an indescribably perfect match. However, the young healer suddenly recalled the scene of Mu Li enveloped in dark energy, fiercely gripping another's throat. Well, perhaps they are not so well matched after all. A sweet sensation filled her heart. Her man was not the type to be captivated by every beautiful woman he encountered. He showed no hesitation in crushing delicate flowers. In contrast, although she had once been caught in Mu Li's grip, it did not take long for her to conquer this handsome man. Xiao Suner was far from her own happiness. Today had truly exhausted her. Upon entering, Mu Li casually twisted his neck and relaxedly remarked, "You performed splendidly, my lord." Qing Lin, beaming with joy, sincerely lavished praise upon Mu Li. A faint smile graced Mu Li's lips as he affectionately ruffled Qing Lin's hair. a gesture that seemed to have become his habit. The young healer draped a heavy coat over him, tending to his disheveled long hair. The three of them departed the preparation room and made their way towards the martial arts arena. An independent lodging was situated to the west of the mountains, accessible via a narrow path leading to a cliff. At the end of this path lay an elegant pavilion, from which one could gaze upon the vast, swirling mists. Xiao Yan stood quietly there, her graceful figure silently gazing into the distance, as if yearning for someone. Before long, a dark shadow emerged from the foliage, appearing within the pavilion. "Miss, you summoned me?" This was one of Ling Ying's subordinates, adept in the art of shadow manipulation and skilled in infiltration and investigation. "Please assist me in investigating a person named Mu Li, a new student who has just entered the academy this year." "Understood." The shadow bowed in acknowledgement, then once again melted into the darkness, vanishing from the pavilion. Xiao Yan regained her icy demeanor, standing there alone in solitude. "Brother Xiao Yan, Sun misses you dearly." In the dimly lit room of the Ruo Lin family, a voluptuous figure sat cross-legged on a cushion, surrounded by a water-blue aura. Yet, amidst this azure energy, faint black lines flowed ominously. As Ruo Lin calmed her mind to cultivate, she soon detected this peculiar phenomenon. She relentlessly probed the source of these black lines, but to no avail, as if they had sprung into existence from thin air. Unable to ascertain the cause, Ruo Lin attributed the origin of these black lines to Mu Li. It must be his doing. She abandoned her pursuit of the anomaly within her body and began to manipulate the thin black lines. Although referred to as lines, they were, in fact, a form of fighting spirit. Ruo Lin guided this strand of black fighting spirit into her palm and, imitating Mu Li's previous actions, inhaled sharply. To her astonishment, a faint but undeniable suction emerged from her palm. Though weak, it certainly existed. Ruo Lin did not cease her experimentation, opting to merge the black fighting spirit with her own blue energy. She soon discovered that the techniques infused with black fighting spirit exhibited a 10% increase in power compared to the ordinary. Following this, she embarked on a series of further experiments. Upon realizing the potential of the black fighting spirit, Ruo Lin's attitude towards it underwent a complete transformation. If one could entirely transform their fighting spirit into black fighting energy, would it not significantly enhance their prowess? Contemplating this, Ruolin began to focus on the lotus seed bestowed upon her by Mu Li. Perhaps, with thorough research on this matter, she would swiftly break through to the Dueling realm. At Mu Li's residence, the little medical sage was preparing a sumptuous dinner in the kitchen, with Qing Lin assisting her. Meanwhile, Mu Li was perusing the treasures acquired from the auction house in the Black Seal City. Among these were several fifth-tier pill formulas and a few scrolls of advanced Xian-level combat techniques. Regrettably, there were no Earth-tier items to be found, reflecting the limited resources of the Eight Gates. The family's renown primarily stemmed from Han Feng's Imperial Pill and the Yinyang Xian Dragon Pill, while the most valuable Earth-tier martial art, 3,000 Thunder Movements, remained elusive. The combination of the Wild Lion's Roar with Purple Fire, augmented by Dragon Qi, wielded power comparable to that of typical Earth-tier techniques. Although Mu Li had not mastered the spear techniques gleaned from Mo Hung, his rough imitation, integrating Dragon Qi into his spear intent proved to be an effective utilization of this energy. Initially, Mu Li had no intention of practicing the combat techniques acquired from Black Seal City, believing that mastering fewer techniques with greater focus would yield superior results. However, now that his own moves were largely exposed, diversifying his techniques would enhance his combat versatility and assist in concealing his identity and information. The advanced Xian-level combat techniques obtained from the auction house each possessed unique advantages. Mountain Crushing Palm, a heavy and stable earth attribute technique suitable for earth attribute practitioners. 3 Waves of Surging Sea, a water attribute technique capable of stacking energy to amplify water-based attacks, and Flame Blade Slash, a fire attribute technique that could be executed with either the palm or the leg, refining the intense fire attribute fighting energy into a sharp blade, thus increasing its penetrative power for precise strikes. There were many other related techniques, but they need not all be enumerated. After absorbing the Xianming Ghost Water, Mu Li acquired the 3 attributes of fire, wood, and water, significantly broadening the scope of his combat techniques. After careful consideration, Mu Li resolved to learn them all. As these techniques were not intended for primary mastery, a superficial understanding would suffice to unleash 70 to 80% of their power. Following his breakthrough in spiritual power, Mu Li's learning abilities surged, enabling him to grasp Mo Hang's spear technique during their duel. Chapter 95, Medusa, Fusion. That night, Mu Li and his companions enjoyed a lavish dinner. Although the little medical sage's culinary skills were not flawless, they possessed a unique flavor that was exceedingly enticing, attributed to her specially blended spices, unavailable to outsiders. After the meal, Qinglin took on the task of washing the dishes while Mu Li indulged in leisure. Perhaps due to the weariness of the day, Mu Li found himself lacking the fervor to study combat techniques. After briefly skimming through a book on cloud-crushing palm, he set it aside in his spatial ring to revisit the next day. After freshening up, Mu Li joined the little medical sage in the bedroom, preparing to share some intimate moments together. What Mu Li failed to notice was that he seemed to have forgotten to attend to an exceedingly mundane task today, feeding the vibrant seven-colored swallowing python. In the bedroom, Mu Li was engrossed in a romantic interlude with the little healer, their garments cascading to the floor, one by one. The little healer, with her eyes gently closed, awaited Mu Li's next move. A soft whisper escaped her lips, and her cheeks glowed with a sweet, rosy hue. However, at that moment, a cool, slender serpent suddenly slithered defiantly into their midst, only to be unceremoniously tossed aside by Mu Li to the edge of the bed. Children ought not to meddle, he thought dismissively, too caught up in the moment to regard the hungry little snake. Unbeknownst to him, this action instantly provoked the small python's ire. The seven-colored swallowing python's eyes shimmered with a human-like grievance, and it slowly closed its eyes, preparing to teach Mu Li a lesson. In an instant, a radiant burst of colorful light illuminated the room. Medusa, bare and resplendent, materialized beside them, perfectly poised atop Mu Li's other hand. Subsequently, a formidable pressure erupted from her presence. Startled, Mu Li swiftly lifted the still-clad little healer and attempted to leap from the bed. Yet an invisible force held him firmly in place. Medusa, with disdain, discarded the hand that Mu Li had grasped, her gaze fixed on him with murderous intent. At last, she had seized the opportunity. This detestable man had dared to administer a potion that induced a soul-sleeping slumber, depriving her of consciousness for so long. Today, she was determined to make Mu Li experience anguish. Medusa turned her attention to the woman draped over Mu Li. Was this the one who indulged in nightly revelries at her expense? A wave of indignation washed over her as she recalled the moments spent watching their intimate escapades. Medusa refrained from attacking Mu Li, for she understood that she could not harm him at present. Instead, she set her sights on the little healer. With a delicate hand, Medusa pried the little healer from Mu Li's embrace. Observing the woman's unclothed form, a smile crept upon her lips. Indeed, she possessed a striking beauty. No wonder Mu Li lavished such affection upon her daily. The little healer, hearing Medusa's taunts, felt a surge of shame and anger. It was Mu Li's own lasciviousness that led to this daily indulgence. Medusa's hand glided across the little healer's body, a blend of caress and provocation. Mu Li, sever the bond between us, or else. Medusa's fingers tightened around the healer's sensitive areas, a hint of malice in her tone. A suppressed sound of discomfort escaped the little healer. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let your wife experience other delights. Mu Li, witnessing the little healer being toyed with by Medusa, cursed inwardly. Damn, this only heightens my excitement. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Medusa's overwhelming aura could not be concealed, and it was only a matter of time before the powerful figures within the courtyard discovered their presence. The connection between Mu Li and Medusa's souls was but a step away from completion, a process he had intended to finalize the following day. Yet now, he had no choice but to hastily prepare for the impending confrontation. As Medusa observed Mu Li's silence, her alluring brows furrowed slightly, and her grip tightened with renewed intensity. Mu Li, you do not wish for this, she taunted. I wish your sister. Suddenly, Mu Li unleashed a formidable surge of mental energy, and an enigmatic mark erupted from his forehead, swiftly penetrating Medusa's being. Medusa's expression momentarily froze before morphing into fury. Mu Li, how dare you? Reciting an incantation, Mu Li pivoted and forcefully pinned Medusa beneath him, ensuring maximum physical contact. At that moment, he sensed several powerful auras approaching from outside the room. The elders of the courtyard were drawn by the energy. Time was of the essence. He had to act immediately, with a determined glint in his eyes. Mu Li bit his tongue, allowing his essence to flow forth, and he pressed his lips against Medusa's. Due to the influence of the mark and the bridge of souls, Medusa found herself unable to resist in that fleeting moment, held captive by Mu Li. Her beautiful eyes widened as she emitted sounds of struggle. As Mu Li's essence entered her body, the bridge of souls between them radiated more brilliantly, culminating in a sudden tremor that released gentle streams of light. Transformative secret, fusion, Mu Li proclaimed, and Medusa transformed into a swirling mass of vibrant light, merging seamlessly into his being. In an instant, Mu Li's aura surged dramatically. Spirit Fighter, 7 stars. 8 stars, 9 stars. Spirit King, 1 star, 2 stars, 9 stars. Spirit Emperor, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars. Only when he reached Spirit Emperor 4 stars did his power begin to stabilize. As the light dissipated, Mu Li's physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. Firstly, a series of colorful scales adorned his arms, and a vertical stripe appeared in his eyes. From his crown sprouted two delicate horns, reminiscent of the majestic seven-colored sky-devouring python. Though his legs did not morph into a serpent's tail, his hair had transformed into a resplendent array of colors, emanating a radiant glow. Once the little medicine immortal broke free from Medusa's influence, she donned her garments and watched in astonishment as Mu Li subdued Medusa, kissed her, and then fused with her. Her expression shifted from confusion to shock. Mu Li has actually merged with Medusa? In this new form, he was simply captivating. The combined beauty of Medusa and Mu Li, a paragon of allure and nobility, and an embodiment of the extraordinary, was nothing short of a divine miracle. Mu Li's enchanting gaze fell upon his transformed body, but he had little time to marvel as he sensed several potent auras converging above him. With a casual gesture, he summoned spirit energy to fashion garments, covering his still masculine attributes. He leaped from the window, soaring into the sky to confront the elders of the academy. Student Mu Li pays his respects to the esteemed elders. Mu Li, we have just sensed a powerful energy erupting from your vicinity. Can you elucidate what transpired? Questioned one of the elders from the enforcement team, his expression stern and unyielding. Chapter 96, The Enforcement Elder. It is nothing, merely my pursuit of a combat technique. If I have disturbed the elder, I sincerely apologize. The enforcing elder, upon hearing Mu Li's explanation, did not relent, but instead dispersed his fighting spirit to scrutinize everything within Mu Li's abode. Witnessing this, Mu Li felt a slight chill in his vertical pupils. Yet he chose to remain silent. He needed to stay at the Canaan Academy and could not escalate matters over a trivial conflict. Among the elders present, several held Mu Li in high regard, as he was the Academy's latest renowned prodigy, and they exchanged a few kind words. The Canaan Academy has strict regulations. No Emperor-level fighter may enter without permission, and even those of high status cannot have bodyguards at their side. Should any unusual aura be detected here again, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. Mu Li regarded the elder and nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Mu Li, do not hold it against him for his strictness. Such are the rules of Canaan Academy. Just be mindful and avoid causing too much commotion. Very well. The elders briefly instructed him before departing with the enforcing elder. I say, old Sheen, he is the first from the outer academy of the latest cohort, much like your commander. Cannot you temper your temper a little? What of it? The enforcing team has always operated this way. I am merely adhering to the rules. Even if it were to reach the commander's ears, he would support my actions. Besides, have I not let him off? Alas, was nothing discovered? Not particularly, but the aura was indeed strikingly similar to that which emanates from Mu Li. It seems to be the combat technique he practices. If all is well, do not concern yourself too much. He is a genius favored by the vice president. So do not offend him too severely. Moreover, he does have female companions in his residence. Your earlier probing was rather impolite. I act solely according to the rules. One might say it is the embodiment of impartiality, while others may view it as lacking in human sentiment. Nonetheless, as an elder of the enforcing team, one of the three major forces of Canaan Academy, his actions are not without merit and could even warrant commendation. As Mu Li observed the elders depart, his body suddenly trembled violently. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. In the next moment, a burst of colorful light erupted from Mu Li's body. With Medusa trembling and in a dire state. Before she could utter a word, Mu Li raised a finger, forming a seal from the transformation secret arts to restrain Medusa, with whom he had already established a spiritual bridge. Medusa, this is not a place for your recklessness. Had it not been for our fusion, you would have been discovered by the enforcing team just now. Medusa glared fiercely at Mu Li, yet not a single word escaped her lips. Mu Li slightly relaxed her speaking constraints. Mu Li, I will surely kill you. Realizing she had completely become a pet under Mu Li's control, even with her good nature, Medusa could not help but curse vehemently. Give it up. You cannot kill me. Mu Li replied coolly. After the treatment of the profound nether water, he had alleviated the side effects of the forced fusion. It could not be helped. Currently, Medusa held the dominant position, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she regarded him as a mortal enemy. Their fusion had not only failed to elevate his cultivation to the emperor level, but the side effects were also substantial. They had barely fused for a short while, and he was nearly left in a state of exhaustion. If only Xiao Kai could merge with me, the outcome would undoubtedly be far superior. However, Xiao Kai has only just come into existence and lacks the capacity to manifest the prowess of a Dozong. At best, she can engage in battles at the level of Dowang. Thus, it would be far more prudent to summon the Amethyst Lion King armor directly. You despicable human. Medusa vociferously denounced Mu Li's vile actions. He had lured her to his side with sumptuous delicacies, gradually coaxing her into signing a contract. Although it was that little creature's doing, Their shared existence in one body meant that you are me, and I am you. The current situation, where she was under Mu Li's control, stood as the most compelling evidence of this. Never mind, perhaps you should speak to me when you have calmed down. Upon awakening, the seven-colored sky-devouring python gazed around in bewilderment, questioning how it had found itself outdoors. Mu Li delivered a light rap to its small head, rendering it dazed. Today, you nearly caused a significant disaster. As punishment, there shall be no delicacies for you this week. You may subsist on some fruit to stave off hunger. My lord. Both the little medical immortal and Qing Lin looked at Mu Li with concern. It's all right, Mu Li reassured them. That was an elder from the law enforcement team, who came to investigate after Medusa's aura was inadvertently revealed. As he spoke, Mu Li extracted a small snake concealed within his clothing and reprimanded it sternly in front of the two women. The seven-colored sky-devouring python seemed to acknowledge its fault, nuzzling Mu Li's fingers with its head in a bid for forgiveness. Despite its display of affection, Mu Li was unrelenting, insisting that it reflect deeply on its misdeeds. Entering the bedroom with the little medical immortal, both found their minds devoid of any intimate inclinations. The earlier situation had been rather awkward, as Medusa had expressed her desires before Mu Li. The little medical immortal found herself firmly restrained by the power of Dozong, unable to offer even the slightest resistance. Let us get some rest, Mu Li said, comforting the visibly troubled little medical immortal. Mu Li, am I utterly useless? Today, she had witnessed a girl even younger than herself, Xiao Suner, wielding formidable combat abilities, nearly vanquishing Mu Li. Moments ago, she had been instantaneously controlled by Medusa, rendered immobile. Under this dual blow, the little medical immortal began to doubt her own worth. Do not overthink it. Your potential is immense. Moreover, Medusa is a woman of several hundred years. Comparing yourself to her is not constructive. Mu Li turned over to gaze at the ceiling. There will always be individuals stronger than you in this world, but we must not wallow in self-pity merely because stronger beings exist. Life must continue, and we shall both progress and evolve into formidable forces. Mu Li grasped the little medical immortal's hand. One day, I shall become the strongest in the world, and you will stand by my side. The little medical immortal nestled into a comfortable position, resting her cheek against Mu Li's shoulder. I will strive to cultivate my abilities, ensuring that I do not hold you back. Indeed, let us endeavor together. Mu Li bestowed a gentle kiss upon the little medical immortal's forehead, and the two embraced as they drifted into slumber. In another room, Qing Lin, the fire spirit serpent, and the seven-colored sky-devouring python were entwined in peaceful sleep. Little Kai Snake, did you anger the adult today? Qing Lin attempted to communicate with the haughty little colorful snake, yet the creature paid her no heed, even sticking its tongue out at the two-headed fire spirit snake. Startled by this, the two-headed fire spirit snake quickly recoiled onto Qing Lin's arm. Oh, don't frighten the little fire. Qing Lin reproached gently, carefully soothing the seemingly wilted little fire snake. Chapter 97. The Library the following day. Mu Li set out early to pay a visit to the Vice Dean of Canaan Academy, Hu Qian. The only possible ally he could think of was Medusa, but could she possibly assist him? That woman harbored a desire to kill him. How could she ever be of help? Although the secret of transformation could forcibly control another's actions, it would only serve to restrict her movements. And true manipulation in battle would require a meeting of minds in the future. Vice Dean Hu Qian, Mu Li addressed with respect. Mu Li, I heard you were inspected by the enforcement team yesterday? Hu Qian inquired with a gentle expression. It was due to my practice of a combat technique. My initial attempts were somewhat clumsy, resulting in a bit of a ruckus. Indeed, the academy has numerous regulations to prevent certain noble scions from bringing guards into the school. The entry of powerful individuals is restricted, ultimately for the sake of fairness. I trust the students understand. Yes, understood. Very well, allow me to escort you to the library. You seem eager to begin, Hu Qian chuckled, leading Mu Li toward the library. The library was nestled within an ancient forest. Following Hu Qian along the winding paths, Mu Li climbed to the mountain's summit, ultimately arriving at a concealed grand door. Strangely, behind this door lay not a building, but a sheer cliff that seemed to rise endlessly, standing there in stark contrast. Hu Qian approached the door and bowed respectfully. Vice Dean Hu Qian, leading the new top student of the Outer Academy to the library, I kindly request the two elders to open the door. As Mu Li gazed intently at the door, two figures cloaked in gray suddenly appeared before him, as if conjured from thin air. With the force of spatial energy, Mu Li sensed four pairs of eyes scrutinizing him and bowed slightly. Student Mu Li pays his respects to the two esteemed elders. He is the new top student of the Outer Academy, a 6-star battle spirit, and his cultivation is indeed commendable, one of the gray-robed elders remarked, discerning Mu Li's prowess at once. Naturally, this revelation was self-evident. Mu Li's abilities had been exposed during a previous duel, and concealing them now would be futile. Hu Qian smiled at the two elders. Not only is this individual's cultivation impressive, but he has also defeated a maiden of the ancient clan. Both his talent and practical skills are exceptional. Oh, the ancient clan. Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent elder duo now appeared astonished. If he could vanquish the prodigy of the ancient clan, this Mu Li was indeed extraordinary. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding whether the ancient maiden had exerted her full strength. The library's rules were clear. The time allowed was limited. Only one opportunity could be seized, and one must breach the energy barrier surrounding the opportunity independently. Little fellow, you may enter now. The elders' gazes remained fixed on Mu Li as they prepared to unlock the spatial barrier. As they joined forces, an invisible ripple emerged from the door, causing the surrounding space to subtly tremble, a phenomenon created by the unlocking of the spatial barrier. Mu Li had his first close encounter with the advanced application of spatial power, which far surpassed the rudimentary spatial abilities of Medusa. After all, she was merely a one-star dozome, whereas the two individuals before him were bona fide 9-star dozome. Approaching the door at the edge of the cliff, Mu Li peered inside and beheld an abyss of unfathomable depth. Yet, he felt no trepidation. He boldly stepped through the threshold. As his form melded into the ripples of space, Mu Li did not plummet into the chasm, but instead materialized in a peculiar realm. This place resembled the interior of a colossal tower, adorned with exquisite carvings, each design encased in a shimmering energy shield. The ceiling soared to great heights, divided into numerous levels, each radiating its own glow. The tower was vast, imparting upon Mu Li a sensation of being enveloped in an expansive space. If he was not mistaken, spatial power was intricately woven throughout, accompanied by grand formations in operation. Within each energy shield lay a spatial passage, interconnected with one another, allowing treasures to emerge from one channel and enter through another. It was clear this was a space crafted by formidable Dozun masters. While it may not rival the ancient races in sheer size, its complexity was nothing short of extraordinary. At the base of the library, a blue array illuminated, inscribed with the remnants of Mu Li's time. The energy shields on each level had activated, sporadically releasing treasures enveloped in energy, which soared freely within the immense tower. However, Mu Li's focus was not on these artifacts, but rather on sensing the location of a treasure chest. Previously, guided by Hu Qian, he had arrived at the library. But the location of the treasure chest in his mind seemed to drift further away. This led him to doubt whether he had erred, pondering if the treasure chest was indeed not within the library. Yet, upon stepping into the library, Mu Li felt the distance to the treasure chest suddenly shortened significantly, indicating it was indeed within the library. Following this newfound sensation, Mu Li leapt upward to the next level, each energy shield connected to an alternate space. And Mu Li surmised that this must be the true treasure vault. To acquire the treasure chest, he needed to ascertain whether it lay within the treasure space or among the flowing artifacts. Reaching the center of the tower, Mu Li sat cross-legged and summoned his mental energy. Waves of psychic ripples cascaded outward, traversing between each artifact and energy shield. Yet he struggled to pinpoint the location of the treasure chest. It was a peculiar sensation, as it felt so near yet remained elusive. It resided within an alternate space. When Mu Li opened his eyes, a look of concern marred his brow. In this library, the probability of each artifact emerging was uniform, entirely random. With over a century of history, Canaan Academy boasted a profound heritage and undoubtedly possessed numerous treasures. Waiting for them to appear on their own would be a matter of indeterminate time. The only certain and expedient method was to enter the space behind the energy shield. Yet, this was a spatial lock established by Dozun. How could he possibly breach it? Contemplating this, Mu Li furrowed his brow in worry. If this were truly the case as he speculated, then attaining the title of Dozun would have been an unattainable dream. This golden treasure chest proved to be exceedingly difficult to acquire. Observing the gradual changes in the blue array below, time slipped away ever so slowly. Mu Li realized that if he did not devise a plan soon, opportunities would elude him. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. How did these treasures manage to traverse the light barrier? They merely consisted of combat techniques, medicinal herbs, and elixirs. How could they smoothly pass through the light barrier and reach the treasure space? The crux of the matter lay within the energy shield enveloping the treasures. If he could unravel the mystery of the energy shield, Mu Li would be able to enter the alternate space. With this thought, Mu Li sprang to his feet, swiftly arriving before a flying treasure. Without regard for its contents, he grasped it firmly, then reached out to touch the energy shield, meticulously sensing its power.